They were deported here beginning in the late summer of 1942. Weather very much like the day that we visited this camp. And it's an incredible moving experience because the camp was completely plowed under after the war, as if in an attempt to completely erase any trace of its existence here. And it's really quite far away. It's about an hour and a half north of Warsaw, and it's in a deeply wooded area. And as we walked through, I could not shake the feeling that it was so much like when I was a kid going to summer camp, with the sound of the bird song and the smell of the pine trees.
You got our dress, and this was into the U.S. investigation. There were 10 guests, ultimately 10 guests.
So with the permission of Dr. Lyman, I'm just going to say a few words, and then with the hope that he will add to them at some point. And I'll just give you an expectation of our experience here. So this was a death camp. Beautiful place. No, as Dr. Abramson said, this is like coming to summer camp. I'm thinking in a few hours, my wife runs a camp for special needs children. The buses are going to be arriving. The kids are going to be coming off of the bus, and they're going to be met with hugs and kisses and warmth and embrace and smiles. Looking forward to an incredible summer ahead of them. When our brothers and sisters were brought in, as Dr. Lyman said, when they got off at the platform, there was a train station. They're going to be coming off of the bus, and they're going to be met with hugs and kisses and warmth and embrace and smiles. Looking forward to an incredible summer ahead of them. When our brothers and sisters were brought in, as Dr. Lyman said, when they got off at the platform, there was a train station motif here. There were a ticket stand, and there was benches and so on. But what they also were greeted with were SS guards and Sonderkommando with attack dogs. And the prisoners literally had to run for their lives. Run for their lives and run towards their death. Dr. Lyman said it took minutes for this process to unfold. Prisoners that were in a stupor because they were on a train with no air, no water, no comfort, were aroused from their slumber as the train doors opened up, and they were screamed at, they were beaten, thoughts were sent to attack them, and they headed in this direction. And there was only one purpose: you're running to your death. Very, very few were pulled out to serve in the Sonderkommando, and they eventually were also sent to their death. When you walk up to this monument, you're going to see a lot of tombstones, memorial stones, representing, and on the stones are written different towns, shtetl, countries of the victims that were sent here. Different signs say 800,000, 900,000. The numbers are astronomical. They lose their meaning because you throw them around like statistics. These were our grandparents, our uncles, our aunts, our great-grandparents.
The memorial consists of a large open area of jagged stones of various sizes just scattered about. Some of them, seemingly at random, have names of places, and on some rare occasions even people, like the stone commemorating the heroic Janusz Korczak, also known by his birth name Henryk Goldschmidt, and the children, because he famously went to Treblinka with the orphans under his care. And the whole field is dominated by this massive structure in the middle that has this big crack right through its center that looks from not too far away like it's an escape route. It's a path out. But when you get up close to it, you see that it's just as sealed off as everything else. And the experience of walking through this field of jagged stones just amplifies the sense of the tremendous loss, the incredible demographic impact of the Nazi onslaught on the Jewish people in the Holocaust. It's like kind of an overwhelming experience in deeply moving. The field of stones is transected at strange angles by these lines that run throughout it, and they don't seem to have any direct purpose or direction other than the fact that they seem to know where they're going, as if there's an inalterable force that is organizing all of this random destruction represented by the upright obelisks. And it's a very unsettling feeling to step through all of this, especially when you hear in the background the sounds of nature and a beautiful day. It's so boring.
What's good, son? Can you hear me? Big phones.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, my friend. How are you?
Not too bad. Not too bad. This drunk.
Excellent. How'd you find out about me?
From Twitter.
From Twitter. Oh, excellent. From the UAE Falconry and Finance.
Yeah, no. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Excellent. Do you mind if I tell you about?
Again, sorry?
Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Sure, yeah.
Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so since the pandemic, more than 3.5 years. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
Yes.
Excellent. Well, that's what I do. Data is, according to The Economist magazine, Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data than any person ever. Hey, what's going on, Miss Aquarius? How are you doing?
Good, how are you?
I'm well. You ready to take on the day?
Yeah.
All right, go hit it hard, girl. We'll see you tonight. God willing, we'll play our game, okay?
Alrighty, say goodnight.
Take care.
Yeah, you too.
Well, no, actually, I logged in before you were asleep.
Yeah.
This morning.
That's what I do. I got to sleep sometimes. So I have
How have you been doing this, bro?
more than 3.5 years since the pandemic. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever.
Wow.
I have more social media than any person ever. I have over 100 YouTube channels, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. I'm the most archived individual ever. And The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived than any person ever, which may make me a very influential person someday. And if that happens, I'm going to help you. I'm going to help your friends. I'm going to help your family all become independently wealthy if you're not already. I'm going to help you to create generational wealth. And I want to ensure that you're able to have enough money to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound, Bigfoot Jones?
Yeah, that sounds great. Out of curiosity, when you have to go out to the shops or the bathroom, etc., are you still on camera then?
Yeah, so I have streamed my bowel movements, and I have streamed outside. I've streamed myself in the shower. I like to sing in the shower, but really, it's kind of the same old when I do it. So I don't necessarily stream every single time I go to the bathroom, but I do stream it. The other issue is YouTube doesn't like that content, so I have to upload it to like Instagram or somewhere else. But yeah, I do my best to archive absolutely every aspect of my life, including eating, including drinking, including sleeping, as you know, and just entertaining and playing games and all those other things. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, downtown Los Angeles, Disneyland, basically everywhere in Southern California.
Yeah, right. Wow.
I do.
Incredible. Incredible.
Thank.
I don't know. I feel like I've barely spoken on the internet for 20 years. So it's
Well, I was like.
I came on before, but I was too like almost too didn't want to speak. It was too unnatural for me.
% I understand. I didn't speak on the internet for 20 years myself until the pandemic, really, where many of the classes I was taking went virtual and positioned as a project management professional went remote. So I was already live streaming my life between 8 and 16 hours a day. And I just figured, you know what, if I'm going to be already on camera this much, why not just do it all the time? So you can literally go back basically every single day of my life since the pandemic, almost close to 4 years now, and see what I was doing. But not just that, know what was going on in the world, utilizing, I keep radio going all the time that has news updates. So it's essentially a time capsule of human society, a time capsule of human experience, and like a timeline for the world. And I think it's really exciting that we have this much data. I know that it's going to perhaps not just have an impact on my life, but perhaps for people in the future. It's essentially what somebody would have done 100 years ago as a diarist or a journalist, but instead I am like just doing it virtually.
Yeah, very cool, man. I noticed that when you were sleeping, you had two sounds. So, like, I think you were listening to the news and something else.
Yeah. So definitely the news and perhaps the podcast that I have here or on the screen. The screen, I like to listen to Jewish history lectures. This was a podcast just from just a random one that I had pulled up. But yeah, I do my best to have as much media on this as possible because I want it to be a compilation of all of the world's media. So I've listened to every major music album on this stream and sang them, basically every major song. I have listened to every audiobook, watched every major motion picture and every television series from the Western world on this stream. So that basically in the future with AI, it'll be able to dissect to all of it. And I think it'll be very important for people in the future. I do this because I want to end world wars everywhere. I'm about peace. Additionally, I with people who are hungry. And so through ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, and cloud seeding. I think those are some solutions to the problems that we have, particularly with hunger. And with ending world thirst, I am sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations such as Nigeria. I want to keep those types of projects going. I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program, and most importantly, desalination technology, pumping Earth's water, pumping Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. So this gives you a platform to be able to discuss those topics, and then just general positivity. I talk about other things that when I go viral, I know are going to change the world, particularly with futurology subjects, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster travel, faster than light communication, quantum computing, cryptocurrency, things like de-extinction technology. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as...
Sorry to interrupt.
You okay?
Sorry, can you repeat that last one?
Yeah, so in 2003, the first successful de-extinction took place. It was of a Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Yeah, no, of course.
southern France.
Yeah, maybe
Fast forward to the year
keep going.
2020, company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded, known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next few years, by the year 2021, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth to the Arctic circle and Asian elephant hybrids, which is a mind-blowing goal. They recently made headlines with their dire wolves that they introduced. Joe Rogan has met them. They're about a year. There are at least 3 of us of right now. I'm additionally an advocate for their other projects, which is reintroducing the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. I think these are really exciting things that we're going to be able to witness. Additionally, some things that I talk about that are going to help you if you want, and this is all with your consent. So I don't want anything to happen to you if you don't consent to it, or anyone else who watches my stream for that matter. But if you want, you should know that I talk a lot about life extension, and I want to give you the finances that you need to extend what was when you were born the average life expectancy for you of about age 80 to age 100, 120 through the use of technology such as oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, things like nootropics, cryonics, cryogenics, things like perhaps cold shock therapy, ambrosia therapy. Really want to get you up to 120 years old, but you may say, Rabbi, I've had a really, I don't want it to end. What do you got for me next? And the next type of technology I like to discuss is what's called mind-blowing technology. This is the idea, again, with your consent. If you want, we can scan your brain into a computer, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download as an android, a cybernetic being, yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you, big.
I've thought a lot about that.
Yeah.
Like, let's say, for instance, that it was possible to scan someone's brain. I suppose what will be, it's, the same person that For instance, it's the same, the teleportation problem. Are you the same person as the one who teleported through the teleport, or are you just a collection of different electrons which can really accurately mimic the person who on the other side was killed? Do you know what I'm saying?
Absolutely, yeah. So this goes to something known as the ship of Theseus paradox, which means it's the idea. It's the idea that you have a ship in a dock, and you take that ship apart piece by piece and rebuild a ship right next to it. Is it the same ship or is it a different ship? You tell me.
Yeah, it's a very good question. Myself, I would be very afraid to go to a teleporter, for instance.
That's okay. Because if you do that, if you do that, essentially you have to kill yourself.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And you have to have a lot of trust. You have to have a lot of trust in the system that it doesn't glitch, and that you will end up exactly replicated on the other side.
Yeah, for sure. I'm extremely interested in it. I follow that dude, what's his name? Brian. Sorry, maybe a mind blank here. Brian Johnston.
It's okay. Excellent.
But one of the things I would worry about is how he's a billionaire, obviously.
Right.
And not everyone can get that plasma sort of changed out. If they're sort of, relatively working class, I guess.
Right. That's ambrosia therapy. And this isn't going to be for everyone. Unfortunately, I'd love to be able to tell you, Bigfoot Jones, that I'd be able to help every single person in the world with all of these issues. I'm just one person. I know that I will be able to help a huge contingent of the population, perhaps as many as 10 to 20% of the world. But I know that I'm not going to be able to help everyone. But I do want to create more of an equal playing field for the globe and allow some people who previously wouldn't have had these opportunities available to them to actually be able to take advantage of them.
I'm looking through your about. It's very comprehensive.
Absolutely.
The digital twins technology. I don't actually. could I ask what that is? Is this related to what we're talking about?
Can you repeat that?
Sorry. I was just looking through the list in your various interests.
Right.
What is digital twins technology?
Oh, okay. So as I understand, there's the idea, and this is an idea in futurology, and let me make sure that we get exactly what we're talking about correct. And I utilize AI on a daily basis, and I've been using AI since at least large language models were introduced November 30th, 2022. And so, at least in this case, we're talking a futurology idea where you can have a virtual replica of a physical object available to you. Essentially, this replica would be updated in real time or other inputs, allowing it to mirror your behavior and performance in a real world counterpart. So, in simple terms, this is like a digital twin, a living, breathing simulation self or of something else in the world. How it works: sensors collect data from a physical object, like a machine building or even a human, is sent to the digital model. The model uses this data to simulate, analyze, and predict what's happening with real world objects. So, for instance, in manufacturing, the real world object might be a jet engine or a factory robot. And what a digital twin could do is monitor wear, predict the failure, and optimize repairs. So, I mean, just in these terms, you could have a Boeing 747, or maybe it's a 947, or wherever it is in the future, have a digital twin of the engines and know when the engines are experiencing friction or may have a higher likelihood to have failure because it has a real world exact twin that is being replicated. In healthcare, you could have a patient and model disease progression or treatment outcomes. For a car, you could test performance or schedule maintenance. All of these things are an idea of digital twin technology. Make sense?
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, no, absolutely, 100%. Hey, by the way, you know how he's one of the questions here I can see. What's the most pleasant sounding accent? Upper Midwest. That's what you asked.
Yeah, that's kind of
what happened to the North? Yeah.
That's kind
what
of
about the North Atlantic accent?
So this is a great question. By the way, Upper Midwest, kind of a joke that I put in there. I like all accents, but one that I find humorous, I don't know if it's most attractive to me, is that Upper Midwest, don't you know, kind of talk. So the North, um, the Mid Atlantic accent is there's an interesting story behind that. So it was taught in boarding schools, particularly on the East Coast, a type of anti-accent. Basically, people from the South could send their children there. People from Brooklyn, people from New York City, people from the Northeast, and they would teach a type of English that was considered neutral, particularly to both an American and a British audience. Because those types of boarding schools are by the wayside, the type of accent is no longer as prevalent, but you do have this type of accent. People like Audrey Hepburn had it, Kat Hepburn had it, Kelsey Grammer has it. It's not British, it's American, but it does have this proper type of and proper type of usage, or at least proper sounding. So it was basically a way for Americans to be able to give their children a neutral accent to sometimes even disguise from where they were originally.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, I had read that. I truly love that accent, though. It's a real shame. Where are you from, by the way?
I'm based out of California.
Oh, okay. I'm from Australia. So it's not time for me.
Excellent. Somebody from Australia. I've had this feeling. I had a dream many years ago. Not many, but like 4 years ago, that somebody from Australia was going to see what I did on Twitter, and I was going to go visit them. So you might be that person. I do from Australia in here. But basically, I had a dream 4 years ago, and it was a very powerful dream. And basically, in the dream, it was like you're going to be the most documented person in the world, and somebody's going to post something about you on Twitter. Somebody's going to, and what's going to excite them is reading my about section, exactly what you just said. So it may be you, it may be somebody else, or it could have just been a dream. But I do talk about a lot of things that I think are going to change the world. One of the things that the falconry person, UAE falconry, discussed was Santa Claus machines. I think this is something that's fascinating. The idea it's like a replicator, basically like a 3D printer, but instead of using plastic, you can use any element. And these are things that are going to come to fruition while you're alive and while I'm alive. If you've never heard the term Santa Claus machines, that's something that certainly is going to come to fruition. And I know
I've never heard that term before. I saw it on his post.
Yeah.
So I was curious. I was quite curious about it. But did you actually speak to him on Discord? Or?
Oh yeah, definitely. We spoke at length for like 2 hours.
Oh right, wow. Yeah, he's an interesting character. I've never spoken to him myself, but I love his Twitter feed.
Yeah. So essentially, as I consider Santa Claus machine, imagine a periodic table of elements having like almost like atoms built up, where that could basically print anything that you want. It's currently, it's an emerging technology, but it could give you anything that you want instantly and for. So what are we talking about? It is a device that makes anything you wish: food, tools, technology. It requires no effort, and it has no limits in what it can create. It's essentially a 3D printer combined with AI. So where does it come from? It was popularized by a science fiction writer known as Werner Vinge, and what he discussed this idea that you could have this machine that solve issues in economics, labor, and value, and it helps us explore a utopian and dystopian futures. One of the issues that UAE Falcon brought up to me yesterday was, well, Rabbi, couldn't you create like a nuclear bomb with this? And yeah, you could theoretically, but here's the thing: just like you have copy machines that if you try to put currency on them, it will not print those out. You could have other limitations on a 3D printer that wouldn't allow you to make ammunition or firearms or nuclear weapons, those types of things. This concept has been explored within like popular media with Star Wars. It's been known as a replicator, which in that it would instantly create food and objects from energy. It has been thought of as also something like post-scarcity, an idea of post-scarcity, a world where entire goods and services are free and abundant. And I don't feel it's that far away. One thing before we continue on this, we talked about mind uploading. They're already experimenting with mice and being able to transfer memories of mice. If they're already doing that within the next 10 years, we may start to lead into things like mind uploading with humans, with people who volunteer for this. I mean, when I started this stream, the idea of brain-computer interfaces was seen as science fiction, but we had the first successful brain-computer interface through a man named, his name is Nolan Aspro. He's a quadriplegic person who can play a video game better than both you and I combined. And the reason why he's able to do that is because it's a brain-computer interface that essentially allows him to move a cursor can move it with their hands. And he does this all without use of his hands or legs. And we've had then the second Neuralink implant be created. Now we're at half a dozen of them, and they've even created a helmet that allows you to use a computer cursor without needing any type of implant. We're already moving that quickly. That was science fiction when I started this stream, and now it's absolute science fact. And moving into a Santa Claus machine, when people start to hear this, the name alone is going to make people excited. Hey, did you know that there's a rabbi who streams their life 24/7, and they talk about all this futuristic technology, and one of the things is called the Santa Claus machine? Oh, what's that? It's essentially a replicator that you would see in Star Trek, but it allows you to make anything that you want. It's essentially a 3D printer that utilizes AI and the periodic table of elements to be able to create anything that your heart desires, all for free and instantly. That's going to change the world itself. And many of these topics.
Oh my god! I mean, of course. I mean, like I really like, especially like years ago, I was, very much into sort of these sort of, futurism, transhumanism, and so on and so forth.
Absolutely.
But as we get closer and closer, I'm kind of getting a bit cynical, I'm afraid, because I keep just thinking that one, it would be sort of encaptured by the ultra wealthy or people who have bad intent. So you seem to have very sort of, as do I, have sort of are an optimist, but there are so many sort of bad people in the world who have access to these technologies who might be the first early adopters of these technologies who are going to sort of turn it to bad ends. What do you say about that?
Absolutely. So I think that I give those people, let's talk about who runs the world, who we're talking about. We're talking about the Astor family, the Bundy family, the Collins family, the Carnegie family, the DuPont family, the Lee family, the Merovingian bloodline, the Rockefeller family, my family, the Rothschild family, the Reynolds family, the Russell family, the Van Dunn family, the House of Windsor, and the Vanderbilt family. These families, we run the world. Now, do I run the world personally? No. But I am a descendant of people who are associated with these families and essentially can help as a leader to be able to say, look, not just to our families, but to the world. We won. It's game over. Okay. Now it's time for us to share the winnings with the world. That doesn't mean necessarily absolutely every person's going to be able to take advantage of them. But if I can show these families that they still have an opportunity to stay on top with whatever the future of the governments are and the future of science is, but to share the wealth a little bit and to make it so that they can walk in public, not get heckled and get attacked, that's going to be the best worlds. So they don't have to walk around with armed security all the time, or they don't have to live in a fenced-in castle, that they're able to live a normal life, which many of them have been unable to do because of who they are in society. These are opportunities as well that are really going to be attract people because they are going to want to take advantage of them themselves, and to know that they are included, that these 13 or so families included at the apex of society, but that there will be other people there, including the Council of 300 and other families, to be able to help support them, is a very exciting premise. Now, do I think that...
Sorry,
Go ahead.
I'm following you. So who are the Council of 300?
Sure. So aside from those 13 families, these are the other ruling families of the world, including the House of Saud, the Queen Beatrix of the Netherlands. This is the Prince of Monaco. This gets into dynasties like the Pillsbury family and the Phillips family.
By the way, could I ask one thing, actually?
Go ahead.
It's actually occurred to me, but it seems very sort of, the 13 families, as you said, the Council of 300, the names that you listed.
Sure.
They're very sort of European-centric. Are there any sort of South African, say, Australian, Japanese, Chinese?
Yeah, so
involved?
Absolutely. So the Lee family, Chinese, and so they were essentially very powerful during the if you know who Li Ka-shing is, he was the wealthiest Asian for many years prior to his death. When it comes to South Africa, absolutely. In fact, some of my closest friends rabbinically are South African people. My shul, my synagogue is South African. Many of the people in both of the synagogues of which I'm a member are South African. So that would be and also Rhodesia, if you're familiar with that, it's now Tanzania. Those families are very intertwined with these other families, so including the Oppenheimer family, the Rhodes family, if you know about De Beers and the Diamond Cartel. These are controlled. I mean, I am a very close friend of a Rabbi Yehuda Oppenheimer. He lives in Israel now, but these families are families that I think I will be able, or I'm sure I'll be able to unite. From a South Africa and road perspective, they're certainly involved. Now, in terms of America, Rockefellers.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. You're okay.
Okay, the Lee family is Chinese.
Yeah.
I suppose. Well, I'm curious. A lot of Jewish people. There seems to be a lot of English people.
That's correct.
A lot of Americans.
But also Christian people and Muslim people. This is of all people.
Yeah. So the House of Saud you mentioned.
Absolutely, the Kuwaiti dynasties, the Emirates. Absolutely. Yeah, not that. That's newer money. But really, I believe his name is. He's the king of and his name is escaping. I think it was Carlos or Charles. But really, South America is new to this. Probably the most relevant person who you would know in either Central or South America is a man named his name Carlos Slim. Do you know who Carlos Slim is?
Oh, sure. He's a mobile from Mexico.
Right, from so yeah, and generally it's not anything against South America. It's just newer. It's been discovered newer. These dynasties didn't start there. They started generally in Europe.
Yeah, that's really true. Of course.
Exactly. But that doesn't mean that the people there aren't going to be helped. That doesn't mean that the people there aren't. And so what do I mean? I'm like, the things that I talk about are mega projects. Let's just say it wasn't just there were 1 million people. We would be able to talk about mega projects. Hey, let's do what we can to build what's known as the Pan-American Highway. It's already been built from basically the tip of Argentina to Colombia. And there is about 90 miles between Colombia and Panama, known as the Darien Gap, that need to be closed. If we were able to close that, you would be able to drive from Los Angeles to Buenos Aires or from New York to Rio de Janeiro. Now, you may have to build some bridges in there, especially because it can be problematic, but that takes care of North and South America, just 90 miles, and that's not that far. Now, the major connection of which I'm an advocate, in addition to the Darien Gap, probably more so, is a straight tunnel. So that connects Asia to North America through a tunnel system underneath the Bering Strait. It's 51 miles. It's not that much. But if we were able to bridge, to tunnel using a company like Elon Musk's boring company or another type of tunneling company, if we were able to bridge that, or I don't even want to use the term bridge because it's not a bridge, but tunnel through that, you would be able to drive from New York City to Cape Town. You would be able to drive from Rio de Janeiro to Paris. This will do a lot for the world. And no one's talking about these types of big projects. We're too focused on that which divides us. And I understand there's a lot that divides us, but I'm about uniting people, and I'm about promoting that which unites us. These types of projects would change the world. Other things that would change the world, a space elevator, so that we don't have to keep pushing rockets to space. And essentially, a space elevator is just essentially a chain that is in orbit that allows you send goods and cargo into space without the need of a rocket system. There's already one of the things that I talk about is something known as space tourism, which has been started with Blue Origin and SpaceX. But there's already a discussion to have a space hotel in orbit. And one of the ways that people may be able to get there is through a tethered system, which is known as a space elevator. These are things that you just don't hear anybody talking about, and they're things that I've been talking about for years on camera, and I think will be very exciting to the people of the world when they hear them.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, the space elevator I've sort of thought about for many years. I mean, technically it's very challenging, but realistically, can it happen?
Yeah,
I'm not sure, but
there is. So the big issue with this is the tensile strength of of the fiber that you use,
exactly, yeah.
and so we just need improvements in carbon fiber, that you can create even stronger carbon fiber than we currently have. Just a moment, and I'll get you the answer. Yo, dog, what is the type of carbon fiber that you make it to be able to create a base elevator? So this is really a big move in material science, and it's next level carbon fiber. So you use carbon nanotubes and ribbons, which are ultra strong, ultra light materials, far beyond normal composites. Why carbon nanotubes? They're 50 to 100 stronger than steel. They're 1/6 the weight of steel. Their strength to weight ratio is unbeatable, and that's what matters for something hanging from orbit. To support a space elevator, you would need a material with the tensile strength of at least 50 to 100 gigapascals. Steel and regular carbon fiber tap out at 2, so it's going to be a lot stronger than that. And carbon nanotubes and graphene can go way beyond that, theoretically up to 130 gigapascals. So how do we do this? We use carbon vapor deposition it's known as CVD. You heat up carbon gas and grow nanotubes on a substrate. It sounds easy, but making the long defect-free CNTs is incredibly hard. But here's the thing: we have AI that can help to oversee all of this to ensure it's done absolutely perfectly. And we didn't have this 50 years ago, 10 years ago, or even 5 years ago like we do today. And then you spin them into a cable.
Well, I suspect that it might be some sort of future materials technology that we don't even know yet. There could be carbon nanotubes. We never know.
That's what it is. That's what it is. I mean, science fiction writers have talked about that. Engineers talk about that. That's what it is. And these things are starting to be able to be created in laboratories. And once we have them, you spin them into a cable. You bundle the nanotubes into aligned threads or ribbons. The techniques include wet spinning, dry spinning, and force pulling. A problem exists where spun CNT cables often have gaps, twists, and weak points that drastically reduce their strength. However, with AI, we can have all of this overseen and ensure that we are able to fix any issues that they have. You layer these CNT threads into a mega ribbon that's thin but crazy. And then what you can do with the space design constraints, stretch from the equator up to geostationary orbit, and it needs a counterweight beyond that. The base must be a stable equatorial platform like the ocean or land near Ecuador. But we're getting there, and you might be able to see that within the next 20, 30, 40 years. And that's an amazing accomplishment. I mean, we're talking about being able to take people into space safely. Not that we can't already do that with rockets. We can already do that with rockets, but this would allow for major buildings to be done into space.
Hey, Rabbi, soon I have to go and make some dinner myself. But can I ask one more question?
Absolutely.
So 13 families, the Council of 300. Where does Russia and Putin fit into all of that?
Yeah, so he would probably be towards the lower end of the top 1,000 people, wealthiest individuals in the world. And when you look into these things, they become dynasties. So who are we talking about? We're talking about Putin. We're talking about Musk. We're talking about Bill Gates, Bezos, but they aren't the richest people in the, as you're probably where there are dynasties that have been around for hundreds of years that are wealthier. However, they are major players in the public eye. So if you're asking where would Putin fall, his net worth is not publicly. Well, they'll billion, perhaps as much as 20 billion, but he's probably has about $100 in holdings, which in the top 20 or so wealthiest individuals known. But in terms of 1,000 people in the world, that number 950 to 980 or so.
But he's like, okay, so, oh man, I mean, there's so much to cover. Yeah, right. Well, look, hey man, hey, Rabbi, I should probably go. It's getting quite kind of late.
That's okay.
Maybe I'll drop by in the next few days,
Absolutely,
week or whatever. Say today.
Absolutely. You're always welcome. All I ask, please just tell your friends, okay?
Oh, sure. Yeah, I will.
Wonderful.
I will tell my friends.
Excellent. Take care, my friend. Peace.
Yeah, you too. See you, Rabbi.
Pleasure to meet you. Take care, Bigfoot Jones.
Definitely. Thank you. Yeah, no worries. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, I'm taking the stove. But if there's
shy, he's not going next.
if there's only three of yes, I
He's
would
going
get
in this
far
room.
away. If I'm in the third one, you go to the first one. That's universally known.
Yes.
If you pick the second one, you wanna suck me off. That's the international rule of hey, I wanna
It
suck
is
you off.
called.
If somebody did, if you were paid later on
It comes to my mind when I go to houses at Canary or any of these things. We came in, we're going to leave. All those who came here, we never leave. Well, boys and girls, and by it's just there ain't some base. If we're Ashkenazim here, it's impossible not to have some relative here. You may not know who the relative is, but we have distant relatives, whether in Auschwitz, here, wherever it may be. It's impossible that you don't have some cousin, some ancestor that died here. So everyone has a personal effect. In these camps, there are 700 to 900,000, 100,000, a billion people who died. So I guess the thought is that we're going to leave. Result. What is first will be alive. How many parents died and his descendants? The end of the line. So if we're survivors, there must be some reason that we're here and we're able to do things that they couldn't do, wish to do, but will never be able to do. So we have to learn a little bit. We have to do some mitzvahs. We have to do chassadim, maybe a little more than we would do just for ourselves. But we have to make up in some sense. Walk out and be a better you when you walk out.
I'm saying Es nishmas hakedoshim v'hatahorim shehom so v'shenego v'shenishchato v'shenishrafu v'shenifu v'shenechniku al kibush Hashem al yidei atzar v'agermani v'ozreihem yimach shemam v'zichram Bavo Shebli Neder Etein Stock Vilam Misar V'Arastova She'ili Nishmei Seihem Sheganei Den Tehei Menuchasam Lochein Balarachamim, Yastirein, V'seisek Nofav, Li'olamim, Yitzror, Vitzror, HaChayim, Eshish Meiseihem, Adonai, Hu Nachal Osom, Yenuhu, Shalom, Nishkevei Seihem, V'neimar, Amen.
I hear a branch break. So I look over. It's a guy, and he's walking.
Here I am in Simna. This is my ancestral homeland in Lithuania, in the Alytus district. This is the first time any member of our family has been back here in 100 years, since my grandmother left, and I'm very much looking forward to seeing the streets where she grew up and where all of my family is from in Lithuania. I'm at the top of the town square right now, and I'm going to do a 360 so you can get a sense of where the shul is located in terms of the town. You can see this cobblestone area behind me is the old medieval town square. This town is over 500 years old, and Jews were here at least 400 of those years. So this is the grand expanse of downtown. You can see right to the very end of it, and just scoping around behind me, that's the other end of it, and it stops there. And there's this big, rather new municipal building built in the 1990s, 2000s perhaps, after the EU. And then there is the old synagogue. And you can see how prominent it would be in the overall geography of this little shtetl, that just right off the main square, at the other end of the street from the church. Very typical to have church on one end of town, and if you find the church, you just go to the other end of town. That's where synagogue will be located. Very, very prominent, closely related to the actual town market, and closely related to the Jewish stores in the neighborhood. So one of the things that my grandmother always used to talk about was how when she was a little girl, the peasants would come into Simnas from their villages, and they would come to my great-grandfather's house, and they would change their clothes there. They would take off their traveling clothes and their heavy, muddy boots. She specifically remembered muddy boots, and they would leave them in her house when they went to this church back here. So if we think about that, it's hard to tell, but perhaps my grandmother somewhere along this street, or maybe down further behind me, but we have no idea which house it would have been, or even if the house is existing. So, but this is the end of the street is basically where the large building is, correct? Yes. And the other end of the street is basically just past the church a little bit. Yeah, so the main street's probably about 3 kilometers long at the most. So it's this one big street. The street's coming off like this. The very grand building. This, and the other day, 1902. Yeah.
Like synagogue style.
Yeah. This is this shul that family would have done in. My grandmother left built in 1905. So it's a synagogue. Here's that the windows were clicked over. I think that's the mayor who's come with the key to let us go into the building. Hello. Henry. Приемно вас. По-русски, по-украинскому легкий, чем английский. Владис, окей, приемно.
Сегодня у нас этого города, еще эти поселки.
Це дуже цікаво, дуже прекрасно.
No to ja też. Ja to
So
United American Asylum, I say we need to get to some beginning. Anything, you're okay, get out of people in the like a mouse.
It's, as we're trying to communicate with my broken Russian, you can see that there's some archival features that remain. I mean, compared to the looks like the original houses that are, most of them are wood. Wow. I'm inside this world that my family diving. Just see one side. Let's see if there's a mezuzah marking. Maybe.
No, this is like maybe the new entrance.
Yeah. So now it has been transformed into a kind of a sports room, because these spaces were still, valuable to the Soviets, that they could use one another. The ceiling is probably not original too, right? The ceiling was probably... Yeah. Which way is east? Do you know?
East.
So the Aron Kodesh would have been where the goal is right now. So this is behind me would have been Mizrach, where right now is where there would have been an Aron Kodesh, and now of course there's a kind of a basketball back and like a indoor soccer goal. Gives me a certain amount of Agnes Nefesh to be in here and imagine what this meant to Oli when it was active and functioning. There's some sense of the depth of the loss over the last century. Okay. So this probably would have been a gallery, the women's gallery. This is a sauna, right? For heat? Or just the smell of the wood? Yeah. But what would they do? What was done here? So yeah. In here too. Oh, for exercise. Okay. So it's covered. But Ezrat Nashim, this is where the women would sit originally? Or they built new walls? And there was like a balcony here where these close here and move А почему закрыты такие? Why do we close them?
They changed the solar plants. But when the nose one, they decided to close them and switch.
They kept the It kept the shape of the arch.
Yes, at least.
Yeah.
Nästa formenslikar. Islikar. Varför kan jag förstå?
Okay. Maybe someone will renovate this sometime.
You know,
Bring it back, restore it.
Yes, it will be in future. Next time you will come, it will be.
Is this with the original ceiling up there?
That's the chimney, the chimney was it.
Oh, I see. And this maybe was small room for the rabbi or something?
It was administration, it was a school.
Use it for a school.
That's
Okay. And what does this word mean? Usada? Wrestling, huh? Okay. I'd like to say a small prayer in here, if I may. Just in here. Yeah. Just 1 minute. One minute. Thank you. Kivisharan kifsad nafshi, v'vidbaro hochalti. Nafshi lado noi mishomrim laboker, shomrim laboker. Yachel Yisrael el Adonai, Ki'im Adonai achesed, v'harbe im asidus. Yehu yivte Yisrael mikol ha'mashav.
He said some other substance that's cheaper. Sugar babies.
אחינו כל בישראל, הנמצאים בצער בשביה, העומדים בין בים ובין ביבשה. המקום ירחם עליהם, יוצאים מצרה לברכה, ומאחר לאורה, ומשיבו לגאולה. השתה, בהגרה, בזמן חיוב, ונאמר אמן.
Straight up caramel. It's pretty good. Do they even? I don't even know if they still make those things anymore. Probably like a cracker.
So what I learned is that, after the war, the Soviets took advantage of this large open space, and they made it originally into like essentially a kind of a city hall because it was a prominent, unfortunately empty structure. And then when they built this building next to it, which is more grand, my guide calls it a palace, that's their new municipal center, and that's when they switched the synagogue into and we should bear in mind that, although it is distressing to see a synagogue turn into a sports hall, and in some ways it's actually preserved the structure, because if it was completely abandoned, and people would be coming in here and kids would be messing around with it and building bonfires inside and things like that. At least in use as a sports hall, it meant that the roof was maintained and the outer shell was maintained, and then now it is ready for someone to finance for renovation, so that it can be preserved as part of the cultural heritage. So it appears that this open field behind me, which is really just a 3-minute walk from the center of town, is the area of the Jewish cemetery. As you can see, there's no more matzevos, no more gravestones. They have all been taken away and repurposed by the locals, the various building foundations, things like that. But this was the cemetery that would have been used for priests. Until this point, I had seen everything that I had expected to see that conformed to my research in advance of what was available in the town. The last part of the trip was going out to the killing site where the auxiliary Lithuanians, together with some members of the Eindhoven, murdered my family. And what I did not expect was the sudden realization that I was actually traveling along the same route that they must have walked from town. It's about 6 kilometers, so somewhere in the neighborhood of a 45-minute walk. And I turned on my camera to record it and what it must have been like. Now, we were traveling in an air-conditioned Volvo to get there, so it would have been a very different experience, obviously, for them. But I tried to meditate on what it must have been like for them to take these last steps with dread and fear of what would be at the other end of this connection. At several points, technology seemed to be warning us against what we were doing. We came up to a very, very narrow sort of tunnel under looks like a railway or something that I think was more appropriate for a horse and cart, and it wasn't clear if the Volvo would make it through. And then it was sending off all kinds of warning sounds. And then when we got to a certain point, going from a paved road to the dirt road to a rough single road to finally, the GPS just stopped. The line was called an unnamed road. But we could see on the GPS that it was some distance off, but there was no way to get there. Obviously, their only on foot was if the GPS was saying to us, you have to leave everything behind in order to experience what you're about to experience. Yeah, go back there. Yeah, we're getting close to it. Yeah. Okay, дякую. Once again, I was assaulted with the similarity of where I was to memories of my childhood in Ontario. The pine trees and the smell of the needle sap, and there was a huge number of black foxes that were huge. They were the size of, like small cats. And they were buzzing around my head like the Luftwaffe as I made my way through the clearing ahead.
These texts here, they are from the early Soviet times.
I understand.
And they are totally incorrect because what is confirmed that he the graves are of 414
414.
Old people, men, women, children who were had to walk the same way we did now.
I was thinking about that.
Yes, so undressed and the worst white, and they were taken here to this remote place, well, just 3 kilometers from Simna's homes, native places, and that just were already there back before that. So they were shot here in this place. That was September 12th, 1941.
September 12th, 1941.
And well, the shootings, the group of Lithuanian murderers from Kaunas came, led by officers from North. There were several Germans as well participating in organizing, and some people were taken from Simnas, locals, Lithuanians, forced to dig later or to bury them. And they saw that the land was moving still, and the shootings were continuing, shooting them buried alive. So that's the facts, the numbers of the victims 414, which is mentioned in the Jäger's report. Yes, exactly 68 men, 197 women, 109 children, because men, before 160 of them were killed in Alytus. Before, usually they killed the people who could resist the fight, and then later the rest. So that's the place, the massive graves of the people, Jews from Simnas. The monument from 1965, made by Lithuanian artist. Mother in pain lost her children. So that's the murder site of Jews from Simnas.
Give me a minute, yeah, please. Thank you. Thank you for that information. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I am so delighted to be speaking today with my colleague, Dr. Schneier Lyman, who is one of the great names, the visionaries. He doesn't like when I talk about him like this, but one of the great names in the history of the Jews of Eastern Europe, in particular, rabbinic history. He knows so much about the yeshivas and about the Hasidic dynasties, and it's just going to be such a fantastic experience to visit Poland and Lithuania with Dr. Lyman and hear so much of his wisdom about this remarkable civilization that existed for 1,000 years in Eastern Europe. So I just want to have a brief conversation with Dr. Lyman. Can you tell us what's on your mind about this trip? What are you thinking about?
Well, first, Professor Robinson, I want to make it very clear that it's a great honor for me to be traveling together with you. On behalf of Tour University, this visit to Poland and Lithuania, you are a distinguished scholar and historian, world traveler, and I hope to learn a lot from you and from the group that will join us on our trip. I think it's very important to make such a trip for Jews to visit the sites of where Jews once lived and thrived and learn from the history of those Jewish communities. So I thought I might give a small sample, if that's all right with you.
That would be great.
And of the kind of thing that interests me, and hopefully that will interest others as well. The founding father of the Haskalah movement, and very briefly by Haskalah movement, I'm referring to a group that arose in the beginning of the 9th century, lived throughout the 19th century in particular, in Eastern, concerned with Haskalah in Lithuania, and specifically in Vilna. So that began to thrive early in the 19th century, and the founding father of that movement, who I'm going to talk about, his name was Mordechai Aaron Ginsburg. Marlon Ginsburg. And he was the founding model, the father of all the other Maskilim, and he did Vilna in November of 1806.
Quick question.
Sure.
If I hear the phrase founding father of the Haskalah, I would immediately say Moses Mendelssohn.
Right. So I'm referring to the founding father of the Haskalah in Eastern Europe. Moses Mendelssohn certainly be considered as the founding father of Haskalah in general, but only
Okay, sure thing.
but it didn't make its way to Eastern Europe, and certainly not to Vilna until the beginning of the 19th century.
Okay, fascinating. And Mendelssohn, of course, died, I think, in 1786. So
Yes.
it took a few decades before it made its impact.
That's right. There are people who are called in Hebrew Mivasrei Haskalah. Maskilim before Haskalah started. There were such people in the 18th century in Vilna. Very few. They were all medical doctors, actually, but none of them were really masculine. So the Haskalah movement that I'm referring to in Eastern Europe begins at the beginning of the 19th century.
That's very good. Let me just ask you one more question. And this is really for the benefit of my viewing audience. Could you just define Haskalah in a thumbnail definition?
Yeah, that's very difficult. I'll give it a try. Even in general, whether it was Germany, France, or Eastern Europe, first of all, came out of the influence of the Enlightenment. And whatever values the Enlightenment pushed forward, they were interested in those, very specifically rationalism, for example. And they felt that there was some changes that needed to take place in the lives of the Jews in the countries where they live, if they were going to be in the modern world. And the modern world begins with. That's in a nutshell.
Okay, so what kind of?
I'll
let you go.
I'll get to that shortly.
Okay, all right.
So Mordechai Aaron Ginsburg dies, and the Maskilim, his followers. And by the way, we're talking about a very small group of people when we talk about Haskalah in Vilna at the beginning of the 19th century. In 1850 or so, in the entire Pale of Settlement, there were 2,300,000 Jews and not more than 150 masculine. So we're talking about a large minority. In any event, as Jews did in Vilna at the time, they turned to the Maggid of Vilna and asked him to speak at the funeral. And very briefly, before you ask me a question about it, the rabbis in Vilna, after the century, when no chief rabbi was again ever elected, for a variety of reasons, the decision was made that rabbis would never have the title of veteran, which is what we would ordinarily translate as rabbi. Instead, the three rabbi appointed in Vilna received the title Moretet. And
which translates as righteous teacher.
Righteous judge. The point was, they're not of Bet, and they're not the chief rabbi. Only a smaller title, and many rabbis, city with a huge Jewish population, and that sign usually there would be as many as 50 Morer Tzedeks in Vilna. And each Morer Tzedek would have a specific job, or whatever it was. One was an expert in divorce documents, another took care of the mikvah and made sure that everything in the mikvah was kosher, and still another, and many others were in charge of kashrus, and so on. And everyone had the same title, and even the greatest owner in the world, and there was a very great owner in Vilna, who were members of this committee, we'll call it, of Moritz Tzedek. They had the same title, Moritz Tzedek. Of course, everybody recognized who the greater scholars were, but they all had the same title, Moritz Tzedek. One person, among all the rabbis, had a different title, and he was called Moritz Tzedek Magid Meisharim. He was the preacher of Vilna, the Magid of Vilna. And the Magid of Vilna, unlike all the other Moritz Tzedeks, would be the main speaker in the main synagogue, the Grand Synagogue of Vilna, the Knesset HaGadol. And he certainly would speak on all those occasions when any rabbi speaks, Shabbat Shuvah, Shabbos HaGadol, and so on, and on many other occasions too. He spoke fairly regularly. And he would be a very special kind of person, trained to speak publicly. He would entertain, large crowds would come to hear the Maggid of Vilna. There were many famous such Maggidim. One of them, Rabbi Jacob Joseph, became chief rabbi of New York in a much later period. Anyway, so of course they immediately invited, one of the tasks of the Moritz Tzedek Magid Meisharim was that he spoke. He delivered the eulogy, the main usually at any funeral. That was part of his job. And so of course the committee went immediately, family went, and the committee of other Jews, important Jews, they all came to him and told him that they wanted to speak at the funeral. He initially refused, because remember, this was the first Jew in Vilna who agitated for changes in social policy, changes in educational institutions, programs, and so on, that he felt were necessary to somehow advance their status in Russia in particular. Of course, from 1795 on and through the 19th century, Vilna is part of the Russian Empire. They came back with various other rabbis and other important people, all telling the Maggid, we're very sorry, but you're a paid member of our community. We pay you for this. This is your job, and you have to deliver a message. He realized it was a difficult situation, and he had no choice, and he decided to deliver a eulogy. And nothing is impossible for rabbis, if you don't know that yet. And wise and clever. And rabbis using their skills can have East meet West. And he was very good at it. This Maggid, his name was Zalman Ze'ev, but he was known popularly as the Wolf. The Wolf. The Maggid of Vilna, Wolf is the Yiddish Ze'ev. And he got up, and his opening line is a verse from Yeshayahu, the book of Isaiah. Hatzadik avad ve'ein ish sam alei. Tzaddik has died, takes time. Righteous man is perished. Those present at the funeral listening to the opening were shocked. Both the traditionalists and the Maskilim. The traditionalists were shocked that he would use such words to describe this person who just died. And the Maskilim were pleasantly surprised that he had cited this verse. In any event, he says, but this has been a rough year for us in Lithuania. 7 great Jews died this year. 7 great tzaddikim, gaonim. Listed each one, and this one was from Eishishok, and one was from Kovna, and one was from Shavli, all famous rabbis who had died in the previous 12 months. And after he listed the 7 rabbis, then he began one by one delivering eulogies for each of these 7 rabbis. I would say 10, 15-minute eulogies for every one of the 7 rabbis.
I think I see where this is going, but I can't wait.
And then when he got to the end, he said, and now Mordechai Aaron Ginsburg as well. And he closing another famous verse, as many do to this day, and many who do eulogies. Gila, Lovesh, Levetzach, Mocha Hashem, Elokem Dimon, Me'el Kopanim, may death be removed from us entirely, forever, and so on and so forth. And he said that. That was the eulogy that he did. This is incredible. Now, by the way, how do I know? How can I tell you this story? Because all those who will never forget this occasion, as you'll hear. And we have 4 or 5 different accounts. I have to tell you beforehand that the accounts have slight differences. I'm not spending any time on the differences. I'm summary of what happened. That the funeral would be probably in the great synagogue of Vilna, which is where eulogies were held before, as they made their way, as it were, to the cemeteries where the person would be buried. Other Makai Levinson, the greatest of all the Maskilim of all time, a great Hebraeus and someone who moved beyond Mordechai Aaron Ginsburg and became the leader of the Maskilim, especially in Vilna. So his name, and he was a Kohen, Adam HaKohen Levinson. So this could not have been in front of the, had to be in the main synagogue, and the beer would be outside the synagogue. He got up immediately and said he'd like to thank the Maggid Vilna for his wonderful eulogy that he delivered, because for the first time, in the light of this delivery in his life, he understands a series of verses in Scripture that he never understood before. And he began discussing 2 Samuel chapter 1. And 2 Samuel, just to give you the setting, appears right after the first, the end of 1 Samuel. There's a major battle between the Philistines and the Israelites. The Philistines destroyed the Israelites, and King Saul and his son Jonathan were also killed in this battle. And second book of Samuel opens with someone escaping from the battle. Turns out it was an Amalekite, but not important for our purposes. Someone managed to escape the battlefield and comes to David, now will be new king, to inform him about what happened at the battle of at Mount Gilboa, this terrible battle where unfortunately Saul and Jonathan met their deaths. So the Hebrew verse at the beginning of you'll check it on your own, at the beginning of Shmuel Bet, Perek Aleph, the first chapter of 2 Samuel. On the third day, the end of the battle, someone managed to flee, and it says it was a man that came, and he would be the reporter who would report to David what happened. That's in verse 2 of that first chapter. In verse 5, David turns to him and says, Vayomer David el Hanar HaMagid. David turns to him and he says, to the one who after he gave his report, and David turns to him, and now it says he turns not to an ish, he turns to a nar, a fool, or really a young man, who reported the report. Patach Ish, this is what Adam HaKohen Levinson said, Patach Ish, V'siyeh B'nar. When he first came, he was an Ish. All of it, Ish, he's a gever, a manly person. And all of a sudden, the verse says, he was a nar. And he said, the solution to that problem I first understood today, because if you look at the report that this reporter gave, what happens is David asks him, tell me, what happened? What happened in the battle? And his words are, Jews, Israelites were fleeing in all directions. Many Jews died. Many died in this battle. By the way, he said, no nation. And by the way, Saul and Jonathan died. I never understood. How could a man say this? How could anyone say such a thing? We just lost our entire leadership. And somehow that was, of course, that's why David, after David hears the report, David says, oh, this is no, this is anyone who makes what's primary secondary, and what's secondary primary is not he's a nar hamagid. I thank the Maggid of Vilna for clarifying for me these verses in Scripture. And then he went on, of course, to give that his son of McCoy Levinson a beautiful eulogy for Mordecai Aaron, and he sat down. People were very upset with what was going on here. And a Jew got up, not just any Jew, his name was Rabbi Danzig, we know who he was, the son of the famous Rabbi Avraham Danzig, the author of Hayada, who was himself a member of the Moreh Tzedek, as it were, in Vilna. And but the son was a businessman, a wealthy businessman, and his man too, as you will hear, and he got up and he said, I have to get up and speak. I can't let this end with these stations. He said, what we've just witnessed, what we've just seen, what happened here? He said to me, a Jew who did business in furs, used to import furs from Russia and from the east, and some of them in the west. And this Jew in Warsaw, he would be visiting Warsaw, this Jew in Warsaw, his best customer was another Jew in the same business in Berlin. And it happened to be that the Jew in Warsaw was marrying off his daughter, and he invited all his business partners and so on to come to the wedding. So the Berliner came to Warsaw to attend the wedding. In Berlin, they dressed differently than the Jews in Warsaw at this time. You know, in Berlin, they wore like we do, and more or less, most men wore a two-piece suit. In Poland and in Russia, all Jews, all men wore slacks, but above the slacks, not a jacket, but what we would call a kapata, down to almost to their ankles. It's quite sure. He attends the wedding. It's the first time he ever attended a Jewish wedding in Warsaw. And as was the practice, so you would have a batkin, it would be a Jew who would entertain at the wedding. You could call it entertaining, because, but it wasn't just entertaining. He had people laughing and crying at the same time. He would speak about the ancestors of the bride and the ancestors of the groom, and how sorry we are they're not here, and they could die this year, and so on. Everybody would be crying. Then he would begin with all kinds of gematrias and all kinds of entertainment, and you have the people rolling on the floor about how it turns out that the bride and the groom really are equals, because if you just figure out the gematria of words that go with names, it all works out perfectly for each other. This is made in heaven. Anyway, the Berlin Jew was amazing. I'd never seen weddings. Everyone having such a... Went over to the Trinity, asked about what do you charge for such a performance? He told him whatever it was, 25 rubles. So the Berliner said, I happen to be marrying off your daughter in a few months. Here's the date. I will pay you round trip there. I will triple your salary. I want you to perform at this wedding in Berlin. Sure enough, he came on that day to Berlin. And the time came for the Batsim to get up before the bride and groom, and he came, and he did what he always does. He did exactly what he did in Warsaw. He did it in Berlin, only no one understood a word of what he said, because ordinarily a Batsim speaks in Yiddish, and the foggiest thing he was doing. Not only did he not entertain, it basically ruined the wedding. Then everybody's eating at the suda, and Batsi comes over to the father of the bride, and he said, I'd like to get paid. I'm not to get back to Warsaw. And he looks at me and says, you think you're going to get paid? you ruined my wedding. I will pay you nothing. And so there were rabbis still at the wedding and so they found 3 rabbis. They sat down and the rabbis agreed. He has to get back to war, so the Bucks got to settle this matter right. They would hear the arguments of the Bucks and they would hear the arguments of the Jew who made the wedding and decide the issue one way or another. And the decision was that he had to pay the Bucks for the performance after they heard the arguments of both of them. And he won because he gave the credit a wonderful argument. He turned to the rabbi and said, look, he said, I did the same performance that I did in Warsaw. He hired me for what I did in Warsaw. I did it here. I have to tell you what happened. In Warsaw, I always go over to the Chassan, and his name is Chaim. I go over to the Kala, and his name is Leah. Leah, I live in the Makarius. I had no problem. I went over to the Chassan, I asked the Chassan, what's your name? He said, Ignatz. I couldn't spell Ignatz, never mind over the Makarius of Ignatz. I go over to the Kala, I asked her, what's your name? She said, Henrietta. I don't know how to spell it. Henrietta, and I don't know what the Gematria of Henrietta is. I did the best I could on the difficult circumstances. And the doctor said, however, he said, I spent a little more time in Berlin. I'll go to a few more weddings. I'll be just as good about here as I was here. And that's what the rabbis agreed, and they sent him on. And he then said, the rabbi, the village stock market did not cover himself with glory. What happened today at the funeral? There's no question about it. But you have to understand something. He's used to saying eulogies over great rabbis, over great Gaonim. This is the first time to say eulogy over a masculine. He didn't know how to do it. But in Yirtz Hashem, there's more people will die. So they say, listen, what's his order? That's an incredible event that did occur on that day in Vilna.
That's fascinating, and I love the way that you build into this the texture of the animosity between frequently opposers of the Haskalah, of course, was in favor of advancing a more secular outlook in many ways. Sometimes actually secular practice would have been antithetical to the traditionalists, but they all use the same vocabulary. They're all working with the vocabulary of biblical texts, the vocabulary of mashalim and parables. It's brilliant.
Exactly, that's the exact point I wanted to make, Henry. You beat me to it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just appreciating it.
The first day, the camera can pick this up.
Yes.
Here you see a portrait of Mordecai Aaron Ginsburg. Take a look.
Wow, that's great. Wait, Mordecai Ginsburg. So this is masculine.
The first masculine who died.
He doesn't look so masculine.
Now here's so it's what you were saying just now, Henry. Namely that these were traditional Jews from traditional backgrounds. They went to Seder, they went to Yeshiva, but they were constructing a new Russia, a different Russia, a Tsarist regime, and they knew that they would be tested by the Russians, and they wanted two very important early requirements of the masculine things that were on their agenda to repair. First of all, the Jews should learn Russian. How can you live in a country and not speak the language of the country? And second of all, if you live in Russia, you should dress like a Russian. Now here you see him, the portrait of, this is how he dressed in Vilna.
Yeah.
But he used to travel widely in Greater Lithuania. Today Lithuania is a small country in Greater Lithuania, Latvia. The large sections of Latvia were under German influence, with German language that was spoken, and his dress was German dress. Whenever he went to Latvia, or whenever he went to Germany, he was in Germany, he was in Berlin, he would shave, cut his pants, and wear a suit. This is how he dressed in Vilna. He said in Vilna, this is the African dress. Elsewhere, you dress differently. But the goal was to reach a point where everyone did want to dress like the Russians and speak like the Russians. So that's what it reflects.
Fascinating.
The reason I tell this story is not only that it's an incredible story, but it shows you on the one hand how close knit the masculine was in Eastern Europe at this stage with the rabbinate. They had no problem writing the Murat Tzedek Maggid Meshulam. They thought it was wonderful. He was going to speak at this fucking Messiah.
Yeah.
Time they were starting a new agenda, which would develop, and ultimately they would be radical masculine. That's a lesson for another time.
That was just so fascinating. Thank you. That was really, really quite interesting. We're hoping to stay within a certain time frame, so we should probably wrap it up right now. But do you want to say anything more about this trip that we're hoping to take in the summer?
It's a wonderful occasion for anyone who can make it. We'll be delighted to join with you, visit these sites, and you will hear insights from Henry, from Professor Adams. I will try to provide whatever I can.
It's going to be the opposite. I think you're going to be giving the main need of it. I'll give the general picture, maybe.
But let me assure you, it's eye-opening. It won't be the third person you were before you came on this, and this person that you're going to be after you come on this trip. So I wish well.
That's amazing. One last question. How many times have you toured this region?
Probably more in Poland than in Lithuania, but I would say, just to give you a very short question, I visited many countries when it was still on the communist rule. So it goes back to the 50s and the 60s as a teenager. Because I knew as a teenager they're not going to harm me. I felt very comfortable. As an adult, I would be afraid to go there, but as a teenager, I wasn't afraid. So I visited them first, I would say, 2 or 3 times during the communist period, but after 1991, and in the case of Vilna in particular, in Lithuania, I first came to Vilna in 1996, so on many trips to Poland, maybe 30 over my lifetime.
Wow.
I would say maybe 20 over my lifetime in Lithuania.
Wow. I can't wait to benefit from this breadth of experience.
I've been to Canada too.
I actually spent a lot of time in Canada. Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Professor Lyman. This is going to be so fantastic. And for those of you who watch this video, thank you very much for staying to the end. I am really looking forward to this trip. I'll put the notes in the information box about how to learn more about this trip. We really want to encourage people to come and join us. And thank you very much for watching. Yeah. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Later this year, I hope to be traveling to Poland and Lithuania with Touro University and with my illustrious senior colleague, Dr. Schneider Lyman, where I hope to learn a lot more about the history of Jews in Poland and Lithuania, which is important to me not only historically because of the phenomenal impact they had on later Jewish history, but also because it happens to be the place of my ancestors, and I look forward to specifically seeing the places that they live in tiny Stettlach, nearby Kaunas in particular. So in the context of preparing not only the lectures that I'll be giving every night on this trip, but also to be ready to really benefit from the scholarship that Dr. Lyman is going to share, I'm doing more research on the specific sites that we will be seeing when we're on our way there. One of the sites that I'm especially looking forward to see is the site of Rom Publishing House, which is one of the most significant engines of cultural creativity in Vilnius for the last, 200 years. Really an important publishing house that produced so many important works. I want to specifically focus in this short on one of its greatest CEOs, one of the most long-lasting and impactful CEOs of this centuries-long publishing house, and that is none other than the incomparable
Dvorah Rom. She was someone who became a CEO by accident when her young husband David tragically passed away at a young age. And so this woman, who although possessing a significant scholarly background herself, she came from a very famous family of Novardok rabbis, the Harkavi family that produced many other great scholars, including, for example, Alexander Harkavi, who wrote that great Yiddish English dictionary. But she, in her 30s, suddenly had to step up and take over this massive company that had some drama in its past, and she actually took it way beyond anything it had ever done before. I want to tell you, hers is really so fascinating. She was born in 1831, and I mentioned a little bit about her family background. She was apparently an educated woman, as we shall see. She may have actually contributed to the Vilna Shas itself, and in 1903. Her most lasting publications as the president of this phenomenal company, it became to be known not only as the Rom Publishing House, but during her era, her tenure, it was called the House of the Widow and Brothers Rom, because her late husband's brothers were also involved and recognized that it was really the Almana Dvorah who was really in charge of things. She published the classic edition of the Tanya, which is used by the movement, especially significant because of the Hasidic Lithuanian controversy that was especially noted in the publishing industry earlier on in the 19th century. I'll get to that. But she also published, of course, the phenomenal Vilna Shas. These are two great publications that had a phenomenal impact. I myself benefit from the Vilna Shas literally every day with Daf Yomi, but let's get to her story specifically. So, what were the 5 main things that she accomplished in her lifetime that were related specifically to publishing? First of all, and by the way, I rely on some really fascinating research from Razi Chechik, who has written some great things and especially given some phenomenal lectures on this topic. First of all, she was a very savvy CEO. Nothing got past her. She reorganized the company, which had its financial struggles, along very modern lines for the 1860s, setting it up in a situation not unlike limited liability corporations of today, LLCs of today. So she, as it were, protected her own income and whatever fortune she was able to amass, which of course faced some hard times later on in her life as well, from the business itself, which was insulated by this novel legal mechanism used, one of the first of its time in Russia. Secondly, and perhaps more to the point that we can appreciate it, design sense. Shepherded new fonts into its graphic elements were introduced. And perhaps the most memorable of her graphic contributions was that she orchestrated the creation of the famous shot or frontispiece of the Vilna Shas. Let's have a very quick look at what that means. Here is an example of the Sharblat of a competing Talmud, the Talmud produced by the Hasidic Shapira brothers, whom the Rom family had significant business conflict. And as you can see, it's actually, the interior of this Shas is very beautiful and very well produced, but the Sharblat is like boring. It's got this kind of, like geometric form and things like that, and it does not have, a tremendous amount of character. By contrast, have a look at the Sharblat of the Vilna Shas produced just a couple decades later. This is actually from my printing from the 1990s, and you can see it's the same version that was used in the original Vilna Shas, because it is really so beautiful, borrowing from these kind of neoclassical elements of pillars and things like that, which are typically used actually in synagogue architecture quite a bit, borrowing from a Greco-Roman kind of model with, the pillars and the entranceway into the Kodesh or into some, unknown future. You can see it has the top, the lions, which the one on the left frowning, the one on the right is smiling, furious. I really wonder why that is. It is also interesting to note that in modern Shasas, like for example the Oz V'Hadar version, which is kind of like the critical standard today, kept the Sharblat. It is so gorgeous and so
inviting. You just want to walk behind and see what's through this entranceway. They've removed the lions, perhaps because the faces are too human. I don't know. That's kind of an interesting thing. But anyway, she shepherded this new design into the modern Shas, and of course had a tremendous impact on everyone who learned it today. Now, third, interesting, she was a technological maven. She really understood how to use most modern technology of the era, and she shifted from the essentially 15th century invention of type, where each page had to have tiny little letters placed into a big box and contained, and then you would have to print the pages off it. That you have this big heavy box of type, of lead type. What do you do with it? Well, at a certain point where you anticipate you're not going to publish this book anymore, you take it all apart and you, rather than storing, a ridiculous amount of these boxes of type and then having to purchase new type for every book you publish, that's just way too expensive. A new type of printing called stereotype printing, which involved the use of plates, where the big sheet of metal was then impressed with the letters, and those plates could be more conveniently stored and preserved and printed again and again and again. She shifted to that particular form of printing early on, made a huge difference in the cost, a big upfront cost and investment, but then afterwards, reprinting the Talmud became much cheaper. Now, the fourth item I think is especially fascinating because shifting from the old type method to the stereotype method meant that she could technically drop the price of her proposed Talmud dramatically. But she said, no, let's keep the price high, and instead we'll use that money to invest in the Talmudic page himself. And they went, at her direction, an incredible amount of scholarship was produced, with people going to the Vatican, going to the Oxford libraries, copying out medieval manuscripts, comparing the versions from various different cities throughout Italy in particular and the rest of Europe. New commentaries were added, and also medieval commentaries were evaluated and made into critical editions and then placed inside the Shas, and it made her Shas really expensive to produce, but then it became in itself a status symbol. She actually created this concept of the Chassan Shas, the bridegroom Shas, meaning that the father of the bride would present to his new son-in-law a Vilna Shas, a Rom family Shas, rather than just one of the, any Shas's they get at the time. Shas, by the way, for those of you who maybe are not familiar with the term, stands for Shishe Sidre, or the Six Orders, and it's referring to the Babylonian Talmud. That's kind of like a little bit of slang because it could also refer to the Jerusalem Talmud or to the Mishnah even, but we call it Shas for short. At any rate, it was Devorah Ram who really created the idea of the Chassan Shas, and that's why the Vilna Shas just completely left all the other Talmuds that were in print in the dust. Because everyone wanted a Vilna. We get a sense of the tremendous amount of effort she placed in producing this amazing edition of the Talmud in an essay that occurs at the very, very volume 20 of her Shas. There's my own copy of it, which actually my father-in-law didn't buy it for me, but my wife did buy it for me. This is Tractate Nida, the very last section of the Talmud. And if you go to the very end, you'll see there's this letter here, and the last few pages called Achri Davar, which Ms. Chachik and several other scholars believe may actually have been authored by Devorah Ram herself. I know that she had correspondence with many other important figures, and this letter, which goes on for a few pages, is signed by the widow and brother, but most likely it was the widow Ram herself who was the principal author. It's a very flowing letter, says all kinds of things about how, when we started, we didn't even know how it was going to go. We didn't even write any kind of introduction, and now we're making up the very end to write about our experiences. And she goes on to
describe the tremendous, challenges they faced, political challenges with the pogroms that did in the 1880s and a fire and challenges getting into the Vatican and all kinds of amazing things they went to produce this document. It's actually really worthwhile reading. I encourage everyone who studies the Talmud to spend a little time looking at this letter, which may have been authored by Dvorah Ram herself. But one last detail about her activity. I mentioned a couple times now that she published the classic edition of the Ram Tanya. You can see here it is. And many Hasidim, when they're going through Chitas, right, which is Chumash, Tehillim, and Tanya, they will read this particular edition, which has a particular layout of words that has become kind of like a classic edition for many. But even in the daily editions of Chitas, they often omit this little letter, which occurs right at the beginning. You have to get a scholarly edition of the Chitas to really see it, or a scholarly edition of the Tanya to really see it. And here is a letter from, as you can see right at the beginning, the widow and brothers Ram, and they specifically thank officials in Lubavitch, starting with Harav Shalom Dov Ber, right, who was one of the great Lubavitcher Rabbis, and the Tomchei Tmim Yeshiva for their help, because there was one particular moment where the Ram family was experiencing dire straits, and it was Chabad that stepped forward to assist them in their endeavors and to keep the company alive. And this is especially ironic because before Dvorah ever took the helm of the Ram Publishing House, there was a really major dispute between the Shapira family, whose Shas I showed you a little bit earlier, and the Ram Publishing House. There was a major copyright dispute that involved some really nasty elements. I'm not going to go into the details here, but it involved police and involved the exile of the Shapira family and shutting down of their company for some years until finally they were able to come back. But they could never regain, even though they had tremendous dedication to their activity, that so much so that according to legend, I don't know, I have never been able to see if it's really true, but according to legend, the Shapira family would immerse all of the blocks of clay in the mikveh before they began to publish any works. Really an amazing kind of concept. One of the Ram predecessors before Dvorah had pushed them out of business. But when it came to preserve, the Rebbe Shalom Dov Ber said, you know what, we better preserve them, and he supported them, and they allowed them to survive. And this is a note in the Tanya specifically thanking Chabad for helping this endeavor. It's a fascinating story. So much more to say. I would love for you to join me on the trip to Poland, Lithuania. Once again, we're going to be hearing from incredible Dr. Schneier Lein, one of the most senior influential scholars of the Jews of Poland, Lithuania. I'm looking forward to speaking, or especially to walking the streets of more about how the Jews of the region actually live. Please check the information box for information on this trip. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I have to say one of the most wonderful aspects of my work is the possibility of traveling to many of the locations where so many important Jewish civilizations flourished over the centuries, and really getting a sense of the deep, rich historical context of these places and the Jews that lived there. But this summer is going to be absolutely fantastic because, God willing, I'm going with my employer, Tura University, to visit Poland and Lithuania, which is the Alta Haim, which is where my family comes from, especially Lithuania, where I'm looking forward to actually visiting the mass graves where many of my ancestors found their last resting place. And this is going to be a trip because we're going to look at all of the phenomenal things that Jews did, specifically in Warsaw and the region, and in Vilnius and its region, also in Kovna, Kaunas. And I'll be traveling with a tremendous senior scholar, Professor Schneier, who is absolutely a genius. And, we speak about the Vilna Gaon,
the great scholar of the 18th century, while Schneerleimer is out of Vilna. He knows Vilna best. And I'm really looking forward to spending this time. We'll be teaching lectures on this trip. So in the context of preparing myself for this trip, I'm going back over a lot of my old notes and putting new videos for you so you can get interested in this particular trip and the amazing history we're going to be exploring there. I'd like to share with you now a video that I recorded a long time ago that goes back to the question of the origins of the Jews of Poland, Lithuania. I hope you find it useful. Hello and welcome to Jewish History Lab. Today we're going to look at the origins of Polish Jewry, really the origins of the entire Eastern European Jewish population, but Poland is one of the most central and memorable of the countries that we'll be looking at. Let's talk about the origins of Polish Jewry. So when I say Poland, I'm really using the term anachronistically because the region as a whole was dominated by something called the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. You can see in this map, which has the borders of the Commonwealth as of the year 1618, but superimposed on contemporary political boundaries so you get a sense of where it was. It was this massive territory. Poland was at sort of like the southwestern core of it, but after this dynastic union with Lithuania, it spread really to a massive area, almost stretching from the Baltic Sea to the Black Sea, well into European Russia, down into the East Central European countries as well. And so the material that I'm discussing today does not really apply, strictly speaking, to Poland as we understand it by 21st century boundaries, but to this larger entity, which includes, of course, Ukraine and Belarus and Lithuania, where there are very, very large numbers of Jews residing. The southern part of Latvia is also very important because it was part of the Russian Pale of Settlement, which we'll get to in a few lectures from now. But at any rate, where did the Jews come from in this region, which became the dominant center of the world Jewish population in the early modern period? So there is a small migration that extends back really to the first centuries of the Common Era, perhaps even a little bit before the Common Era. And these are Jews that come from Byzantine lands and make their way through the Khazarian Empire as well. The extent of Khazarian influence is very, very difficult to quantify. It appears to have been minuscule. There are occasional references to Khazarian Jews, for example, in one of the early Russian chronicles, the Kremlin, which not strictly speaking Russian, but refers to Kiev and Rus, the region as it was known at that time. And there's references to Jews from Khazaria being involved in Kiev in particular. And they left behind, as we discussed in previous lectures about Khazaria, they left behind very, very little trace of their presence, either in cultural aspects and so on. We don't really know a lot about how extensive this penetration was and how much it affected the later dominant Polish Jewish population. So really big migrations into Poland come in the 12th and especially up into the 16th century, and they're coming from the western part of Europe. They're coming primarily from Germany and France, making their way sometimes through Austria, Hungary, like that. But that's really where you have the dominant Polish population of Jews. There you see lots of traces of European evidence, lots of very significant connections between cultures that started, for example, in the Rhineland and then made their way to the east. Yiddish, of course, is the overwhelming lingua of the Jews, and that is basically a medieval German dialect written with Hebrew letters. They're not bringing with them too much of the languages of the Khazars, for example. So we begin to see some legendary elements of their appearance in the region from as early as the 8th and 9th century, but it really, and one of the things that we see them doing, for example, in a very early period, Jews are serving as renters, meaning they're making money. Here, have a look at these coins. I mean, literally making money, like producing money, things to use as money, not necessarily making money for themselves, which I'm sure goes hand in hand with it. But some of the earliest coins in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth are actually written with Hebrew characters. Here you see a few kind of stencils of several of them, and here's a better view of one that has the term Moshka Karol or Mashka Karol, which is clearly the Hebrew phrase for King Mieszko, a 12th century Polish ruler. Here, of course, this is highlighted in red to make it a little bit easier to read. Now, it's fascinating, what would the early Polish nobles and kings make coins with Hebrew letters? It speaks most likely to the widespread illiteracy which was common to the region, and the fact that the Jews would use the Hebrew alphabet because Jews are ones who are working with the money primarily in small commerce that became relevant. We'll have a lot more to say about this, and when we talk a little bit about the economic basis of Polish Jewry, but for the time being, this is just some of the archaeological evidence of their early settlement from about the 10th century onward. Now, when we look at why Jews migrated to Poland, in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth more proper, there are both push-pull factors, meaning there are factors which drove Jews out of Western Europe, and there are factors which drew Jews into Eastern Europe. Eastern Europe was definitely a place of refuge for Jews. You can see here a beautiful representation by a man named Gerson, representing the king who is accepting the Jews and giving them protection and refuge. So much so that you see some of the great scholars like Rabbi Moshe Isserles from Galicia, who referred to Poland with kind of like a fanciful etymology from Hebrew, Pol Lim, meaning here, Pol Lim, we will rest, or here we will find refuge. So in push factors, what was driving Jews out of Western Europe? The first marked thrust that drove Jews to pursue homes in the eastern part of Europe were the First Crusade massacres of 1096 that we discussed. Horrific massacres primarily in northern Germany that seemed to be outside of the legitimate authorities to manage. And Jews were very frustrated by this because as a minority, Jews are always vulnerable to mob violence, and they rely on the legitimate authorities to maintain a Staat, meaning a society governed by law. As we've discussed in many lectures, Jews are typically very happy to live in environments where it is some minor discrimination against them, a certain degree of endemic anti-Semitism, but only if the rule of law is protected. Meaning, perhaps there will be a numerous clauses and Jews will not be allowed to enter university, or perhaps there will be certain tax breaks they're not allowed to take, whatever it is, as long as they know that if someone throws a rock through a storefront window, there will be a the police, and the police will investigate, and if they catch the culprit, then they will have a criminal trial and so on. So Jews fear mob violence like any minority. And when you had these massacres that accompanied these traveling bands of crusaders, or more, as we discussed in the lecture on the Crusades, more of the ragtag followers of the Crusaders, and that the local authorities, including the church, could not put a stop to it, that's when there's an increased push of Jews from Western Europe moving towards the east. In the 13th century, horrible blood libels that I've also discussed in the previous class result in a series of expulsions. In France, and there's 3 expulsions in the 15th century. And so there's more and more reason for Jews not to live in Western Europe. This is kind of like the push aspect of it, as Jews are finding Western Europe far and far less hospitable than they ever had before. Now, there's also pull factors again. The Polish economy was actually having a very difficult time, particularly in the 13th century, after the Mongol invasions of 1241 and onward. The demography had dropped. There was a very, very weak economy. As we saw earlier, Jews are the people actually making the money, physically making the money, because they don't have a really well-functioning economy compared to Western. The Jews have the know-how and the understanding of things like this. And so the local Polish leaders were actually inviting Jews and come to our area. You are literate, you are numerate, you will live in concentrated areas, and we can take advantage of your skills in Poland. They also, to make this attractive to Jewish migrants, they created something called, or they adopted something used in the West called Magdeburg Recht. Magdeburg is the name of the city, and Recht means law. And this is basically like a medieval charter that lists the specific privileges that a community may enjoy. Although some of these charters are actually written much later and designed to look like they were written earlier, they nevertheless did reflect long-standing agreements as to what were the privileges and sometimes abilities of the Jews in particular regions. Right of settlement, for example, the right to control their own guilds, to indicate, when Jews could move in and set up businesses, and what monopolies Jews would have. We'll again speak more of this when we get to the economic of Eastern Europe, but often granted specific monopolies. For example, propinatia, the distillation and distribution of alcohol. That's why, in so many Jewish folktales and Ukrainian folktales and so on, you have the Jewish krechma, the Jewish inn, because that was actually a monopoly that was frequently given to Jewish communities. Bear in mind also that we're speaking about a corporate environment where it's not like individuals simply say, I think I'd like to go in Krakow, and then they go move to Krakow and they find, how to fit themselves into the secular environment there. People lived within communities. You were part of a Jewish community. You weren't like an individual who chose to affiliate. You were legally bound to that community. You were, culpable along with the community for communal taxes and communal punishments, sometimes things like that. So there were the Polish leaders were very enthusiastic about bringing Jews into the region, and so extended to them a series of rights that guaranteed, above all, safety. Rights to live in concentrated areas and things like that, and also economic privileges that allowed them to apply various trades. There's going to be a lot more to say about this, and of course it will break down very significantly with the Khmelnytsky rebellion in the 17th century. But for the time being, between the First Crusade and the Khmelnytsky rebellion of 1648, this was a pretty stable kind of environment. In some cases, like in the Statute of Kilish, which comes from 1264, these things are actually set down in writing and are promulgated and related to Eastern Europe. So there's a significant movement of Jews over these centuries to Poland, making it ultimately the largest single concentration of Jews in the early modern period. And just to give a sense of what that looks like, here's a map that shows the relative concentration of Jews within the boundaries of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth as of 1764, and you can see that the yellow means like less than about 10,000 Jews, and the deep red is more than 50,000 Jews, and you can get a sense of where the concentration is really in the region of western Ukraine and southern Poland in particular. Also some significant concentrations towards the west on the border with Germany and to the north in Lithuania in particular. Of Jews in the Polish region, in particular in terms of their self-government, undoubtedly an institution called the Council of Lands, also known as the Council of Four Lands, depending on the period it was referring to. And basically, this was a kind of a Jewish state within a state, a rather amazing thing. We spoke about the communal arrangement of the Jews in the Kahila, essentially self-governing Jewish municipality that handled, all of the social welfare works for Jews by collecting their own internal taxes and distributing it charitably to individuals as needed, and set up, everything from, wayfarers support to poor brides and orphans and all kinds of social services, but also self-regulating by Talmudic law. And each of these municipalities, which are very similarly, what happened was in Poland, they came to terms and they united themselves across the entire scope of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth within one, as it were, national organization. They would meet twice a year, and particularly in Lublin, and they would make decisions that would affect all Jews living within this massive country, the largest country in Europe at the time. It was really a rather amazing thing. This Bible we're looking at is one of the couple of pages minute books of the Council of Lands. Now, they didn't have, for example, their own police authorities. They worked very closely with the state, and the state, Polish-Lithuanian state, realized how valuable they were, particularly at first, with regards administering many social functions that they wanted to themselves have, realized that it was more efficient to collect taxes directly from the Council of Lands. All that led to the erosion of the Council of Lands in particular. We'll talk about that as well, I hope, in a future lecture. But the kinds of things that they dealt with were really quite significant, and made a huge impact on the way in which Jews lived and considered themselves within the Polish state. This was really one of the high points of the Jewish diaspora, at least up until the Khmelnytsky Rebellion of 1648, where Jews regarded Poland as really a golden era for Jewish civilization, comparable in many ways to what we see happening earlier in Spain and before that in Babylonia. It would result in a kind of a Polish-Jewish synthesis that was very similar in many ways to the German-Jewish synthesis of the 19th century. But of course, when we get to the 20th century, we see it all unravel, and that will be the topic of a future lecture.
I hope you found that as fascinating as I did. If you're interested in joining us summer, that would be fantastic. Have a look at the information box for a link to the website where there's more information I'll do this summer. And thank you very much for watching.
30 summers ago now, or 25 summers ago. I mean, he should have been in the Czech Republic too. Again, what is he doing? Messing with those people's affairs over there. I don't know. He knew it was an active military zone. I think some people.
Fellow students of Jewish history, I was so excited to come across this individual in the course of my research for the Kosher River Cruise expedition to Japan in 2026. His name is Ludwig Ries, and actually I find a tremendous affinity with him, not only because he's a historian, he's also kind of an intellectual immigrant, fascinating individual who had a tremendous impact on Japanese history. Here's his story. He was born in 1861 in Germany, and he went to the University of Berlin, right? This is the late 19th century. The society is beginning to open up, and Jews are allowed to enter higher education and so on. And he studied under the great and highly influential historian Leopold von Ranke. Von Ranke lived between 1795 and 1886. And Ludwig Ries was one of his latest students, or his last students. Now, and this is a picture by what von Ranke would have looked like around the time that Ries was studying with him. He wrote a very well-regarded doctorate on the history of medieval England. He found he could not get a job in Germany, right? This is, unfortunately, liberalism only went so far in the idea of appointing you to an important post in teaching history in Germany and so on. It's just very, very hard to happen. This is also the time of the great von Treitschke and controversy. We talked some videos. And it's all worth noting, by the way, that parents also warned him against trying to get a job as a professor of history in Germany. They wanted him to study something much more pragmatic and practical. Not that I would identify with that. Then what happened to Ries? You know, he's the kind of individual, he got lemons and he made lemonade. He had an option to travel and take a position at Tokyo Imperial University. You can imagine how he must have felt. Like, what are you talking about? I'm a European historian. I was born and raised in Germany, and I have to go all the way to the Far East just to get a job. But he went there, and he ended up becoming a tremendous success. He taught at Tokyo Imperial University for 15 years, influenced generations of students in that university, and really shaped Japanese historiography. Now, let me tell you what are his main contributions. We must understand that history is kind of a funny discipline. On the one hand, it is an art, you know, it's telling stories, right? The word story is embedded in the very word history. And it's all about, sitting around the campfire and saying what happened to previous generations. That's what historians do. On the other hand, history is also a science. And that means that we're not supposed to just make stuff up. We're supposed to, rely on actual data to tell these stories. Now, the problem is much of this data are just words. They're just stories that earlier generations have told, and we have inherited those stories. That proves to be extremely problematic, because how do we know that those stories actually conform to reality? This was the tremendous contribution of von Ranke, that's Ries's teacher, who said, look, we have to really get focused on was es eigentlich gewesen war. What exactly happened? Like, tell us what happened. Don't tell us all the stories of what you would have liked to have happened and making stuff up on the way along. You have to tell us what actually happened, and we'll decide how to evaluate the meaning of. You have to rely on primary sources. You have to rely on artifacts whenever possible. Archaeology becomes extremely important, things like that. And von Ranke grounded the discipline of history in this kind of delicate space between art and science, whereas before it was pretty much firmly in the world of the arts. So Ries took these ideas and he essentially brought them to Japan. For the Japanese really didn't have this kind of grounding. Mind you, Europe didn't have that grounding either until von Ranke. So in Japan, they really began to delve deeply into their archives to dig up primary documentation. And Ries also pioneered the fact that a lot of Japanese history is buried in European archives, because the Europeans, when they encountered Japan, they left a tremendous amount of correspondence and documentation regarding how that country developed. This was all happening, by the way, in the context of the Japanese Meiji Restoration, a period of great reform and self-reflection, where they began to rely much more on Western expertise, realizing there are a lot of things that were happening in the West that would be beneficial for Japan. Ries was one of those happy accidents. As a Jew, he could not get a job at the University of Berlin, and so he took post in Tokyo, and he ended up becoming a tremendous success, and he really loved Japan. He spent a tremendous amount of time there, 15 years. In 1902, he returned to Germany, where he did get a job at his alma mater, the University of Berlin. And shortly after that, the Russo-Japanese War broke out, and all of a sudden, everybody in Europe wanted to know more about Japan, Russia fighting with. And so, Ries, European expert on Japan. Ironically, when he went to Japan, he became the Japanese expert on Europe, and now when he went back to Germany, he became the German expert on Japan. Fascinating individual, really someone I want to meditate on in terms of the impact he made on Japanese culture. I hope this whets your appetite to join us on this remarkable expedition to Japan and South Korea. And if not, I'm really happy to share these videos with you as I conduct my research. Thank you very much for watching.
Crashed 6 feet under. He shot out the engine on a dare. Yes.
Hello, fellow travelers in Jewish history. I'm really looking forward to the next Kosher River cruise to Japan, which is, it's a bit of a leap for me, because most of my studies in Jewish history have really focused on, ancient Israel or Europe, or to a certain degree North Africa, Central Asia. But getting to the Far East is really going to be quite an experience, both in terms of the which promises to be interesting, but also in terms of the history. So let's talk just for a minute about the city of Nagasaki, which we hope to visit on this particular trip. Jewish presence in Nagasaki basically dates from the middle of the 19th century, primarily because Nagasaki is a port city, and it was at this time when Japan just began to be opened up to Western powers. It's a whole bunch of interesting politics about why that was so. Otherwise, Japan was fair because it's a series of islands, and also in a cultural sense. But Eastern European Jews really saw the opportunity to settle there in the middle of the 19th century, and most of their business was done with Russian sailors who were also in the port city. And the Jews, of course, had the linguistic skills, and they had, the commercial connections and things like that to make it work. By 1894, they opened a synagogue. They also created a cemetery, which is still in existence. And we know that there were about 100 Jews living there at the turn of the century. Today, it has at least 29. They're labeled in Hebrew, Japanese, Russian, and English, dated between 1880 and 1920. It might seem strange to us to see that Japanese will be included there, and Russian and English, but that reflects the diversity of the immigrant population that was the Jewish community at that time. It also reminds me of where my father, of blessed memory, is buried in Toronto. And there are lots of English and a lot of Russian and a lot of Hebrew graves. Some of the older sections are in Yiddish, and I wouldn't be surprised if you wander around and find some French ones there too. So it's interesting. At any rate, the community, I wasn't any photographs of the gravestones. I'll have to see those in person. I did find this photograph that labels the actual year, 5653, in the Jewish calendar, which is Anno Mundi. It's dated from creation as per the calculation of the Seder Olam Rabbah, a very important first century chronology of the world. And the Jews are there in a section with the people. It's this region called the Sakamoto Cemetery for foreigners. What happened with this community, however, is it went into a pretty steep decline in 1904 when Russia declared war against Japan. And this Russo-Japanese war, which had lots of impact in Jewish history, as I mentioned, my father, his father came to Canada because he didn't want to fight the Japanese in that particular war. He came from Lithuania, not from Japan. But still, that interrupted the flow of Russian sailors into the port. The economy there declined dramatically, and so the Jewish community basically gave their scrolls and moved largely to Kobe, which became the new center of the Japanese community. I look forward to learning a lot more about Japan and South Korea, which we hope to visit with Kosher River Cruises. I hope you'll be able to cruise with us, and if not, I look forward to sharing my preparatory research with you. Thank you very much for watching.
Taking a nap, and somebody was able to get him. He's a heavy sleeper. And they all Shakespeare. It's a really intricate. It does look like shit. Damn, the Josh Brolin. Oh, man. Josh Brolin. He wasn't the guy in, who was the guy in No Country for Old Men?
Hello, fellow travelers and explorers of Jewish history. I am really excited about the upcoming expedition of Kosher River Cruises to Japan and Korea. And in this context, I want to talk to you about something that I find absolutely amazing, and that is the Korean love affair with the Talmud. Now, you may not think that Korea is the first place that you would go to when you want to study Talmud, but amazingly, it is not impossible that there are more people studying Talmud today in Korea than there are in the rest of the world. I know that's a bizarre statistic, but if you think about it, there are 49 million people living in Korea. And according to the Korean ambassador to Israel, who gave an interview in 2011, his name is Young Sam Ma, he said that not only is he a student of Gemara, but in fact, all mothers in Korea read the Talmud to their children at night. Now, that's like a mind-blowing thing. Even if it's only talking about 10% of Korean mothers reading these to their children, that's looking at somewhere in the neighborhood of 5 million people studying. But there are only about 16 million Jews in the world today. So this is an amazing statistic. So let's try to unpack this and understand, how is it possible that so many people are studying Talmud in Korea? So apparently, there is not a long and comprehensive history of Jews in Korea. In fact, I'm in Encyclopedia Judaica, and they didn't even have an article on Korea, which is mind-blowing. But it's primarily a late 20th century phenomenon because Jewish GIs, Jewish members of the U.S. Army, were stationed there in the early 1950s in the Korean War. That's when Jews really, in larger numbers, began to appreciate the values of that particular part of East Asia. It included, for example, Chaim Potok, who wrote some important novels that deal with Talmudic topics. topics, later translated to Korean and very popular there. But in particular, a rabbi named Marvin Tokayer, who served in Korea in 1962 and then later was sent to Japan as a Chabad Shaliach. He had a phenomenal impact on the study of Talmud in Korea in particular. Marvin Tokayer authored first in Japanese, which kind of distilled Jewish wisdom, and as you can see from this particular reproduction of one of the pages, the book was called 5,000 Years of Jewish Wisdom, Secrets of the Talmud Scriptures, 1971, and you can see that they've used this Japanese text to kind of replicate the feel of the Talmud, but apparently it really took off, not only in Japan, but especially in Korea. It was published in 1974 in a Korean translation, and by 1984, more than 2 million copies sold in 7 editions. And it is just amazingly studied today. There are 800 different books, 300 publishers with the word Talmud in it, the library. 169 of them list Rabbi Tokayer as the author, and Talmudic texts frequently hit the bestseller lists in Korea. Now, how is this so? So there's a few articles on this in the popular press, an article by Rothschild in the New York in 2015, but I really relied heavily on this fascinating article in the Association for Jewish Studies review published in 2018 by Sarit Katan-Gribetz and Kim Clare, which is absolutely fascinating and talks about how the Talmud really penetrated Korean culture. There is this belief, this is really probably the biggest answer, there is this belief that Koreans looked at Jews worldwide, looked at their successes, particularly in the world of science and education, their Nobel Prize winning record, which is really pretty impressive, and also the fact that Korea is actually, as a modern state, the same age as Israel. It was also formed in 1948, and there are certain parallels between the growth of Korea and its wars, particularly with the northern half. Of course, Korea is a divided nation, that Koreans really look to the West for deep wells of wisdom, and the Jews were a perfect example. There's this belief that the Chavrusa style learning of the Talmud is especially important, and it's especially valuable for teaching kids. Let's just have a quick look at some of the editions of the Talmud in Korean published, and they are absolutely fascinating. Here is one that I just found on YouTube, the Jewish Talmud Scriptures, and just reading the description here is kind of fascinating, but this one looks more or less like a fair representation of a translation of a popular edition of Talmudic teachings. By the way, let us understand that they are teaching is not really, it's a highly anthologized and curated edition, closer to Ein Yov, I think, than a regular, with like nuggets of wisdom and agadata and things like that that are given over to people. But the children's editions are especially numerous and fascinating. Here's another one I found on Amazon for children, Talmud. And here's one that I love this particular. Look at the graphics here. That's a little rabbi in the corner here. And it's a Talmudic approach to teaching the Korean language. Yes, you heard me right. The Talmudic approach teaching the Korean language. To a certain degree, it feels like a lot of these Talmud books are like self-help books that are designed to say, use the Talmud to become a better person, to become a better businessman, and especially to become a better student. Here's some children's Talmud, baby's first Talmud. Wow. Here is prenatal Talmud. I mean, my gosh. Prenatal stories fostering the wisdom and emotions of your baby. I mean, we know Yiddish mamas are incredible, and Jewish mothers are definitely devoted to the idea of having their children grow and develop. But how many of them are? If you go to your Jewish bookstore, how many books are there that are designed for pregnant Jewish women to read Talmud to their children in utero? I mean, this is so bizarre. Wow. Well, I hope you found that as fascinating as I do. I mean, it's just mind-boggling. I can't wait to actually get to Korea and hopefully find one of the bookstores where they sell these books on the Talmud. I know I'll have no way of reading it, but just to see how the Talmud has animated this culture is something that I'm really looking forward to. I hope we'll have a chance to cruise together, and if not, I'm looking forward to sharing with you my research and my experiences here on video. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. You know, one of the most fascinating areas of Jewish history are Jews of what we might want to call exotic communities. And I don't think they feel exotic when you're inside them, but from the main centers of Jewish civilization, right now, for example, in Israel or in North America, parts of Europe, you know, the Jews of Asia are so unusual, so different in so many ways. So in connection with my research for the June 2026 cruise to Korea and Japan with Kosher River Cruises, I'm starting to do some research on the Jews of South Asia, East Asia, and so on. And here's a lecture that I gave a few years ago that I've got to review myself now as I prepare for this amazing voyage. I hope you like it. I have to tell you, I am really at this particular video because I'm so fascinated with the presence of the Jews in China. They had a community there for well over 1,000 years, and it's a really unusual kind of combination of Arab and Chinese culture in very fascinating ways. Today, I'd like to focus specifically on the origins of the Jews of China, but perhaps we'll take a little bit of time at the end of this short video to talk about the nature of that unusual Chinese-Jewish synthesis. So, first of all, when do we first hear about the Jews of China? So, the first encounter of the Jews of China with the Western world in the person of Matteo Ricci. That was the first important meeting. And Matteo Ricci was a Jesuit priest who had come to China with the goal of converting the indigenous. They had a lot of challenges with that. We'll look at some of those in particular. But there's a fascinating encounter that has happened in 1605 when a Jew from the city of Kaifeng, with a very important Jewish population and a long Jewish history, came specifically to meet with Ricci in Peking. And it was like, it's hard to... if this wasn't actually well documented, I think it was a comedy skit. Apparently, Aitian, this Jewish guy from Kaifeng, thought that Matteo Ricci must be Jewish because he had heard about this person in Peking who came from far away, and he knew a lot about this particular religion, and he said, okay, must be a Jewish guy. Matteo Ricci, at the same time, thought that Aitian must be evidence of early Christianity in China, which is absolutely fascinating. And the two of them had this, really funny encounter where Matteo Ricci is discussing things with Aitian, and Aitian happens to see this painting of the Madonna with Jesus and Saint John. There happened to be a St. John Baptiste Day or his anniversary or something like that. And so Aitian, knowing nothing about Christianity, they're completely shut off from the entire phenomenon of Christianity, he assumed that this must be Rebecca and her sons Jacob and Esau. This is what a nice painting. And then they see another painting that represents the four of Matthew, Mark, Luke, John. Of course, the Gospels, the first books of the Christian Bible. And Tian thinks, oh, look at that. This must be the 4 of the 12 sons of Jacob. Where are the other 8 sons? And it's just this hilarious that, in fact, Aitian was not a Christian. He was Jewish. And this was fascinating onto its own right. Now, from Aitian's perspective, he wasn't entirely clear on what Christian meant. And in fact, in communications with Ricci and with the Jesuits who actually came to Feng, there was a suggestion perhaps, someone like Matteo Ricci could take over as the chief rabbi because he obviously knew a lot of Tanakh. And one of the things
that the Kaifeng community was experiencing, even in the 17th century, was a decline in literacy and a decline in Hebrew literacy specifically, and in familiarity with rabbinic tradition. They were looking for a new chief rabbi. Apparently, as the story goes, the chief rabbi of Kaifeng was very happy with allowing someone like Matteo Ricci to take over for him. The Christian stuff really didn't bother him too much. It's another kind of like ancient story. But the fact that the Jesuits were still eating pork, that was very problematic. So there's no way you can become our rabbi if you're still eating pork. By the way, when the Jesuits asked Jews of Kaifeng, have you ever heard of Jesus? They thought about it for a while and they said, oh yeah, sure, we know about Jesus. But when they went and discussed it further, they were not referring to Jesus of Nazareth. The Kaifeng Jews were familiar with Jesus ben Sira, an ancient author who wrote the apocryphal work Ecclesiasticus, as it's known in the traditional order, the Sefer ben Sira, the wisdom of ben Sira in English, which was a work which was incidentally lost in Hebrew for many generations and was only found in the 19th century. So they knew about a different Jesus, not the Jesus of Nazareth, which, anyways, these things are just serious, I think, but historians have to get fun sometimes. At any rate, the Jesuits maintained a very strong interest in the Jews of Kaifeng, in large degree, even more than Jews would with this unusual Jewish community. They were especially interested in learning about the sephras that the Jews of Kaifeng had. They wanted to see, in particular, if they were the same as the Torahs that were read in Western Europe, because one of the thoughts that Ricci had was that there was evidence for Christianity in the Hebrew Bible, but that it had been tampered with by the Jews to remove that evidence. And if he could find biblical books that predated that went all the way back to the posited arrival of the Jews, which, by the way, was argued to be as far back as about the 1st or 2nd century, the Common Era. We'll talk about that in just a second. So if these texts had references to Jesus, that would be incredibly important. Of course, they didn't find such things, and when they actually got to and they discussed what they were interested in, the Jews of Kaifeng were really quite upset and refused to show them their texts. And obviously, there was also an interest in converting the Jews of Kaifeng to Christianity. In some ways, the Jesuits thought they had more of a chance with Jews of China than the non-Chinese China. And of course, that's a long story that goes beyond the discussion we have today. But we do have an extended effort of various missionaries coming to China to specifically try to convert the Jews to Christianity. At any rate, what they did find was lavish and very cherished synagogue. I think here is a drawing from an early 18th century Jesuit, Father Domingue, who visited it. And we also, not only for a layout of it, we're definitely very attached to this facility. The historical records indicate that we rebuilt it many times. That it was originally constructed in the 12th century, perhaps on an earlier site. And he also recorded, graphic images like this of Jews of Kaifeng read Torah on a special kind of chair they called the seat of Moses. They would put the Sephardic style ark on top of it and open up the box, and they would read the text from the inside in that manner. It was quite fascinating. They had a really quite active and vibrant community for many centuries. So our task for us today, however, is to try to understand, where did these Jews of China come from? So here is a map that shows the various locations. Kaifeng is the most well-known and most well-documented. However, even the Kaifeng documentation refers to its relationships with other communities such as Yangzhou, where they, for example, received the gift of a sacred Torah. As you can see, there quite a few of them are all on the eastern region of China, but you have some to the west as well. And judging by the numbers, this map, by the way, comes from the Encyclopedia Judaica, you can see that some of them date all the way back to the 9th century, but that's like the first clear documentation of that community. They have roots that go back possibly much, much further. We have, for example, several travelers' accounts that refer to the Jews of China. Benjamin of Tudela never actually got there and referred to China specifically, but he did come very close, or at least he collected reports from people who came very close and could easily have been in contact with them. Marco Polo, the famous traveler, has passing references to Jews in China. We have some fascinating Chinese tax regulation, 14th century, in which there are, just scattered references to Jews. Unfortunately, they don't tell us a lot about how large the communities are, or how active they were, or what they were like, but there is clear reference to Jews being present there, along with Muslims, by the way, with whom they were frequently associated. And in the mind of Chinese administrators, there's often very little distinction made between Jews and Muslims. They're often referred to in the same sentence. We also have some Muslim historians who refer to the presence of Jews, sometimes in the context of Chinese massacres as well. Now, most likely the Jews came to China along the Silk Road, which you can see here's a map from Wikipedia that shows some of the most important routes upon which silk traveled from the east to the west. It's also called the Spice Road because the spices were also a very important commodity that was imported to the west from. The map is a little bit strange, refers to other caravan routes, and many of them are through the oceans. To my knowledge, camels don't swim especially well, especially when they're laden down, but it does indicate that, there was a lot of maritime trade as well. And what's important about this particular Silk Route, you can see that in this long circle here, this is where the massive population of Mesopotamian Jewry lives. This is where the great centers are located, and there's a very significant Jewish population right there along an important spot on the Silk Route. And Jews were involved in much of the trade that went from east to west. The Talmud speaks of a considerable amount of trade that went to the region, and presumably bringing from much further east. This even more attention was Stein, a fascinating individual who, you can guess by the last name, was actually born Jewish. He was an explorer and a specialist in a lot of these ancient languages, Eastern languages. His parents, ironically, baptized him and his brother, which was very common for German Jews at the time, although they and their daughters remained unbaptized Jewish. Anyway, Stein, who went far away from his native Germany to explore this region, was exploring in the region of Dunhuang, which is on the Silk, and he discovered an amazing thing. He found a huge cache of medieval documents, and scattered among these documents, which were mainly written in Asian languages, he found also 8th century carefully folded piece of paper, which was actually a Hebrew slicha, meaning a penitential prayer, possibly associated with the high holidays, but the traveler who carried it very lovingly folded it, kept it with him as he was traveling along the spice route. The document can be dated early to the 8th or 9th century, indicating that here was clear who was attached to Jewish prayer traveling along the spice route as early as this period, and that's most likely how most of the Jews came to China, was along this route. Many of them would have settled in places like Kaifeng. According to Kaifeng tradition, this would have happened significantly earlier in the Han Dynasty, which ended around the year 200. It's impossible exactly when the Jews settled there, but they were certainly there before they were discovered by the West. Let's take just a couple of minutes to learn about what was this unusual community like. So the documents that we have to tell us about the internal life of Kaifeng Jewry, that is, documents which were composed by the Jews themselves, as opposed to accounts by travelers, which are fascinating to themselves as well. We have several stelae, meaning stone blocks which were established in the synagogue to record important historic dates, many of them associated with the temple, rebuilding, of their synagogue. And by the way, in modern Jewish parlance, if you go to a synagogue, you'll find the exact same thing. They're plaques honoring the people who spent money and worked hard to rebuild the building or to refurbish it and so on. So we have 4 different texts. We have the earliest dates from 1489, and on the reverse of that stone block is another text written in 1512, and then another one in 1663, a fourth one with 3 blocks, but a fourth text in 1679. The last one doesn't tell us a lot about the community. It's very difficult to read, but the earlier ones tell us a lot about how the community, cherished the temple and rebuilt, and these are the people who were involved with it, and also how the community had to endure some terrible disasters like massive flooding of the river that overwhelmed the town, and the city was destroyed and had to be rebuilt and so on, things like that. An unusual text called the Memorial Book, which is dated to the 17th century. You can see a page of it over here, and this Memorial Book lists a lot of the prominent people in the town and gives us some sense of their genealogy. As you see from the document, it's written in both Chinese characters and in Hebrew letters. If you look on the 4th list of names down, you see on the right Ben, and then Ben Yisrael Moshe. And that Yisrael Moshe, under the word Moshe, which is right in the center of the document, it has an interesting kind of phrase that says he's called a Jinshi, i.e. he received a PhD. He was a doctor of advanced learning. So a lot of fascinating things about how the Jews of Kaifeng basically lived with 7 distinct surnames, and one particular family was honored with a particular surname by the emperor for their service to the empire as a whole, and that they achieved high levels of education, and a lot of fascinating things. But I think when you look at all of this evidence together, in this brief video, I'd like to point out 3 distinct phenomena that I read into the text. First of all, I was fascinated by the fidelity of the Kaifeng Jews to Jewish tradition. For example, the Jesuits note that they were called, among other names, they didn't use the term Jew, they sometimes used the term Israelite, but they were called Tiao Jinjiao, please forgive my pronunciation, or the group that excises the sinew, which is a clear reference to the observance of the laws of kashrut, because the sciatic nerve has to be removed from animals before they are consumed. There's a lot of discussion of how the Jews of Kaifeng, for example, would only eat meat that they had slaughtered themselves. They would not rely on other group slaughter and so on. Fascinating, many, many references to these kinds of things where they are practicing Judaism as it would be understood in the rest of the Jewish world. Secondly, however, and this is especially interesting, I think, they had some really unusual adaptations to Chinese culture. For example, one of the things that's in the sources is how, it was customary to establish a tablet that would have the emperor's name on it, and that people would show it symbolic obeisance, like kowtow before, bowing before, things like that. Very problematic in Jewish tradition to bow before anyone, or certainly to bow before a block of stone. It smacks of idolatry in Jewish tradition. Very problematic. So how did the Jews of Kaifeng deal with this? It's very clever. You would say a Yiddish cup, right? Jewish head. They wrote the verse Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. On the top of this particular brick, on top of the emperor's name, kind of like a decorative element. And then with whatever bowing they were doing, it was like they were bowing to God because it had this verse on the top. I love this stuff. Also, very problematic for the Jesuits, incidentally, problem of ancestor veneration. Matteo Ricci he reported to Pope in Rome that one of the issues is that the Chinese have a very, very strong ritual of honoring their ancestors, and there was a major debate in the church. The Pope went back and forth on this to whether or not this could be tolerated. For many of the more doctrinaire Catholics, this is an act of idolatry to worship dead ancestors, whereas Ricci and others were arguing, no, it's just the culture, they're just respecting them and so on. So for the Jews, it was no problem because, of course, this is really baked into Jewish thought, not necessarily worshiping Jews, but appealing on the merit ancestors, in Hebrew, Zchut Avot. That's a very, very traditional thing. You look at Jewish prayers and there's constant references, sort of reminding God that descendants of Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah, what they did, remember actions and so on, and provide kindness for their descendants. The idea of ancestor veneration was not really problematic to Chinese Jews at all. Quite fascinating to see how Chinese culture, Confucian culture in particular, and Jewish culture was able to find points of contact and even synthesis. But at the same time, we have to recall that there is significant degrees of assimilation that would be unacceptable, certainly in North Africa or in European Jewish communities. For example, there are many, many examples of degrees of assimilation. The Jews, especially as they were suffering more and more from a lack of leadership and a lack of contact with the outside world, specifically the rest of the Jewish diaspora, they were having problems finding people who could read and write the Torah and interpret it and so on. So the neighbors that they had for many centuries, the Muslims, there was a significant Muslim minority in China. And in fact, there are photographs from the 19th, 20th century of Kaifeng and Edinburgh worshiping in Muslim mosques, because after all, they were theologically much closer to Islam than they were to Confucianism. Islam is, of course, intensely monotheistic and worshiping. So the Jews would frequent Muslim mosques. They were neighbors. In fact, they were almost indistinguishable in dress, but the Muslims would wear white caps and Jewish males would wear blue caps. So one of the names for Jews was, in fact, blue caps, because that distinguishes them from the Muslims. For Confucian Chinese, it was often like, who are these people? And, oh yeah, right, you've got two flavors.
How are you?
The white flavor and the blue flavor. Okay, fine. Also noted in the genealogical.
Well, thank you. What's in your agenda for today? All right, well, just it is Monday, let your brain rest, and you'll have time in the later parts of the day to be able to do.
Logical tables that they record there, that of those 7 clans, some of them with Chinese, and it's actually recorded in their genealogical tables. It's unclear to us what sort of conversion process any would happen. We do note that males, Jewish males, were far more likely to marry Chinese women than
Jewish women were to marry Chinese males. And in those genealogical tables, a clear distinction made between those women who were born Jewish, they were called Bat Israel, right, daughter of Israel, and those women who were born to non-Jews were called Bat Adam, the daughter of Adam. They were married, however, and their origins were recorded, and so on. So there's definitely some degrees of assimilation, and it varies. Certain families were far less likely than others to do so, which I guess is broadly similar to American Jewry as well. The last thing that, it's a sad point in many ways, but the community, of course, fell into significant decline in the early modern and into the 19th, 20th century. And one of the saddest things was that they lost the ability to clearly copy their Torah scrolls, to read their Torah scrolls, and ultimately they ended up selling their Torah scrolls to Christian missionaries, who then brought many of them back to Western Europe, and in fact even one Torah scroll is in Toronto. This is an example of a Kai Feng scroll, which is held by the British Library. People who have analyzed their Torah scrolls, and the scroll of Esther that comes in this region indicates that they were losing their ability to actually copy the Torah scroll effectively. It's clear from the confusion of some of the letters that sound very similar, like Chet and Chaf, or Aleph and Ayin, that they used a method where one person would read the Torah scroll and the scribe would actually transcribe it based on what he was hearing. Hence, there would be errors between those two letters. By the way, Matteo Ricci did not find any of the evidence that he was so hoping to find of Christian prefigurements in the Torah that were not extant. The Torahs are identical to Western Torahs, except for these obvious kinds of typographical errors. The letter Vav overused, that's the word and or but, and these confusions of Aleph and Ayin and things like that. So with the loss of these Torah scrolls, the communities fell into a very steep decline, although there are still remnants of the communities even into the 21st century. And I think by way of conclusion, it seems to me that we see in the Kai Feng Jewry just how important it is for the scattering of Jews to remain connected to one another, and even more importantly, how it's crucial that they remain connected to the core texts of the Bible and the commentaries. And without these two things, it's very difficult for a community to last, although the Kai Feng and Chinese Jewry in general demonstrated remarkable resilience over many centuries, and hopefully they will have a renaissance. And the last thing I got to say, for those of you who have been following my lectures, I want you to appreciate how hard it has been for me to get through this entire lecture, once mentioning the Jewish predilection for Asian cuisine. I just want you to know I really restrained myself. Okay, thank you very much for watching. I hope you found that video useful. In joining us on this amazing cruise through Japan, and please have a look at the website, kosherrivercruise.com, and you'll have the information there about it. Okay, in the meantime, I will share these videos with you. Thank you very much for watching.
It's like a barbecue. Somebody will be watching YouTube and it's able to show them something weird to advertise it out of state. It seems like you're targeted at. Yeah, I know. Maybe it's not helpful. I'm using a VPN. Yeah.
Okay, let's go straight to the topic today. I want to spend time focusing on the turn of the 20th century, really a consequential period for Jewish history. One particular scholar has even called the 20th century the Jewish century, because this is a period of time that had massive impact on history as a whole, surrounding, the role of Jews in this time. And if you doubt how viable that thesis is, just have a look at any news source today and look at how much space Israel takes up, and it has ever been so in my lifetime. I was born in the second half of the 20th century, and yep, Jews are really central to this century.
But let's start, first of all, by going to the Dreyfus affair. So we're going to move back to Western Europe, where we spent some time before we looked at Eastern Europe of Jewish political parties. And I showed you this cool clock and how it changed to the 10-hour clock during the Revolutionary period. It just gives you some sense of how crazy it was during the Revolutionary period, when so many fundamental changes were questioned and changed dramatically as a result of that revolution. One of the things that we didn't have a chance to talk about too much, but I really want to touch on it very briefly, is the development in the 1840s of the first World Jewish Organization. It is the Alliance Israélite Universelle, the Universal Israelite. The term Israelite was often used as a substitute for Jewish or Mosaic, because people were trying. It's not really true in the English language, but in a lot of languages, believe it or not, the term Jew is derogatory. In English, Jew can be derogatory depending on how one says it, or whether one's pointing or spitting at the same time. But basically, it's a neutral word. But in a lot of languages, Jew is a derogatory term. In Russian, for example, Mr. Vasilevsky can help us out with this. The term Yavrei, or Hebrew, is the polite term. Jid, or Jew, is an insult. And you have that in many other languages. Also in French and in German, there was something about what's the polite way to refer to Jews. So Israelite was one of the options. Anyway, this organization started largely as a result of a blood libel trial that happened in Damascus in 1840. It was born largely in Bordeaux, and that's why it's really connected, especially with Europe. But they sent over there a lot of important people, including a very famous British Jew named Moses Montefiore, who went over there and actually was able to remediate the situation and freed the Jews that had been kidnapped and tortured on the basis of the idea that they had kidnapped a Christian child and murdered him for his blood. No body was ever found, and all these crazy things. This is 1840, right? This is really... So after that remarkable success, the alliance really took off, and they tried to do a few other things. They tried to alleviate the problems in Russia and things like that. They weren't so successful, but the whole idea of it was really very successful. Many other organizations followed suit afterwards. Shown on the screen here are two other figures who are very important in setting this up. Not necessarily religious individuals. It was not an organ Jewish enterprise, meaning involving Jews regardless of their religious orientation, but looking at their national orientation. This is a website of not nearly as powerful as it used to be 100 years ago, but still very significant, especially in places of French influence, like North Africa, that was colonized by the French for a long time. They set up a lot of schools in particular, and in certain parts of the world, the Alliance is like the way in which people interact with Jews, just like today. Chabad is so, for many people around the world, Chabad is the way you see Judaism. So for many people, the Alliance in North Africa and Middle East, Baghdad, places like that. Mr. Krantz, are you gonna do that prompt every time I say the word Chabad? I'll squeeze it in if I see that you're not.
Yeah, I usually will. Representing.
Okay, very good. Now, but that has to be balanced. What else is going on in France? And it happens there's a really nasty anti-Semitism. Now, we've used this term anti-Semitism before, but up until the 1880s, it was anachronistic, meaning the term was not invented until the 1980s. So we talked to many lectures ago about Wilhelm Marr, who was a German thing this era. In France, and especially nasty hater of Jews was this man here, Edouard Gilmont, who made his living essentially muckraking in the yellow press, meaning in kind of like the newspapers of the era, against Jews. And he had a phenomenal career claiming that
the only thing wrong with France was that there were many Jews in France, and that they were, eroding the interior of French culture, and that we really have to change the immigration policies and get rid of the Jews who were already in there, and so on. He published this magazine, La Parole, which means sort of like the free vote, meaning have your say. And it had these almost propagandistic caricatures of Jews, like you see this highly typical image that shows this sort of Jewish beggar, which for French Jews, for French people, would evoke a lot of the migrants coming from Poland into France at this time. Excuse me. And as you can see, he's got like these sort of claw-like simian hands and feet. They're all holding on to money. And there's this evocation of the global Jewish conspiracy by having him grab onto the entire world. And it's kind of sending this message that, France and the rest of the world are in peril. That's actually one of the titles of, I don't think it was his book, but one that he promoted, La Peril Juif, the Jewish peril, the Jewish fear, meaning fear of Jews. And this gained a tremendous amount of support in the 1870s and 1880s and 1890s. And the key cause was, this one, I like this one too. You see, it says, popular illustrated edition, Jewish France. La France means Jewish France. And the idea is that, oh my gosh, France is being taken over by all Jews. And you see, you've got this image of a crusader, which is kind of like the metaphor for a lot of these, neo-Christian anti-Semites, meaning we have to like mount a massive, voluntary, and violent crusade against these interlopers. On his shield is written the word Sa'ira, this will be, meaning this is going to happen to you guys. And then on his feet is like this old bearded Jew lying on the Ten Commandments there, because he's been knocked down successfully by the Crusader, and his bag of money has fallen off and things like that. And you can buy Edouard Drumont, nasty anti-Semite of the era, incredibly popular and influential anti-Semite. You should also note that at this time, in the 1870s and 80s, the word anti-Semite was still neutral. You could say you're anti-Semitic. I'm an anti-Semite, just like a person could say, I'm a Democrat, or I'm a Republican, or I'm a whatever. It was a term used within public and polite discourse. So they actually ran parties, political parties, that were openly, explicitly anti-Semitic. They called themselves, there was an anti-Semitic party. Vote for us. We hate Jews. I mean, it's hard to imagine it, but it actually happened like this. And the cause célèbre, the great, thing that everybody was talking about was this horrible incident that happened to this Captain Alfred, who was captain in the French army. And now let us remember that France, up until this point, was the poster child for emancipation, right? You'll recall we spoke a few weeks ago about how France, they published the rights of man and citizen, and then after a little bit of hesitation, they said yes, and even Jews are in the rights of man and citizen. And Napoleon, questioned it. He's called this great Sanhedrin, and then he confirmed it. He said, yes, Jews are Frenchmen like everybody else. So this is 100 years after, and everybody thought that, so forward-looking and so liberal to Jews and kind and so, advanced, and yet to have this Dreyfus affair happen was like a crushing defeat. What exactly happened? So Dreyfus was a rather nondescript Jewish captain in the French army. No special distinguishing career moves or anything like that. But he was framed for an espionage pact that was occurring between some French military and the hated Germans, right? France and Germany had this long running feud that occasionally erupts into wars. They had a war in 1870. They would fight again in World War I in 1914. So this was in that period where still a lot of tension going on between France and Germany. This fact that a spy was active in the French military came out into the press, and they had to find some of them. And so a conspiracy developed in the Jew. Let's blame Dreyfus. Dreyfus was not a religious Jew. He was not out as a Jew. He was rather assimilated in every way. But the notion that it was a Jewish member of the armed forces who was betraying France just had struck a nerve among so many Frenchmen that it was overwhelming for people. This is one of the in the press at the time that shows Dreyfus there standing at attention, and he's had his military insignia stripped from him, his epaulettes are taken off, and his commanding officer is, as a sign of disgust, breaking Dreyfus' sword over his knee. Just an incredible demonstration of disenfranchisement of this one French soldier, but it went into a whole culture that guys like Edouard Drummond really built on of the Jews are our misfortune. Or the Jews are the downfall of France. We better take care of them right away. Dreyfus was shipped off to Devil's Island, where he lived in this cabin here, and in exile. But meanwhile, there were so many questions swirling about the way the trial was handled and the nature of the evidence. There were so many questions that even though he spent, I think about 15, 20 years in total, going in and out of prison during this time, ultimately there was a huge outcry. This is, by the way, also just to give you a sense of the cultural involvement. This is like Watergate. I don't know if you guys remember Watergate. Probably not. But Watergate was when President Nixon was accused of organizing a break-in to a hotel called Watergate, still there in Washington, to get some information on his political blew up, and it ended up he was going to be impeached, and he ended up resigning. It was like a massive crisis for the United States in the 1970s, I think. So Dreyfus was like that. The whole country was wrapped up in this idea that this one French captain had sold out the entire French state of this. This is a board game that was made to capitalize on the excitement over l'affaire Dreyfus, the Dreyfus affair. It changed dramatically and fundamentally when this man, a Polish poet and writer named Émile Zola, who actually had written, about a dozen really powerful novels. I read a few of them. They're actually quite powerful and remarkable, but he's much more famous for what he did with Dreyfus because he was sort of on the left wing, disgusted with all these the irregularities that took place with Dreyfus's trial. And obviously, this guy was being framed for this. He did not do anything like this. There were definitely some other people who were still in the French military and protected by the military. He finally, with some influence from a Jewish thinker named Bernard Lazare, he wrote this remarkable historic article. You see, it covers the entire front page of this newspaper, La Roar, which means the dawn, and it says, "J'accuse," I accuse, and it's a letter to the President of the Republic by Émile Zola. And it is just a total, overwhelming takedown of all of the corruption that was associated with this Dreyfus trial. And he openly said, in front page news, that this is a complete sham and travesty of justice, betrayal of all the French ideals of emancipation and so on. And ultimately, he was successful. Dreyfus was brought back for yet another trial. I think he had 3 trials in total. And while he was not pardoned until 1995, 100 years later, and even then it was, there were people who were not happy with the pardon, but he was allowed to go free. His sentence was commuted, and the thing was put behind him. But for his efforts in this regard,
He was roundly hated. Here is a depiction from the period of how Zola was surrounded by a mob of angry Frenchmen who were really upset with him for even suggesting that there was corruption in the French military, and he was absolutely correct. In fact, some of the people who were charged by Zola and others of being the actual spies, hung themselves in jail and like that. There was, a lot of really nasty things afterwards. What is especially important for us and our purposes is that there was a young journalist who was there at many of the proceedings of Dreyfus. This man, Theodor Herzl, a father of modern political Zionism. And at this point, Herzl was essentially an assimilated Austrian Jew. He had very little interest in Jewish things, but he was totally blown away and shocked by the fact that all of these Frenchmen could be shouting "Mort aux Juifs," death to the Jews, over this one captain with all of the irregularities in the trial. That he said, "Wow, if this happens in France, where they're supposed to be so enlightened, and a full century has passed since Jews were given equal rights, if 100 years after they're given equal rights, the people still feel this way about the Jewish minority, it's obvious to me that living in exile is no longer an option for Jews. In other words, cannot rely on the goodwill of our non-Jewish co-citizens. We have to have a land of our own, and for Herzl, Israel and Zionism, this really was what the moment that kickstarted to become the father of a political movement that would ultimately pression in modern day Israel. Okay, let me pause at this point and see if you have any questions or arguments or discussions.
Professor, did you say that Dreyfus's his term was commuted in 1955 or 95?
No, in that long after he was dead, he was pardoned by the French Parliament, like posthumously. His sentence was commuted, I think, around 1905. Like they said, okay, all right, maybe we shouldn't have gone through all this, and they let him go. But they didn't formally apologize. They didn't declare him committed the incident. They just said, okay, that's enough. Time served. It was a huge insult. Anyone else? I don't see Mr. What if I say Chabad? Maybe that Mr. Kranz will say something. Oh, I think we lost him. Is that possible? So hard to tune up. So I haven't done this in a while. Okay, let's go on then. If there are no other questions, arguments, there he is. Okay. Okay, we're going back to this lecture then. So let's go now back to Eastern Europe and focus a little bit on what's going on in Russia, because it still has the largest concentration of Jews in the world at this point. Also, remember on Wednesday, I'll show you a demographic map that shows you just how many Jews were in Eastern Europe at this time. Eastern Europe is primarily Russia, although there's still a lot of Jews in Austria, Hungary in particular. This is a map that we're going to look at again in probably on Wednesday, maybe next Monday. On the left, you see the way the world looked before World War I. On the right, the way Europe looked after World War I was over. And it's a huge change in East Central Europe. Before World War I, East Central Europe was divided between three big empires. The Austro-Hungarian, it's a dual empire. They joined in the 1860s. And the Russian Empire. And then after World War I, Germany was, shorn a lot of its territories. Austria-Hungary were reduced to a tiny little rump states where fully 2/3 of their former population were now living outside of the country. Right? You had these new countries like Czechoslovakia. Poland, which had been a country before, was reborn again after World War I. You have the Baltic states are created, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, it's a totally different map. And as you can imagine, there were a few winners there. Like if you were a proponent of
Czechoslovak nationalism, you would consider yourself a winner. But there are a lot of people who consider themselves losers, and they were really unhappy about it, and they wanted to revise the peace treaty. They wanted to revise this map. So that's going to be really important for us when we get to World War II in particular. But I want to focus for us today on getting to that point, just to give you a sense of this is the cusp of the short 20th century. It goes from World War I to the collapse of communism. Totally different world in so many ways, but really important for Jewish history. So let's start with what happens in Russia. Russia at this time, in the early 20th century, was literally behind the rest of the world. I mean, their calendar was actually 13 days behind the rest of the world. In the Middle Ages, I post this video, I guess I should, but listening to me talk with COVID is not so nice. In the Middle Ages, Western Europe abandoned the old Julian calendar for the Gregorian calendar, which is the one that we use in the West today. This is March 1st on the Gregorian calendar. But the Eastern, the Orthodox world, meaning Russian Orthodox, Greek, and so on, did not make that switch. And so Russia was one of the places to actually do it. Every century, they lost another day. So that's why they were literally 13 days behind the West. If you look at Russian sources, therefore, they will refer to the February Revolution, whereas if you look to like German, French, English, American sources, they'll talk about the March Revolution, because in our calendar in the West, it was March. But that's just one sort of symbolic fact of why Russia was still so far behind the rest of the world in terms of industrialization, in terms of its governmental structure, in terms of its treatment of Jews, for sure. They were still living in the pre-modern era. So they go into World War I in 1914, and they are like hopelessly under-equipped for a battle with a modern state like Germany. They have like, really poor outfitting. They have unmotivated soldiers. They literally have so few bullets that they tell their soldiers, use your bayonet first, right? You got Germans who are at this point, by the way, using actual tanks. Tanks were developed. They have, Air Force. They're not using it as especially as later governments would. Later armies would have an Air Force, and the Russians are coming in there with like horses and wagons, and their soldiers get close enough to the Germans so you don't have to waste bullets, and they're like mowed down. Russia lost very heavily at the beginning of World War I. Later, they would catch up as a result of their greatest soldier, and I'm sure you've heard of him. He's called General Winter, because the Russians have a really brutal winter, and Western European forces often have difficult conditions. But they went into the war, and first into the war, they were suffering terribly. They lost a lot of their economy is intact. And in Leningrad, which was a time called Petrograd, or Peter's City, and that was the naming. Let me start again. There was a city in the St. Petersburg, which was named after St. Peter, but the word "berg" in the name of the city is a Germanic word. So during World War I, they decided we don't want to have our capital city named with a German name, so they changed it to Petrograd. Grad is Russian for city. And then after the war was over and the communists took over, they named it again Leningrad. Now, if you went to Russia and you wanted to visit the city, you would have to go to St. Petersburg again. It got its original name back. But in St. Petersburg, there is a massive protest over food supply, where on International Women's Day in March of 1917, there's a whole bunch of women protesting the lack of bread in bakeries. And one woman
got unusually worked up. She picked up a brick and she threw it through the window of a bakery. That started a small food riot that eventually expanded over the entire city. And by the end of a few days, the entire government had fallen. The Russians had invaded the Tsar's mansion. They took him over. They arrested him. Later, he would be executed, ironically, by a Jewish assassin. But that was the end of the Russian Empire. It fell with remarkably pressure, largely because, maybe like you've seen in your own times with Assad, Syria, there was very little holding it up. And once enough people simply decided they were going to run up against it, it collapsed of itself. They appointed a new government called a provisional government. And the idea of the provisional government, which was led by this guy, Alexander Kerensky, not a Jewish guy, was to kind of organize, okay, what kind of government are we going to establish in Russia? And they weren't moving from any kind of bourgeois democracy. They had a very weak parliament called the Duma that was essentially an extension of the Tsar himself. And it's like they didn't have any kind of a democratic tradition to speak of. And so they had to figure out what government are we going to set. Also, don't forget, Russia was not a unified country by any means. There were 15 major nationalities living in the massive Russian Empire. By the way, 1/6 the world's surface of the earth, tremendous in territory. You've got Orthodox Christians, Catholic Christians, you have Muslims, you have Buddhists, you have Jews, all over the place. And so when they're trying to figure out what we're going to do for all these people that are no longer subject to the Tsar, they took too long to make their decision. What ended up happening is the communists were able to mount a sufficient force, and they took over the government forcibly in October 1917. Before we get to that, it's important to note that Kerensky, although he himself was not Jewish, he was definitely very cognizant of Jewish concerns. And the very first thing he did when he came to power was he abolished the Pale of Settlement, which is shown here in this map. This was something that Jews hated by this point, although at the 18th century, when it was first set by Catherine, it was actually not such a bad thing. There was lots of room for Jews. They actually had elevated rights as codified by Catherine the Great. But by the time we get to the 20th century, it was like essentially a massive ghetto. And there were all kinds of arbitrary anti-Semitic regulations that Jews were not allowed to live so close to the border. They were suspected of smuggling, and Jews were not allowed to engage in this kind of business over here because they would compete with non-Jewish businesses and all kinds of things like that. So it was definitely something hated, and Kerensky got rid of it, though, as his very first action. This is a map that shows you a little bit of the population called Jews, and you can see that the Pale had massive numbers of Jews in it. Also worthy of, by the way, that what we call Poland today was part of Russia at the time and part of the Pale of Settlement. The October Revolution was led by this man, Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. He was a social democrat, which is the technical term for the extreme left-wing parties that would later make up the Bolshevik Party, later known as the Communist Party, but also a few other groups like the Menshevik Party, and technically groups like the Bund were also part of this communist ideology. And his approach was that we have to accelerate Marxism in Russia. As we discussed last week, Russia was not a proper model for Marxist philosophy because it never went from essentially a pre-modern feudal economy through a bourgeois democracy to communism. It threatened to jump straight from the pre-modern feudal era to the communist era. But he said essentially we can do it. We can rush around, we can get this done. Very charismatic speaker, managed to get together these local groups called Soviets, which means councils of workers, especially
urban workers and factories, but also farm workers and so on, to overthrow the bourgeois model set by the provisional government and bring in this new communist government. Shortly after successfully taking over the region in October, this is a picture that says Comrade Lenin is going to clean up the land from, I don't know, Mr. Vasilevsky, is your Russian better? Must be right. Here's where Nechiste is. Nechiste means to be clean. He's going to make this land clean, so that's probably what it means. Anyways, the Lenin was like going to clean up this whole world, but in 1922 he has this stroke, and for 2 years, and his main deputies include Stalin, the Jewish leader of the Red Army, Trotsky, who we've seen before, and of course Joseph Stalin, and the three of them engage in a three-way struggle for power that by the time you get to the end of the 20s, Stalin is firmly in power, and both Bukharin and Trotsky are assassinated. There is a strong anti-Semitic environment around communism, which at this time, partially because of the strong Jewish element in the early communist movement, and let me speak to that in a little bit greater detail, but the anti-communist Russians, of whom there are many, the most important is a group of whites, they're openly taking advantage of whatever anti-Semitic charges they can to further malign this new communist movement. This here is a piece of white Russian propaganda that says, on the death of the International, that's referring to an internationalist organization, and you can see this is supposed to be some kind of like ceremony, where on the right you see there's a statue of Karl Marx with the star. It says International on it, and then there are these various Aztec people who are sacrificing a victim to the Marx. You can see Lenin there in the center with his red cloak. Red is the Soviet color, and you can see right next to him on his left is none other than Trotsky himself. If you have any difficulty with it, all the names are on the top there, and several of them are Jewish. Here's the thing about Jews and communism. There's no question that communism had a special fascination for Jews at the turn of the 20th century. But we got to bear in mind that the vast majority of Jews were not communists. However, if you looked at communists and you wanted to see how many Jews were in there, Jews were definitely disproportionate, especially in the leadership ranks of communists. That's a scary kind of thing. At some point, have 1/3 of the leadership of the communist organization of Jewish extraction. There's actually a kind of a dark joke about it in Yiddish. They had this organization called the Всероссийский Центральный Комитет, which means the All-Russian Central Committee of the Communist Party, and they would make a Yiddish acronym out of it, VUTSIK, which stands for Vutsen Eden Kommandieren, where 10 Jews are in charge, where 10 Jews command. And, it was not hard to look at it. Like, if you look at this particular list here, Zinoviev and Trotsky, and I believe Kamenev, that's out of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 names, are Jewish. And that's scary. That's quite a number. Now, again, re-emphasizing, the vast majority of Jews were not communists, and communism was very anti-religious and anti-Jewish, but there were still people attracted to it. Part of that is related definitely to things that are neutral, like urbanization. Jews were also highly urbanized, and highly urbanized people were far more likely to support. But there was definitely a surge of interest for this brand new political philosophy that promised to put a final end to national hatreds. And many Jews were attracted to this idea, thinking that
maybe this is the movement that will finally put an end to anti-Semitism and racism. People got enthusiastic, especially younger people who are not necessarily so well entrenched in Jewish tradition. By the way, to look at this a little bit more closely, this is also a little bit of Christian propaganda. You can see the Jewish guy here clearly so with the caricature and the number 30 on his bag, which is an allusion to the 30 pieces of silver that Judas received for betraying Jesus. So the idea here is that Jews are also betrayers. However, the biggest push Jews into the Communist Party were the pogroms that occurred in the context of the Civil War. Before we get to that, I just want to, I'm going to pause for a second, and then we'll talk about the rapprochement. So questions, arguments, discussions? Totally clear as the sun at noonday. I can't believe it. This is like such a complicated period of history. You guys sure you're all good with this?
Hello?
Hello, David D. Mr. Tuman.
Hi, Dean. How are you? When you're saying that the Jews were such a large part of the communist government, you aren't saying that they necessarily were evil people like Stalin or Lenin. They were just taken by this ideal that sounded wonderful and beautiful and was fit the world, right?
Well, actually, I didn't say whether they were evil or not, but I think there were.
Sounded like you were surprised that they were such a large part of the terrible government. Am I wrong?
Well, it is a surprising phenomenon because it's a government had such a negative impact, and I say that's mildly. I mean, this is a murderous, genocidal movement. It wasn't necessarily like that at the beginning. You couldn't tell for sure, but by the time you get 30s, oh my gosh. You can compare Stalin's communism in the 1930s in many ways, Hitler's Nazism. The terrorism, the forced arrests, the tortures, the murders. It's absolutely incredible. So to think of Jews.
The Jews were participating then?
Yes. Guys like Lazar Kaganovich, he was a Kohen, and he was one of the main architects of the terror famine of the 1930s. He's in charge of Ukraine at that time. There's some really, really nasty characters here. It is a sad reality that Jewish history also has villains in it.
Professor, I heard that in 37, 36, a lot of Jews turned against the Soviets, realized they weren't great.
Yes.
So Jews who were Soviets, most of them had been the ones left besides them.
That is very true. What I'd like to do, I'm gonna walk you through this in the next bubble after what I'm going to talk about, 2 bubbles, but I'll give you the short answer right now. Basically, at the beginning of the war, you have what are called old Bolsheviks, meaning those are people who actually became communists before world revolution, right? They're old Bolsheviks. And Jews are disproportionately represented there, primarily in the leadership, but not in the rank and file. But those are like the true believers. Those are like the Trotskys, who really are like all in from the beginning and very anti-Jewish and things like that. Then what's going to happen, and I'll come back to explain this in a little more detail, of regular Jews who are uneducated about communism and so on, but they suddenly vote with their feet to join the Red Army, largely because the Red Army is the most force defending Jews against pogroms in the Civil War era. That's when you have the biggest number of Jews in the Communist Party. And then beginning with the 1920s, 1924, at the end of the NEP period, that's when you have a successive series of purges where the Communist Party says, wait a minute, we have too many people in here who really don't believe what we believe, and they cull Jews down to a much more proportionate number. And in fact, they now become less proportionate during the worst period. So in other words, when communism was its worst, there were the fewest Jews, but it would be a mistake to say there were no Jews in communism. That's not at all true. And there were some really nasty Jews in it too. So it was complicated. This is some of the
this is the kind of stuff that I just know when I put this on YouTube, I'll get lots of crazy people writing about it. But let's explore the history a little bit more, okay? So back to where we are. Here we are in the rapprochement. So this I'm sharing largely because it's my own research. This is my dissertation. That there was a really weird thing that happened in Ukraine at this time. The Russian Empire, you recall, it falls apart in February. And then in October, the communists take over. But a lot of parts of the Russian Empire said, wait a second, we don't want to be communist. We want to do things our own way, differently. Ukraine was the largest major chunk of the former Russian Empire that says, no, we don't want to do this Russian thing. And they realized that if they were to form any kind of a defense against this communist government, they would have to take advantage of all resources. And they reached out. It was a really unusual moment. These are the Ukrainians who spoke about them in Khmelnytsky and stuff like that. But the Ukrainian intelligentsia in places like Kiev reached out to the Jewish intelligentsia and said, hey, can we team up? And we need your literacy. We need your urbanization. We need a lot of things that you can do. Support from Jewish communities around the world. Maybe let's create our own country that's separate from the Russian Empire. And for 3 years, they had this really bizarre experiment where they took Dubnow's theories that we talked about last week, and they said, okay, let's do it in a Dubnovian way. They placed a minister of Jewish affairs in their government. They dedicated tax dollars, at least in theory, to Jewish causes. They made Yiddish an official language of Ukraine, which is totally bizarre. By the way, my book is, believe it or not, in Ukraine. I'm somewhat famous. They translated my book there, and like that. But it was a crazy experiment that essentially collapsed within 3 years. This is one of the documents I found in the archives, where they're trying so hard to live up to their promises of making Yiddish a formal language. This is an official government document. And as you can see by looking at it closely, it's written in 2 languages. On the left, with a typewriter, it's written in Ukrainian. And on the right, I have a Yiddish typewriter. They wrote it in Yiddish. And if closely, you'll see that even in the Ukrainian, certain letters are handwritten in there, specifically an I or an I with an umlaut on top of it. And the reason for that is that they didn't have a Ukrainian typewriter. They only had Russian typewriters. And in order to adapt the Russian to Ukrainian, they had to specifically add those letters in, which was hilarious. But that also shows how weak the government is. And in fact, towards the end period, the government was essentially operating out of a train car. And they were running between 3 cities in western Ukraine, trying to avoid Red Army troops. That was the extent of their government. So although it was a very noble kind of idea, let's involve the Jews in this, really kind of cultural government, Ministry of Affairs, et cetera, it was largely a figment of the imagination of the upper political classes, and it did not, seep into the broader population. This is especially true because right after, there's actually it should say pogroms of 1919 in the slide there, sorry. Because when the communists took over, the entire region just blew up in a horrific civil war, where you had multiple players all arguing over whose territory the Russian Empire, especially European Russia, was going to be. You had the communists, led very effectively by Trotsky army. You had the white Russians, who wanted to support either the Tsar, who was kicked out in February, or the provisional government that was kicked out in October, but they didn't want the communists. You had the Ukrainian National Army, that was called the Directory at the time. You had the Polish army. You had Poland is also, resuscitating itself at this time. You had the anarchist movement under a guy named Makhno, very active in Ukraine in particular. And then you had dozens of temporal gangs of pogromists who said on Tuesday were for the Ukrainians and on Thursday were the communists, and the people who suffered the most were the Jews. Incredible pogroms, way beyond anything that they had experienced in 1881 or earlier. And you'll recall we discussed last week that there's this remarkable acceleration of violence that occurs in 1881. The scale is phenomenal. If in the 3 years of pogroms between 81 and 84, you have maybe 50 people killed, a really small number compared to later violence. In the great pogroms of Kishinev and Odessa, 1903, 1905, and so on, you'll have maybe 200, 300 Jews killed per pogrom. Still pretty awful in one single pogrom. But by the time you get to the post-World War I era, and especially the bloody year 1919, conservative estimates put it at about 60,000. Wildly liberal estimates go up to 250,000, which is probably way too big. But 100,000 is certainly within the realm of possibility. Talking about a really, really violent period where, places would be attacked over and over and over again. Huge international outcries doing nothing. By the end of it, in 1920, the communists finally control the territory. And here's the point that I want to mention. I see your hand, Mr. Tuman. I'll get to it in a second. Why Jews suddenly become pro-communist at this time is because of all of those multiple forces that are fighting for territory in Ukraine. The Red Army, the least incidents of violence against Jews. Trotsky at its head steps up right at the beginning of the war and says, whatever you do, do not harm the local population, not only Jews, also, even to a certain degree, worse off were the Mennonites, which is a German Protestant sect living in the eastern Ukraine that are avowed, meaning they refuse to fight back against the attackers. And people like, led by a man named Grigoriev, literally moving into the homes of these people and raping their wives and then having them cook the next morning, and the men simply doing nothing because it would be a betrayal of their religious principles to fight back. And those Mennonites who did fight back and broke their religious principles, they were later shunned by the rest of the Mennonites in the horrific kind of experience during this war. So Trotsky was able to shut down the violence against civilian populations. Not completely. There's about 3 or 4% of the pogroms were assassinated by the Russians, but the vast majority of people knew that if the White Russians came into your town, or the Ukrainian Directory came in, or one of these hoodlum gangs, you were going to have violence. And so many Jews immediately said, well, that's it. We've got to join the Red Army. And you have this rush of Jews to the Red Army, so much so that they have stories of guys literally running out of base medrash, pay us flying and not speaking a word of Russian, and running to try and find out how to operate a musket or whatever, I don't know, rifle at a time. They actually had to establish Yiddish language training facilities for these Jews who wanted so badly to wreak revenge. That's when you have the big surge in favor of the communists, because the communists looked like they were actually going to live up to their promise to protect the Jews and minorities in their lands. Later, of course, they would be betrayed by the communists big time, but that wouldn't really start to happen until the end of the 1920s. Okay, Mr. Tuman, you have your hand up.
Yeah, thank you. Why the pogroms? What exactly were they targeting? They were fighting with each other. I understand violence between each other, but why the Jews? Would that do anything?
Yeah, that's a good question. That's kind of a meta question. Your question was asked to me by Professor John Paul Chimka, a very important scholar at the University of Edmonton, who read my dissertation and said, well, Abramson, why the Jews? Hang on one second. I'm just going to go onto mute for 1 second.
Which was used by the Chinese for medicinal purposes, both to heal wounds, to increase fertility among women. This
sorry, folks. I'm teaching this from home, and I have some other people here. Oh, okay. My Rebbitzin just brought me the Paxlovid, so I'm going to be like super healthy tomorrow. All right. Where are we? Oh, yeah, Mr. Tuman's question also. Why the Jews? So during this period of time, which actually received a specific name for it, called the in Ukrainian Petrivshchina, or in French the Jacquerie, which is based on an earlier model of the medieval period. It seems like the basic motive to attack the Jews is right at the heart of human evil to begin with. People Jews because they were vulnerable. People attacked the Jews because they wanted whatever they could steal. They wanted to rape them. They wanted to engage in, the pleasures of wreaking havoc to things. It was just like it was the worst of society. This is why if you recall the title of my book here, let's just go back for a minute. I chose this title carefully. This one here. Why did I call it a prayer for the government? Recognize that phrase? You guys should know this.
Wait, by dominating, no?
Good. Well, Turkey Avos. Mr. Loiki, very well done. Why do we have to pray for the government, for the peace of the government?
Otherwise, everything falls apart.
Yeah, and in a very pungent phrase, Shil Male Mora Ish Esrehu Chaim Balahu. That if it weren't for the fear of the government, people would swallow each other alive. And so my book was really focused on this period of people swallowing each other alive because there was no government whatsoever, right? The government falls in February 1917. It's not restored for 3 years. So if you have no government for 3 years, that's the worst possible thing for Jews. So that's basically the motivation for the pogroms. Now,
even though they were in
it's okay.
Even though they were in a civil war, they were busy. They were trying to establish control of the region, but so they were more interested in looting and violence.
Yeah. Well, this goes into more detail than I planned for this lecture. You can read my book if you're curious, but two things. We should note that 40% of the pogroms were perpetrated by the Ukrainian government that was also at the same time having a minister of Jewish affairs and stuff like that, which is like a huge irony. So obviously that points to the fact that the Ukrainian government was not able to communicate its ideals to its own population. That, they might be saying one thing in their government missives to the rest of the world, but they're obviously not communicating to the rank and file of people who join with them. Also, we have to understand this is kind of like the dark, unwashed masses. These are the regular people for whom we don't know anything because they don't write anything down. They don't leave records of their opinions. They do these things. But we do know that in January of 1919, at their height, they had about 100,000 volunteers in their army. When we get to March, they were down to 16,000. In other words, they have this huge support from the peasantry. Say, oh, that's it. Let's fight for Ukraine, Slava Ukraine. We'll make this our own country, stuff like that. But as soon as they have to fight against the Red Army, hey, well, that's no good. But fighting against Jews or Mennonites, that's an entirely different proposition that we can do. So we're looking at, this is a period that really exposed the worst dregs of the human psyche and motivation. And it scarred the Jewish world. We would know a lot more about it if it were not for the fact that the Holocaust so overwhelmingly overshadowed this period of history. Okay, shall we go on a little bit? Any other questions, arguments? Okay.
Professor, when you had that book I wrote, the prayer for the government, I found that very interesting because every year by Yom Kippur, my father uses this mobster from like 19 who knows when, and it has brachos in there. They're like a prayer for the government. It's got a bracha for the czar, for like whoever was in charge of Lithuania. I forgot the title, and it has like their names and stuff. It's like I find it the coolest thing.
That is cool. I actually have one of those. It is a cool thing, and it's just pray for the welfare of the government. In America too, we definitely have to do it because we shouldn't think that America is unjust. That we wouldn't be exposed in this country too. Okay, so legacy. One last detail that's really quite fascinating with regards, a little bit more focused, but still a fascinating story. This is a picture of Simon Petliura. Interesting individual who was, like many of these figures, before the war, he was not a military person. He was actually a poet and a journalist and a playwright. A lot of the really significant right-wing figures of the 20th century did not come from military backgrounds, but came from the humanities. Ooh, scary. Like Mussolini and Hitler was an artist. They were not, generals when they came to power. Petliura came to power in late 1918 in Ukraine, and I mentioned it was under his watch that the worst period of pogroms occurred. And he survived the Civil War. He fled to France, where he lived in exile in Paris, kind of like as the symbolic head of the Ukrainian government that never came to be because the communists took over. And one day he's walking on the Rue Racine, and a Jewish guy named Shalom Schwarzbard walks up to him and says to him, "Vous êtes Monsieur Petliura? Are you Mr. Petliura?" And he says, "Yes." And then Schwarzbard pulls out a revolver and shoots him dead on the street. He is arrested. He doesn't try to run away. He's arrested, and he is put on trial for murdering a man in cold blood, which is obviously what he did. Here's a picture from his trial. You can see Schwarzbard standing up at the left there. However, he had brilliant defense attorneys who managed to turn the trial on its head by saying in 1926, and by the way, this was all covered in the New York Times. It was like the whole world was watching this particular trial. They said that the reason why Schwarzbard murdered Petliura was it was a revenge killing for his family members who were killed in the pogroms of 1919. And that he tracked Schwarzbard down like a Nazi hunter and shot him dead in the street because Petliura deserved it for his role in the pogroms of Ukraine. In an electrifying decision, undoubtedly thinking of the debacle we began our discussion with today, the Dreyfus affair, a French jury convicted, they acquitted Schwarzbard of the crime of murder, even though there was no question about the facts of the case, required him to pay an insulting one franc in damages to Petliura's widow. And this was like an earth-shattering decision because, the French jury essentially said that Petliura himself and the Ukrainian movement that he headed were guilty of organizing and directing these pogroms in a kind of an architectural fashion. And Schwarzbard was exacting an appropriate revenge. And you can see why, 30 years earlier, a French jury had convicted of a crime he did not commit. Now they acquitted a Jew of a crime that he did commit. It was like a huge mess for Ukrainians and a huge victory for Jews. And there's a lot of fellowship that went on and on after as well. Many felt, especially of the Ukraine, that he was actually a Soviet plant, that it was part of the Soviet desire for statehood. I've seen the evidence on that, and personally, I think it's not the case. But nevertheless, there are some interesting things to discuss there. But
that's kind of a footnote to the end of the story, and certainly contributed to the challenges of Ukrainians and Jews fighting a rapprochement after the Schwarzbard trial. Okay, so that basically takes us through the period that I really wanted to cover for today. We could begin the next part, which is really going back to what's happening in the Soviet Union. But I think what I'd rather do is just see if you have any further questions or observations or objections, disputes, supports. Perfectly clear as the sun at noonday, correct?
As can be clear.
Thank you. Okay, so let's wrap it up for today. Then we'll pick it up. We'll begin with the Soviet period on Wednesday. I'm feeling a lot better now. I'm pretty confident I'll be in tomorrow. Mass. For those of you who wanted to show up for my cheer this morning at 7:29 a.m., that did not happen because I was too sick. We will, God willing, start tomorrow. I'll wear a mask, so don't worry about the COVID germs. But God willing, we'll start tomorrow. Okay. Great learning with you, gentlemen. I hope you have a
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you.
Socially, I'm a professor.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you.
Okay. When you have these massive bombs in Russia, in terms of the scale, but well under 100 people killed. So, it was terrifying at the time, but you look at the rest of the 20th century, it's like a blip. It's strange to see how so little violence could be such a huge change, but it also gives you a sense of, unfortunately, how deeply we have been wounded by the last century. Kristallnacht, also just before the Holocaust, about 200 people, 260 people killed. So again, the numbers are still tiny compared to what we would see later on in the century and even in our own days. But they had a massive impact because over 3 years of pogroms, Jews eventually said, this is not working. We're going to give up. We got to do something different. And now here are the 5 basic strategies that Jews devised. The first one that we talked about last Monday was emigration, right? The most traditional of the strategies of dealing with this kind of, anarchy, if the government cannot protect the Jews. So we won't go into that in more detail. The second one is socialism, which is the idea that no, we're not going to simply pick up and leave and go someplace else and start this cycle all over again. We're going to change the society that we live in now. We're fundamentally going to alter society by raising to the ground the economic principles upon which this society was based. And so they adopted in particular this one philosophy called socialism. Again, if we had lots more time, I would probably talk at length. It was, I got my graduate degree, my doctorate before the Soviet Union fell. And just as it was falling, I was writing my dissertation. So I had to study a ridiculous amount of socialism. Wreck, actually. It was terrible. I mean, because they figured that would be important for us to know these things, and all these different theorists and all these different people, and it's like all garbage. Really. Yeah, a good chunk of it was made by Jews, as we shall see. But for our purposes, thumbnail definition of socialism is this idea that rather than the landed classes and those who control the means of production achieving the highest levels in society and then using their positions, their purchase high atop this economic power to dominate lower classes and keep them in servitude, socialism says, no, let's give it all back to society. Hence the word socialism. Let's take the factories away from the oligarchs and let's give it to the people. The people will run everything themselves. It's like saying to someone like Elon Musk, we're going to take, you've done really great. Thank you for building these rockets and these electric cars and stuff like that. We're now going to take away all of properties and we are going to divide
them amongst the wealth of all America. That's called nationalizing a resource, an economic resource, meaning a nation. And obviously Elon Musk and people at that class would not feel good about it, but it's actually very popular with the masses who say, well, yeah, I can't even afford one share of Tesla stock, and now I got like the whole factory with, and I have to drive it because we just took it over. Mr. Silver, you want to say something?
How many times has that happened to Jews? Got a factory being evicted?
Many times, yeah. Jews have had experienced that in different contexts. Cuba is perhaps the best example of it in most recent times. Yes, Mr. Well, if you read Marx, which I wouldn't recommend reading lots of Marx because it's like crazy, but there's a short book called The Communist Manifesto, which he wrote with Friedrich Engels, maybe 80 pages long, and he basically describes it as a historical process. And the key element of it is the rich get richer. If you have wealth, you can use wealth to make more wealth. That's the title of his book, is Das Kapital, right? Capital, money. That's what it's all about. If you don't have money, it's impossible to make money. So therefore, it's like a self-perpetuating kind of social structure that inherently dispossesses lower classes. The idea of socialism is you create, quote, a dictatorship of the proletariat. The proletariat means the working classes. You have them rise up and en masse take over the entire economy, distribute it equitably, at least in theory, and this will create a workers' paradise. You'll have this phenomenon called Družba narodov, the friendship of peoples, because everyone will love each other. You have the end of a class struggle between upper and lower classes, and especially because Marx himself was such an inveterate anti-Semite, who was born Jewish. He was baptized by his parents, like many Jews of the 19th century. But he had a phenomenal hatred of the Jewish people, an unusual degree of hatred. He hated religion in general, and he called it the opiate of the masses. This will be very relevant as we get to the Soviet period a little later. What does that phrase mean? Religion is the opiate of the masses. Opiates are drugs. Opiates are drugs. Good. What are they doing? Right. What kind of drugs are opiates? Highly addictive, excellent. What else do they do? Asking for a friend. Numb the senses. They make you stupid, right? They make you slow. Have you ever seen like these 19th century opium dens? And by the way, well, we have a pretty sordid history with opium. I'm not Jews, I'm talking about America and England in particular, where we were pushing this product on the society because it was actually very good at keeping populations docile. People who take opium, they tend to like get very lethargic, and they just want to lay down, and they just want to do nothing and let the opium just work through their system. And it's like it's a sedative. It makes you forget your problems, but it also makes you stop doing anything. So when he says religion is the opiate masses, what Marx is trying to say is that religion is as addictive as an opiate, and it makes you stupid. It makes you lethargic, makes you check out, and not try to change the system. And what he's saying this for, he's really Christian, more Judaism, but he says, if you're like an impoverished coal miner, and you've been a poor coal miner, and let's say, northern England, since you were 7, 8 years old, you've been going down to the mines, and you've got all this coal dust in your lungs, and you're going to die early in a painful death, and you're going to be miserable, and you feel terrible about everything, but you go to church, and the minister says, don't worry, the meek will inherit the earth. And in this world, you may be downtrodden and so on, but in the next world, it's going to be fantastic. You'll have like palm trees, it'll be like bokeh, it'll be so nice. And so that keeps you stupid. That keeps you saying, oh no, I'm gonna follow this path, and I'm gonna understand that God has given lots of money to these people, and that's the way it's supposed to be. My goal is to accept the system so that in the next world I will receive my reward. And that's what Marx criticized, saying that religion is a tool of classes to try and keep people in check, keep them addicted to the opiate of religion so they don't rebel. Right? this will become very relevant when socialism actually becomes a reality as the principle of the Soviet Union, and totally attacks any religious society, including Jews, in a very big way. Anywhere, so that's any questions about socialism for our thumbnail definitions?
Is there a difference in communism?
Oh, good question. So socialism was the original term that was used in the 1860s when Marx started developing this. By the time you get to the revolution in 1917, there's a whole panoply of different flavors of socialism. So in 1918, a movement called the Bolsheviks, which is really the larger portion of the Social Democratic Party, they decided to rename themselves communists from the term commune, that we are all together in a community. But communism is simply put one of the more extreme interpretations of socialism. But it's more correct to speak about socialism in general because there are many different varieties of it. Now, can you think of any? Can you think of any successful experiments in socialism? Israel. What do you mean by Israel? Is the whole state, is the whole country socialist? It's one of the capitalist sort of environment for industry and for economy, but a little bit. So. Okay, so that's very good. We should talk maybe about Israel's system, but I think it would be more fair to say that Israel adopted certain socialist ideas. Like almost every country adopted some things, including this country. For example, the concept of welfare, that if you're really poor, the government will give you money to stay alive. That's a socialist idea. If we were pure capitalists, like total monopoly man capitalists, we would say you don't work, you don't eat, die. Right? But no, we don't want to say that. We don't want society to be so rigid. So we have adopted a socialist concept of, that the society will protect its weakest members by providing food for them. Canada, our wonderful neighbor to the north, some would say, oh, I'm not even going to utter it, but Canada went a step further, like most civilized countries, and said health should be a right and not a privilege. So in Canada, they have a single-payer health system where you will pay more taxes. That means everybody has health insurance to start with. In this country, that a huge struggle. Still have not completely solved the health care issue. But healthcare is a socialist idea. Universal healthcare. And yes, there are problems with it, it means rationing and stuff like that. But the fact do have universal healthcare, and we don't. And that's bizarre. Yeah, and so there are crazy things like that. Israel also has universal healthcare. Dr. Rosinski would love to talk to you about this at great length. But these are socialist ideas, so we do exactly. But when you say Israel, there's one specific aspect of Israel which actually is pure. The kibbutz. What is the kibbutz, Mr.
They kind of take away everything in your apartment.
Yeah. Exactly. And how long have kibbutzim been in existence? Slowly. About 100 years. Yeah, a century. And it actually worked. Like they have kibbutzim. I worked on a kibbutz as a volunteer. One of my sons volunteered at a kibbutz. They're actually really nice. The idea is that everybody piles in and you share the wealth of the kibbutz. It's usually agricultural. Sometimes they make things, like for example, the shtenders and things that we have in our base measures are made by Kibbutz Lavi, where one of my other sons also worked. But the profits are shared equally by everybody in the kibbutz. And amazingly, the kibbutz actually is stable. It works. There are questions about is this, viable over another generation? And they've been having those discussions for about 10 generations now. Maybe not 10, probably about 5 generations. But it still works. The reason why it's a form of socialism that works is because it's really small scale. Talking about 1,000 people, maybe 3,000 people. That group of people can get together and say, we all believe in this and we cooperate. But in the Soviet Union, millions of people, it's crazy. It does not work at all. It didn't work in Cuba. It didn't work anywhere. Mr. Grant.
My these things where I live in the social process, and the biggest flaw with communist social policies is okay, there's no be communist after you go to the country. Once you go to the country, it's like, oh, okay, there's so much money, what's money, dictator. Like, there's no actual look at how to become this.
That's an excellent observation. It's something that the communists in Russia found out immediately because Marx, who was dead by that time, he envisioned that societies would go through a progression, that they would start like kind of like clans and tribal, they would go to a feudal society like we talked about in the medieval period, then they would get with industrialization to where we are as a bourgeois democracy. And then after that went on for a few hundred years, then we would mature to become a communist society. But Russia skipped a step because they were still basically feudal in 1917. They did not have a big industrial base. And so when they ended up taking over the country, they said, uh-oh, Marx didn't tell us what we're supposed to do if we leapfrog this. Anyways, you're seeing how much crazy stuff I read about this in the graduate school. We want to get back to our topic. So here we go. There's socialism. Jews got very excited about socialism for reasons that we'll explore in future classes. The third, I think this is behaving weird.
This one, this is the thing that's right there on the board. This object.
This object?
Yes, my.
Really? Brilliant. That was good. How did you do that?
In the exact spot where it was, someone was touching it right there.
That must be it. Okay, great. Now, third option, 5, right? Third is Zionism. Now, as I'm sure you are aware, the idea of chibat Zion, of desire to go back to Israel, is the Jewish people, right? We've had this since the Babylonian exile. We've had it for hundreds and hundreds of years. As you're also aware, I'm sure, there were theological approaches to it that suggested that while it's an admirable thing to go back, to live in the land, especially to die and be buried in the land, those are wonderful things. But the concept of creating a modern state with an army and passports and stuff like that, that may have contradicted a particular Gemara and Shavuos. And so there was no support for centuries for any kind of idea of a political return to power. We should also remember that most peoples didn't think of in terms of creating political states until the 18th century. So when the Jews started thinking about it, they were already, good 50, 60 years behind most of Europe. So like,
Yes, I think it's
and Kasubas, it's the Shavua, it's Look at how brilliant these students are. You're watching this. Okay, that's good. Thank you. We'll have to look at it later. So the idea was that Zionism was like an ideal that we may live to, but no one really thought about actually trying to organize a Jewish state there until the 1880s. And this was a rather different response because essentially the Zionist movement, here, of course, heard this famous moment where this, Mr. Krantz, got to read that Pirkei Avos where it said, don't interrupt, right? So this is actually Ben Gurion. Herzl is in the picture. In the background, he's the founder of Zionism. We'll come back and talk about it. But this idea of Zionism, it's like, wait, I'm going to do the first option of just emigrating to some other land in Gaulis. Because we've done repeating a problem. And this whole idea of socialism is meshuggah. We're not going to recreate Russia into some brand new economy. It's crazy. And in fact, we'll work out. What we will do, however, is we will stop history by moving back to Eretz Israel. This 2,000-year-old cycle of Gus, by going back to land, establishing ourselves there, state, and that will ultimately mean the end of Jewish history, because we will have gone full circle back to Israel. Obviously, we're going to talk a lot more about this because, amazingly, they succeeded. 1948, creation of a state which is really unprecedented in history. There's no one who comes even close to the idea of reestablishing a state, even 300 years after it disappears. Closest thing maybe is Poland, and Poland had a lot of help. So we'll come back to that. That's That's the third option. A lot of Jews chose this. It's very popular. Fourth option, this one is a little weird. I think we're losing the battle here. Let's look at the other one. This one here. Let's move. Okay. So weird. Fourth one, this is a little weird. It was not one of those popular, but it did have some lasting resonance, and we still feel it in the way we're organized here in America. This is called diaspora nationalism. Diaspora, of course, is a Greek word that means scattering, that Jews are scattered around the world. They live in small minority communities all over the world, but they are going to engage in nationalism, meaning they're going to organize themselves, and they're going to try and create communal structures in the countries where they live. Where this became especially relevant is in the Russian Empire, because you had a massive population of Jews, the largest single concentration of Jews in the world at the time, and the government had just fallen apart in 1917 with the collapse of the Romanov dynasty. So they had this opportunity, maybe we can actually do it here. The basic working model of diaspora nationalism, which was articulated by the great historian Shimon Dubnov, was this idea that you get all the Jews living in a country to join a single voting bloc called a cadaster, and every Jew registers for that bloc, and then you get a minister that represents you in the government. You get tax dollars from the government to pay for your schools, to pay for your mikvah, to pay for your Asian restaurants, all that stuff. And inside the cadaster, you create your own Jewish parliament. And here in America, Canada, they have something called the federation system, which is modeled on the diaspora nationalist idea. The big difference, though, is that this is entirely voluntary. Whereas in the way that Dubno imagined it, every Jew, like the Kehillah system, he modeled it on the Council of Lands, every Jew is automatically locked in. You cannot leave. You are part of the community. You pay taxes to the community. You get benefits from the community, but you can't sort of opt in, opt out, affiliate, don't affiliate. So it does not nearly have as much strength as the way Dubno imagined it. Had a fairly small popularity, but nevertheless a very powerful identity. And here's the last idea, what I call renewed traditionalism. This is essentially right-wing Orthodox, because up until this point, and really we're saying the turn of the 20th century, you could point to, let's say, 1912, when the Agudas Yisrael was founded, as maybe the actual moment when it was articulated. Traditional Orthodox Jews were not interested in except maybe emigration. And the emigration part was not to America, because America was considered, if you recall, such a treif Medina, people would throw their tefillin overboard when they came to Ellis Island, things like that. So the religious Jews largely didn't want to have anything to do with any of this, but they realized by the turn of the 20th century that if they didn't get organized and they didn't prepare themselves to participate in mass politics, they would lose the opportunity to have a voice. And then a lot they cared about, like, protecting the Shabbos, like protecting Shabbat, like maybe getting government grants to pay for yeshiva education, stuff like that, they wouldn't have a chance unless they organized. So ironically, the organization of these political parties, like the Agudas Yisrael is the first of them, was designed to protect essentially pre-modern values, using the modern devices of political mobilization. In some countries, democratic votes, like in Poland, for example, they use those tools to try and keep a pre-modern society in place. Those are the 5 basic strategies. Jews fell into one or a combination of various versions of those after 1881. Okay, any questions, arguments? It is about to get very complicated now. Are you ready? This is the part where you will now begin to understand your crazy Uncle Joe and why he has such weird political ideas. Because I'm now going to tell you how this was translated into Jewish politics. hold on to your gallons. So first of all, we have this concept called a political spectrum, right? And we use it in American politics. We use it in Jewish politics, although it's not precise. But the basic idea is you have a left to right axis, right, an x-axis, and on this x-axis you have on the left socialist, right? That's what we call people left wing. They actually have to. The reason why we say left is because of the way the French Parliament was set up, and those people sat on the left side of the room. But left wing is called socialism. They're pro-socialist. Right wing is called anyone? Capitalist. Thank you, Mr. Rubin, science major. Right. So we say people on the left, people on the right. We mean they lean towards socialism if they're left wing. They lean towards capitalism if they're right wing. They lean towards, put in an American context, people who are more socialist are in favor of the government having a larger caretaker role in our society. People who are more capitalist say the government should be smaller, should be less involved with our lives, and should certainly cost less in our society. Socialism is expensive because you have to pay taxes to manage all the programs. Capitalism is cheaper, but if you are on the lower end of the economy yourself, you will get far less services and might be better off support. That's why the poorer people tended to vote more towards socialists, because they can see that they'll actually benefit from having those policies in place, whereas the rich people will have to pay for them, so they tend to vote capitalist. There's a long-standing quip about Jews. I'm not sure it's entirely true right now, but they used to say, what was his name? He wrote for commentary. I think it was named later. But he said that Jews earn like Presbyterians, Jews in America. Jews earn like Presbyterians. That's like white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, like wealthy Republican types. They earn like Presbyterians, but they vote like Puerto Ricans. They vote like, from immigrant families with less income and things like that. And that was basically true for much of American Jewish history. It has been shifting since the Reagan era. Orthodox Jews are generally flipped. The Orthodox Jews may earn like Puerto Ricans, but they tend to vote more like Presbyterians. Mr. Khan.
So after the fact that you know more wealth, we still believe the arsenals of minority.
You got to repeat that slower for an old man.
Does that have to do with the fact that even though Jews
Welcome.
succeeded and everything, we still think of ourselves as a minority?
Well, so first of all, we are still a minority. We should think of ourselves as a minority because we are. But the reasons for it are complex. The reasons probably to do with the social values that are, really deeply embedded in Judaism. For example, the idea of caring for the poor is like we. We virtually invented that. That's like hugely in our tradition. We have Peah, Orla, we have Peah, we have Shikha, we have Leket. It's like deep in our tradition that we should share our wealth and give tzedakah. That's really central to Judaism. Why it changed since Reagan in my humble opinion, has a lot to do with the some of the other aspects of the progressive movement that are antithetical to Jewish values. LGBTQ isn't one issue, abortion issues, and a lot of areas where traditional Jews don't feel comfortable. And so this should happen that way. You add to that the fact that, in the last 40, 50 years, Jews have really succeeded financially and making them emulate their Presbyterian neighbors. But anyway, this is our American political spectrum, right? It's pretty simple, easy. Judaism, Jewish politics is not going to be that simple. We have another axis. We have a y-axis. What's on the y-axis? You have on the bottom, you have something called queerness, known as Dorikites. Meaning, do we believe that our political lives should be exercised here in the Galus, in the exile, or should it be there in Eretz Yisrael? Zionism. Oops. Thanks. The wrong way. I gotta be careful about this. It's like so, right? Especially with this picture, it's gonna be really hard. Okay. Keep your hands off the board. There we go. So we have Israel politics. It's a separate axis altogether. And in these four quadrants, you can place virtually all Jewish political. Let's see who does where. Over here, in the quadrant that is bounded by socialism and diaspora nationalism. And diaspora, meaning we want to do something here, and we want it to be socialist. You have this group called the Bund. This is it's a short form for the General Jewish Workers' Party. Bund means essentially group in German. And this was a Jewish form for the General Jewish Workers' Party. Bund means essentially group in German. And this was a Jewish offshoot of what would later become the Communist Party. Extremely popular. They were formed in 1897. By the time the Russian Empire fell, there were 30,000 card-carrying members in Eastern Europe. Very, very large party. Concentrated in Lithuania, where you had a lot of Jewish proletariat working in the industries there, various, actual factory work. And they emphasized all the kind of things we talked about with socialism. What made them Jewish was that they recognized that Jews constituted a distinct part of the proletariat, and they should use Jewish messaging to get to them, using the Yiddish language, using Jewish culture whenever possible. This is the way they would convince Jews to become socialists. Here in America, there was a version of this that was kind of toned down called the Arbeiter Ring, the Workman's Circle, or Worker Circle. That's essentially the Bund in America.
It's not the news, but a few years ago they made news because they still exist, but the communist president. So the protests their blind spot threshold, for they say.
Interesting. So this is the party that lives in the quadrant that is both socialist and diaspora, right? They want to do this in Russia. They do not want to go to Israel to do this. Then you have over in this quadrant that we want to do what we want to do here, not in Israel, but we want it to be capitalists. We don't want to get all this crazy socialist stuff. This is Shimon Dubno, the historian who developed that idea of diaspora nationalism as essentially what became the federation, right? That we will organize ourselves in the diaspora and we will collect donations from among ourselves and we will support ourselves and things like that. That's that politics. Now, when you go to the top of the line, then you have Zionism. All the times that we can measure what Jews actually believe in Eastern Europe Zionism comes out as the largest single movement. Rarely the outright majority, like if you have 100 Jews, you might have 40 of them say they want to be Zionists, and then you have like 20 or 30 who want to be Buddhists, and the remainder would be across the other parties. Zionism was consistently the strongest single party, even if it didn't constitute 50% of Jewish political opinion. We only have a few examples of elections where we can actually look at results and see what Jews said, and they're scattered in different places at different times. But we know that the idea of Zionism is hugely popular among Jews. Then over here in our left order, so they believe in Zion. The traditional Zionist and major party was Theodor Herzl, who essentially said he wanted to create Europe in Israel. If you've been to Haifa, that's like a perfect place for Herzl. It's like sedate, it's calm, it's relatively, resistance oriented. They have a large Arab population. Incidentally, one of my sons is planning to go there for graduate school next year. He wants to study marine science at a master. We don't have a very good marine science major here at Touro, so he's going to go to Haifa at Touro. But anyway, that's kind of like model. Not the socialist model, the Israel capitalist. There were people who disagreed with Herzl in Zionism, and I could fill this up like 40 other groups. It's crazy, but I will really pull out one of them that's really important. This is Vladimir Jabotinsky. He was the founder of what would later grow into the Likud, and later grow into Netanyahu's party today. They have different names, but he agreed that Jewish society had to transplant itself to Israel, and he felt that it should not be communist, but he differed with Herzl on a very, very fundamental idea. Herzl thought the best way to get a Jewish state is let's go talk to the leaders of all the countries in the region, the great powers in Europe. Let's schmooze them. Let's use our medieval skills as shadlanim, as like intercessors, and we'll negotiate our way to creating the state of Israel. Herzl Jabotinsky had this idea that you're never going to get it done that way because non-Jews hate Jews. This anti-Semitism is just a given, and you can talk till you're blue in the face. But what really is going to make Israel exist is a machine gun. That you have to take it, you have to be militaristic about it, you have to be forceful about it. Now, if you're looking at Israeli politics today, you'll probably see Herzl's legacy and another group that I'm going to tell you in a minute that is like more moderate, more like kind of like amenable to American sensibilities generally. And then you see an extreme right. You see groups that say, no, all this, meeting in Qatar, and let's, talk with the creative Palestinian states, stuff like that, two states. Though there are people who say that's ridiculous, it's out of the question. They are Jabotinsky's descendants intellectually, and very, very alive into it today. But I'm going to put one more group in to make it a little more sensible. Then, of course, if that quadrant, who lives over here? This is a group called the Polei Zion, the workers of Zion. Whenever you see the word workers in the title of a party, it really means communist. So these are, this is one of the most important organizations that helped build the kibbutzim, and they believed in, coexistence with neighbors. They lived they believed in communal share of wealth in the state and things like that. They were also prepared to defend the state, like their kind of ideal model was a Jew in one hand and a rifle in the other hand, prepared to protect the woods, but on the other hand, constantly working on the agriculture. And they disagreed bitterly with people like Jabotinsky. They said that Jabotinsky, you're just going to you're going to fight with all of our friends. You're going to make the British hate us. You're going to make the Arabs hate us. It's going to be terrible. We have to work on building bridges. We have to work on peace and stuff like that, and at each other's throats all the time. So This is the basic picture, almost, of what it looked like politically for Jews around the year 1910. Mr. Parente.
Does the religious
Mr. Parente adequately anticipated the next part of this lecture, right? Because this, you can manage this, right? Complicated in the American political system, we only have one spectrum. Jews have two, the left and the up and down. But of course, as Mr. Parente correctly anticipated, we also have a religious spectrum. Almost everybody in this map is either non or anti-religious. Right? This side of the spectrum, capitalism, they tend to be neutral on religion. Like, there's no reason to stop it. I may not be particularly interested. I'll put on a kippah to go visit Yad Vashem or something, but I'm not really gonna I'm not gonna, keep Shabbos, lechatchila, I'm not gonna do that. But, I'll be okay with it. There are definitely some religious figures here, like Menachem Begin, who is an inheritor of Jabotinsky as well, they're definitely a very religious person. But on this side, they're generally anti-religious. The Kibbutzim, the socialists for sure, anti-religious. There are some minority Kibbutzim that are religious, but the majority of them are definitely anti-religious. I'll tell you a quick joke. It's actually a story that happened to me. I was once at a funeral, a sad occasion, that I happened to be at a funeral, and I was standing next to the Consul General of Israel. And I'm talking with him, and he says to me that when he was a young man, he grew up on a Hashomer kibbutz. Hashomer Hatzair is a young dog, very, very communist, very, very anti-religious, feasts on Yom Kippur, and where they were like buying into the Marxist idea. That's me, since I'm a from guy, and he says, when I grew up, we had everything on our Pesach table. We had bread, we had pasta, we had beer, everything on our Pesach table. Now, the young people, they just don't keep the traditions like they used to. The joke, because the young people, they kind of stand Mr. Blaschka for nodding. You should have seen his face here. It's kind of like, okay, all right. Anyways, so where are the religious groups? So this side basically anti-religious, this side neutral. Some may be positive to religion. That's very much.
What's the difference between a kibbutz one and a socialism?
Because it's whether they support doing it in Israel. The socialists said, what a stupid idea to go back over there and to get involved with the local people there, taking away Palestinian land, stuff like that. This can be done here in Russia. And these people are saying, no. We've had our experiences in Gauss. We're going back to our ancestral land. Socialists will be socialists in Israel.
So even in not religious, then spontaneous?
Oh, absolutely. The vast majority. The 1897 census reported 98% of Jews in Russia spoke Yiddish as their first language. Overwhelming. It's amazing how fast it changed. Just over a century and almost a dead language. Okay, now let's go to Mr. Parente's observation. What about the religious axis? So we've got a z-axis, right? We've got, this is representation of the third axis, the z-axis. So over here, you have this interesting group led by Rav Kook, who was not a rabbi of Israel, but he was a really prominent Israel rabbi who moved from Lithuania to Israel. And his argument was, wait a second, maybe we should read that Gemara and Ketsubis a little different. Maybe Hashem wants us to engage in Zion activity, because maybe that's the way the Geula is supposed to happen. Maybe we should start the process, right? Let's say in the Dinah, you say it in your show, I don't know if they say it on Shabbos here, Reishit Tzmichat Geulatenu, that Israel is the beginning of the flowering of our redemption. Meaning that once we create a state in the land of Israel, that is like the first step in Hashem saying, okay, time to bring out Mashiach. So, Adarabah, even he flew in the face of dominant rabbinic opinion of the 20th century, saying we should be moving towards creating a state in Israel. This is essentially where in Israel the Kippah Surugah, who essentially derives from. They are Dati Leumi. They're religious, nationalists, right? As opposed to the other group here, also on the religious axis, like this. This would be the Haredi. Here's a picture of the Siyam Shas. I'm sitting right over here. You sort of see me, about here somewhere. This is the most recent one.
Now, which section, I mean?
Oh, I don't know. I just remember that I was out here at the thing. But looking forward, I'm going to be making my own sim on Shas, God willing, in a few months. And I don't know if you guys follow my podcast or the shameless plug. You know I give a definitely podcast, right? Oh yeah, 1,000 people watch it every day. Jewish history, Jewish history in Daf Yomi. Yeah, what's that? That's great. That's great. Yeah, that was like 20 years. 10th grade, and now, yeah. Well, I really enjoy it. It's just short, like it's an audacious thing. I can't believe I almost finished it. But I record a short history video on every single Daf Gemara. 2,711 videos. It's Meshuggah. But some of them are really fun. Anyways, the Agudas Yisrael and that constellation of religious parties, which we'll call Haredim, we call it in English ultra-Orthodox, but you know what I'm talking about. But they said, oh my gosh, you're serious? You're going to take this idea of Zionism, which is so trade, which is like you're working with all killer Jews, you're working with all these Jews, antithetical to Judaism. How do you possibly get involved in something like that? It would actually anger God to create a state. He would say, you are, contravening that oath. You're trying to force my hand and give you Mashiach before it's time. It'll end in disaster. So they were actually in this quadrant on a religious perspective, and until the middle of the 20th century, they were staunchly anti-Zionist. And this basically gives the picture up until the middle of the century. What happened after the Holocaust? Okay, so the state of Israel was established. Yes, for sure. What happened to these parties? Jews needed somewhere to go. They were kind of unified. Jews unified. Oh, I not lucky. Let's go through them one at a time. What happened to the Bund? Yeah, basically gone. In Russia, Stalin got rid of them. Stalin wiped them out in the 1930s. Sort of like echoes of the Bund outside of Russia, like a better ring, the workman's circle, but only as a pale shadow of this socialist thing. If you're going to need a Bundes, you probably need them in New York, probably in Lower East Side, it's like where the last of them would live. But they tend to be like very pro-socialist, still, celebrating Yiddish stuff and things like that. Secular. Mr. Rubin?
Two other things I think of Union Bundes New York.
Yeah.
One is in Union Square, the Eagle Archives.
Yes, I actually worked with a lot of them.
Right, and yeah, I don't want to be entertained, and that was
okay.
But they're staying only under circumstances at times.
So but basically this used to be the most popular city in the late 19th century, but it's gone. What about the diaspora nationalists? They were about 4% of whenever we see Jews voting, 4% at the most. So they basically disappeared. But we take it for granted because we still believe in the echoes of it with Federation, stuff like that. Poale Zion, the socialist Zionists, what happened to them? They're still there, absolutely. Yeah, they went through different parties. They were the largest, and they were in power in Israel until 1977, until Menachem Begin took over. He represents the right. But this is a very, very strong dominant trend in Israel. They have weakened significantly because the right wing has been ascendant. Netanyahu has been powerful for 19 years, I think. It's really a long time. But before him, this was all the founders of Israel were in here. Ben Gurion, Weizmann, all these kinds of people were closer to this. Herzl and his moderate Zionism, the middle has basically dropped out of Israeli politics. There's very little kind of like moderate Zionists who are there anymore. I think if they're moderate, I could probably move to Miami or something. The Jabotinsky's party. So we saw Likud, but we also see a few other parties. One very important one was organized by Meir Kahane, called Kach, which was a very, very extreme party in the 1980s. And, actually, it is ironic in looking at today's politics, because a lot of the policies that he argued for are now kind of like being gradually accepted in Israeli policies. Like, for example, the idea of quote-unquote population transfer. Like, the way to solve the Palestinian problem in Israel is to move them someplace else. And this, after assassination of Yitzhak Rabin in 1995, his party, Kach, the name of it, he was actually assassinated. The party was made illegal, like the Nazi party. And his inheritors intellectually are people like Ben Gvir and Smotrich, who are arguing very, very right-wing ideas that borrow from Kahane's playbook, but they're still not operating as Kahanists. But one of the debates that's even going on right now in Israel is suggesting that their activity is illegal because they're borrowing intellectually from Kahane. Now, it's a strange thing, but there it is. We talked about Rav Kook's influence has created the Dati Omi group, which is actually more closely related, I think, to a lot of you and a lot of Hashkafa in our college, at least in terms of the student body. There are a lot of Jews who fall into that way of thinking about it. And what about Agudas Yisrael down here, though? If you left here, you're nodding. What does that mean? There's a lot of them, but what happened to them? The party still exists, yeah. But what about printed character at all? I mean, there's a lot of sub. Yes. So we take it as a general idea of how maybe what happened to the Macros. Exactly. Israel in particular, because their population base was overwhelmingly in Poland, and when 3 million Jews were killed in Poland, there's no more Agudas Yisrael there. So, ironically, a lot moved to Israel, extremely powerful. This Zionist, ironically, found itself in a position where it's actually living in Israel. And so they're like, technically, either against the state or at the very most neutral to the state, but they live in the state. And it is really the source of major friction in contemporary Israel because, the Haredim in general will not serve in the army, and yet will take advantage of state support for the yeshivas. And especially since we are in Israel's longest war right now, non-Haredi Israelis are deeply resentful of this fact. And you can understand why it's a major seam in Israeli society. Please.
Actually, I read the biography. I don't think I'm loving about doing I started reading it before then.
Yes.
And then they were against fighting. Like he actually met with the head of Gloria or something.
Oh, definitely. No, they were definitely
trying to take a different approach, and they assassinated this protocol guy, and then disbanded them. So what wasn't on the end that I had to about like a different way.
I think that will be fair to say.
Supporting the fighting environment.
Remember that, by the way, I'm giving you here like a 30, 40-minute version of Israeli politics. And then really, in reality, we could easily take the entire semester and talk about the tiny little fractions that Jews have separated into. But you're right, there are Haredim who, of course, do serve in the army. They have a new battalion, which is apparently very successful, named Hashmonaim. And there was a study that came out just today in the Times of Israel about how Haredim feel, and there is an increasing amount of enthusiasm and support for serving in the army, but it's still in the 20s. I mean, the percentages are small. Most Haredim are against participating in the army. Mr. and then Mr. Parente.
So actually, I just want to clarify. I'm asking about the American version of the same name. I'm asking the Israeli version and not its leaders, just the average guy in Yeshar who identifies with the idea of Israeli Carta, but isn't necessarily running over to his Arabs.
Yeah.
So where How far past the Israel they fall on the list?
Well, the Neturei Karta, I think, is, for those of you who maybe aren't familiar, Neturei Karta, the guardians of the city, they are an extreme offshoot of Satmar that are the picture of the anti-Zionist Haredi. Here in America, as Mr. Rubin correctly points out, and actually they have some in Israel too, but usually they go to the pro-Palestinian protests. If you ever see pictures of guys with face and stuff, they're holding their signs right out front. This is a terrible thing, I think. It's like the ultimate tokenism. Like, oh, look, there are religious Jews who support this, and it's like, they're the most extreme bizarre. But they are definitely solidly in this camp.
Right, I'm just differentiating the American leaders from their sympathizers, and they aren't necessarily leaders, but
yeah,
it's just they think Zionists are heretics, but they won't necessarily say the Arabs are any better.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And I think we also have to understand that the Agudas Yisrael in America has a whole different spectrum of policies because America is different from Israel. So I'm speaking primarily about the Haredi politics, like Torah, and I haven't gotten into the ethnic, the Z-axis, or I guess it would be the Z prime axis. The Sephardim come into their own in the 1970s, and they have a whole different, concerns. This is all basically Ashkenazim, but when Sephardim get involved, then it changes everything. Oh man, let's hope Shem Ya'azor. I think at this point, this is when I would like to take to conclude for today. Mentioned I have a difficult point I got to get to in time, so and it's a good spot. So, any last questions about? Do you understand now why your crazy Uncle Meyer holds the way he does, where he is like?
Still okay.
Okay, let me end with a joke. Joke goes like this: 1930s. Father in Detroit wants to send his son back to the Heim so that he can get a little bit of a taste of what it's like to learn in yeshiva in Europe. So he sends him back to Poland, and spends his mom there, and he comes back to Detroit, and they're sitting down at the Pesach table, and the father says, "So, son, what was it like?" He says, "Oh, Dad, you wouldn't believe it. While I was there, I met this Jew who was a socialist. I met this Jew who was a Zionist. I met this Jew who was a socialist Zionist. I met this Jew who was a Haredi. I met this Jew who was a Bundist." And he says, "Yeah, well, what did you expect? I told you there's a great amount of variation in political views in Europe." He says, "No, Dad, you don't understand. They're all the same Jew."
Today's class, and we'll probably bleed into Wednesday, is hugely important because we're going to be talking about the birth of modern Jewish national movements. One of the things we really got to understand is that Jews went through such a huge change with the watershed of the French Revolution, 1789. We talked about what a watershed is a while ago, right? The thing is that before 1789, the large existed in a pre-modern environment. I'm going to summarize some of the things that are associated with pre-modernism for our purposes, and then we went boldly into this new world, and we still not totally figured out what it means. We're still struggling with a lot of the basic concepts that we first encountered over 200 years ago. These are really deep-seated issues. And then, probably not today, but probably we'll get to it on Wednesday, there's a major change in 1881 when a wave of loans in Eastern Europe, specifically the Russian Empire, forces Jews to rethink the way that we have been relating to the outside world in a very basic way. We come up with 5 basic strategies for how to deal with the world. We are still essentially living those strategies today. So what to do probably on Wednesday, and we'll get to it today, is walk you through how the major Jewish political orientations were formed and how were somewhat transformed after the Holocaust with Israel,
These are the two classes where you're really going to, I hope, understand why Jews argue today. What is they argue about today? Because fundamentally, what we have today are the arguments that were in the Napoleonic period and were found in the post-pogrom period of Russia. Real classes, glad you're all here. If you're not, feel guilty, but you'll watch the recording. Okay, shall we get to it then? Okay, here we go. So let's talk about the decline of corporate society. Here's an interesting piece of art from Isaac Ashkenaz that sort of depicts a traditional Jewish wedding, kind of Tiddle kind of mentality. And this is the way we think of pre-modern Judaism. Now let's just understand what that term means. Pre-modern for the rest of the world basically means before the modern era. What is a modern era? Modernity really begins in the 17th century and then continues into the 18th with the Enlightenment. And the kinds of things that go along with modernity, it's not necessarily technology, although it is definitely very related to technology. The scientific revolution and then the industrial revolution gives us so many of our modern gadgets that accelerate what modernism means. But basically, modernism is a change in ideas, a change in the way people think about the universe. We discussed last week how the kinds of ideas that were associated with modernity included, for example, humanism. Anyone want to define humanism? What is humanism? Mr. Rubin, give it a shot. What is humanism?
It's a human thought as thinkers think of it like as.
You're not too far off. It has the word human in it. So it's not just human thought. We've been thinking for a long time. But humanism is the greater emphasis, value of human thought or meaning. Mr. Eberstein?
So the value of learning and humanity without
very good. Decidedly putting aside, for example, let's say Godism, right? One of the things that happens in modernity is religion goes into a decline, which has basically not finished. We're still on a downward. People move away from religion as the source of truth and more to we can truth ourselves. We don't need a God-revealed text. That's what truth is. We think of it ourselves. This reached its apogee in the late 19th century, and then it began to crash with World War I and especially with World War II. Because World War II is in many ways also an expression of humanism. If we are so great and we can invest ourselves as the locus of all meaning, then we're free to create things like the Holocaust. Obviously, humanity has a visceral response to horrific acts such as the Holocaust. Say, wait, maybe humanism can go too far. And hopefully we'll explore that a little bit in this course later on. But that's one aspect of modernism. Is it's much more, well, you know what? I know that's what the priest thinks. I know that's what the rabbi or the imam thinks. But you know, what do I think? What I think matters. What we think as regular people matters. That's an aspect of modernism. Globalism is also really important. Globalism, because again, modernity is connected with the discovery of the new world, the expansion of networks, the expansion of the amount of material wealth that is afforded by the new products, new world. Discovery of potatoes, example, creates a whole population explosion because people have, a reliable food to eat until it's not reliable with the potato blight. But nevertheless, globalism, the idea that, wait, there are like other cultures that have existed for thousands of years that have nothing to do with the Western tradition. There's like so many aspects of modernism that are relevant in the larger scope. But if we focus on Jews specifically, we want to say two things. The first is to bear in mind that modernism for Jews comes about 100 years later than the rest of Europe. We kind of like catch up to it later. And when we absorb it, the rest of the world is already deep into the Enlightenment, so it melds with Allah. The principal effect on Jews is political. Meaning we say, hey, wait a second. Up until now, we have accepted a second-class status in our European homes, largely because, that's imposed on us, but also because it's intrinsically part of our belief structure, right? The whole idea of exile as a punishment for our sins means that, the way we're treated by the non-Jews, we don't like it, it's awful, but we have to accept it because that is, ultimately, because of our many sins, that's the way we are. But modernism among Jews began to make them think, wait a second, we don't have to necessarily accept this. We could rebel against this. We could argue against this. And ultimately, they were successful, although often at a big cost. It's also important to note that related to these changes that are politics is the end of the corporate nature of society. You remember when we talked about the Kehillah, we talked about the relationship of Jews as servi kamerai, servants of the royal chamber. That only worked because the king and the government dealt with us as a solid block. That we were all, we weren't individual citizens of a given country. We were part of the Jewish bloc, which is really great for reinforcing our communal identity and our in-group adhesion, but begins to erode, which it eventually did and fell apart with the French Revolution. Then all of a sudden Jews say, well, wait a second, I don't have to affiliate with the in-group. I can simply do my own thing. I can be Jew, but not affiliate with the Jews. I don't have to go to shul. I don't have to keep kosher. I don't have to do all these things. And so this begins a massive phenomenon of assimilation that is the dominant one in America today. More than half of all marriages that take place involving a Jew in North America also involve a non-Jew. And amazingly, it is like mind-boggling after so many thousands of years, but we are actually assimilating ourselves out of existence at a far faster rate than even Hitler could have imagined, So we are dealing with some serious challenges that are deriving from this period. Now, corporate society did give us some serious disabilities. We couldn't choose where we lived, for example. We could be kicked out of our homes at any time. Who we were married to was often a challenge. In Austria-Hungary, for example, they passed these awful laws called familiance laws, in which only the oldest male child could get married. I shouldn't say it like that. The oldest male would be allowed to marry. Obviously, he could marry only one wife. So the rules were not applied to women because they were not considered legal agents for the most part. But the state, the non-Jewish state, in an attempt, a rather crude and cruel attempt to control Jewish population growth, said only one male in a Jewish family is allowed to marry and obviously have another family. The rest of the men, well, they're on their own. That's why you have, for example, a huge onrush of German Jews who immigrated to America in the 1840s because they weren't allowed to have families, according to state law. Education, of course, was limited. Jews couldn't go to higher education, things like that, universities and so on. Really, really tight restrictions. There's only a couple of universities in Europe that are allowing Jews to study at a higher level, and they're primarily trained doctors. Some humiliating things like oaths, like if Jews were brought to court, they were required to take this really, invasive and humiliating promise. They had do things like stand on a pigskin with their chest bare, holding onto a sacred Torah, and saying that they promised not to lie in court because Jews would be assumed not to tell the truth. So therefore, this oath called the Mora Judaica, the Jewish oath, would be imposed. These are the kind of things that would go with pre-modern society because, again, the state dealt with us as a group and would make laws for the entire group. Frequently discriminatory laws that were increasingly difficult for Jews to bear as modernism was marching forward and a lot more opportunities were there. Mr. Silver, do you have a question? No? Okay, good. So Jews began to fret with this because, again, Jews are literate. Jews are beginning to read the ideas that are circulating. Most of them are not reading German, French, English, where these related, but it just takes one Jew to read it and then translate it into Yiddish or even into Hebrew. These ideas begin to circulate around and they so we see big changes happening in the Enlightenment, which is the late 1700s. That's when you see the beginning of the Haskalah. We spoke about Moses Mendelssohn last week. Let's see how those play out politically. So, of course, in the United States, here's the typical United States kind of image to look at. It happens fairly abruptly, right? Jews were non-Protestants, and like when we talk about religion in America, which religion was really the problematic one for the early colonialists? Yeah, Catholics, right? It was a big. We're running away from the papists, right? The papists were considered like the awful groups. The Puritans tend to be really intense Protestants. And let's just recall, for those of you who may not be that familiar with Christian history, the church has a major split in the 1300s under Martin Luther, where in Western Europe it was all basically one church, Catholic Church, ruled by the Pope in Rome. There were over the centuries a few dissenting movements, but basically there's a huge break in the 1450s when Martin Luther says, I protest, essentially, and his protest created what ultimately became tens of smaller churches called Protestant. Protestant comes from that original protest. And the kinds of things they protest is, of course, against the power and the supposed infallibility of the Pope in Rome. Against this protest against the clergy not being allowed to marry, right? This Catholic clergy were celibate from the 13th century on. And so I was saying,
yeah, so like Martin Luther, like famously said that how can we trust the Catholic Church when the Pope and his advisors, and meaning like the cardinals, can't even agree with each other on various things? Like, how can we take that as the word of God? If the men who are supposed to be giving over the word of God aren't even agreeing with each other. And wasn't his main concern that like we shouldn't be trusting in men for what the word of God is? We should just focus on what the Testament say.
Right. It's an interesting thing. I suppose you're asking this question because you're still concentrating on this idea of humanism.
Yes.
Yes, you're absolutely right. Because one of the things that was characteristic of Luther's movement was a push for greater control of the laity of the actual text. Meaning, hey, let's, like one of his big projects, let's translate the Bible into German so regular people read it. If everybody can read it, then everybody can interpret it. We're not dependent on priests to tell us what it means. So ironically, his movement was related to this overall trend of humanism that emerges from the Renaissance. A very good point. So but to say where we are now with Jews, the Jews were like, they're not Protestants, but we were nearly white. Right? Let's also bear in mind that in America, without the greatest social scene is racial, not religious. Originally, there definitely was more religious content to it, but it was the post-Civil War era issues of what do we do with the former African slaves? What do we do with them? Now, that is, of course, an issue that resonates in the present day. Even in the Trump presidency, it's a very big deal. How do we deal with issues like affirmative action, DEI, and so on? So the Jews were like white. Wait, what does that mean, almost white? White supremacists won't consider them white. Okay, white supremacists would not consider us white, right? Okay, they would consider us like whites, right? Like pretend to be white to get ahead. Yes, Mr. Rothschild.
It's the same way in Europe, like Jews have like almost all the rights to Christian, but like plus like.
Very good. So there's still kind of racial degradation associated with Jews, and it's like quasi-racial in nature. But it's hard to deny the fact that most Ashkenazi Jews have the same external appearance, especially if they're not really Jewish in their dress, look like white people. Therefore, we can like sort of grandfather name. If our problem is with black people, then the Jews are kind of like just a minor feature. Yes,
I mean, that's the best. But
the first he discovered was Columbus and the Spanish.
Yeah.
Those were, I guess, Spanish Jews are Sephardi, so wouldn't they be in general darker than Ashkenazi?
You are absolutely right, Mr. Vasilevsky. The point is that race is not really about color. It's really a social construct that more or less corresponds to, complexion to a degree, but not enough to make a real difference. In my own family, I have a daughter who could easily, when people see her, they say, and she has the same tone as my mother, my grandmother. Then people say to her, "What are you, Hispanic? Are you?" You get that too, Mr. Gans, right? Yeah, it's a silly thing. But if you identify one way, you can often, quote unquote, pass for other colors. So we're not talking about blue, black Nigerians or something where they're really obviously a different race, whatever that means exactly. But Jews could sort of squeak under, and also we weren't part of a really powerful group like the Catholic Church to push a different agenda into America. And why that means that when they actually made rules, Jews tend to benefit.
But at the end, they asked me if I wanted a Mexican person
For my British translator.
Yeah.
So I said, no Yiddish, please, right? Okay, so what happened in America? There are limited pre-revolutionary disabilities, meaning most of the early colonies run energy to push discriminatory measures. They were too worried about homesteading and fending off the Indians and whatever else they had to deal with and creating a new culture. It was just too far from the center for any issues to really be carried over to the Americas. There were small issues. Some of the states preserved the Mora Judaico, the Jewish oath and things like that, but were really quite minor. In the Constitution of 1787 and clearly in the Bill of Rights of 1791, Jews got a full pass, right? Because it says, we the people, right? We believe it is what is the right word? Inalienable right. Thank you so much, Mr. Lewis. I just got this a few months ago now. I forgot, right? It's an inalienable right to, right? That people want life, liberty, and happiness. Pursuit of happiness, right? That's terrible. I should rewind this because I'll go. God forbid I'll take away my citizenship. They can't. I already have my passport. But these are kind of things that all men are created equal. What's the person was for, right, Jefferson? All men are created equal. It's true they didn't actually mean it. They didn't mean African American men at the time, but Jews sort of squeezed in under there. So it's a big deal in America. So it's not like we were formally emancipated. They just never got around to discriminating against us. And by the time they put stuff into law, it was already too late. In some places, you still have issues, like I'm sure until 1877, there was still a ban on the Jewish oath. You have some issues in Pennsylvania of a different nature, but basically in America, this is an unusual country, an unusual experiment, and Jews benefited from it. We're going to focus today, which is really important, is in France. England, I will mention quickly, though, it had an unusual kind of situation because Jews really made huge progress in England, which was a Protestant country. Remember, King Henry VIII was unhappy with the status of Catholic divorce law, and so therefore he essentially said, we're going to create a new religion here. We're going to call it the Anglican Church, right, the English Church, and it will be basically the same as Catholicism, except with divorce. Right, and that was useful for him. Catholics do not recognize divorce. They do recognize something called annulment, where you can, which in the Gemara would be for the basic in the Rabbinical solution, for example. I don't want to say it's the same thing because I don't really know anything about Catholicism, but there is such a concept of annulling a marriage from the beginning, ab initio. So that's what the English Church did. And that meant that it was not nearly as rigid as vis-a-vis Jews. However, Jews were technically not even formally admitted into England. They sort of slipped in under the line when Oliver Cromwell basically declined to continue
banning Jews in England and simply ignore their presence there, and their population grew infected. So there you have a situation where Jews are advanced in terms of their wealth, their standing, and so on, even though they don't have full legal authority. For example, David Solomon elected the Sheriff of London in 1835, and there were several figures like him. He was denied his potential because he would not take the oath as a true Christian. It's a required oath. So you have until eventually Rothschild came to the parliament, they eventually changed the law, but you don't have the same kind of rigid change, rapid change that you'll have in France. So social change, the Jews already basically finding their place, that created on France, because France is still, here's France. Unlike England, unlike America, which sort of like, was so far away, peripheral to the center of what was happening in society and culture. And unlike England, where Jews sort of like grew into an emancipatory condition, in France it happened as a dramatic break. Right? France, in the center of Europe, goes from being an absolute monarchy, which is a technical term, meaning the king of France can control everything on a totalitarian level, theoretically. You recall what one of the kings, I think it was the Rothschild, the Sun King, once said, "Après moi, le déluge." After me, the flood. Meaning like, nothing will be applicable after me. I'm the entire universe. In fact, he once said, "Les passe moi." The state, that's me, meaning what I want. If I wake up in the morning and I want everyone to wear purple, I could pass a decree, everyone has to wear purple. I'm saying like that. Because it's kind of like that absolute monarchy kind of model. It did not necessarily function so well, but nevertheless, this is the way they set it up. Huge break in 1799, massive overturn of society. They end up passing this particular document, Déclaration des droits de l'homme et du citoyen, the Declaration of the Rights of Man and of Citizen. In French, these phrases are gendered. So a woman named Marie Gouge said, wait a minute, this also includes women and female citizens, right? Not just men and male citizens. And they said, no. We read it. Just men and male citizens. Later on, they have to deal with that. And they kind of like influenced very much by what was going on in the States. That's why France and the United States had a very close relationship. The Statue of Liberty is a gift from France, things like that. They essentially created this declaration, which was very Jeffersonian in its tone, that all French men are equal. So the Jews said, that's true, right? And they said, wait, hang on. That's not necessarily what we had in mind. It's true, you are living here in France and you are a man, but we're not quite ready to say you are equal to the rest of us. So here you had a case where the law was changed before society was ready for it. They made a rule, all French people are equal, and then for Jews too, what are we going to do about it? What ends up happening is they make a distinction started in Ashkenazi. In the Sephardi class, we talked about this a much more length than we will today. But basically, when you look at the map of France, there's two very, very different populations, and they're hugely different in size too. Up here in the northeast, our homeland, right? Not our class. We come from here, this class. We're all living up here in the region of Slovene, in the old German territory. This was the age where Post-Siberians and things like that. These are Yiddish-speaking, high concept, dressed differently, religiously more to the right, populate way up here. These are the Jews that the French were not prepared to accept. They were so totally different from everybody else. On the other hand, way down here on the border with Spain, you have all of these descendants of Spanish and Portuguese, especially Jews, fled to Spain as Christians. You remember they converted to be Christians until they settled here in the 1500s. And in the 1600s,
1800s, and by the time you get to the early 1800s, they're beginning to like become much more wealthy, much more wealthy, and they start asserting their original Jewish identity. They come back to their Jewish identity. It's an ancient story, right? Like 200 years after living submerged in the south of France, and they start saying, "Hey, us too, for sure, we should be, recognized as citizens." What ends up happening in France is kind of interesting in that the Sephardic Jews, bit of a controversy, they're prepared to cut loose those Ashkenazi Jews. And they start arguing, you should give us equal rights because we're French. We speak French, we should talk, we speak. We dress like Frenchmen. We're not so insistent on kashas and shabbos and stuff like that to those crazy Ashkenazim. You should give us citizenship. And in fact, that's exactly what happened. In 1790, they gave the Sephardic Jews equal rights. And then later, they say, okay, the Ashkenazim too. They couldn't figure out a way around it. The Ashkenazim also became equal citizens. Now, that's not the end of the story, but let me pause and see if anyone has any questions, because I went through a lot of history real fast.
What's the primary difference between a citizen, a equal citizen, and a non-citizen?
Excellent. So the primary difference between a citizen and I don't want to say a non-citizen, a pre-modern corporate member of the society is whether the state would interact with you as an individual or as part of a group. So in pre-modern societies, before the people were citizens of the country, you would fit into a larger caste, either the caste of the Jew, and so you're subject to all the restrictions and had all the privileges wherever they were, as distinct from the peasants. The peasants had different rights, different restrictions, different privileges, different responsibilities, or the clergy or the nobility. You had no freedom to kind of break out of that group unless you were able to join another caste, like, for example, by converting to Christianity and becoming a member of clergy.
Today, given that
Excellent question, Mr. Loki. Emancipation has its positives and negatives, right? And even the term emancipation, you should try to understand it. It's a term we borrowed from American history. It was used, of course, with the Emancipation Proclamation, which refers to the freeing of the slaves. That's not exactly what's going on here. The Jews were not enslaved. They were restricted by their communal identity, however, because that's the way the state dealt with them. You had to belong to the Kehillah, you had to pay taxes to the Kehillah, you had to do what the Kehillah told you to do. If the Beis Din said, show up for mincha every day, or you'll get, flogged, you had to do that. That was the way you had to deal with society. Like, sure, I refuse to affiliate. I'm going to hang out like a Christian. You can't do that. So the term emancipation is somewhat incorrect. What are the upsides? The upsides are Jews are emancipated, they're citizens. They can change their residence anywhere they want. And once they have property, they can't lose it. They're protected by the rights of every other citizen. They can enter higher education, they can pursue any kind of occupation they want, whatever rules apply to the society sets for them. So those are big pluses. The negatives are the Beis Din in particular loses, because the Beis Din no longer has the power to enforce rule conformity. The Beis Din no longer has the power to keep Jews together. And we flitter away, we become assimilated. That's the danger. Yes, Mr. Ariente? Ariente.
How long does it take for legally how long does it take for society to fully integrate into society?
Mr. Tarente, you're asking a brilliant question. How long did it take for society to fully integrate the Jews? So let's assume we're talking about France. How long do you think it took? Mr. Rubin, you're smiling. You must have an answer. What do you think? It didn't. Yeah, maybe it didn't happen. Right? Case in point, Dreyfus. Excellent. Another case in point. Oh, yes, right. the anti-Semitism of France today is like simplifying. There are people who are fleeing France left and right. So this is okay, the Holocaust? No, it's true. If you visit France, every single French person you meet will tell you their parents were part of the resistance. It's remarkable that the Germans were able to hold such a large territory when every single French person was a member of the resistance. But no, there is a good argument to say it never fit. It never was. You could even say it didn't work in America. You know, even though we have benefited phenomenally, one might say, you know what, this problem never ended. We're still dealing with the same problem. Because social acceptance is a much higher bar than legal acceptance. And I think in America, African Americans are still very much struggling with these challenges. You know, and they've got lots of laws, the civil rights movement, all kinds of things that supported them, and still insufficient. So these are like the young electorate. We're supposed to deal with these problems. Let me finish the story though, because it's kind of a bizarre, interesting story. So fast forward about 25 years, Napoleon is now in charge. This revolution in France did not go smoothly. You had like pendulums shifting between radicalism and back to conservatism as trying to work through this massive change from the king to a democratic system. And a lot of non-Jews from the Northeast go complain to Napoleon, saying, Napoleon, you have got to roll this emancipation thing back. The Jews are just taking over. They are creating monopolies, they are undercutting non-Jewish business in all kinds of ways that they're succeeding and we're not. Jews were obviously able to take advantage of the mission afforded them, and they just shot ahead like a spring that's like wound really tightly when they suddenly have the opportunity to just, explode with creativity and innovation and things like that. And they're also used to advantage of their organizational closeness to be able to collaborate, benefit themselves, not necessarily to the benefit of society as a whole, but certainly to their own benefit. So they complain to Napoleon, we run out of business because the Jews are doing things so much cheaper, faster than we can. They're like Alsace-Lorraine, we can't compete with them. So Napoleon says, well, maybe we should rethink this. How can we ask the Jews how they feel about being French? Who do we ask? Who's in charge of the Jews? And they say, well, we actually have a central body, but they used to have this thing called the Sanhedrin, right, which way back in ancient times. And this is a court of 70 judges, and they would decide all important things. We said, oh, no problem, let us bring back the Sanhedrin. And in a typically Napoleonic kind of move, he gathers together representatives from all over the Napoleonic Empire, which would include not only France this time, but a big chunk of Austria, pieces of Italy, and so on. He brings them all into Paris to say, guys, I have some really important questions for you that will have a lot to say about how you relate to France. The Sanhedrin comes together in 1806. This was its head. He was actually a very well-known Talmud Chacham, Rabbi Sin time. You can see he has this amazing hat, which I would love to have a hat like this. It was apparently crafted for him in the honor of the Sanhedrin itself. And the dromedary humps that are supposed to represent the two tablets of the law, maybe both are free. But anyway, it is definitely a very cool book. But he heads up this presidium made up of Jews who are definitely all across the spectrum. A lot of them are masculine, a lot of them are not Shomer Torah or mitzvos, but they're very, very invested. And Napoleon speaks to them and he says, I got 12 questions for you. This was not actually the Sanhedrin. Typically, it was his treasurer, which was called the Assembly of Notables. But here are the 12 questions that he asks. By looking at the questions, you can probably imagine the answers. Here you go. Question number 1. Are Jews allowed to practice polygamy? Are Jews allowed to have more than one wife? Thank you, Mr. Blatter. You are correct. They're not. But only since the ban of rabbinic worship, right? But still, why would Napoleon care polygamy of all things. Really.
At the time, there were various religions that were very interesting and therefore worried to be like that. From the Mormons, the America.
Okay, good question. There are other groups and so on. But is that really, is this a big deal? I'm worried about Mormons invading France.
Well, on American Education Forum, they asked your women like Oprah, you say,
okay, but they're Americans more reasonable thing. Silver, what do you think? Guys, you're too loud in the back there. Wait till after class. Okay, go ahead.
It's just to keep track of, like, if you're married to multiple wives, you got multiple kids at the same time.
Right, good.
So population growth.
Population growth is an important question for them. Like, how big is this problem going to get anyways? All right, you guys, and by the way, Napoleon, of course, he's read the Bible, like all educated people, not only the 18th century, but today. But he said, well, I see that Abraham, Isaac, well, not Isaac, but Jacob, you know, they have like multiple wives. So, you Jews, are you guys doing that now? I'm like, no, I'm a little concerned about population growth. I'm also concerned about how you would just generally fit with our society, because it's hard to sort of render polygamous society and monogamous society together. How far apart are you from us? Secondly, related to divorce, right? Implications for population growth. Also has a relationship to one of the big deals in French Catholicism, which Napoleon is technically the second movement. Are Jews able to honor divorce law? And good at that. You know, we invented divorce. Here's an important. Can you guys marry non-Jews? No, you guys marry non-Jews. Why does he want to know this? More revenge. More revenge. What do you mean by that, Mr. Rabbi?
If Napoleon the man is always marry French women,
then what's going to happen to the Jewish law?
Very
good. He wants to see how big is the problem, how long does this problem exist. If you guys intermarry, okay, I assume that for a few generations, French Jews will disappear because they'll just marry, so many more French women who could marry non-Jewish men, and eventually the problem will go away. How do you think the Sanhedrin answered this? Mr. Glass, what do you think? What do you mean, yes? Yes, we can? Okay, did you see the picture David sits on here? Did you see his house? Yeah, why would he say yeah? Well, he's actually, he probably likes to say, actually, he did actually survive an attack by revolutionaries later. But they answered in the most smarmy kind of prevaricating way, essentially saying, well, technically, don't encourage it, but if it happens, it's not like we somehow break it up, which is essentially the same answer that you should say today about a lot of that. Right? They don't want to say I like Napoleon better Bolton. Forbidden. They don't want to say that to Napoleon because they not the answer he wants to hear. But if they say to him that, look at your time, geez, and they kind of like sort of hope to distract him with it. They don't want an outright sheker, an outright lie that Jews are not allowed to intermarry. But they want to say that, there's only so many things happen, and they got it passed. He went on with question 4. Right? This is where it gets important. Do you guys consider yourselves to be truly French, or do you consider yourselves to be foreigners in society? What's the implication of this question? This is really the money question. It's really what he wants to know. Mr. Black, very good. So rebellion things, especially France had a war with Germany just about once every 30 years. We're a little overdue right now, President. But you guys who speak Yiddish and you sound and look a lot like those Jews on the other side of the German border, are you going to join those guys and fight against us? Or are you going to defend France? So that's really my question. Everything else kind of like flows from it. Do you consider your country? Who do you defend France? They apparently shouted, we have the minutes of this meeting, they said, just got on more. We will defend France to the very death, right? this is also really important, though. Who appoints the rabbis, and do rabbis have, sorry for the Zoom is in the way here, do rabbis have police? Why does Napoleon want to know that? Yeah, he's want to make our own army. Or even less than an army, what if we constitute a state within the state? Right? What happens if, how much power do you guys have to regulate yourselves? If you are a completely voluntary movement, where if you want to affiliate with the community, it's just like joining a knitting club, right? Everybody in this club likes to knit. You get together, you agree on what colors you're going to knit, what patterns you're going to knit, who's going to be a lead knitter, who's going to be the secondary knitter. That's all fine. I don't care. You can do whatever you want. But if you can like force people to knit certain things and not other things, and you can say you need to do this, you're out of the club, then Napoleon is worried. He doesn't want to have a rival. Do we have to obey the rabbis, Mr. Columbia? The answer from the five, there is no double standard for Frenchmen. You know, and again, halakhically, they're definitely on a good ground for this. And like, it is, you know, it's forbidden to steal from a non-Jew. It's forbidden to lie to non-Jews. There are exceptions for saving a life and things like that. But you know, this is not a hard one to answer. They know what Napoleon wants to hear. They do not. He does not. They does not want a learned Talmudic discussion of the crazy exceptions to the rule. But the basic bottom line is you have to be a mensch all the time. You have to tell the truth, you know, things like that. Good question. Can you guys pursue any occupation? Because I'm really concerned, says Napoleon, that so many of you are in finance. You know, I'd love to see more of you, like, let's say, you know, become winemakers or beekeepers or things like that. And usury in particular, because Jews are in money lending. Right, there's still money lending, especially small time money lending. And you just please explain that to us. Are you prohibited interest in non-Jews? Basically, the Sanhedrin answered all of these questions exactly the way Napoleon wanted to hear. And so Napoleon says, you guys are for sure emancipation from everything that was decided in 1791. Jews are equal French citizens. Now I'm going to impose a few small anti-Semitic rules just for you guys to keep you in place and actually move towards the direction I want, but essentially that confirms it. Now, one of the things that they do also in France, which is different from what they've done in America and elsewhere, not that related to what they did in England, is he said, okay, I want to take over your synagogues, the same way we run the Catholic Church and the Protestant churches here in France, where all synagogues have to belong to a single organization called the Consistoire, and there's a chief rabbi, and all their salaries come from tax dollars from the state. Unlike in America, where they try to have a complete separation of church and state, in France they regulate Judaism along with other religions, that every religion that is considered legitimate, and you have to have a certain number of people to support the religion and so on, then the state will give a certain amount of tax dollars to keep it running. But that also means the state has a say in who gets to be the rabbi, and that also has an impact on Jewish authority. But this is eventually the end of corporate existence for Jews in France, and it will just spread throughout the rest of Europe over the next century. This is a coin I think I showed you a few weeks ago. Right? This is a medallion coined by Jews in gratitude for the establishment of the Great Sanhedrin. You can see on the left it says Napoleon, Emperor, and King. Right? We love Napoleon. And over here, an amazing, incredibly obsequious image that shows Napoleon here in his finery, giving the 10 Commandments to a genuflecting Moses, as if so much for giving us this equal rights, which is equal in our minds to receiving the 10 Commandments. Obviously, it's not a self-image here, but it shows just how the emancipatory Jews were in France to see this happen. I forgot your name in the back. Please remind me. Sperling. Mr. Sperling.
Was produced by Jews?
Yes.
Right. So here's this constitute any form of like it's kind of like a big new I'm serious. You can see the like I don't see the ballpark.
Yeah. Right. Great. Yeah. What else can you say about it? Right. Like if this is supposed to be Moses, who is this?
Right. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe they love the yeah. Why not?
This emancipation was a golden calf for Jews at the time. They thought it would be so great that guys, don't, as Rabbi Berelwein likes to say, you never confuse Jews with Judaism. Right? This is what Jews did, not what Judaism told them to do. Mr. Grant,
I was about to say, isn't that going to people before?
I would think so. Yeah, that's a fair mistake. It's true. That's why I showed it to you, right? But I want you guys to appreciate. Oh my gosh, people were. So many people were so desperate for emancipation that they could do things like this. It just shows how far gone they are. But we're still leaving them. Mr. Leggett, do you have a question? Okay, so let's go by here now. Now, it went crazy after that. Let's also remember that the French Revolution went on, and there were a lot of other things that happened during that we're not going to cover here. I will just point out to you that it was an era when France it took them really 50 years before the revolution calmed down. You had this pendulum effect between conservatism, reaction, and radicalism. And you had things like they went so far. Like here, for example, you have a clock, but in the revolution era, they actually tried to change time itself. You see anything unusual about this particular clock face from the revolution era? No, break that up. There's a price buying it for. Thank you, Mr. Parenti. It has only 10 hours in it. Right? They said, why do we have this crazy Sumerian system of 12 hours, 60 minutes? Right? It's ridiculous. Let's make every hour 100 minutes. Right? Good metric. Let's make every day 20 hours, right? 10 hours of daylight, 10 hours of darkness. Let's do it like this. And they actually switched to a 10-month year. Which meant that they had to have also a 10-day week, which was hugely problematic for Jews because all of a sudden Shabbos could fall on like day 4. And the regime actually attempted to force Jews to only observe the Sabbath on day 10, which could be, Thursday. And this, Jews would evolve all kinds of like sneaky ways to try and keep Shabbos when it was not the 10th day. Luckily, this did not last very long, but it was an absolutely crazy period of time and eventually calmed down. 24? So I think this particular clock has a 12 hours plus another 12 hours. Oops. I think there's two 12-hour days like on top of it to help you bring the old time with the new time. I believe. Okay, I'm not going to do the modern things on the side there because I want to take you to 1881 first. With your permission, let's talk about this period here. Because now we want to go to another hugely important era. Starting. Yes. I want to move a little bit east. So far, we talked about France, because France was sort of a leading edge of emancipation. So now we got to go to Russia, which, unlike France, has by far the largest chunk of Jewish population in the world. The bulk of world Jewry, about 3/5 of world Jewry, was located in Eastern Europe by the time we get to 1900s, and overwhelmingly Ashkenazi. Sephardic Jews are a much smaller proportion of world Jewry at that time. We talked in previous classes about how Jews got there. I'm going to run past all this stuff. So I use this lecture in a different context. And we're going to do, here we go. So the big thing happens in the 1880s. There is, I think I have slides on that, yes. In 1881, the ruler of Russia, which has not gone through any of this emancipation stuff. There were some changes of how Jews were treated under Catherine the Great in the 1760s, but especially when she took over Poland in the 1770s. But basically, Jews were still living in a pre-modern existence in Russia in 17. So this idea of Jews is something that reserved well into the 20th century with the equal parties as Russians. And then this man, Tsar Alexander II, was assassinated in an attack on his carriage, and that represented a massive political upheaval in Russia. From the Jewish perspective, what happened was between 1881 and 1884, there was a wave of small-scale attacks on little Jews throughout the region where Jews were allowed to live. And these attacks, you already heard the years, right? 3 years of these attacks, many of these attacks, multiple times, essentially the Jewish population there that Russia not able or interested in protecting its Jewish citizens. And this is like a cloud, a very important principle in Jewish history. You know, we worry about anti-Semitism from the right, we worry about anti-Semitism from the left, but our worst enemy is anarchy. Jews fear anarchy more than anything else because anarchy represents the breakdown of law, and since we are a minority, we are the most defenseless when there is no strong government. Even if the government is mildly anti-Semitic, mildly discriminatory, that's actually way better than a government that has no power at all. So that's what's essentially happening in Russia at this time. You wake up and say, oh my gosh, this country cannot protect us as members of society. And so they're going to turn to 5 new ideas for how they're going to deal with the situation, and I'll take you through very quickly. But I want to show you these interesting charts. This is a great study by these people here, Rothschild, Segmund Orkan-Sakali, and Karina Zhuravskaya. I love this kind of research. This is a study of the pogrom waves of Eastern Europe, particularly the Russian Empire. You see this is just a number of pogroms, not necessarily their violence, because they actually got far more violent in the revolutionary period. Like the number of people killed per pogrom is much larger. But a huge number here in 1903, 1905, and then a smaller absolute number, but again, it's a little excessive because the brutality was much worse this time in the revolutionary era of 1917, 1921. I will point out, by the way, that these numbers compared to the Holocaust are tiny. Like the scale of these attacks, we have 200 pogroms here, right? But we have 6 million dead in the Holocaust. It's so, these used to be, people thought it was like the end of the world. The way Jews were treated in 1919, but that's only, we didn't know what 1939 was going to be like. When you look at the number of pogroms, and what these scholars did was they correlated them with crop failures. For years when there were bad crops. And as you can see, there is a correlation, but a necessary cause. There are many years when you had crop failures, but no pogroms. Then they do the same thing with political turmoil. Same thing. There's no question there was political turmoil when the pogroms happened, but there are lots of times when there's political turmoil and no pogroms happen. But if you combine both of those, what are the years when you have crop failures plus political turmoil, and that correlates on a 1-to-1 ratio with pogroms? In other words, it's unique for Jews when there is political turmoil combined with an economic downturn, which is scary, right? So let's hope politics in Washington stabilize, and let's hope that we do not go into recession, because those are bad things for Jews when they comply. One or the other we can handle, but comply.
It's really bad for Jews, but it's really bad for everyone.
Is that when the American economy has hold, African Americans get the flu or pneumonia, right? And I think we say the same thing about this year too. That if it's bad for a while and economic downturn for Jews, Mr. Burns, what is also getting up to the flu was before. Well, Germany had a lot of political turnout, and they did have economic downturn, but it ended up so much worse for the Jews in Germany. Put a pin into the question because we're going to talk in much more detail about the Holocaust too. Let's look at the 5 national strategies. This is the important part I really want you guys to get. Okay, here we go. This is part 2 of the part that you really have to show up in person to get. So once Jews realized that Russia would not or could not protect them, Jews decided en masse, we need to do something different. And they decided in a very big way on one of 5 basic strategies to deal with the challenge. Those strategies that I mentioned at the beginning of the hour are things we're still figuring out today. Most of the people you know will fit into the political movements that grew out of these 5 strategies. Okay, let's see what they are. First one, emigration. This is the oldest Jewish strategy, as we discussed before. The flee or flee strategy. This is the flee part, and Jews left empire in droves. This map shows you how many Jews left the Pale of Settlement here in red between 1881 and 1917, when the Tsarist government. 1.75 million Jews came to the United States, constituting about 7 American Jews. Chances are, just for how many of your ancestors, how many of your ancestors were included in this big migration to the United States? Okay, so yeah, we're looking at about 6 out of 10 in this room here. I myself am part of this enlightened group because all my ancestors went to Canada because they had much better health insurance. That was a joke, but there was actually, you can't, the microphone's not picking up, but there's like thunderous laughter at this point. But Jews said, okay, Russia's not working out, let's leave. Right? The Jews have been doing this for centuries upon centuries. If the environment is negative, they will actually transport themselves. What is different about this particular migration is that unlike previous migrations, it's huge in scope. And much more significant, it was flying in the face of a lot of rabbinic opinion. Many great rabbis said, do not go to America. It's not the golden Medina, it would be trade to Medina. It's a non-kosher land. You're not going to be able to find day schools. You're not going to be able to find any kosher Chinese restaurants. You cannot go to America, but Jews left nevertheless. Interesting studies of the age of immigrants, whether they're married, not married, things like that, indicate that many of the Jews who came here in this great movement were actually rebels. They were like refusing to go along with it in many cases. Mr. Vasilevsky.
How do they kind of get all the way? It's like pretty centering, not like Eastern Europe, whatever, that's Asia, but it's not like make old entire journey.
Oh, basically, there were a few places where you should recall that borders were very different in the beginning at the end of the 19th century, beginning of the 20th century. Borders were far more than today. And this was a time when America was actually openly inviting people to come to its shores, labor shortages. The Industrial Revolution in America was just booming, and you needed people to work the plants and to plow the fields and to lay down the railroad tracks. So all Jews had to do was basically save up enough money for a passage, one-way passage from Hamburg or from England, and they made their way across. And they came and just said, here I am, ready to be a citizen, and it worked. You follow our question?
Well, yeah, how come I noticed they kind of just like went all the way down to Africa and they just skipped like Asia entirely? It's orange cranberry.
So excellent question. I mean, they're not exactly random. There are reasons for a lot of these concentrations. In the case of South Africa, the reason is because of ladder migration. That is very common phenomenon in many minorities, where people tend to go to a place where there's someone from their place is already gone. So you say, well, like I know there's a guy named Moshe Chaim that his brother, I worked with him in a sawmill, so I'm going to go, I never met him, but he comes from my town, so I'm going to go set up with him. And this is where a lot of the South African, there are reasons for South African Jews coming there, gold mines, things like that, but Lithuanian Jews. So a lot of this migrated specifically to South Africa.
And why not Asia like untouched?
There's not a lot, there's no ladder migration to Asia. There would be a huge amount in World War II when Jews had their way out to Bukhara and their way to Uzbekistan, things like that. But that's just the fleeing the mountains. But choosing to emigrate, which is very different from being a refugee in South America. Mr. Rubin.
I'm not sure that there's a theory that the reason the Jews came after the Holocaust are much more religious are because they're going to stay back.
Well, I think there's a lot of that. It's not a theory, really. It's more of an observation.
They're going to stay back.
Regards like the differences, right? The Jews who came at this time, they were choosing to emigrate. They were frequently disobeying their rabbis, disobeying their parents, and they're saying, I don't care. I'm going to set off my own. I'm going to go to America, and I will remake myself. And you know what? I am open to everything that is American. I am going to learn English, and I'm not going to speak Yiddish even with my children. I'm going to become totally Americanized, right? It's very the phenomenon associated with this immigrant period. So, on the other hand, after World War II, these are Jews who wanted to stay in Poland. So that sound on I can't believe that. Probably it's not possible, right? So any one of those Catholics in Europe? Why would they? I can understand you guys might be doing social media on your laptop or on the top, but play a video with sound would be over the top. That's okay. All right, sorry, Mr. Craig. Why would they want to go back to this place? That's all I'm going to do. Exactly. That's why they're post-World War II, right? Yeah, post-World War II, I mean, they come back to their towns in Poland. It's devastated. There's no way, they're encountering active hostility from the Poles, the Bielsko and elsewhere. And they're saying, well, that's it. I'm leaving. So when they come to America, those post-war Jews, they're refugees. They're angry about how they come here. They're not choosing America. America's forced to come here, and they say, you know what? I'm not going to make it to America. I'm going to make Americans myself. I imagine the chef of Shin here in Muncie or in Lakewood and places like that. And they had a huge impact.
Good morning. Follow-up question is what about the enlightened Jews of the time who stayed in Europe because they thought it would be so great for them no matter what? But those people who came to America not like this either.
Yeah, I think the tiny proportion of those Enlightenment Jews, largely because most of them were killed, and those that did make it, I think they had a much harder time perpetrating their Jewish identity. We live in an orphan generation. I mean, I myself, my parents are Holocaust era, really both born and raised in Canada, so they weren't survivors directly, but we're cut off from a massive number of Jews in their nation. It's amazing that we can do anything. It's amazing that we have any kind of continuity. Mr. Aberstein.
So, kind of question on the enlightenment point. I know that one of the two major Jews immigrated to or through other than New York, where else was actually Galveston, Texas. And I know that many of the Jews did immigrate through Galveston, did settle there and make communities in Texas. and they were by and large like reformed communities, so traditional. Which definitely is much more of towards enlightened the Shepsroth on the Psalm side. So we were Ashkenazis who came to America and did set down and continued the enlightened movement.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we're not talking about America today. We're talking about like leaving Russia. When we're talking about America, post-war. Even post-war, you're right. Right. That's a good point. Okay, let's go on. Now, strategy number one, right? Emigration. This is probably the biggest strategy. It's the most traditional strategy. Another one, socialism. Now, we don't have the leisure to really delve into what it is, but it's basically this political economic movement, largely heralded by a baptized Jew named Karl Marx and his colleague Friedrich Engels, that argued for a complete change to the way that we organize society now. They were very much against capitalism, which is the market economy that is the American economy. They wanted to have the control of the means of production handed over to the people writ large. So I'm not going to go into the details of what it is, but what it does mean is a fundamental reversal of basic economic structures in society. Rather than leaving Russia, they said, let's change Russia to be more friendly to its minorities. Among the most important of those, this man, Leon Bronstein, known by his pen name Leon Trotsky, and he was a major radical revolutionary, hugely influential in the early communist period. This is a picture from his 1905 arrest before the revolution itself. One of the lesser known things about the late Russian Empire is it was almost impossible to get a decent haircut anywhere from the entire Russian Empire. You get a hard one. Yeah, but he ended up becoming an incredible general. He was the leader of the Red Army. Amazing that he did reach such heights in time. But again, not identifying as a Jew. Many of the communists at that time said, not only will we change the world, the economy, we're also going to change ourselves to fit with the larger Marxist idea, which was very much anti-clericalism was a principal idea of this movement. And so many would say things like Rothschild would say, I am not a Jew, I am a social democrat. Well, a social democrat is another word for like communist. And this is the second strategy. Let's not just leave Russia, let's change Russia from within. So at this point, I'm just going to show you the last three, and we'll come back to them on Wednesday. But just to keep you, just to not keep cliffhanger. The third one is Zionism, right? The idea of we're going to change everything, but we're going to change it in Israel. The fourth one is something called diaspora nationalism, which is essentially that had a very big impact in America. The idea of creating a Jewish society in the diaspora. And the fifth one is renewed traditionalism, that term I invented, which is basically a Agudas Yisrael and the Haredi movement. Really depends very heavily on this particular strategy. These are the 5 strategies. And as I said at the beginning of this lecture, if you have a Jewish friend who is politically active, he is probably borrowing from these 5 strategies to define himself or herself. Okay, folks, Wednesday we'll return, we'll finish this discussion. Thanks for learning. All right, we have some great, like this is, gentlemen, this is the material that you like. Because when you understand this, you will know everything that is important about life and Judaism and all that stuff. Where we learn about this? Yeah, from me. How can I say it had to be from? It has to be about reality, about how do we get to the, history, one of the cool things about history is like, it's really about how did we get here in the first place? Like you're driving along some kind of country road and all of a sudden you look up and say, what is this place? But if you had, a map or map is like a very large piece of paper that sort of geographically represents what's on your screen and GPS. you say, oh, now I know how I got here, and it explains why I messed up in this way or that way, and things like that. So we're going to start with a discussion about Haskalah. And I hope today we'll start the political emancipation as well. The two issues are distinctly related. The term Haskalah is from the Hebrew word haskel, which means like to grow intelligent, right? From all my teachers I gained wisdom. That's the Haskalah. And it's a translation of a very important European term, a German term, Aufklärung, which means enlightenment. Enlightenment is a good translation of Aufklärung, to make things clearer because they now have light in them. The Aufklärung as a movement predated the Haskalah by about 100 years. This is like an intellectual wave of ideas that washed over Europe, and it caught up with the Jews eventually, and the Jews started really loving it. The kinds of ideas that are in the Aufklärung include popular sovereignty, like why does the king get to be in charge of all of us? We should be in charge of us, right? So America, for example, is one of the great Enlightenment experiments in popular sovereignty. The shift of the locus of veracity from revealed text to scientific inquiry. Really makes sense, guys. I did it so well. Just off the top of my shoulder out like that. What do I mean by that? If you wanted to know what was true in the year 1600, you would go ask your priest, your imam, your rabbi. They would tell you what was true, because that's the address for truth. I would go to my rabbi for what is true. I might still go to my rabbi for what is true. The Enlightenment, the Aufklärung, the Haskalah, shifted that away from, well, maybe the rabbi, the imam, the priest is not so accurate all the time, but these science guys, Newton, people like that, whoa, all of a sudden they're demonstrating things with, hypotheses and experiments. Maybe that's where truth is. So it built on the earlier scientific revolution in a very big way. So you've got changes in politics, changes in the idea of where it's true, and how to find out if something is true. And that obviously, the letter in particular, leads to a decline in overall religiosity. That, of course, we are still on that slope downward. There will be occasional revivals, Europe-wide, North America-wide, of like new religious energy from time to time for various reasons. We may explore some of them. But basically, since the Enlightenment, the Western world has been a downward slope when it comes to religious faith.
Do we know why, for the first time in history, people actually started thinking themselves, or not the first time in history, the first time in, 1,800 years?
We have been thinking for ourselves for a very long time. It's just that we've decided, thinking on behalf of the human race, we've decided to sort of use a different set of variables to determine the truth.
Start questioning things, start trying to determine things for yourself.
No question. Those things happened a long time ago. Those go certainly all the way back in our tradition to, at the very least, the Mishnah. It goes all the way back in the Greek tradition to the priests and like later Plato, so guys like that. They're all questioning. The question is, which data sets do you use to question things? We use data sets. We say we've got this amazing source of truth, the Torah. Here it is. It was revealed to us. That is my love, that God gave us this document. So, of course, that's where we're going to go for our truth. If, however, like in the Enlightenment, people begin to say, well, how do you know it was revealed? If people lose confidence in the answers, they start saying, maybe we should look a little bit.
Why does that process start happening? Why do you start questioning that?
It's a good question. That's more like a base question. It definitely is a snowball. Like when one person gets an idea and spreads it around, then picks up energy and steam, and it gets on to another person and another person. And even if the first person who had the idea had an idea very close to pre-modern values, it nevertheless has a huge philosophical. Like, I'll give you one example. René Descartes, famously associated with Cartesius, which you're probably familiar with, right here in math class. René Descartes, religious thinker, Catholic. He says, I'm having trouble with these ideas circulating, and I'm having trouble with like reconciling them. So he sits down and he conducts the first of what he calls 6 meditations. 6 meditations. What is the world all about? The first one says, how do I know that anything exists? How do I know it? You know, maybe I am like dreaming this world. Right? You ever have that solipsist thing? How do I know that I exist? Maybe I am actually dreaming that I exist. I know you guys probably have watched Star Trek, which is one of those achievements of the 20th century. But there's a great episode where they have these brains floating in like glass beakers, and they imagine entire worlds. Anyway, I shouldn't do say this. I know I'm recording too. How do I know the world exists? How am I not dreaming this? How do I know that some little being is not making me think I exist? He says, well, I do know this, that either the world exists the way I perceive it, or I am dreaming the world exists, or an evil genius is making me think the world exists, right? All those 3 things are possible. There's no other possible logical inference. But in one of those, one thing is common. Anybody know, Mr. Silver? Yes. No, it could be that I exist. Thank you, Mr. Doing, right? And that's the famous phrase, cogito ergo sum, right? Not really I think, I perceive, therefore I am. And so that's it. I have now figured out my first truth. This is the fulcrum upon which I will shift the universe, because I know this is true. So this table is real. I don't know if I'm dreaming this, but I do know I exist, because it's logically impossible for me not to exist. And from there he went on to say, well, how do I know that the world exists? How do I know that God exists? How do I know that? And all he solved them after another. And the challenge is, and this is to answer your question directly, just asking the question is corrosive. Just suggest maybe the world doesn't exist. Maybe other things that we cherish do not exist. It's like you're in a loving marriage and you say, well, I don't really love my wife. Don't ask that question. Don't ask that question. As soon as you start asking that question, you are already in trouble. Don't ask that question. You either do or you don't. You feel it or you don't. So don't start, because you poke at it, you might find out it's quite as solid as you think it is. Oh my gosh, marital advice too. Unsolicited marital advice to a bunch of single guys. Okay, let's go to that stuff. Mr. Abrams, we gotta go. Is it better to be naive? That's a good question. You should ask Mishlei that question, right? Shlomo HaMelech says, with much knowledge comes much sorrow, right? Much pain. Better sometimes not to know. Like, what do they say in English? You don't want to know how the sausage is made. Expression? I've been done any house that I still like steak. Yeah, okay, that's true. Guys, you're getting me off topic. You don't want to get me off topic. That's not my shit. Okay, this is so cool. This is Ferrara, I believe, 1577, 1570. Earthquake in Ferrara. This is like a period woodcut demonstrating the earthquake. Ferrara is a town in northern Italy, big Jewish population. It was the Rothschild visited Ferrara many times. It's an interesting history. Anyway, earthquake in 1570 flattens the town. Everybody runs out, they cross a river, they live for 6 weeks in the field, population of the town. Including among them is a guy named Azaria del Rossi, Jewish guy. He's sort of like an unprofessional academic. He makes his living as this is in the early years of printing, so he's reading lots of books because he's comparing manuscripts to the printed page and stuff like that. But he's not like a professor. I think he's a curious. He goes out into town of Ferrara, and everybody is out there. He finds that his cabin, his tent, happens to be really close to a whole bunch of Christian monks, where their monastery fell down, and so they're hanging out there. Nothing to do all day except wait for the aftershocks to subside. So they start talking and learning, so to speak. And he discovers all kinds of cool things about Christianity, and he tells them all kinds of things about Judaism that he never heard of. Like, for example, the whole letter of Aristeas, which is a document that discusses the writing of the Targum Shivim, the Septuagint, that he learns all about it. And he says, hey, we got that whole thing too. And it's like, there's a real market. So after this is all over, he sort of has this brilliant insight. He says, you know what? Those monks are pretty cool. I actually really enjoyed conversation with them. I do not want to be a monk. I understand, for example, if they're celibate, that's really not for me. But I loved all the stuff that they say about, reality and truth. And we had a great conversation. So he leans into the Rambam's famous statement that you should accept truth from anyone who says it, even a Christian monk, including probably some years, and ends up writing a really important book called Me'or Einayim. Don't be confused, because that title has been used by many other authors as well for very different books. But it's kind of like the first book of Haskalah, or I'm going to say it differently. The Haskalah I already told you is basically like something that appears in Judaism in the late 18th century. Me'or Einayim is kind of like a foundational work that eventually into the kids, like many concepts, was writing on, who was actually taking this course writing on a book that received lots of haskamos, and then the haskamos were rather because people felt that it might have controversial books. Like the Me'or Einayim received lots of haskamos, including from Yosef Karo, author of the Shulchan Aruch, and then it got pulled afterwards, saying, no, I didn't mean that, because I obviously didn't read the book. So there was a lot of nasty stuff that went around this particular book. The stuff that everybody liked was you wrote a big chapter on the history of earthquakes, and that's cool, because earthquakes in Tanakh, we don't know a lot about them. That's what affected him in Ferrara. But then he also started writing about other things that sort of went further afield. It was too much for people. But it's the idea, the Haskalah idea, of maybe we can learn stuff from non-Torah approved sources. That's a controversial idea. You guys should realize that you're in a college, right? You are also the inheritors of some level of this. It's not a college like Columbia, thank God, but it is nevertheless a college, and we're using scientific inquiry. We're using lots of modern schools of inquiry that it's not traditional. Okay, Mr. Rubin.
So considering that he's so to speak canceled in a day by a lot of other rabbis.
Yep.
How divided was the support and opposition? So it sounds like everyone famous opposed him, and everyone else was but everyone famous opposed him. So
no, not everyone famous opposed him. Many famous people opposed him, but it's like the internet. I don't remember offhand. Just Google it, but it's the internet. It's hard to hold back ideas. Right? They start circulating, especially if they're accessible. They wrote in Hebrew. Start being accessible, people start reading them. There are a lot of books that come out over the next few centuries that are like really popular, and people think, well, this is fantastic, great. And then later someone picks up something and says, wait a sec, this is not exactly what we want to say, and it becomes us. But it doesn't become us right away, typically. Mr. Loicky, and then Mr. Tillman.
You don't see you're trying to go using out there just like Aristotle and science.
Yeah, exactly. Remember what happened to Maimonides using Aristotle?
Right.
Yeah.
It's not like the first person brings this idea out.
Correct. He's the first person, well, he's quoting the Rambam. Right, he's quoting the Rambam. But he's the first person to say, we can learn about it. And I learned it, by the way, from Christian monks that I was camped outside of for 6 weeks, right? It's like totally a trade source. It's not even like a pagan source. So he was one of the ones that popularized it. And again, the Rambam's writing in manuscript, expensive, hard to attain. He's writing in print, like the internet. Everybody's got it. It's really hard to control. It's like Instagram. Mr. Tillman.
I'm assuming you weren't, using any of the literature, not using the mitzvah. So what was considered dangerous stuff that you wrote?
Well, more of a deep dive into that, but a lot of his issues had to do with the way science was interpreted and how we should reconcile the Bible with 16th century science. That's probably where he got it. It's a big, thick book, right? Translated into English. We have a copy somewhere in the dangerous literature section of the Thorough Library, but it's worth looking at. Another big impetus for the Haskalah, we have not discussed in great detail here, but at least a couple of you have been in my Sephardic Jewish history class. Really important is the Portuguese diaspora. The Portuguese Jews were called by Cecil Roth, one of the greatest historians of the last century, the first modern Jews. And by modern, he meant like Jews who have a totally different outlook on life and are especially prepared to engage in code switching, into identity switching, and can borrow from the secular world feeling guilty about it. The reason being that unlike the Sephardic Jews, the Spanish Jews who were expelled in 1492, the Portuguese Jews were forcibly converted in late 1496, early 1497, and then they experienced the Portuguese Inquisition, which was absolutely awful, and then only afterwards were they able to get out of Portugal and start establishing communities throughout Europe as Jews who were also Christians at that same time. Meaning, they were forced to become Christian. That meant they got Christian driver's licenses. And they could go wherever they want. They could go to universities. They could take any job they want. They could take any job, any profession they want. They could live anywhere they want. They were Christians, and they were prepared to exploit their Christian identities, but still they wanted to retain their Jewish ones at the same time. And so they had much less of an allergy to ideas that were otherwise foreign to Judaism, because they were already swimming in it, and they had done it for generations. Big difference. And they moved all over Europe, and they moved to the New World, and so they create the possibility of multiple identities, which 100 years earlier would have been completely, mutually exclusive. You couldn't be Jewish and Christian at the same time. But the Portuguese Jews could, and did, and demonstrated that this is a possibility. Right, so they're spreading these kinds of ideas, and they're loving the Mayorei. They're thinking this is a great book. It has all kinds of cool ideas. The synthesis of Jewish wisdom, non-Jewish wisdom. It's happening. You got a question? Okay, you don't have to be sorry. Okay, so the Haskalah per se, though, I mentioned, really begins in the late 18th century. Moses Mendelssohn, the sometimes called Ilui of Dessau, was the primary figure in this idea. And again, as someone mentioned earlier, maybe it was Mr. Tuman, he's a frum guy. He's Orthodox. He's Shomer Shabbos, Shomer Kashrus, right? They're not necessarily thinking, especially early on, they're not necessarily thinking that they're driving Judaism off the cliff. They're thinking that this is like the natural path of Judaism, that of course we should be engaging outside society. It is deeply intertwined with the political moment, because as you move into the 1800s, it's more possible that Jews could obtain equal rights with Christians. Not just like the Jews who did because they were actually Christians, but because the societies are prepared to agree to the idea that Jews should have equal rights. Case in point would be America, 76, where, well, yeah, I guess so. It didn't happen automatically. It didn't happen all over at the same time. But basically, America said, we the people, this idea that we're all born equal, the black people, not black people. And by the way, women almost, we won't let them vote, but otherwise, okay. But Jews were included in the wheel. And so that was like a pretty dramatic thing. The French Revolution, we'll talk about after this lecture, massive impact is America over on the other side of the ocean, but France, Europe, and when they agreed to Jews equal rights, that was mind-blowing. And that's basically following on from the work of guys like Moses Mendelssohn. His biography is interesting. Comes from northern Germany, it's called Prussia, And he's a self-taught, an autodidact, self-taught genius, exceptionally skilled in a whole trial of areas of modern thought. And one of the most important areas, which, by the way, all of you identified as the most valuable things you're learning here at this college, was his composition skills. He could write really well in colloquial German. Let's remember the linguistic situation is Jews are still living a very, very insular lifestyle. Vast majority of Jews, top 10 friends are all other Orthodox Jews, but they have like lots of business contacts. And so the level of communication that Jews had for most of Europe is a high degree of fluency in Yiddish, right, the mother tongue, a typically some degree of facility and ability in Hebrew, because that's the liturgical language. Scholars would have stronger Hebrew and Aramaic, but the Hamon Am would have enough to get through the Siddur, follow maybe Rashi. But when it comes to German, the functional German, just like, you know, if people have Hispanic help in their houses and do their lawns, you might know enough Spanish to say, we're going to be on vacation week next week, or, you know, basic things, like, you please clean up the kitchen, whatever you might say in very, very basic Spanish, because that's what you need for, you know, effectuation. Or like, I know 6 phrases in Korean, which I find immensely helpful when I get my dry cleaning done. Right? Because almost all cleaners in America for some reason are Korean. And I actually, fun fact, I have a Korean name. And I know how to write it. But do I have a marker here? I don't know if I have a marker. Does it work with a finger or anything here? No? You might have a marker in a drawer. In a drawer, it will be. I will show you my secret Korean. If I can find a marker. Maybe I will not be able to reveal it. Why you might ask why, Dr. Rickman, do you have a Korean name? But I'll tell you. When I was about 15, I worked for a Korean restaurant, and they had trouble pronouncing Henry. They would call me Henry. So they said, after about a moment, they said, forget it, we're just going to call you Young Soo. I think means like Mocha Chaim or something like that. Young Soo. So that's my Korean name. Okay, well, how did I get that? He said, well, I can't spell it in Korean, but I don't have a marker here. A marker over here? Yeah. Is this a marker? Yeah. Not one for it. That was actually a button. Yeah, it's got a button. I'm going to be tried out. Here, that's right. If I write it on here, will it go on there? No, so you should. Okay. There we go. Oh, it's in white. There it is. Young Sue. Let's go to Taylor. He's like, thank you. And like, you're welcome. And how are you doing, sir? Anyways, how did I get here? Why am I talking about this? Thank you so much. Thank you. So my Korean is really handicapped. I only know it's very minimal. But if I lived in Korea, I would probably learn a lot more just to do the business I need to do. Not that I'd be a genius, not that I'd write a book in Korean, give a lecture in Korean, but I would be able to have a telephone conversation in Korean, right? So most at that level of German. Even though they're living in the country for 800 years, that's the extent of their skills, largely because of what they needed. There were exceptional Jews, like for example, the court Jews, the home Jews, who were kind of like the representatives of the community who were close to the king or the prince or the nobleman, who would have to have much better levels of it. You see this also in the Gemara, where there's a whole discussion of what kind of haircuts Jews can have, and there's certain really popular Roman haircuts that would be considered like haircuts Hagoyin. You couldn't get those haircuts, but if you were close to the king and you needed to have that, so you could have that haircut. Full discussion, I think Yehuda Nasi's son-in-law, Rabbi's son-in-law, yes, had that kind of haircut. Tangents. Why am I going on tangents? But Moses Mendelssohn had that beautiful German. He had that excellent speaking ability in German. And so much essay competition. and he beats Immanuel Kant, one of the greatest philosophers of the 18th century. You know, coming in first, and Immanuel Kant comes in second is like a mind-blowing thing. Moses Mendelssohn. That's why they called him the genius of death. It's like really brilliant. And wrote a ton of material in German and also in Hebrew to explain Judaism to the rest of the world. He was kind of like the Oprah of Judaism for the rest of the world. Everybody said, wow, maybe these Jews are not so weird. Look at this guy. He can stand up and he can communicate. And he has good arguments. He actually makes a lot of sense. So he was extremely influential. I'll give you an example of his thought. There were other figures who were contemporaries who, by contrast, are totally different. Solomon Maimon, who comes from not too far away from him on the Russian side border, he also genius, deeply involved in the world of ideas and deeply engaged in Jewish things, but and secular culture. But unlike most medicine, he can't find a balance. He can't stay firm and still appreciate the outside world. He ends up converting to Lutheranism, and as typical, he writes a nasty book about Judaism afterwards. His autobiography is a fascinating work. He describes with some hostility his visit to the court of the Maggid of Nazareth, who we spoke about on Monday. But he's like an example of most of the Maskilim of this era. If they got involved with non-Jewish ideas and they started to like them, they basically disappeared from Judaism. But Moses Mendelssohn sort of created a path where, you know what, it's possible to stay from and also engage in outside culture. Not everybody agreed, obviously. Moses Mendelssohn's books were famously burned in some circles, which is generally a good sign that your book sales are going to keep going up, because once it's burned, you got to see what's going on in there. But he really articulated a path that was extremely influential for the next few centuries. I'll give you some of the positives and negatives. By the way, this background image here is from a famous painting of him and a priest named Lavater, who's shown over here. I'd like to show you the whole image, but I don't think I have it. Because I forgot to take it off, and I gave this lecture in a different context. Here's Mendelssohn. You notice he has a hunchback. He famously had a hunchback. I'm going to give you guys, by the way, the absolute best, you know, seal the deal Shidduch line that came from Moses Mendelssohn to the story. He's a great guy. He had a hunchback, and the story goes that when he was set up with his bashert, or who he thought was his bashert, he comes walking up to the front porch for the Shidduch day, and she's out on the second floor. She looks out the window, she sees him. By the way, she's in this picture too. I gotta find the actual picture. She sees him out the window, and she's oh my gosh, he's got a big hunchback. Tells mother, I don't want to meet him. Mother's just like, how can you do this? He came all the way here, and it's so impolite. She's like, I can never marry someone with a hunchback. I'm sorry, I just can't do it. But the mother berates the daughter, says, you must sit down. You have to have a Shidduch day with him for sure. So, she relents. They invite Moses Mendelssohn in. They sit down in the parlor, where the Shidduch days would go back then. The parents are outside. It's like chaperones, but not strictly straight, posing. And they talk for half an hour, 2 hours, 5 hours, massively long Shidduch day. Actually, pretty good on it. Sorry? It's going well. Yeah, it's going well. It's going well. And I was like, what's that? She said, I'm not going to marry this guy. He has a hunchback. They come out, first date, announce their engagement. Mind blowing, right? So they afterwards, the parents asked her, the future Mrs. Mendelssohn, what did he say? You were so say you didn't want to meet him, and I remember. She said to me, she said to the parents that he said to her, look, I know that my hunchback is difficult to take, but I want to let you know that there is a, which I'm pretty generally all familiar with, 40 days Kodem Yetziras Havlad, right? 40 days before a child is born, a bas call goes out, a divine voice goes out and says, Bas Ploni Lo, right? And he says, I was in the womb, and I heard the bas call, and I saw that you were my basher. But I saw that you had a hunchback. and I doubt it in the womb. It's all over. This is the guy who's right, really smart. So in this particular image, which is quite fascinating part of his biography, he, as part of society, stuff like that, he befriends a Lutheran priest, this guy here named Lavater, and they have like these deep, meaningful conversations. You guys use that term, DMC? Yeah, okay. They have, yeah, I use it with my daughter. So they have these DMCs about life, religion, stuff like that. And then Lavater betrays him and publishes a book. Right? It's a weird kind of, they publish books really easily. He publishes a book saying that Mendelssohn actually accepts the truth of Christianity. These are the things he told me in private. And he challenges Mendelssohn to now follow through and convert to Protestant Christianity. Hugely embarrassing thing, you know, we don't know what actually happened in those meetings and stuff like that. It ends up being a whole da-da-da. Mendelssohn never converts them, speaks to Lauer again. They write books against each other, little diatribes, it's all popular press. But this is like, you know, a sort of a representation of their relationship beforehand. In the background, which you can't see, I should have cut it off, is a playwright named Lessing, who wrote a brilliant play dedicated to Mendelssohn called, if I remember correctly, The Three Rings. No, it's Nathan der Weise is named it, Nathan the Wise. There's this whole metaphor of the three rings, which represent Judaism, Christianity, Islam, and they all have to come together in peace and coexistence, stuff like that. I love that. Anyways, it's a cool story. Okay, so to give you an example of the kind of things that Mendelssohn was very involved in, to give you a sense of where the Haskalah could go and where it did go, much to its chagrin. 1772, right? This is the peak of Mendelssohn's popularity. And he's won all these prizes. He's a rich guy now. He's like, everyone looks up to him as a leader of Judaism. And, but again, he's still second-class citizen. There's no equal rights for Jews. He could be kicked out of his town anytime. You know, and it's happened still in the 1770s. A place at the Rocks in a principality of Germany called Mecklenburg-Schwerin, where somebody buried too early. Non-Jewish guy. He woke up in the grave, and everyone said, "What is going on?" You know, and there's like this it's a more interesting backstory. I don't want to go into too much details, but basically they go to the Duke and they say, "Duke, we've got to do something with a public health issue. People are being buried before they're dead. We need a new rule. No one gets buried until 2 hours after the death certificate is signed. Nobody gets buried until 3 days after we declare them dead, just in case." Right? There was a huge thing all over Europe. There are these crazy, they were building special like emergency bunkers, like this one, where it has like this little air balloon in the bottom, kind of like a bellows type thing, and it's attached to a flag. So if you wake up in the coffin, then you squeeze the bellows and the flag goes. Imagine walking by the graveyard and these things pop up. They had them attached to bells, so you could be walking by a cemetery, and all of a sudden you hear the bell. It's buried too early. It was a crazy kind of phenomenon that was happening. And there are even examples of in America where they built cemeteries with, you know, emergency dig me now messages. So, what's the problem for Jews? I think yes, Judaism valorizes swift burial. We consider the decomposition of the corpse an atonement for the deceased, and we consider quick burial, the quicker, the better in general. So we do have an idea of covet mace that you can wait to preserve the honor of the mace. Like, let's say, I'm not giving you a halakhic direction, but there's a lot of discussion about, you know, if there's a close family member who needs to come in, there are some posting would say you can wait time for it to get there to be at the funeral. But in Israel, of course, the ideal is to bury within 24 hours. And typically we don't use coffins in HBO. That is to accelerate the decomposition. Even the coffins we use here at Putzlaris have holes drilled in the bottom of them so that literally the worms can get into the coffin faster. Right? Those are our values. That's what we do. So waiting 72 hours is bizarre. It's an insult to the deceased. We can't do that. That's a really issue to fish out the mace. So they go to two great. One of them is Rabbi Yaakov Emden, and the other one is Rabbi Moses Mendelssohn. Rabbi Yaakov Emden doesn't know how to deal with this. He says you better go to Rabbi Mendelssohn because he knows how to talk. He's a German authority. Later, Rabbi Emden changes his mind and has a discussion with Rabbi Mendelssohn on this. But Moses Mendelssohn does two things. First, he writes to the king, the nobleman, Duke, I think it is, and he convinces them to make a carve-out exception for Jews because this is their practice. But the other thing he does says privately to the Jewish community, but you know what, I think it's a good idea. We should really adopt this 72-hour rule. Because as much as we dislike, Alana Sameis letting the dead body remain, it's much worse to bury a person prematurely. So this is a public health thing. And moreover, he says that we've been doing this historically. The example of this is a Jewish mausoleum. We have lots of examples in the Hellenistic period of indoor cave graves. You have them in Beishan, you have them in Batavia, Yerushalayim, anywhere where the Hellenistic Judaism was very big, where we would bury people, in accessible places. They're not actually buried, not inhumed. Then, of course, I'm sorry? Even the Gemara. Yeah, absolutely. There's the Likus Atzamos, right? The holiday, like a yontif, that after your parent or loved one would decompose, you would go back after a year and collect the bones, and then bring the bones for secondary burial. I know, it's wild. If you go to the net, you can see that they have a whole bunch of examples of stone ossuaries, which are kind of like sarcophagi. A sarcophagus, though, is a full-length coffin. The Met here in Manhattan, and they have it in Israel too. The Israel Museum has tons of examples. But these ossuaries are about this big, because collecting the bones, you don't need a lot of, and that's what we do. So Mendelssohn says, I don't know why don't we just go along with the Eucharist? Why don't we just, accept this public health measure? So you see how there's a willingness to compromise in halakha when there is what's perceived to be a secular public health is our motivation. Where you also see this in your own lifetime during COVID, the same kind of arguments were happening. On the one side, more of what we would call today a Haredi approach of take a sheep, and it's written here. We're not going to pivot anywhere from what is written over here. But at the same time, there are a lot of rabbis tending more left-wing, saying, well, wait a second, public health, stuff like that. Maybe we should that. Maybe we should not have minyan on Yom Kippur. You guys remember that? Yes. A lot of schools were shut down. Yeah, absolutely. But we're a little way back in. Well, again, you say it's Haredi, it's Haskalah. This is the same tension that we have with the. Okay. Now, I don't want to give you like an overly rosy picture of the Haskalah. Mendelssohn is in its ways. He is considered, for example, Reform Judaism. Now, I do not believe that Mendelssohn approved of the compromises of Reform Judaism. I think he would literally roll over in his timely grave. But in his own life, he had students who were so far off the beaten path. Like this guy here, David Friedlander, very important disciple of Moses Mendelssohn, who actually said in 1799, Mendelssohn died in 76, he said that, you know what, this is just way too much work. We are never going to be emancipated as equal citizens unless we simply adopt Christianity. So he proposed in 1799 the dry baptism proposal, saying that we're not actually going to go through with it, but let's just tell everybody we're Christian, and then we'll just, live the way we want to live. That way they'll make us equal citizens, and then we'll just fit in. Right? You can't imagine too many rabbis going along with this leading faith, but this was definitely a result of the Haskalah going way too far in that particular direction. Okay. You also have moderate expression of Haskalah with the great Samson Raphael Hirsch, who is a tremendous intellect of the 19th century, when a lot of these battles were way more consequential than they were in the 18th century. And he argued in Germany, which is very different from Eastern Europe, he argued in Germany that there is no way that we can hold back secularism. We have to figure out rather to adapt it into our existence. Find some kind of middle path where, for example, we do not sacrifice any halacha, but let's think carefully about what we call finding what, I'm sorry?
Or with Abraham Weaver.
Oh, Geiger, yes, definitely. Geiger was, you can say, the founder of the Reform movement. I know that Moses Mendelssohn is the intellectual source they put it with. Geiger said, none of it is actually true. Let's just do what we want. Kind of extreme, putting it on extreme language. I want to come back to this a little later in this semester, but yeah, Hirsch is essentially saying if we don't find a comparable, we'll lose to Abraham Geiger, we'll lose to the earlier one. Remind me your last name, sir. Mr. Levine.
Isn't there a difference from Danielson and Johnson Walker? The Johnson Walker is still in place where it's more than anything to get right back to the life to understand the
Yes, that's a very perceptive comment. You're absolutely right. Let me repeat, people may not have heard it. They lived in very different eras, right? In Mendelssohn's time, his years, I think he was born in 1720, he died in 1786. He's dealing with a time where the vast majority of Jews are still pretty fluent, still pretty much Shomer Shabbos, Shomer Kashrus. Of course, you have people always who are less or more particular, less or more willing to compromise, but there's no such thing as like kind of openly community world. Samson Raphael Hirsch, his years are 1808 to 1888. The world has changed a lot in the intervening centuries. And Jews are now actively exploring either simple conversion to Christianity on a much larger scale, or simply non-observant Judaism. And he's fighting a very different battle in a different part of the world. And he basically says, okay, we're going to come to terms with modernity. We're going to draw a line, and we won't cross that line. But it's definitely going to be a line that's in a very different place than Prussia in the 1780s. So it's a very different strategy. Yes.
Very tough question. Was he right? I know that today we're already past that. But if not for his influence, the Yaakov race, like, how would that have looked? Would there be more people that are more insular, like the Hasidim?
So, Mr. Tuman, I am hesitant as a historian to post value judgments backwards in time. I don't think it's an especially helpful way to teach history. I would love you guys to make up that decision and think about it. I can say that in the 19th century, you had a whole range of strategies for Judaism. You had the Chassam Sofer, who's a contemporary of Samson Hirsch, essentially staking out the Haredi position, saying that we will have no compromise with modernity. You have the people like Abraham Geiger, who's saying, oh, we're totally going to compromise with modernity. We love modernity. In fact, the Reform movement voted twice in favor of moving Shabbos to Sunday. Moving Shabbos to Sunday. The reason it never happened is because there's a gap between the leadership of the Reform movement and the laity, meaning the regular people. The leadership thought this is a great idea. The laity said it's just gone too far, and they wouldn't accept it. So that's on the other thing. And then Samson Raphael Hirsch, he carved out a kind of a middle path. And maybe different strategies work for different people, but they're all still extant. We're still living with all those strategies today, 20 years later.
He's another what we known as neo-Orthodox.
Yeah. In his time, that's when the word Orthodox was coined and was intended as a slur. I think we discussed last week. Neo-Orthodoxy was developed a little later as trying to say, like, well, we're Orthodox, but we're not Orthodox like those people in Eastern Europe, the long dark clothes and things like that. So that's why New Orthodox. And that sort of evolved into modern Orthodox or centrist Orthodox. And a lot of people today debate whether those terms are fairly applied to Rabbi Samson's Rothschild approach. But I'll give you one great example. If you read some of his works, like two great examples, the 19 letters. Wow, amazing, powerful work. It feels like it could have been written today. And Horeb. Wow, altering book. 19 Letters is a fictional dialogue between a young man who is thinking about going OTD and to an older rabbi type. And they have this back and forth about all the issues. And those issues are still around today, Mr. Rubin.
Is there any truth about the young man being Heinrich Kretz?
Yeah, I think that's a widespread rumor, and it could be because Heinrich Kretz lived in his house and he did flirt with OTD stuff. And he was an intelligent guy, so it's good reason it might have been Heinrich Kretz. And Horeb, brilliant, amazing book. Hard to read in the English translation. I actually had to look at the German frequently to figure out what the English was saying, because it's so good. But it's a really great philosophical treatise of what is Judaism, written in German. Again, like Mendelssohn, he's not writing for the people who are already hooked. He's writing for people like Maimonides with the guys that are perplexed, like for people who are like on the board and were about to slip off the. And that's a tremendous achievement, Mr. Abrams.
Who's your first trying to be practical and that by saying this is practically how the only way that it's well followed continue to be orthodox in the community world, or you could break in it like that's ideal though.
That's an excellent question. Did he view his strategy as the Chatila, or did he have it? I don't know the answer. I think my guess is he would have viewed it as the Chatila.
Or just like other very debates.
Controversy. All these people have controversies swirling around them. It's hard to find a rabbi that everybody loves. It's trying to think of one. Not even Moshe Rabbeinu could get that level, right? Yeah, Korah. No, he definitely doesn't. No, there's no rabbi who totally avoids controversy. I think even Chavetz Chaim was criticized, but people recognized that. They recognized their piety, but they was but there was a lot of criticism on Shabura. I noticed, like people thought that but let's not get too far away. But I would say one more thing about Senator Hirsch. Yes, really important. We probably will skip over some of the denominational issues and get to it later. He was always savage when it came to the other side of the equation, because one of the things that he had to deal with was the flight of his own community from Torah and Mitzvos, right? That there were a lot of Jews in front online who were saying, what? Don't be so firm, Rabbi. We want to have an organ in the congregation. What's so bad? What did you do that? It's dancing. How bad can it be, right? And so you have to realize that at that, the way Jewish communities were organized, it was one Jewish community that was recognized in a town. There was a thing like we have today with hundreds of schools. I see this Mishnah kind of thing. It was one Jewish community. He applied for legal status for Orthodox only. So something called the Auschwitz, which means like the escape or separation, good translation. Auschwitz. That we can't deal these non-Orthodox anymore. Again, the term Orthodox is even invented. We can't deal with these non-Torah observant Jews anymore Our synagogue is going to do it. Halakha, whatever they do, they're on their own. Big challenge, because all of a sudden it's saying that we're not recognizing ourselves as being part of the whole community. It's like the Rabbi is criticized. What do you mean? All people from that seaboard don't separate from the community, and he literally drew a line in the sand. So his ability to compromise in the sense of we'll adopt these behaviors, we'll take on these kinds of articles of clothing, we'll do things so we can be more German, we'll trim our beards. If you think that's a little bit too radical, we have this version here with a little bit more facial hair, but we'll do all those things, but we will absolutely not compromise on Shabbos, practice, the arts of Mishpacha. And our tool, in order to save it, we're going to separate. And that was that's essentially the Orthodox strategy for the next 150 years, is adapt, but also separate at the same time. Okay, so we can argue more about that. Let's go back to in Eastern Europe. What's going on in Eastern Europe? Eastern Europe is a very different situation. The Haskalah affecting the Ashkenazim in Western Europe was deeply related to the whole concept. Let me just make sure I got the right slide here. Oh, yeah, it's a different presence. The Eastern European situation is very different. Western Europe, Jews are actually fairly small in terms of their percentage of the population. They tend to be concentrated in larger cities, and they tend to be concentrated in the single digits of population. But once you get, east of Germany, all of a sudden Jews are concentrated in smaller settlements, villages, Städte, and sometimes in large cities, but their population can sometimes be over half. Berditchev, for example, had about 78% Jews. That was the population Jewish. And then the kinds of assimilatory pressures that were affecting Western Ashkenazi Jews were totally different in the Eastern region. And so it has a slightly different kind of context. For one, Jews regarded German culture as being high value. Jews thought, and this is part of the tragedy of the 20th century, we speak about this thing called the German-Jewish synthesis, where we really wanted to be like Germans so badly. We thought Germans had the best literature, the best science, the best music, the best art. They really did have an amazing selection of cultural artifacts. So much so that when it gets expressed in some of the denominational steps, like we thought, I know it's not the planned lecture, but it's kind of going in that direction. Abraham Geiger, Reformed congregations are typically not called synagogues. What are they called? Temples. Now, why do they call them temples? What other way to call them temples?
To pretend that it's the service like we did one. There's one, we can still practice that.
Okay, very good. A little bit sharper, Mr. Rubin. It's how many temples are there in Judaism?
3.
Well, okay. One at a time. Exactly. Thank you, Mr. Rubin. So one at a time. And where is that temple? In Jerusalem. So what does it mean if you build a building and you say, this is my temple?
You move the center to Berlin.
Thank you, Mr. Rubin. Exactly. You move the center of Judaism to Berlin. You say, oh, forget about all that biblical stuff about one to back. At that point, you're moving all reference to Mashiach and things like that. This is our temple right here in Berlin. This is where we belong. Of course you should give us equal rights as citizens because, look, we've already made this commitment. We've abandoned our temple in Jerusalem here. That kind of thing is not happening in Russia, in the Russian Empire. Jews are not the Russian literature. They're not reading Tolstoy or Pushkin. They're just not that into it. Later they would be. But back then, no, it wasn't their thing. They got involved in many more Jewish issues, and especially it found expression in things like Yiddishism, like the celebration of the Yiddish language. Who's writing on Yiddish? Someone bring this to the Yiddish language. Probably. I'm going to look up your name. You didn't show up for class, but I read your paper. It's really cool. So the Yiddish, of course, is the vernacular, and they're saying we should now make this vernacular, which was not considered even by Jews a real language, basically German written in Hebrew characters. My own grandmother, Allah Shalom, who was born in 1910, she didn't even call Yiddish Yiddish. She called it Jewish. That was the Jewish language. That's what Jews spoke, but it didn't have it at the time. So they started writing Yiddish on Aleichem and people like that, Islam in Paris, or Zionism. That becomes really big. We'll get more into this like we're on Monday. Zionism becomes really big. That's a Jewish kind of Haskalah expression. Not as a trying to imitate non-Jews, but we'll create our own version. And of course, socialism, again, more for next year. One of the most areas in which Jews did express the Holocaust in Eastern Europe, though, was greater emphasis on introducing secular studies into Jewish education. One of the pioneers was this man, Joseph Pearl, who lived in Galicia, generation after Moses Mendelssohn. There's one fascinating story about him that I want to share. He was a fervent anti-Coptic. He was a mitnaged, aimed about the neatness or fancy for this. He hated Hasidism because, like Gretz, he felt that it was the superstitious downfall of Jewish people, believing all kinds of Baba-Mises and these wonder-working Rabbis, and said it's all Narishkeit. And so, in his attempt to reform Jewish education. Of course, he really put tremendous on us in developing the school system, was very widespread. But he also wrote a satire of Hasidism, the title of which escapes me right now. Maybe some of us, when you want to look it up, Joseph Pearl, the title of the book. What's the page right now? The Galatamirim. Oh, the Galatamirim, right? That revealing the hidden things, right? That which is Tamar, right? Like, not Tamar. What's the word? What's the short for Tamirim? Isn't it like a cooking thing, Hatmana? But is that maybe? Anyway, he's a satire of Hasidism, and people loved it. They didn't realize it was backfire. They took it seriously. These crazy, wonder-working rabbis that he just made up, thinking that people would say, read this and say, "Wow, Hasidim are so stupid," and they began to admire the Hasidim. So, like, backfired on its big time. Yeah, so there's no Peter Summer. That's all that's fun. Which is basically we need to keep let's try more fun for in the South. And nowadays it's a song because. Well, we're still wearing it. Yeah. It is. It's funny how these things change around. Now, I want to take you to one dark period in Jewish history, and then on Monday, we're going to go right to the evolution of Jewish politics, which is a talking to the audience here, must attend class, because if you don't attend Monday, you will totally not be able to understand the rest of the 20th century and even 21st century politics, right? That was a pretty effective warning, I hope. Let's see what the attendance is like on Monday. So this is one of the periods, and I think this is really important for understanding politics today. One of the darkest periods of Jewish history occurred in the first half of the 19th century in Russia. And it relates to this whole Haskalah element in a very big way. This man, Nicholas I, comes to power. He has a decidedly militaristic bent. He likes, having parades, organized, things like that. And he's dealing with rebellions. Both before him and after him, the major rebellions in Russia. Russia is slowly collapsing at this time. And he says, okay, one of the problems that I have is I've got something like 4 million Jews living in my empire, so invisible. They don't correspond to our Russian values as I perceive them. Namely, first of all, they're not Christians. That's a big deal. Not only not Christians, they're not Orthodox. He also has Catholics in Poland, but he had to put down rebellions. Russian Orthodox, right? So they're not Christians, not Russian Orthodox. Secondly, they do not regard themselves as people. They regard themselves as a distinct nationality living within the Russian Empire. Kind of like when you think about Ukrainians in the Russian Empire. They also, not so much in Nicholas's time, but by the 20th century, they regard themselves as separate people. So the Jews are not going to like say, well, we'll be Russians now too. This is a much more complicated question. In the 20th century, Jews would fall over themselves to adopt the Russian language, to get educated in Russian and so on. But this is the 19th century. And finally, he says, they don't really accept my authority. Whose authority do they accept? That is the rabbis and God. Like they don't look at me as the supreme autocrat. So he said to himself, okay, what am I going to do to get these people to adopt Russia? Not necessarily because he hates Jews. He hates this undigestible mass of non-citizens. He wants them to fit in. It'll be fine if, as one of the later Russian ministers said, 1/3 of them emigrated, 1/3 of them died, and 1/3 of them converted. That would be like, okay. But he wants to deal with this strange demographic problem. So he comes up with two solutions. The first is he hired this guy, Max Lilienthal, to set up a Jewish school run by the state, the Crown school system, where Jewish kids who enroll in this school will get a nice big dose of Russian training. They'll get Russian language, which will be a big deal. They'll get math and science, and they'll get all kinds of things engaged in gainful employment. We will probably also throw in there a little bit of conversionist efforts to get them to convert to Christianity, but that will be like non-efficient. And Maxwell, big person, fantastic. Here is my chance to get this backwards, super religious people and launch them into the 19th century. Let's get them, modernized. Let's give them proper training overall. I'll handle those Russian Orthodox priests who want to come in and give the occasional conversionist lecture. I'll handle them. Ended up in a terrible failure. He ended up leaving in disgust. He actually moved to Cincinnati afterwards. But the idea was that the school system was supposed to be a pathway to assimilation into Russian society. Again, Nicholas I's motivation, although we can't say he was a Philocyte, he was primarily doing it for social reasons, not because he hated Judaism, but because he wanted the Jews to be more like Russians. Why would any Jew even consider this school? Money, good reason. Good reason. In this particular case, I would think there's a better motivator though. But good guess. Appreciate it, Mr. Rubin.
Does this translate also and whether they get education?
Jewish parents generally want to get their kids ahead. We will see in the 1920s in Russia, there's a huge phenomenon. But they generally don't send their kids to schools where they think they're going to convert to another religion. They generally don't. That's just too far. It does happen, but it's a little too far, John. Mr. Edison.
Before their kids' safety.
Explain that, please.
They're worried that if they don't make at least visible efforts to appease the Russians who are hosting them, that they will no longer be able to go in.
Okay, good. You're absolutely right, but the reason is actually quite a bit sharper. Get to a right, give Mr. Abraham's last chance.
Maybe their school going so good, maybe you should just extend whatever they want for education. And a lot of people want to integrate those elements.
Okay, good guesses. Good guesses. Here's the main motivator. In 837, he puts in place this incredibly awful decree called the Cantonist Decree, in which he says that Jewish children can be conscripted to the army. Conscription in the Tsar's army was not like 3 years as it is in Israel, 25 years. Going into the army is basically a career and lifestyle choice. In Russia in the 19th century, basically, if you were like the oldest son, you would get a little bit of your father's land. If you were the second son, you might go into the priesthood. If you're a third son, you might consider the army. And this is it's a career decision, 25 years. Now, Jews historically, they never really wanted Jews in the army. They didn't speak the language properly. They didn't have the same values. They were not interested. So Jews typically would pay an additional poll tax. This is basically the story across Western as well. Jews would pay additional tax gladly to keep their kids out of a 25-year military service. Nicholas I, remember, he's a very military guy. He says, wow, that's totally wrong. Totally wrong. We want them to go into the army because that's a great way for them to learn Russian values, Russian language, all this stuff. So therefore, he says more exemptions. Every community must provide the number varies from time to time, but basically 10 conscripts for every 1,000 males. After Sukkot, you have 10 people to the army. Jews that historically would pay additional tax, and guys would show up and go to the army. You remove the possibility of buying your way out of it, you had to serve. Secondly, because he realized that the age of conscription was 18, that by the time Jewish men are 18 years old, chances are they're married, they've already had some exposure to Gemara, they've already had the bar mitzvah, they probably had at least a few meals of Chinese food. There's no way they're going back from Yiddishkeit. So he says, I'm lowering the age to 12. So 12-year-old Jewish boys can be conscripted, serve 6 years in another military school called a canton. That's why they get the name cantonist. And then 25 years military. Can you imagine it? The 12-year-old kid, 6 years in this military school, battered by American pressures, and then 25 years in the army. Actually, they did. They did. It was amazing how many concessions they wouldn't make for them. Not religiously across the board, but generally they had at least some token representations of that. But, like the schools. Good, Mr. Tillman. How does this relate to the school system? What is this intended to do with the continent? You got the tour. You got the tour, exactly. If you went to the school system, so then this means that the Jewish parents have a terrible choice. Either I expose my kid to the risk of conscription and being sent to be posted in Siberia for 25 years, or I sent him to a school that was actively going to try and convert to Christianity. I mean, what a choice. Now, here's the worst part. Guys, focus with me for 2 minutes, because this is one of the worst, darkest moments in Jewish history. I'm sorry I'm on a low note, but it's so important. Who got to choose the conscripts? Close. It was the Jewish community. The Russian government was like really poor bureaucracy. They didn't have the manpower, they didn't have the skills, they didn't know how to run a country. They would frequently offload tasks onto locals. So Nicholas at first said the Jewish Kehillah, which we've spoken about before, the Kehillah has to choose which kids go. And so every October, the Jewish synagogue, the Jewish found federation had to choose which kids went. And you can believe it, that it's not the kids of the wealthy who were chosen. They would choose the children of widows, children of poor people, and it got so bad this year, it's like amazing, it's like mind-blowing this actually happened. It got to a point in the 1850s, and this went on for decades. That's the point they actually hired professional kidnappers, Jewish kidnappers, to go and steal children to present them to the government for conscription. So, like, hard to believe, but we have many, many testimonies of kids who went through this. And this created a huge rift in the Jewish community. Basically, a whole generation of Jews, 30 years, Jews are saying, I can't trust my Kehillah leadership. They're just they're heading to Moloch. Mr. Gertz, sorry?
They kind of fix everything that do the wrong for it.
Absolutely. Completely, internally corrodes the fabric of Jewish society. It's one of the reasons why later, a generation later, when those kids grow up, they become revolutionaries. They become communists. They say, what do I have? Look at my leaders. Look at who's taking care of me. It's so corrupt. It was really the darkest period of Jewish history. Okay, we're going to pick up on politics when we come back on Monday. It's a must attend. Okay? We'll have an excellent day, gentlemen. Okay, so we're ready to talk then about Hasidus. We're going to talk about the really nasty fight between Hasidim and Misnagdim that erupted in the 1790s and lasted until about 1815, and then it sort of settled down, except for a few crazy people on YouTube. I feel writing back and saying, "What are you doing on YouTube anyways?" You know, Rabbi would not appreciate it. Okay, so here we are. What is Hasidism? Exactly are we talking about? So I'm going to try and separate this from neo-Hasidism, which of course is something that's very popular today. I'm actually involved in it a little bit. I did a lot of research on the Shia section of Rabbi, one of the neo-Hasidic heroes. But Hasidism, traditional Hasidism, let's just understand some really basic stuff here. In terms of practice and belief, if we break it down, you know, if we have the opponents, right? Remember that the opponents are actually the traditionalists. That's like the old-time religion. The term Orthodox would not be coined for about another 60 years. It would be coined in Germany largely as an insult. It's designed, because the word Orthodox means one doctrine, one way. And that was meant to be sort of a nasty thing to say to traditional Jews, saying, you think there's only one way to be Jewish, as opposed to us Reformed Jews who have like 17 different ways to be Jewish. So that's why the Orthodox term was originally intended as an insult, a slur. Later it became adopted as a term of pride, saying, yeah, this is the way we are. The truth is, as you all know, there's no such thing as one way to be Jewish. We have Dalit Amos of Halakha, and you can put about 6 or 8 people inside Dalit Amos. There are lots of different ways to be Jewish, but there are boundaries. So the term would have been used if people were struggling to find a term to describe something that had not had a contrast before that. They would have used the term Altglaubige, which means full believers, but they did it the old way. So they later became called opponents because they opposed this new movement called Hasidus. So in terms of like, do they believe in Taryag Mitzvos? The answer is obviously yes. Both groups are on the same page with that. Do they believe in the really key elements of Judaism? Like, for example, a person is going to become a ger, and you have to teach them the basics of Judaism in order for them to join a club. There are 3 basic things that is like part of the curriculum for sure. What are the 3 basic things they've got to get? Shabbat is going to be one of them. What's the second one, Mr. Lane? Right, Taharas and Mishpachah. Usually important. The third one? Kashrus, exactly. Those are the 3 really big things. If you got those 3 down, you can probably manage to get into the club. So in terms of Shabbat, yes, they're on the same page. In terms of Kashrus, absolutely, they're on the same page. And in terms of intimacy, which is what the way I'm translating here, Taharas and Mishpachah, yes. So then, how are they different? If they are all the same kind of page with these things, what is next? Yes, there are like tons of tiny little details. Like, for example, even with Taharas and Mishpachah, there is in the construction of the mikvah, and the bor, al yad bor, or hakas bor. These are some tiny little details so that rabbis can really get deep into, so to speak. But the general parameters for regular people is they are really, really similar. If you were a Martian coming to this planet and you saw Hasidim and Haredim standing side by side, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Not even Martians, actually. So it's really because of the rebellions that we started this whole unit with. The rebellion of discovery is really the rebellion of Hasidism, in the sense that they're finding, as it were, old things and renewing them. Like the Hasidim did say that, hey, we're starting with something totally new. Generally speaking, Judaism traditionally frowns on the new. Right? Remember, some sober chadash asur min Torah. The idea of saying, "Hey, let's bring this in." Re'eh zeh chadash bar haya. We don't do that in Judaism, generally speaking. But if you find something that used to be done a long time ago, you can sort of say, "Hey, he should incorporate something that used to be done a long time." Mr. Crown.
It's not much steel before. Isn't the difference that really gets getting crazy is the way we get up the steel up. The difference between how thin, like everything resolves everyone's rolling over. Yeah,
we are going to go to all the things over the Mishnah crazy shortly. So hold it for now, okay? Because that's going to be, I think, kind of like the high point of this year. I don't want you to give it away before we really get into it. Let's try to understand a little bit of what are these rebellions discovered, right? What's new, what's innovative from the perspective of the Hasidim, what's new is stuff that had been forgotten, not used, all this Kabbalistic stuff that we're bringing in that's really old, is so old that people forgot about. So they're not introducing something new. For the non-Muslim, it's not new, of course. There's a lot of things that no, these things are actually new. So, for example, the term chassid, it's hard to know exactly translated, but as I mentioned this week, the word has been used many times in history. You see it with David Melech, his followers were called Hasidim. You see it with Yehuda Maccabee, they were also called Hasidim. You see it with the Hasidei Ashkenaz, we spoke about them 2 weeks ago. It generally means people who go beyond what is necessary. Right? You can go within Mishur or you go within Mishur or you go within Mishur. You go beyond what is actually required. They're extra. So, for example, when you come to Payas, of course, the only thing that's forbidden halachically is to shave the sides of your hair. Right? You can't shave your Payas with a blade. Even with a razor, there's some question about like an electric razor. But with a blade, you can't shave the sides of your head. The Hasidim afterwards say, well, if you can't shave it, although you can trim your hair, if you can't shave it, we're not going to even cut it. We're going to let it grow, down low. We're going to use curling irons, make them look really pretty. Because if you can't shave it, we're not at all. It's like going beyond what is technically required. That's the sense of the idea here. You see it, in the Kabbalah of the Ari, the Hasidim and Yemenites also use Teos. Here's some good pictures of Teos, right? Okay. But where did Litvak start wearing Teos? Well, this is one of the ironic things about the 20th century, which has been noted by the historian Joseph Dine, that some of the things that Hasidim did well were so popular that they influenced the Lit as well. And so they'll start adopting little Hasidic customs. This is a phenomenon that is especially true of the 20th century, not just Litvish customs, but also Sephardic customs. Get into the Ashkenazic world, and we're just kind of like a cholent with many different minhagim. So that's where Litvaks will also pay us sometimes, even though technically, historically, they never had payas, like Solomons. Mr. Gon, great, Arente. Yes, it does, absolutely. Example of Hasidim following the Snagdik customs. An obvious one is the emphasis on learning Gemara. Because one of the big arguments against the Hasidim was, you guys are not spending enough time learning Gemara. And now a lot of Hasidic yeshivas spend a tremendous amount of time studying Gemara. It's that's kind of like the ultimate Litvish value is studying text, and especially Torah Niglet, the revealed Torah. That's what they that became a very Hasidic value as well. Going back, okay, let's go through the actual history. So here we got to spend a little bit of time asking this question: how did Hasidism become so popular so rapidly? This is something we just begin to see the beginnings of it in the 1700s, and then by the end of the 1700s, it like swallowed up a huge swath of southeastern Poland and Ukraine. How did they get so rapid, so fast? And there's different historiographic models. I'm going to walk you through them. The first one is from Heinrich Fletz. You'll recall, we talked about him a while ago. He's like the first great encyclopedic historian of modern. And he's like kind of like the heroic historian of Germany. He wrote first in German, later in Russian. History was designed in many ways to demonstrate to non-Jewish Germans that Jews had a amount of value in German culture and that they've always been mistreated by society, by non-Jews, and nevertheless they're still heroic, moving ahead with, developing ideas and civilization and stuff like that. And the Jews have, they have earned it many, many times over. That's kind of Letz's model of thinking that pervades his entire world history of the Jewish people. I believe I discussed with you his conflict with his friend von Kreische. Did I discuss that in this one? Well, we'll talk about it maybe later on in this course to get the Holocaust. There was a huge counter-reaction against Kreische's approach. And he's kind of like, he wrote in the 1880s and 1890s. He was translated into English in the first decade of the century. He sees Hasidism as the worst possible thing to Judaism. He says the opposite to what Jews are really all about. Jews are cultured. Jews are learned. Jews are sedate. Jews are good, normal. They do not get drunk. They do not engage in worse behavior. Those Hasidim, that's an aberration of Judaism. And why did it take such hold in Poland and Ukraine? Because those Jews who were living there were unfortunately bereft of a good Jewish education. They were highly illiterate compared to other Jewish populations. They tend to be far more literate than the population surrounding them, but they're still less literate than us German Jews who know the great classics, Goethe and Schiller and Beethoven we listen to and stuff like that. And they were hopelessly infected with superstition that was spread as a result of the debacle of Shabtai Tzvi, and they fell for it hook, line, and sinker. And we Jews really have to do everything we can to root out this blind superstition that has infected Eastern European Jewry. Right? That's his approach is that Hasidism expanded largely because those Jews were ignorant; they didn't know any better. Right? Any arguments? Discussions, Mr. Krantz, do you have any problems with this? Yep.
First of all, it wasn't, you saying that Israel didn't have, they were illiterate?
They are much less literate than other Jews.
They weren't, even in the quote unquote responsible that time period, they would never have been allowed to get normal education in Germany or England.
Yeah, so it's never, but that doesn't change his argument.
Right, but I would say that it's more of the idea of hopefulness to be able to serve Hashem better than having to do any literacy. It has to do with that shouldn't give people a way to serve Hashem without having to worry. Without having to say, oh, you don't know the God, you can't serve Hashem. Right?
So you're mechabe to the next historian, Shimon Dubno. We mentioned him, I know, because I talked about how he was shot. Right. So, but we've seen a lot of how we're seeing specifically on Hasidism. Shimon Dubno, unlike Gretsch, who did most of his work in Germany, Dubno did most of his work in Poland and Russia, and he wrote in Russian as well as in Yiddish, Hebrew, if I remember correctly. And he says, no, Chris, you got it all wrong. Hasidism is a genuine outpouring of Jewish spirit. It's authentic. The Jews of Eastern Europe were like, polishing. They were longing for some kind of connection to Hashem. And the reality is that all the great yeshivas were way up in the north in Lithuania. They were separated from us, but they still wanted to serve Hashem. And they found their way to do it through full expressions of religiosity, through singing and dancing and camaraderie. And what the Baal Shem Tov did was He tapped into that basic human need to feel like you are a child of God. That is a really great thing. Yes, you should not criticize the Hasidism, the Hasidic movement. They're actually sometimes really beautiful Jews, and we should encourage them, right? So a very, very different approach, but still it relates to an intellectual approach to Hasidism. Another example of this, Buber is kind of like he explores those thought even first. Martin Buber was not actually a historian. He was very influential in the influencing of Western Europeans to adopt a positive attitude towards Hasidism. He was a philosopher. You might have heard of his famous book, I and Thou. Really, actually, very interesting, fascinating book to read. But he was, as a youth, quite taken with Hasidism, and he went and he translated all kinds of Hasidic works into German and popularized it. And his big thing was that Hasidism succeeded to capture the Jewish imagination. And the kinds of things like that guy I read in his comments that he was criticizing, that's his favorite. The rest of them is fantastic because of the amazing, weird stories that Rabbi Nachman used to tell and things like that. He says that Hasidism spread because it captured the imagination. That even intellectuals sitting alone in their studies could read Hasidism and say, wow, this is mind-blowing. I want to be a Hasid, regardless of all the other things going on. Now, here's my favorite. Not favorite. Gershon Dole is not my favorite. I do think he's great, too. Gershon Dole really puts heavy emphasis on Hasidism as the next stage of Jewish mysticism after Shabbatai Tzvi. He does draw a direct line from Shabbatai Tzvi to the Hasidic movement. Shabbatai Tzvi, of course, was a huge debacle because it's converted to Islam and everyone was depressed and stuff like that. But Shabbatai Tzvi did open up for a large population the possibility of studying Kabbalah. And people began to say, wait a second, we've been missing all this really cool stuff coming out of Tzfat, the Arizal. Wow, so amazing. So he said it really has to do with the intellectual approach. And in fact, there are a lot of rabbis, a ridiculously embarrassing number of rabbis who became followers of Shabbatai Tzvi, and even after he converted, they stayed on quietly, under those still being Shabbatai believers. There was for about half a century a long, number of surprisingly important rabbis who were doing it, still serving as the head of their Beit Din, still serving as poskim and stuff like that. And we know that they're still writing Shabbatai stuff. It's very, very difficult period. Mr. France.
Quick question is, what I'm called around that time, there also was a little bit before, and I've heard people say it was considered before it was his.
Around Tal was before Hasidism was born, but not that much, for about 40 years before the Baal Shem Tov. So let's go. Here's my favorite. This guy's my favorite. Ben Zion Dinor. Someone else is doing Hasidus here. Talk to me about this. Yeah. Right. So Ben Zion Dinor is great. Related to who? I don't know.
You know that is?
No.
He's killed in order. The Hebrew Hall spreader. Who died?
I'm related to Dinor. Is it Dinor? Maybe he changed it. I don't know. You changed his name, maybe?
I don't know.
So you have to look it up. You have a computer there. What computer you'll do it? Ben Zion Dinor is great. You know why I love Ben Zion Dinor's approach? Because he uses the Abramson rule. Before Abramson was even born, the Abramson rule. And he basically says about money. What are you guys all talking about? Ideas and even about singing and dancing. No, it's about money. Think about it like this. We know that in the Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth, who owned the villages? Who owned the whole thing outright? The orchards, the mills, the noblemen, right? The Szlachta in Polish, in Yiddish, the Poret. Right, the Poret owned everything. Nothing could happen in his landed territories, his Latifundia, without the Jewish community. So, who hired the rabbi?
for the Porits kind of the Bible. So the Porits would actually, the Lord, the non-Jewish Lord, would actually appoint the rabbi for the Jews. It was like a synagogue. It was like a little, it was like a shella, the pulpit was like a sweet job if you could get it. So that meant like a lot of people would actually go and bribe the Porits to become the town rabbi. And the town rabbi would largely be supported by the tax revenues of the Jewish community. There was a special tax on kosher meat, went to the rabbi. The tax on Shabbos candles went to the rabbi. A whole pile of these kinds of like local taxes. So you know what? If you like to sit and learn, but you didn't necessarily like people that much, all you have to do is like get your father-in-law to help you buy a rabbinic position somewhere, and you could be the rabbi of Hillsville or something like that. And the Hasidic movement, the rebellion against these awful rabbis who were not primarily concerned with the spiritual welfare of their flock. Come back to it, Mr. Rubin.
They're not related. I checked it. Both of them change their names from different names.
Okay, good. Thank you for letting me know. So he said that the Hasidic movement was set up initially as a grassroots religious movement to say, we don't want anything to do with these, all I can think of is like profanities here, so I'm looking for a word. So all of these corrupt rabbis who bought their position and are not interested in doing what we need. We need counseling, we need guidance, we need, like a rabbi to inspire us. And these guys are the last thing from inspirational. But these local charismatic leaders who know how to sing, who know how to dance, know how to tell a story, know how to sit down and have a drink with a fellow Jew and to cry over their problems, those are the guys who want to be our leaders. And moreover, where he points to really seeing that, and we'll talk about it when we get to the conflict in Masagin, they set up alternative revenue streams that supported these new popular rabbis. For example, I mentioned a meat tax on kosher meat, right? Who would be collecting, do you think, the meat tax? The tax collector, but where would you pay it when you wanted to buy meat? Yeah, the butcher shop, which is typically the shochet too. Right? You buy the meat yourself. You guys probably never saw a woman salt meat. Right? It used to be that you had to, when you got meat, it did not come, with the blood removed. You had to actually salt it yourself. My mother would salt it herself. My wife actually had to take a special class to learn how to salt the liver. Complicated thing. You guys just buy the meat. It's like it comes like that in the plastic at the grocery store, right? Anyways, so if you would buy it from the shochet who is paying the tax to the rabbi who you don't like, what happens if you want to pay your meat tax, which you're going to pay anyways, to a Hasidic rabbi? How would you do that? You say, oh, I'm sorry, I have to have Hasidus Shechita. I can't go with the regular Shechita. I need to go to the Hasidic Shechita. And so you have a different Shechita that for Ben Zion Dinor says it's a whole new revenue stream. It directs it away from the bad rabbi and goes to do it. Let's say, for example, the Litvak Sal Daven Shacharis during the week at 6:19 a.m. And you're following Chassidus that says, you have to daven when you're ready. Like let's say 8:30, 10:30 in the morning. So you're going to have another shul. You can't daven at the same time, especially if there's an overlap. You can't put two different entitlements in the same shul. So you know what? There's an argument, which may be a little bit overstated, but it definitely has tremendous value. There's money involved. If you have a Hasidic rabbi, you can elect to support this guy as up to the corrupt rabbi that the forest hired, Mr. Barambi. Yeah. How does we're gonna get there. I know I gotta get to the drinking part because that'll be just, but we'll get there. Mr. Kranz, quick one.
Isn't it so far off from the spiritual time Jewish world, the idea of money having to be part of it? It's so far off.
But Mr. Kranz, ever was it so?
money is always the rule that motivates so much of what.
So we're 16 rabbis, we're going around town to town without being there. And do we just to always the search for go to these groups?
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. We see, I'm going to show you the Baal Shem Tov's tax return in a minute. Other interesting arguments. Rappaport Albert, very, very interesting scholar, says, you know what it's all about? You guys are missing half of the human race, women. Hasidism actually, especially in its early stage in the 1700s, allowed some unusual opportunities for women where they had largely been locked out of traditional literature practice. You know, there are actually several examples of female Rebbe in history. There's the famous maiden of Ludmir, for example. Her name was Webermacher, and she would have a kid. She would give shear, sometimes behind a veil, sometimes not. All kinds of interesting ways in which, if you're going to open up what is traditional practice and say these other things used to be done, then all of a sudden the new practice for women. Another example in the 21st century you might want to think about is like Chabad Shlichus, right? If you have a Chabad couple going to Montana to set up a Chabad house, and there's only the two of them there, there's going to be a lot of opportunities for the Rebbitzin to all of a sudden do all kinds of things that a Rebbitzin 100 years ago would not have done. You know, different kinds of classes, different kinds of activities, challah bakes, and who knows what, and it's all couched within tradition because that's the nature of this kind of rebellion, but it ultimately is something that is novel and new. And so Albert writes quite a bit about how Hasidism appealed to women that offered new opportunities for them to express their spirituality. So that's just half a dozen different historiographic approaches to try to understand how this Hasidism acted. Let's get down to the origins of it. So here's my colleague Moshe Rothschild. He's actually a senior colleague, he had a big impact on my own research. He's at Bar-Ilan. When the Soviet Union fell apart in 1991, actually a little bit earlier because he was working with Poland that collapsed just slightly before it, many scholars were, until then, shut out of all the secret Soviet archives. Soviets were like really, really jealous of information, very nervous about what kind of things you could get out and so on. So he was one of the very, very first Jewish scholars to be able to get to the Polish archives. Poland was part of the Soviet bloc. It was not part of the Soviet Union state, but it was part of the bloc. Ironically, I was a much younger scholar than him. I was a graduate student at the time in 1989 when I first went there, and that's one of the reasons why I got further into this field is because I was allowed access to Communist Party archives and found all kinds of cool things in the early 1990s. But anyway, he was one of the first guys to go back there, and he went to Poland to a place called Medjugorje because he was looking for one particular thing. What was he looking for? The Baal Shem Tov. He wrote a book called In Search of Baal Shem Tov. Baal Shem Tov, Rabbi Ben Eliezer, the founder of this. He didn't know for sure he actually was a Christian or not. The only book we had that said anything about it was this book, Shivchei HaBesh, the phrase of the Besh, Baal Shem Tov, right, master of the good name, that was published decades after he lived. And it's so filled with all kinds of miraculous stories and stuff like that we don't even know how we're supposed to treat this. It's not a history book. And so there was a lot of questions. Did he do this? So Moshe Rothschild went and directly to Medjugorje, where he's supposed to have lived, and he found his tax records. Sure enough, the Baal Shem, you can see here in written in Polish, Baal Shem, right? That's it, the Baal Shem. He was recognized. Now, this is quite different. You can find it on Wikipedia, just look it up on the screen. But Mr. Rubin, quickly.
I don't mean to throw away, but people say that didn't exist. It's like saying that he actually didn't exist. I mean, he existed. Not everything about him is true, but he pre-existed.
That's a whole different argument. We're going to have to do that in History 155 sometime. Yeah, so it's we don't know possibly the existence. We didn't have census data, and all we had was, legendary stories. The Pied Piper, or, the Sheriff Nottingham, that we don't necessarily knew exist either, but they become part of the legendary. So the question was, can you please prove that he existed? And so he did. Now, by the way, his book is fascinating. The Baal Shem Tov was, contrary to a lot of the stories Mr. Cram repeat about, penniless wandering and things like that, he was actually a very respected figure. He had a house paid for. He lived on the main street. He had a pretty regarded as they called him reverend, and he's like actually a real deal. And we don't know too much about what he actually did and said outside of these sources like Shivtei Avesh, but we do know that we have external non-Jewish documentation validating at least some aspects of his case. His dates are roughly 1699 to 1760. What is, however, is the precursors that we definitely know about John. So this is the colleague of mine, someone I met when I was first in K. This is actually in the Nazi library. He's actually a huge scholar right now. I think I even put his Yochanan Petrovich Stern. Now he looks more like me with not too much hair, and what he has is all white, but he's a brilliant scholar. I met him there when we were both in our early 20s, and he was working with these Kintatim. These were like record books from the communities of Poland, Lithuania that were moldering away in some of the basements of the library there. He pulled them out and did some great research with them. And I'll tell you, I'm going to tell you about his research on the precursors, but Mr. Abraham's going to ask questions first.
Well, we could Baal Shem Tov call itself by that.
Exactly, good question. The reason is because there are tons of people going around who are called Baal Shem. And he didn't necessarily call himself by that name, but people are applied to him. He was the Baal Shem Tov. What does that mean? Mr. Krabs, you can answer that? So hang on one second. Hang on. Tillman, you can answer that? He's the good Baal Shem. Excellent. But what does that mean to be a good Baal Shem? What are the bad Baal Shem? No. Well, everybody's the time. Before it changed, right? So first of all, what is a Baal Shem?
Like spiritual doctors.
Okay, what do they do? Good. A Baal Shem, literally, master of the name. Like master of Hashem's name. Why? Because they would write Emmaus. They would write amulets. It's a huge deal. Remember, this is after Shabtai Tzvi, not that long after, right? Baal Shem was born in 1760. That's 100 years, 95, after the debacle of the Shabtai Tzvi conversion. But in those decades, there are all kinds of people who are making a good living writing amulets. If you know the amulets, right? You probably have seen them, you maybe not own some of them, right? When our children was born, we got these little laminated cards that had something like a sheet. Actually, Shaditi is also an amulet. The red string is an amulet, but not a text amulet, right? That's just it's the same kind of idea. These are like, not to use the word derogatory, but devices. More technical terms, they are theurgic devices, which means these are tools you can use to get God to do the things you want God to do. Right? That's like magic, right? We can say it's also called practical Kabbalah. It's like Kabbalah that's used to make things happen. Right? What do they call it? Kabbalah Maskir, practical Kabbalah. So this is part of Jewish culture, right? The Hamsa, the hand with sometimes the eye, the word off the eye and para, the little cards that got when our kids were born, put them under the crib. You know, we love those things. I had some of them myself. In fact, my first son was a very, very religious rabbi, a very Kabbalist amulet to put on the front door. And I have a story to tell you, but I'm not going to do it on the road. Maybe I'll tell you afterwards. But, you know, we use it. Sometimes people hang the rear view mirror in their car, you know, stuff like that. So in especially low literacy regions where people have very little contact with Jewish texts in a significant way, like in southern Poland, western Ukraine, there's some guy, he looks really frum, he seems like a nice guy. He go up to say, oh, Rabbi, I'm having such trouble with my business. My daughter can't get a shidduch, and I'm worried about my grandchild. She's not so healthy. Could you please write a kamea for me? And now, to write something, and wherever you put it in your hat, you put it in your pocket, you put it on top of the threshold of your door, different things like this. These people are called Baalei Shem, amulet makers. Now, not all of them were so from. It was an easy way to make a living. If you could even halfway write your name, you might be able to convince people that it was worth paying money for your amulets. And by the way, this is nothing new in Judaism, right? Have a look in Baruch, I think it's somewhere around Perek Shin Dalet. If I was Rabbi Sachs, I would tell you exactly which word in Perek Shin Dalet, Shin Dalet, somewhere around there. Whole discussion of can you wear an amulet on Shabbos, and a whole discussion. What's the defining factor? It's also discussed, of course, in the second Shabbos, probably Yosin, right? When can you wear an amulet on Shabbos, or what kind of amulets can you wear? If they're written by a monka, they're written by an expert. So that means right away you've got amulets written by experts, and your amulets are not written by experts already in the Talmudic period. So it's a really old thing to do. But they were not so good. This guy, Rabbi Eliezer ben Eliezer, he was the Baal Shem. Oh, he was great. His amulets were like, and he was so wonderful to be with. We loved him. He became like really great. People loved him. So my colleague Yochanan studied the Baal Shem. In particular, he looked at one called Hillel Baal Shem. Fascinating example. Hillel Baal Shem wrote like a 500-page manuscript, which he forbade to ever be published. He said you can only copy this out by hand. Nobody is allowed to publish it. Yochanan, of course, published it, but it's really interesting because it was like one of the last gasps of anti-book culture. And they're not going to go into the whole business of publishing things so that anybody in the street can have it. You have to be able to write it out. So there's a whole background to the Baal Shem Tov from the Baalei Shem that was very active at this time. Okay, do you see any other hands? Any Mr. Krams?
How can you say that it wasn't? You said it was one of the stuff they had is when you were the Baal Shem Tov. That's their Shem Tov. The Baal Shem Tov is on
later in the Shifrei Besh.
But those were all the Baal Shem's teaching with the practice to the student. So those weren't the production of Baal Shem.
You have to accept the assertion that it passed down student to student. If you don't accept that, or if you have skepticism, so he wanted to see, is it really true? Is it
also
really...
stuff like Chabad and Baal Shem consider.
I think the Baal Shem consider might have more, but I'm not positive. I don't know. Mr. Forensic.
Where is it going for the national of time? All these things, a lot of it was particular, like that. Why did it take so long?
Well, the amulets go all the way back. The amulets go before the Sephardic Ashkenazic existed. We have it in the Gemara, a whole discussion of amulets. So that goes back. The Kabbalah, that's a larger discussion. I don't want to have it here, but we know that there's an explosion of it in the 13th century in Spain. It makes pretty good progress to get to Eastern Europe by the 1700s and to motivate a massive amount of people, a popular movement. It's pretty impressive. Okay. But let me go on to it. So what happens to the Baal Shem Tov? He has a couple of disciples. One of them in particular is the Maggid of Mezrich. The Maggid of Mezrich has 5 distinct disciples. One of them is the Rabbi, the founder of Chabad, and those 5 disciples are Hasidus everywhere. This is a great book, The Historical Atlas of Hasidism by Marcin Borzinski, and it has all kinds of really cool maps that show how Hasidism spread and different styles and everything like that. This is the Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth. Here's Medjugorje, and here's like from Medjugorje and the Magyar, you have the massive spread of Hasidism throughout the West. But of course, and this is in 1772 when he lived, so it's really rapidly expanding. Baal Shem Tov died in 1760. 12 years later, you got the 3rd generation going, and they go really strong. But that's when it starts to run into opposition. It's only when the Maggid really has significant popularity that the Litvaks will start waking up and saying, wait a second, this is serious. And it's actually shaping the way people observe Judaism in Eastern Europe. What are we going to do? The opposition centered around the Vilna Gaon. Here's another example of an image of him. Again, I don't know how accurate this image is. He lived from 1720 to 1790. So the last 20 years of his life were involved in one degree or another with the opposition to the Hasidic movement. There's a considerable amount of ink spilled on how much he personally was opposed to Hasidism. There's no doubt that he was opposed to it, but maybe not so the same degree of vitriol as many of his followers. And probably I would suggest to you, gentlemen, this is one of the phenomena that we often see in history, that great leaders may have a particular attitude to condemn or champion one cause or another, but it's often their second in command who become the real proponents of that attitude. And they will use their mentors' prestige to wage their own wars. That may have been the case with the Vilna Gaon, where he certainly had some serious reservations, even opposition to Hasidism, but it was his followers who became like anti-Hasidic, prepared to go into the streets and fight over it. So what is it they're upset about? I'm going to list that here 9 different things that the Messiah really opposed to Hasidism. The first is, what is this separate prayer group business, right? Hasidism tends to emphasize a very different approach to tefillah, whereas the Litvaks really have a level of discipline into what exact boundaries of time when you're allowed in Shacharis Min Kamara, and these, are really ignored by Hasidics largely in the sense of, what's the point of praying? We're not inspired to pray. This is not an endorsement, gentlemen. You got to show up for Shacharis at 7:45 in the morning. Can't claim Hasidus as your excuse. 7:45 is when Shacharis begins. But that's the idea of Hasidism is, I'm not, what does Hashem want my davening for if I'm still sleeping? Let me, it's better you can sleep during class, like some of us here. Get a good nice rest. So, my voice is very soothing and episode. So, that's one of the, remember Ben Diener said that the separate prayer groups really had an economic incentive to it as well. That it was a way of creating a different revenue stream to support the Hasidism and away from the so and that goes along with the ignore the mandated prayer times. Of course, they're saying this is, Al Tifrosh and Tzibur, don't separate from the community, and you're setting up separate shidlach and things like that. There's different groups and so on. That's not right. And what is this in our traditional siddur? What's wrong with the Ashkenazic siddur? The Hasidim went back to various earlier nuschos of davening, which were associated especially with the Rabbi, Rabbi Yitzhak Luria, phenomenal Egyptian and writer of Kabbalist of the 16th century. The separate kosher slaughter, there's a whole business about, when you check the knife, I don't know how many studied separate schooling yet. I should be studying it, got going about 4 months. The second schooling, the whole thing there, your knife has to be both sharp and be of mix. The problem is, especially in the 18th century, if you make the knife really sharp, very easy to nick. If you make it a little less sharp, you won't get nicks, then maybe you'll be pushing against the animal's neck instead of slicing. So the Litvaks and the Hasidim differed on the degree of sharpness the knife had to have. So that meant different shvita, you have to have Hasidic shvita. They said, what is this? You guys not spending time? Are you saying you're getting together and you're like, you're sitting around telling stories and drinking alcohol? Is that what we're supposed to do? And instead of studying the Gemara, if that was enough, you're studying Kabbalah. Oh my gosh. Kabbalah is supposed to be for Kadosh Kadoshim. The Vilna Gaon himself was a phenomenal Kabbalist, but that's kind of like the ideal in the literature world was only people who had met all of the markers, at least 40 years of age, male, having completed Shas and posting. Then maybe the Kabbalah. And instead, these Hasidim are like, they're taking baladalas, wagon drivers, ship beggars, water carriers, regular, lowly people with no education, and they're right away talking to them about the Spiros and the Klipas Noga, and be like, what is going on? You guys teaching this stuff to ordinary ignoramuses? That's so awful. They're taking like, pearls and throwing them into the mud. You can't do that. About that. And this was definitely a big deal. It kind of changed in the 19th century, but at the time, 18th century, were known for incredibly wide behavior, even during davening. Turning somersaults in shul was regular practice. Like, can you imagine? Like rolling up and down. Because the idea was, go outside, tomorrow now, Hashem, all of my bones call out to you, Hashem. So I'm going to be really violent in my gesticulation during davening. Lovers, lots of clapping, stamping with feet. Part of the stolen where you scream out loud when you're davening, like you're supposed to imagine someone's about to stab a knife in your back, and so you daven like a small volume. So really weird here, and you add to that alcohol, and things can change dramatically. And so these guys are like, that's not Judaism. We daven stock still, we don't move up, right? And we wait for like Scotty to turn on the transporter beam, quiet, and these Hasidim are just so wild, Mr. Grant.
They said that a international so the one who does is banging off the matches like a paper.
Right, you can imagine. I mean, that just gives you a sense of like how the Litvaks would say these Hasidim are like the creatures. And finally, number 8, antinomianism, which is another fancy word for saying breaking the law, breaking halacha, or at least breaking norms, and even sabbatism, secretly following Shabbat festivity. So these are like the charges that were brought against the Hasidic movement by the Litvish movement. They also, Rabbi Shneur Zalman of Liadi, found of Chabad, and Rabbi Nachman of Vitebsk went to see the Vilna Gaon and say, hey, no, it's not like that. Sure, there are a few bad eggs who do these things, but that's not really what we're all about. The Vilna Gaon famously refused to see them. Right? So we don't know exactly, it would like, there's a lot of ways to interpret that, but it definitely was not interpreted in a positive way by the Massageist movement. And so in 1772, again, not clear whether this comes from the Gaon or whether it comes from his followers, but in 1772, there were parents placed harm in the Hasidics, and they got the extra faithist movement, and their books were actually burned. This is not the first time Jews have burned books of religious value. We saw them burning the Rambam in the Sparta class. Here we go. Sorry? Around 12, they were not burned, they were buried, but might as well, right? Now the Hasidim, they do back against the Massageist. And you have these bands and boundary bands, and you start burning the Massageist books as well. And it was like just craziness for the last 2 decades of the 18th century, where Hasidim and Massageist literally at each other's throats, and especially nasty ban in the year 1781. That was like one of these don't stand within Daled Amos kind of bands. This was the period when it was like the most ferocious level of conflict between them. Ultimately, it came to a head in 1794 when there was a rabbi in Pinsk, a Misnagic rabbi, and he was, and Pinsk is like one of those borderline territories. Hasidus actually has a geography where you can expect it to be more Hasidic or less Hasidic. Pinsk is like basically on the borderline. So when Pinsk, which the Misnagdim thought was going to be their territory, when lost a key position to a Hasidic rabbi, that rabbi went to the Tsar, went to the Russian authorities and said, they've hired a charlatan who is funded by the great Vilna Gaon, and so they put the Hasidic rabbi in jail, which began a whole cycle of denunciation to the Russian government. Misnagdim thrown in jail, Hasidim thrown in jail. You know, if you hang out with Hasidim, it's hard to even say toxin because it seems like every other week someone's getting out of jail. This rabbi got it. But it was a really, really nasty time. Imagine calling up the cops in jail because he's, you know, betraying our values. Also, gentlemen, put yourself within the mindset of 19th century, 18th century Russian Empire. It's very different from our empire. It's of our times. Nowadays, you know, you can worship alligators if you want. Nobody really cares what you do in your own home or in your own house of worship. We have lots of wacky kinds of religions, but that's the nature of our secular society, 21st century. The Russian Empire may not have been friendly to Jews, but they expected the Jews to stay in their lane, right? Don't make trouble, follow your leaders. Anyone who tries to upset the status quo and saying the legitimate leaders of the Jewish people are not legitimate, those are people who should be considered revolutionaries by the Tsarist government. They don't want Jewish society to be disrupted by revolution because they don't want their own government to be disrupted by revolution. So that's why the Russian government would listen to these Jews saying, oh my gosh, are you serious? Oh, look at this document translated into Russian for me. I can see that this guy is definitely in trouble with other Jews. So therefore they went along with it and put them in jail. Okay, arguments, discussions, questions?
They used to say about the free Rebbe told the Rebbe, the Rebbe, he wanted to his parents at being government for the bank. So he said that the free Rebbe told him, now you got something for a lot of Rebbe.
Yeah, you got to be put in jail for getting drunk, so now you're really deserving. Good story. Okay, so let's go on. All right, so what ends up happening? Now, we actually began talking about this at the very beginning. There's going to be two phenomena that happen. One that we'll talk about more on Wednesday, one that I want to mention here. The second phenomenon we'll pick up on Wednesday is that this whole fight between the Misnagdim and the Hasidim died rapidly in the second decade of the 19th century when they realized they're fighting over tiny, tiny little details, whether the knife should be sharp or whether it should be nick-free. But the masculine coming from the West is saying, why keep kosher at all? Right? The Hasidim are saying whether you should daven at 6 a.m. or at 10 a.m. And the masculine are saying, why have Shabbos on Saturday? Let's move it to Sunday. It's so much more convenient. Right? So the Hasidim and the Misnagdim realized that they had a far greater enemy of their understanding of Judaism in the Maskilic movement. And so they decided to patch things up really fast because they could not withstand their challenge unless they met them as a united force. The phenomenon I want to talk about now is when the Misnagdim realized they were not going to win a decisive battle against the Hasidim. The Hasidim are here to stay. So then they said, okay, let's start borrowing from their playbook. Let's figure out what we can do to adapt to the Israeli times.
When it actually was of the 19th century joining forces, like they were working together, like look at those guys, look at these guys, but like you understand the strength who's them?
Basically, yeah, basically. They sort of said like I would hate for me to marry a Hasidic, but I would rather have good relations with my Hasidic neighbors than allow a Maskil to live on my street, right? Like it would be, they didn't necessarily like each other. They realized they had a lot more common. As we saw at the beginning of this class, 99% of what Hasidim and Mustagim believe in is the same. It's that 1 to 5%. It's just style. You wear gartel, you not wear a gartel. It's not like you observe Shabbos or not observe Shabbos. It's a big difference. Right? Okay, so this is the great yeshiva of Rothschild, one of the most important yeshivas that was established in the late 19th century. It was established, of course, by the great student of the Vilna Gaon, Chaim of Rothschild, who lived at this time in the late 1700s, having to figure out how we're going to cope with the Hasidim. So they say, okay, what we have to do is we have to go back, like the Hasidim, they innovated by finding things in the tradition that we didn't like really emphasize. So what we have to do is we have to go back and do the same thing. We have to find those things which are definitely in the tradition, and then we have to make it available. So, for example, what are we good at as Lithuanians? We are good at text, so we are going to double down on textual study. We are going, maybe one of the things Litvaks missed out on is that we did not emphasize the importance of Talmud study. So we're going to make sure that we're not going to overlook a much wider exposure to Gemara. Like before the Hasidim came, even Gemara learning, you should understand that most kids, it's hard for me to give you a good number because it's kind of a lot of period of time, a lot of geographic space, but you know, a child would be lucky to have a smattering of Pirkei Avos in his cultural knowledge. To know a Seder of Mishnah, that kid would have been an Ilu. To learn a sect of Gemara, you know, that's a massive Talmud Chacham. Because, you know, it's typically money, right? At a certain age, 13, 14, you could be married. You got to be out there. You got to be making a living. So there's not much opportunity for Hamon Am, the dark, unwild masses, to actually engage in full-time yeshiva learning like this do. You guys seriously are historically. So the Litvaks said, you know what, maybe we really got to make more emphasis on letting everybody study Talmud. We've got at least every male in Talmud. We've got to push what we are good at, which is studying text. Talmud in particular, better than anyone. We're way better than those Hasidim. We're really going to stake our reputation on that. And when it comes to Kabbalah, which is where the Hasidim really broke open the message, you know what? We believe in Kabbalah too. We have lots of Kabbalah. But we're going to be super, super careful with how we disseminate it. Unlike the Chabadniks and the other Hasidics who are like reading Tanya, which is like, oh my gosh, even in my own life, I had Mithra Rebbe's telling me I should not be reading Tanya because it's too Kabbalistic for my own life. Yeah, it is a pretty great sefer. It's not telling you I read it, but no, okay. It is pretty good. This was the response, really important response, and I encourage them to read this. This is Nehemiah by Rabbi Chaim of Rothschild, the student of the Vilna Gaon, and this is basically for Litvaks. You know, this is like a mind-blowing statement. It is easily, in my humble opinion, the equal of Tanya. So much so, the great philosopher Emmanuel Levinas. Oh, he said the equal of Tanya. How did he say that? The antithesis of Tanya. This is amazing. It's not the antithesis. They're very, very similar in so many ways. The last chapter was actually translated by the great philosopher Emmanuel Levinas into French, as it was a mind-blowing work. Changed my life. I'll tell you quickly one last story, because we're only 1 minute left. When I was in yeshiva, maybe I'll turn off the recording to listen. It's a personal story. But when I was first in yeshiva, you guys know that I came to yeshiva late in life. I was already in my 20s, mid-20s. Okay, gentlemen, we're going to go into the wild 18th century now. Where we left off last week, Monday, we were talking about the printer moves. So I got to do this thing. Where we left off, I'm doing great. But you coming late? Don't say how you doing, Jack. Where we left off last week, we are at like the crushing defeat of the Melnid Rebellion, right? And we talked a lot about the socioeconomic roots of it. Mr. Truman had some really good questions there because, you know, we spoke earlier about the stages of anti-Semitism and the kind of major themes that go along with it, but we didn't really look at anti-Semitism as a horizontal phenomenon, meaning like, why would people hate Jews in this country as opposed to in this country at the same time? You should realize that there are definitely regional variations between communities in regard to their anti-Semitic ideas. Again, the weirdest thing about anti-Semitism, kind of supernatural thing maybe, is that it seems to be a virus that anyone can catch. Like it goes and it transforms itself into, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if there are anti-Semitic Eskimos when there are hardly, you know, any Jews in Inuit land. And when we look specifically at the 17th century and Eastern Europe, there's no question that the majority of the content of that anti-Semitism was of a socioeconomic nature, meaning that the problems that Ukrainians in particular had with Jews were based more than anything else on the unique relationships they had economically. That's not to say there were not so religious elements, you know, the Jews killed Christ and things like that. That is not to say that the blood libel did not seep into Poland, which it certainly did over the next few centuries. But if we were to kind of like boil it down to its major element, the socioeconomic element is significant. And one last caution in this regard. I think one of the challenges of studying history at an academic level, as opposed to kind of like as an identity building phenomenon, you know, like there are some Jewish movements that will really say, let's teach Jews about the Holocaust so they will become more committed Jews, right? So if that's your goal, then you're really going to emphasize certain aspects of the Holocaust that lead to the goal of making you a more committed Jew. But if you are interested in the academic study of the phenomenon of anti-Semitism, without the ulterior goal of what it will do to the person in terms of their ideology, their philosophy, their religiosity, then you got to recognize the fact that it's not always true that Jews were completely blameless. There are elements of our behavior over the centuries which have, from time to time, occasioned a backlash, which is, generally speaking, far proportioned to the nature of the original offense, but nevertheless, that's part of the autopsy of hatred that we're engaged in. Again, I want to emphasize it one more time, Mr. Crown and Mr. Truman, that if we try to understand interethnic relations as objectively as possible, it's not always true that Jews are blameless. Okay? I don't think that I can say with great confidence there has been no case in Jewish history of a Jew ever been caught murdering a child and drinking its blood. That I can say for sure. I cannot say for sure, and in fact, I would not case of a Jew kidnapping and killing a child. God forbid, little name. That has happened even in Brooklyn with that young child. I can't remember his name offhand, unfortunately, but you know that does happen. But sometimes gets translated into popular violence is really the end of that. Okay, Mr. Kranz, you talk about how anti-Semitism always targets all over the place. Does it have to do with the fact that people always blame on when they're not happy in their lives? They see a minority group that somehow has persevered through everything possible, and they're like, oh, this is everything I can just yell at. No, you're absolutely right, Mr. Kranz. In that case, you know, I found the thesis of the great philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre, I believe we talked about him, who said, si le juif n'existe pas, l'antisémite l'inventerait. That if the Jew did not exist, the anti-Semite would invent him. Right? The anti-Semite needs some kind of construct to explain his own failures, the Jew is a great construct. And ironically, the more Jews are blamed for it, the better a construct is. Because they can, look in books and say, "Oh my gosh, people felt this way about the 200 years ago, 200 years ago. It must be true." Right? It's a conspiracy that builds upon itself. So you're absolutely right. I don't think that's sufficient to explain Alzheimer's, but that is definitely one major psychological motive. Mr. Timmons.
So my question is not so well formed, but like what happened recently, October 7th, or these pogroms, we consider very out of like normal human nature. It's not normal violent uprisings. These are horrific attacks. Are there some instances of anti-Semitism where the violent reaction was sort of in proportion with what the Jews had done to them? Like, even no matter what the Jews had done, doesn't warrant barbarism. But violence, we can sort of understand a little more. Let's say, again, I mean, whatever the BLM march is ridiculous, but they're just trying to express something without, barbarism and barbarism involved. So, like, do we have such instances where it's less barbaric and also more understandable?
Yeah, to answer your question, we have to separate a little bit, because once we talk about the state of Israel, the paradigm changes entirely, right? Because it goes from an interethnic conflict that involves a religious and distinct minority in a society, and those are certain kind of dynamics that happen when you have, social tensions with peasants and lords, and Jews are somewhere in that mix, and a modern nation state with awesome army and with powerful friends, then becomes international relations. So maybe a good case in point would be Egypt, right? Israel fought 3 wars with Egypt, 48, 56, 67. And then when Egypt finally, in each case, Egypt lost miserably. When Egypt was finally able to bloody Israel's nose in the October War of 1973, the Yom Kippur War, at that point, there was kind of like a realignment of the Egyptian mentality, and they said, well, look at that. We can hurt the Jews. Israel is not completely, Israel took a horrible beating in October 1973. And that allowed Egypt to kind of say, so now we can make peace with them. Doesn't mean they're friends. Doesn't mean that the level of anti-Semitism subsided, but it was not like suicidal anti-Semitism. It wasn't kind of like, we don't care if our country is destroyed as long as we can kill some more Jews. That's real crazy anti-Semitism. This is like international relations. Countries are always fighting, always getting back to it. So that's normal, as it were. It's horrible in the sense that there was a lot of people died, God forbid, in horrible wars, but it's normal. What is not normal is Hamas. Hamas is definitely.
But then, let's say in the case of the Muslims, we can understand why they hate Israel. They do feel oppressed, and maybe
there's a political and economic conflict that's real there.
Yeah, and Israel did just devastate the entire country. But so you can understand that aspect of it. So, like, do we ever have reactions that are anti-Semitic in nature, but responding in a less violent way?
Yeah, sure.
To such things.
Oh, yeah, you're asking a complicated question, which is totally derailing us from the 18th century. But you're also conflating 2 issues. You talk about Gazans. I said Hamas.
Right. No, because I understand. Again,
they're not the same thing. Hamas, I think, is the closest thing I can imagine to a Mullah. Maybe the Nazi SS is second choice, or they're competing for that stuff. Because Hamas is really a death cult. They actually explicitly, in public statements, they think it's better for them to be martyred in the fight against Israel than to have any degree of material prosperity and happiness. And that's just bizarre. Like that escapes my understanding why you would want to choose that. But that's taking us far off. Maybe we'll do a course sometime, the history of Israel in the Middle East, because we have done the calendar. It's an absolutely fascinating calendar. Let's go to the 18th century. Yes, back in time. Here we go. So, this should be on. All right. Okay. So I gave this lecture a few years ago, and I recycled it, and we're up to that stuff. And you may have seen, this is a popular show, Fisso, right? It was really great because it's set in Israel, fascinating characters, it's really fascinating. But it's essentially depicting ultra-Orthodox life in the 21st century, and in so many ways, it's reflections of the 18th century. The same kinds of tensions that were going on a few hundred years ago, we're still enjoying today, even in a very different environment, modern Europe. And we can call this the long 18th century. There is this concept of shorter and longer centuries. How long is a century, Mr. Blackburn? 100 years. Excellent. Years, 261. 152. There, we can see that right away. So a century is 100 years. However, historically speaking, you can have a short century or a long century. So, for example, the 19th century is considered long by most historians because it begins with the Franco-Prussian War of 1870, and after that war between France and Italy changed a lot of alignments. Then it continued of Major Mr. Rothschild. Yeah. Beautiful. Look at that. 223. No, oh, you should know that. That's great. So that's a long 19th century. It doesn't go from 19 to 1999. It goes on from 1870 to 1914. Most historians will think about the 19th century in those terms. Or there's the short 20th century, which goes from 1918, end of World War I, to 1991, collapse of the Soviet Union. Short century. That based on cultures, that kind of based on the cultures of what's going on at that period. Right. It's kind of like when you group the major themes of the times. You know, it's not like all of a sudden when the clock changes to the new century, everybody starts thinking differently. But there may be really big upheavals in the way people think, politics, things like that, depending on, close to that word. So that's very long. We have a 18th century in our situation. The 18th century, of course, begins with the 17th, but it really goes back to Shabbatai Tzvi, who we'll have to talk about in today's lecture. And it extends really up until the very end. The 1795 is where I ended when Poland was taken over by Russia and all new environment for the Jews altogether. The kinds of figures that really shaped it, we have three big figures who just rocked the 18th century Jewishly. You have the Alter Rebbe, who is the founder of Chabad, very important thinker, an unusual Hasidic leader, but we'll try and talk about a little bit the entire Hasidic background. But among the Hasidim, the Alter Rebbe stands really head and shoulders above many of his generation. You can probably guess who's going to be next, the Vilna Gaon, the famous Rabbi Elijah of Vilna. We're not sure whether this is an accurate portrait. There are quite a few portraits floating around, but this is one of them I kind of like to look at that maybe because you see the film. He is, of course, representing the reaction to the Hasidic movement born in the 18th century, and they, of course, take on the names Misnagdim, and they wear it proudly. The Misnagdim for his Chabad like snags, right? These are, even though they are historically the predecessors, because the Misnagdim are kind of like the traditionalists, when the Hasidic movement began kind of as an intellectual, spiritual rebellion, the Misnagdim opposed it. So that's how the traditionalists get the name opponents. It is a name that ultimately they sort of adopted to themselves, even though it was originally a term of opprobrium. They're also known, of course, as Litvaks, because they're from Lithuania, Lita. And today we call it sometimes yeshivish. Obviously, this institution has its deep Litvish roots as well, but we are definitely Chabad friendly, Sephardi friendly, all kinds of things like that. We live in a kind of a post-movement world in many ways anyways. But they're friends. These guys didn't look Chabad. Well, obviously, this is good. I think Chabadniks are lots of fun. I should tell you, full disclosure, one of my daughters became like what they call Spitz Chabad, super Chabad. She's like, they have so many Chabad in Hadron. If someone whispers that they heard someone read in the book that the Rebbe might have done this particular thing, that immediately that's like children are. They spew that well, you know, and they're loving, you know, they're doing great. Anyways, and my daughter, you should know, she is like a spiritual powerhouse. She is like, my gosh, she is gonna like run the world. I remember, I'll tell you a funny story. One circuit. I should tell a story. Hopefully this video won't go around. But one circuit, when she was about 8 years old, we were sitting in the sukkah, and I'm talking about Unasana Toka that we just read on Yom Kippur, right? Unasana Toka, that, you know, the books of life's going to be opened up, and there's going to be all your deeds are written there, and your signatures there. And I said to my family, and she was like 8 years old, I said, and it's going to be like a video is playing of your entire life. Every single thing you've ever done wrong is going to be available there. My daughter, she says, everything? And she runs out of the circle crying. You know, like she was, that's so much karata at 8 years old for any mistake she might have made that Diabuna Toka through it. So that's the effort here. Third figure that rocked the 18th century, and by the way, gentlemen, this is like, you have to imagine 3 asteroids landed in the Atlantic Ocean, and we are still feeling the waves of their triple tsunamis, even today in the 21st century. The first one was the Alter Rebbe, really you could say all jumped up, but I like to talk about the Alter Rebbe in it. The second will be the Gaon, and the third is Rabbi Moses Mendelssohn. Movements are still advanced today in a very discernible way. Yes, please.
This third rabbi, that's one of the major fight with that guy's name, right?
Was that done, sir?
Yeah.
Yes, we'll talk about it. We're going to make some of the solutions for thoughts. Excellent, good. Well, that makes sense, right?
And then, look,
he's huge. All of them are controversial in ways. We'll touch on those controversies a little bit, but these are 3 very, very different ways to approach Judaism, Torah, the universe, that have made a massive impact on the Ashkenazi world, and by extension us. I don't know why I included this picture in the lecture, but I kind of look like this because it shows the differences in the way these look. And I also included this picture because a lot of times I'm walking down the street and people will say, hey, aren't you a Kiva Shiesel? Aren't you this guy here? No, I mean, you know, I get a laugh. People often use me for Will Smith. I'm walking down the street. Okay. Anyways, I'm not sure why I included those pictures. Let's just understand this one more sort of theoretical sense. We're going to come back to this chart in a minute because the 18th century, in many ways, was the long 18th century was a century of rebellions, intellectual rebellions, rebellions of what I'm going to give you a good German word here, Weltanschauung. Remember that word, Weltanschauung. What does that mean, Mr. Rubin? Worldview. Worldview. Excellent. How do you know that? Famous word. Oh, it's a famous word. That's good. I'm so glad. He said no famous word. Capital W, Weltanschauung means a way of looking at the world. It's a little bigger, I think, than the English word worldview. It's kind of like pain by understand. Weltanschauung means like, do you feel optimistic or pessimistic about the world? Do you believe that, you know, God runs every detail of the world, or maybe he's kind of left it alone like a watchmaker or something? Do you believe that most people are nice, most people are evil? Do you believe that people get what they deserve? All kinds of things like that are built into a Weltanschauung. And so there are 3 big Weltanschauung rebellions that happened in the 18th century. We're going to go into each of them, but let's talk about them. First of all, rebellions of discovery. The Hasidic movement engaged in significant levels of innovation, but it was packaged essentially as restoration, in the sense of we are going to do things very differently than our grandfathers and our great grandfathers. But in reality, that's because they did not have access to the great fountains of wisdom present in particular in Kabbalistic sources. Like if they had only realized the Chokmah Sa'ari, then they would certainly be doing these things. They would, and that's essentially the kind of thing that's going on in Hasidism. Kabbalah is huge, right? Like this, it's high in the idea of the spherot. It begins to gain a lot of traction in the 17th century, 16th century, really. In fact, this animates Hasidism deeply. Mr. Krantz.
What part of the thing to this? There wasn't really. I mean, they were trying to get like that's why we had Spark. They were trying to get that reader report so that all the data trying to be considered that imitates our reason. So that's how we end up using the bar that's already isn't really that.
Yes, we're going to go there.
They still didn't have some of we do like the boss, but there was a hidden society of Tzaddikim where they were learning all these things, but wasn't ready to reveal.
So that's kind of like a question, sort of like in the theology of Hasidic movement. Like, if we are rediscovering stuff that was thousands of years ago, how come people weren't talking about it? So that's a good question, more on a theological level. On a historical level, we definitely know that the ideas go back very far. Again, because the rebellion based on discovery. If you could imagine that I stood in front of you today and not wear a suit and tie, but wore, for example, the kind of clothes that Tana might have worn, or an Amora, you look at me kind of crazy, but I'd say, no, these flowing robes, this is the way it goes. You know that Rabbi Akiva wore exactly the same shade, right? That would be like a rebellion. I'd be doing something different, but it would be of discovery. I mean, I learned that Rabbi Akiva's mode of dress is really what Mr. Vasilevsky.
How does Hasidics go from like the new fresh things to nowadays? It's like I say like a scramble, like a bag of shell kind of thing, like kind of like stuff like that sort of thing.
No, so you're asking a really important question. It's like an incredibly vibrant, innovative movement for about the first 50 years, and then it goes through a period where a lot of historians consider it reified, that it develops into courts and dynasties, and most historians have seen that as kind of like a downturn energy, but not all. I've said that we just don't understand that 9th century very well. So stay with that because we're just beginning right now. Rebellion to tradition. This is basically a Litvish view that says, no, we have to rebel by doubling down on what we've been doing. Like up until now, we're kind of relaxing. We have not been engaged in super high-level Talmudic study. We've been sort of like, that's for the elite, but in reality, everybody's got a system. That's more of a tradition. But doing something that Jews typically did not do that much historically, but we are going to reinterpret it in order to make it for the masses. Mr. Toomey.
Why all these rebellions? What was going on that everybody felt like they needed to be done with?
Yeah, again, this is kind of like a Weltanschauung. Right? Occasionally there are things that happen in history that just make everyone sort of light up and say, well, let's try different things. When I get to the discussion of Shabbatai Tzvi, I believe that's going to be kind of like the breaking of the dam that creates all of these new movements, because there are those who say, well, Shabbatai Tzvi was really dangerous, but there are some aspects of it which were totally cool and I want to develop those. And others say that Shabbatai Tzvi was so dangerous, we've got to do things differently to protect ourselves in the future. But it's like the Shabbatai Tzvi movement that changed everything. 9/11 is one of those moments. Like here in America, I was existing before 9/11, unlike most of you guys, right? We were all like non-existent before 9/11. There was a very different world before 9/11. You did not have to go through security to get on a plane. You just like walk in like this, and you can even smoke on the airplane. You ever wonder why they tell everybody you're not allowed to smoke on an airplane? Because everybody's smoking on an airplane. It doesn't matter if you're a tiny fuselage flying through the sky with all the smoke in there. People say, cancer, it's not that big a deal. But there was a pre-9/11 world. But now we live in a very post-9/11 world where there's security at airports, You have cyber security that's huge. You have all kinds of like strange threats that nobody ever thought about. It's because of 9/11 that we have this very different. You guys don't even realize it because that's the air you breathe. But old people remember what it used to be like. So too is before Shabbat and after Shabbat. Mr. Grant.
What are the snags here
Snag can be interpreted as a derogatory term.
So it's not the here of Shabbat 2.0.
Yes.
The biggest fear was.
There's a huge
virus from the start of the time we reprinted and it was look at the interesting on it, this is being printed because there are fakes being put out that aren't the real thing. So wasn't that they were getting the fakes, they weren't getting the real like those other getting the fakes, so we do that, they were freaking out.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about all that stuff too. It is interesting, not all editions of the Tanya have this, but in the most authoritative edition, printed by the Wrong House, which is a snag house, house. There's actually an apology there from Bora Wrong, the printer of the Wrong Shots, the Vilna Shots, for certain incidents which we'll discuss later. Mr. Vasilevsky.
So what today's like modern Orthodoxy movement be comparable to the Hasidic movement back then?
Mr. Vasilevsky, great question. The 21st century question, though. And I think, as you shall see, modern Orthodoxy, depending on how it borrows from all these movements. You know, it's the waves of that tsunami. These are the three asteroids. We're like absorbing those waves and mixing and matching. Last question, Mr. Truman. We got to make
Drives get into which fish very much by its rebellion. Why wasn't there that?
Okay. If you know the reason probably is money. Exactly what it is to devote a working age to full-time Torah study. Right? It's incredible. You guys, 60 years ago, already earning a pension, working in a mine, you know. But to imagine this number of men engaged in full-time study at age 20, 21, 22, it's virtually unheard of. It was too expensive.
But it became necessary because of the presidents.
Well, we reassigned our priorities. And also, we lost the vast majority. Don't forget, you guys, I hope you realize that you are really the elite. Right? Just do the numbers. Mr. Glasgow, you'll help me out here. There's about 10% of American Jewry is Orthodox. Of that 10% that's Orthodox, how many are like really devoted to full-time study as young adults? Maybe half. Kids were like, well, so maybe half of those that 10 is interested in 5%. Of those people who are engaged in it, you can only do it for 2 years, then you got to go to work, right? So maybe 0.5% of the entire Jewish population is engaged in full-time study like you are. You guys are so elite. Really, you are the Navy SEALs of the Navy SEALs. The Navy SEAls say, look at those guys. That's you guys. Okay. So that's very unusual, and it costs money. You know, your parents, whoever else is paying for your tuition and for your ability to not be working in sulfur mines, you got to be thankful to them. Okay. So the innovation of the rebels of tradition was sometimes perceived, or the innovation of the Hasidic movement, as we shall see demonstrated, was often perceived as antinomian. Cool word, what does it mean? The Greek original is nomos. You ever hear that word, nomos? Nomos means law. Antinomian means breaking the norms. Like the leader of this great country, for example. Breaking the norms. Not necessarily breaking the laws, but the thin line sometimes, right? So antinomian. The Hasidim were seen by the Mistagdim as being antinomian, as saying, wow, what are you guys doing? We have a Shulchan Aruch that says what time we're supposed to daven, and you're davening later, and it's not supposed to eat before. And what are you guys having in your pressing area? You know, all kinds of things like that as we shall see. The greatest example of this approach was the Hassan Sofer, I think, in one fascinating exchange where he said in the late 19th century, so I'm borrowing a little bit later in the time, but riffing on a Gemara, speaking about when wheat is permissible to be consumed, he said, Hadash Asur Min HaTorah. was the Kaddish Osman Torah. But what does that mean? Translate one, please. Kadash Asur in the Torah. Everything Mr. Likey? Ah, great. Is that the original context of the Gemara? What's the original context? Right. The new wheat that's just been planted, you have to wait till after it up for Shavuos. I can't remember. Before you can eat it, that wheat is called Kadash, and it's usher. You can't eat that wheat. That's why we eat bread, which is called Yashon, made with old flour. He said, take that as a cloud dado. Kadash, Asur, Minatorah. If it's new, it's usher. Right? That's kind of like an extreme reaction. We will not trust any new things. That it doesn't mean that literally, but it means sort of think it as a rebellion of tradition kind of approach. Okay, the last one here is the rebellion of expansion. And where we see this, and this is more with the lesson that we'll talk about probably on Monday, where we say, wait a second, our world has been too small. There are lots of things out in the world in great distinction to what some Sofer says of Kadash Asur in Torah. What are you talking? Asur must be mutter. And if it's not Asur and it must be mutter, then not stealing. We're interested in experimenting with the outside world, with adopting all kinds of new practices and behaviors. And although this is not really a fair comparison, and I know the Rosh Yeshiva would not be happy to me even suggesting to you to think about it, but their hero is, of course, the Rambam. And they say, look at the Rambam. Again, here are unfairly using the Rambam as the point for their values. They're saying, the Rambam he was a medical doctor. He wrote in beautiful Arabic. He was in the courts of the royalty. He was completely involved with the outside world. This is the iconic image. There is actually an article that I saw 2 weeks ago that says, we don't know exactly where this came from. This is essentially a 21st century colorized version of a 19th century portrait that was very common in Sephardic homes. But we can't go back to the 12th century. We don't have anything that looks like from that old. It looks very ancient. I'd say, hey, he looks at that. What do you think? If I wore a Will Smith. So again, this is the rebellion of expansion, saying we have been too narrowly focused. With a lot of the political changes that's happening in the 18th century, don't forget the 18th century is also birth of modern France, the French Revolution, birth of America, right? 1776. These things are happening in the 18th century. Maybe things are different for Jews now. Maybe we can engage about it. Okay, so those are our 3 rebellions. Let's go now to Shabbat 3. Any last questions before we do this? Okay, what's the story with Shabbat 3? So there are the story of Shabbat 3 writ narrowly is really the story of an individual who had significant talents in learning, and although there are historical accounts that tend to portray him as an evil Russia attempting to subvert Judaism, most of the modern studies of Shabtai Tzvi suggest that he was mentally ill. And he was in his early 20s when he began to experience things. Again, we have descriptions of his followers to tell us what he was going through, and it sounds a lot like bipolar disorder or manic depressive syndrome or even schizophrenia, especially associated with young men in their early 20s. So obviously we can't really do psychoanalytic dissection from afar, especially over centuries, but what I can tell you is that he would go through these periods of what he called illumination, where he tremendous elation and joy and feelings of grandeur. It was during the worst of these periods that he described how he could levitate, that he could engage in pitsos haderech, meaning like, transportation over wide spaces of territory. And with the encouragement of an unhappy colleague named Nathan of Gaza, he came to believe that he was in fact Mashiach. And because you have to imagine this guy, he's tall, he's good looking, he had several marriage offers, but he wanted to remain in his studies for a long time until he started getting involved in this. Later, he would get married, actually, I think 4 times, but you can't count one of those because it was a Torah scroll that he got married to at one point. Very interesting, symbolic kind of marriage, I guess. It's a very weird kind of story. But he not only convinced himself that he was Mashiach, he convinced thousands of Jews across Europe and North Africa that he was, in fact, the Mashiach. And so he gathered this massive movement with them. And well, the devil at the end, I'll explain shortly. Mr. Ferrante, how are people so vulnerable, gullible to mentally ill? You're asking an amazingly important question. I'll repeat it for the people on Zoom. That how were people so gullible? How did they run it? I mean, their historians point to the fact that there was like widespread depression after the Magnitsky rebellion that we discussed on Monday that ended in 1649. Trails of violence extended over the next half century. Half dozen years. And that contributed to the idea of, wow, after such a horrible massacre, Mashiach must be around the corner. They tie it to the growth of Kabbalistic doctrines that were emanating from Tzfat, and the idea of, wow, look at these totally new ways of understanding the world and thinking mystically. And here's a guy who comes along, deeply soaked in this Kabbalah. So the role of new technologies, printing, was really beginning to catch fire among Jews. Were circulating a lot more literature. Jews were actually seeing more representations of Shabtai Tzvi, and a lot of them took it seriously. And so they're selling their belongings and leaving Amsterdam in particular and making their way to Israel, thinking it's going to actually work. Mr. Schwimmer.
When you say he was mentally ill, you say that these famous cult leaders or even these horrible dictators would follow someone else. Even people follow them tremendously. These are not surprising.
First of all, I don't know if he was mentally ill. Looking at the descriptions of how he behaved, most historians believe that's probably the case. But even if we assume that, could I assume that other dictator-like cult leaders, narcissistic, self-serving, childish, occasionally nasty leaders, that doesn't stop them from, controlling nuclear weapons. We don't necessarily vote for people who demonstrate sanity. Why am I going on this? That's being recorded. I just got my citizenship. I don't know. Here I am already messing it up. It's worse.
I read a survey biography by I was a Catholic biography. He wrote a very
Jared Schoen is the classic. So he's a master of policy.
How he mentioned he can marry a harlot.
Yeah. I may even have a picture of her here. I'm not sure if I do. Let me see. No, maybe I do have it here. No, I think it's too far afield, but I do. Yeah, he did a lot of things that were designed to kind of make him look like a Navi. Maybe at the suggestion of Nathan of Gaza was definitely not a good influence for him. You got to choose your cover. He married a woman who was an orphan from a Magnitsky rebellion named Sarah, and she was not a particularly faithful partner to him. And he did this apparently because he wanted to imitate the Navi. No, it's not blackout. There's a different one. Shia? Oh, yeah, that's it. One of the Triads, who also married a woman of ill repute. And there's a whole national story we read about how, his children are. Okay, guys, I love the answer, but we're not going to make brothers. Let's just go back a little bit before we get to chapter 3. What kind of influence is going on? 1492, expulsion of the Jews from Spain. A couple of you took my Sparta Jewish history class. We talked about this a lot, but it's a major theme in Jewish history. It is, in fact, like one of those huge ruptures that's almost of Holocaust size. Spain was, without doubt, for a few hundred years, the most powerful center of the Jewish people at their time. Centuries upon centuries of scholarship, large communities of wealth, basically America, like the Northeast, New York and New Jersey, that's what Spain, and then all of a sudden collapsed. The pogroms of 1390, the forced conversions, the Inquisition, and then finally the expulsion, and all these Jews themselves scattered to the winds, making their way across the Mediterranean basin, up to Europe, many of them Las Americas, right? All trying to find a way to reconstruct themselves. And many Jews turn to mysticism, saying, how do we this huge rift in our experience here? It must be that there's something has changed dramatically. We need to find new solutions to it. The Jews who made their way to Prague, who founded the Tzfat Circle, where you have, the great Kabbalist Ramak, his student, the Arizal, hugely influential. Also, Rabbi Yosef Karo in his old age settled there. The Al-Sheikh, many others, the alphabets, the Chazovi, all those things are from that part.
Why do people always do that?
That's an easy question. What do people always do? Why do people always do what?
They turn to mysticism and they're hot, we have COVID, and everybody's like, they have to figure out how to answer it out that Mashiach's coming this week or next week or the week after. And we keep doing it every year. So do it again.
So huge overgeneralizations, right? Because not all people do it, not all people do this, not all people react. But I think mysticism, it can be a refuge, right? If you have difficulty understanding the world, and reason does not give you the kind of emotional support you need, you may find it in mysticism. You may find it in poetry, you may find it in Saint Tehillim, I don't know, but mysticism is a refuge. If you study my book on the Piaseczny Rabbi, more of a discussion there, because he wrote in the Holocaust. But let's go do this stuff, okay? 18th century. There were also, during this time, you will recall, for those of you in the start class, that there's a brand new kind of possibility for Jews after the expulsion of Spain. And that is something we have not seen before in Ashkenazic history, the possibility of identifying as a Jew while disaffiliating from the community. The idea that you could be kind of ethnically Jewish, but you do not have to be under the authority of the Beit Din. Some of the crucial figures involved in this is Uriel Acosta, pictured here, this dark kind of brooding, claw-like hands and stuff like that. An individual who, if you'll permit me, I'm going to tell you his story because it is a really terrifying story that I think about quite often. He was born in Portugal in 1500, living as a crypto Jew, meaning, like most kids, his parents didn't tell him he was actually Jewish, because there's always a concern that maybe they'll be playing and they'll happen to mention that my mom lights candles Friday nights when the Inquisition would come and it would be disaster. He went to the University of Coimbra. He earned a degree in theology. He was actually a lay priest. He was a theologian. And then in his early 20s, his mom said to him, Uriel, I have to tell you the truth, we're actually Jewish, and we're moving to Amsterdam, right? A free city where Jews could express themselves. Uriel says, I knew it. My gosh, I've always wondered what Jews are really like. I always enjoyed reading the Old Testament more than the New Testament. And I wanted to be like those forefathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And he's like so excited. He goes to Amsterdam with a smart guy, very intelligent, he has the books. But when he actually joins a live, for real Jewish community, he's too frum for them. And he starts saying to them, showing how loud that you're saying. And I can't believe you guys are talking during davening. Don't you realize? You should not be. And he says, did you really bench? I can't believe you bench that fast. I really can't. And you guys are very nice. These are things that bother you. He probably has some kind of mental as well. He becomes a gadfly in the community saying, I can't believe it. There are Jews here. I'm so happy to be among Jews and to be expressing myself as a Jew. But I met this guy and he told me he cheats on his taxes. How is that possible? How can a Jew possibly commit a crime? And he's like going around and he's like speaking to too many people and he's like, and the Beit Din in Amsterdam, they don't want to rock the boat, right? They actually have it pretty good in Amsterdam. The Dutch have this unusual policy called gedogen, which means basically if you don't step out of line, you guys can do whatever you want religiously. So they actually have synagogues and things like that open in Amsterdam when Jews are technically not allowed to live there, but they just ignore it. That's kind of like a Dutch thing. And they don't want to have this guy running around complaining about the Jewish community very loudly. So they put him in harem 2 separate times. He actually tries to make it in Hamburg, he moves away, same kind of problems erupt. Finally, he goes back and he begs the Jewish community, let me back in. I promise I won't do anything bad to the community anymore. I'll stop writing books like I did. I know there was that one time when I told 2 guys thinking of converting to Judaism that they really shouldn't because the Jewish community is like full of liars. I'm sorry about that. And so they say to him, and I'm making a joke of it, but I really shouldn't. It's a really sad story. They say, okay, fine. We've already done this twice before. The 3rd time is going to be the last time. We require you to stand in the middle of the synagogue, the great synagogue in Amsterdam, to recite al Khair and a confession of all your sins in front of the entire community. Everyone's going to be there. We will flog you, publicly whip him in front of the community, and then have him lie down on the front steps of the synagogue as the entire synagogue walks over his stone form on their way out. He does it because he really wants to be among the Jews. He writes later that if I have to, I will be an ape among apes, but I must do it among the Jews. Like he feels like connected. He goes through the whole thing, walks home, takes out a notebook and writes a 2-page suicide note, Latin, called Exemplar Humanae Vitae, the example of human life, and then he shoots himself. Nice. Yeah, terrible. Horrible. But his problem was he was living in the wrong century, right? His problem was he loved the idea of Jewish ethnicity, Jewish ideas, stuff like that, but he could not handle the dichotomy of the difference between how he perceived reading the Old Testament as a Catholic and how he sees actual Jews. Sometimes cheat on their taxes, that's what it is. Sometimes he couldn't handle that. It was a breaking point for him. And definitely more going on in this package than we can talk about here, including probably a mental illness. But he represented a great break in that unity of being within the community and being under the auspices and control of the Beit Din, or being completely outside. He did not want to convert to Catholicism. He already was a Catholic, did that. Doesn't want to do it again. He wants to be attached to the Jewish community without the requirements of the Jewish community. So while in this particular amazing portrait by Hirschenberg, he's portrayed as like this dark, brooding, depressive type, I think it's pretty fair, the child on his lap, who was his younger contemporary, is none other than Baruch Spinoza. who has a lot of the same story, but Baruch Spinoza, of course, one of the great philosophers of the 17th century who, made a huge impact, a corrosive impact on religion, because he adopted a lot of the ideas of Rio Costa without the self-destructive behavior. And so Spinoza is shown like languidly reaching out with his hand, he's playing with flowers, he's got these pearls and bright colors. That's showing the kind of intellectual evolution of the Jewish community in Kirchenberg's view. Here's another example of this is when Spinoza, who went through the same thing because the Amsterdam community was having difficulty controlling these Jews who were like kind of stepping outside the boundaries. They also put him in Cherem, a terrible, awful Cherem, and he basically just ignored it. He said, well, okay, fine, you guys can say what you want. It doesn't change how I feel about myself or how I feel about the universe, the world. And here he is, just walking lost in a book as an adult. And in the background, you have these Jews portrayed in a negative aspect as being cowering and afraid of them. This guy looks like he's picking up a rock and throw at him. That's what's changing big time in the 17th century. Judaism, as it's experienced and expressed by Jews, is suddenly seeing kind of like a different way of existing that's radically changed from what previous generations have known. And that builds on the horrible massacres of Khmelnytsky that we talked about, and the crisis of Shabbatai Tzvi, which we'll talk about now. Okay, questions, arguments, discussions?
Were these like Greeks that been doing this, or was it just like a bunch of boxing numbers here that this guy? Was it like actual like legitimate things? Like, or was it just like people trying to mold people trying to live their daily life, and like, oh, these guys can't be martial? Yeah.
So I don't want to use modern terms like modocs to characterize these people. It was a legitimate Beit in the sense that any community can form a legitimate Beit. None of the people in Beit were like famous people. You might read their words in Beis Medrash, but they're like big cities, and they did not find the right formula for how to control a Gallic Royal Costa, and they also couldn't control Baruch Spinoza. Although it's interesting that you mentioned that context. A little while ago, there was an incident where an Israeli wanted to get access to a Steve Chaim archive in Amsterdam, but he had written some nasty things about, some critical things about the Beit handling of Baruch Spinoza. So they surprisingly, characteristically, they hanged him as well. They said, sorry, man, there's a harem on you coming into our jury. You know, it's one of the most famous Jewish texts in Europe. If that's you wrote nasty things about us, we're going to borrow a page from our ancestors and put a harem on you. Intellectual harem. Okay. Shabtai Tzvi. Okay, so we talked a little bit, we started with Innsbruck right off the Portuguese. This is one of dozens of portraits we have in Shabtai Tzvi. It's very popular among Christians as well. People are fascinated by this whole story of Shabtai Tzvi. They say, wasn't that interesting? The Jews claim to have a Messiah here. What's going to happen? So there's lots of broadsheets portraying this one. You can tell it's definitely written by a Christian. How do you know? Right. Very good, Mr. Logan, right? This is like, they don't know what Hebrew looks like, so we just kind of put some gibberish down here. That's their impression of it. So we don't know if that, maybe that's the picture originally of the Rambam. We don't know what it's true, but it could be misreading of the same crystal over there. It's written. It looks like this says like Yechezkel, maybe Lamed Zion. Right. Ro Elo. Okay, that maybe maybe he saw a little bit of a book here, but that's also that's not much of a font either. Like this is something, but it looks like gibberish more to me. Like maybe he had some kind of book. Maybe I should take it out. Classic Festival Star and 96. Anyways, you could be right, too. Right? I should rewind that, take it back. I'm not sure if this is a good example of it. Okay, so let's go. Anyway, so the whole idea of what happened with Shabtai Tzvi, by the way, the end of the story, for those who may not be familiar with it, is he gets this huge movement. He essentially wanders around the Eastern Mediterranean. he finds some very wealthy backers with deep pockets in Cairo and in Jerusalem. And although there are many who denounce him, he does find a lot of people who think he's the real deal. And so he ends up engaging in all kinds of bizarre antinomian activities, like he says Tisha B'Av is canceled from now on because it's now my birthday as Mashiach, and now we can meet on Tisha B'Av. He cancels reading from Sefer Torah. He says that Humashim are so cool, we should all be reading Humashim, like printed Humashim, all kinds of crazy things like this, and many other even more crazy. He ends up making a delegation to Sultan, the Ottoman leader who controls Shitra, and he says essentially, okay, I'm here, I'm the Messiah, I'm going to take over Israel now. And the Ottoman Sultan says to him, very nice to meet you, Mr. Messiah. I have a counter offer. How about I let you stay alive if you convert to Islam? He accepts the counter offer. He becomes a Muslim. His tens of thousands of followers are totally crushed, and they go back home often penniless because they sold their houses, spent it all on the trip, thinking they were going to be in Israel. Except for about 3,000 of them who figure that maybe his conversion to Islam is part of this messianic process. That we've got to go from Judaism to Islam in order to Mashiach. And so they convert as well. They're called the Dinmeh, and they're actually active in Turkish politics, right, in the 20th century.
Mustafa Kemal Atatürk was the done.
Yes, it's asserted. I'm not entirely clear on whether it's really true, but definitely the Turkish Revolution has some Dinmeh roots to it. So they're really quite active for a while. They still have Dinmeh synagogues or mosques in parts of Turkey and Syria. But after this ends in 1666, what ends up with Shabtai Tzvi eventually really loses it. He becomes increasingly erratic, and eventually the Ottoman Turk puts him in jail. At the end of his life, his last request is for a Yom Kippur Matzah, because he wants to daven, so maybe he kind of came full circle in the end. But definitely, his movement lasted for a good century and a half afterwards. That there were still for a century and a half afterwards. There are a lot of these kinds of things, cameos, that were commissioned, actually, like for a variety of nasa, shidduchim, things like that. And quite frequently, of having Sabbatean leanings or being secret followers of Shabtai Tzvi. Perhaps the most famous of those, Yonasan Eibeshitz was the subject of a massive attack based on an argument that he was a Sabbatean. The Ramchal was horribly pursued throughout Europe. I'm just curious, you guys have all studied parts of Mesilas Yesharim, right? Now, do you guys know about the secret Mesilas Yesharim that was discovered in 1991? Mr. Lloyd does. What is that? Yes, it is. Why was it? What's the secret one?
They printed article with Hashem holding together.
I think Feldheim did. Maybe I was It was originally Macholpik, but yeah, he wrote an earlier version of Mesilas Yesharim discovered in the Soviet archives. And it's brilliant. It's, in my humble opinion, way better than the one we've been studying for 250 years. Because it's a dialogue between, okay, I'll tell you quickly, because it is really cool, I think. And I have a personal ambition to study Mesilas Yesharim 101 times. I just finished time 30 about 2 months ago. But it's such an amazing book. But here it is. The original Mesilas Yesharim that he wrote has this guy who they characterize him, but if we were to make him a 21st century, he's kind of like a well-rounded guy. He appreciates Torah, he likes learning, he also likes science and sports and culture, and he's got kind of like a broad, everything sort of personality. But I was wondering, what is it with those Landy guys? What is it? Maybe not Landy guys. He really is talking about Korea. But what are those black hats thinking? What, what motivates them? What switched them? And one day, right at the end of the book, he sees an old high school friend of his who flipped out in yeshiva, and now he's like wearing all black and a big black hat about 6 feet across and everything. And he says, "Oh, great! Glenn," he goes up and says, "Shalom Aleichem, how are you?" I haven't seen you since high school and stuff. And he says, "Listen, do you mind if I ask you some questions? I noticed you've become like Haredi." He doesn't use the word Haredi, of course, because this is already in the 18th century. But he says, like, you see in it, how can you represent Tehillim so long? How can you daven so long? What's going on in your life? And they begin this conversation that goes through the entire Mesilas Yesharim. And of course, within a few chapters, by the time you get to Nikios, the regular guy, who he calls a Chacham, is completely blown away by the Chassid, and he just says, "Wow, you just take me out and drive me anywhere you want, because I really need to hear about how you appreciate the world." And that's what this different original version of Mesilas Yesharim is pretty much. Now, why did the Ramchal publish the first version? He had it written in his own handwriting. Why did he publish the second version? Yes, Mr. Blashman. The digestibility. I'm sorry, digestibility. Digestibility. Good argument. Although I would say the original is way more dramatic. Like, you want to know what the characters. They're like explosive style. It's less safer style, but the Ramchal had no problem with that. He wrote plays. He wrote actual dramatic plays. Like the characters. It's the grand. Less people would be interested in something like that. I would think out of more people be interested. But you guys, if you don't know the answer for sure, think that was good.
Wanted to see less people capitalistic stuff in their persecuting him for.
Oh, he got persecuted so badly in his lifetime. He was put under house arrest. His writings were seized in Frankfurt, and because people didn't know whether it was apocryphal, they actually buried it and then lost it. They forgot where they buried it. Somewhere in Frankfurt, Germany, there's a massive chest of the Ramchal's writings that have never seen the light of day, that maybe one day we discovered. But I'm waiting for you guys to give me, how many times I've given the Abrams World History? Money. Exactly. David Sklar, who wrote a PhD dissertation on this, argues that the reason published first one is because the publishers would not print it. They lost the backing. The people were paying for the publication. Why? Because the original version, in a few places, has a few things that if you know the people involved, you can identify them. You can say, "Oh, he's writing about this guy here." And he described a certain kind of personality. I know who he's talking about. And it was just way too incendiary. So he gave up. And his students said, no, Rabbi, this is such a great book. The world will love it. Please, we have to just do what the editor says. Let's remove those personalized material and let's publish it in a standardized version. And the Ramchal said, and you can read this if you read the introduction and conclusion of the book where he thanks his students for working on it. He says, okay, whatever you want, you take care of it. And his students edited it to the version that you guys read now. Way more sanitized, way cleaner, but it's just a mind-blowing experience to read on. Now, why was he persecuted? That's why I've included here. He was persecuted because there were individuals in Eastern Europe, including Moshe Chaim, Rabbi Moshe Chaim, the son of the number one Shabbatai Tzvi hunter of the era, his son continued it, but by the time he gets to the Ramchal age, there are two big Shabbatins left, but Rabbi Moshe Chaviz identified him and pursued him throughout Europe to realize until finally he ended up in the relatively liberal city of Sudan, where he could be, more active. But the Mesilas Yesharim itself is an artifact of this hunt for heresy that was the remnant of the Bulgarian era. Okay, arguments, questions, discussions? Okay, so let's look at a map here. Just to orient ourselves, I'm going to dive into Hasidus. This is Jewish population in Europe in the first half of the 19th century, meaning at the end of the period we have. You can see great density, particularly in what would be today's and Western Euphrates concentration. Significant concentrations in Europe because we have this massive migration east, as we discussed last week. There's still pockets of Jews living, not so much in France, actually banned from since 1306. Although we will have a weak assertion of Jewish population, not in Spain, because Spain is still in the line, and mainly in the regions of Poland, Belarus, and Western Ukraine. To the three great asteroids of the century. So the Hasidic movement is primarily in the southwestern part of the Russian Empire, here in Western Ukraine, southern Poland. But there are definitely Hasidim who are active further north. The one example that I've been concentrating on, Chabad, is ironically an exception because Chabad is a Lithuanian Hasidic movement. Then you have the Misnagdim, the opponents, who are definitely much more concentrated on the Baltic coast, in the regions of Prussia, and of course the homeland, Lithuania itself, with its epicenter at Vilna. And then finally you have the Maskilim, the adherents of the Haskalah, that's Mendelssohn, who are much more associated with Germany in particular, to the west. But what you notice about a Venn diagram is that they overlap, right? So you can have regions where you will easily have Hasidim, Misnagdim, and Maskilim living cheek to jowl, arguing with each other, influenced by each other, and so on. Mr. Parenti.
You mentioned that the Rippling starts the day, right?
So, that's a great question. How does it affect denominations? The denominations derive primarily from the Haskalah. Even the whole idea of what we would call today a denomination is in itself a major breakaway. Because even when they are fighting and trying to strangle each other with the most violence, none of the Hasidim or the Misnagdim were saying that the others weren't Jewish. And none of them were arguing that we don't have to follow Taryag mitzvos. The Maskilim were the ones that kind of broke that open and said, well, wait a second. And so their denominations really are an option of Haskalah. Of course, once the denominations were really created in the 19th century, then they might dip back in and say, oh, let's be, Hasidic flavor, or let's be, Misnagdim. That's a much later phenomenon. Mr.
Wasn't it someone said it? One of the main fighters of the Maskilim movement?
Yes.
Haskalah was very visionary. That's when Rabbi and all the cities came together. Like, okay, we are all serving Hashem. We're all trying to be most difficult with Hashem. These guys are personal.
I have a one-word answer to Mr. Kranz. Monday. Monday, we're going to go deep into that. Okay, at this point, it makes sense to stop. Here we are with century when we spoke. We were talking about these negative pressures that were pushing Jews eastward out of Western Europe. What kind of pressures? Remember what was going on in October? You have any idea what was pushing Jews out of Western Europe? Barbaric crusaders, right? Exactly. The massacres of Shun 1096 and onward. Good. What else? Government came out.
Government's kicking them out. Government's kicking them out, right? You've got expulsions in France from 1182, and like 5 or 6 of them through the next century and a half. And England 1290, right? Yeah. But and why are they kicking them out? Because they owe good money. Right. And generally speaking, when the peasants owe Jews money, you have a rebellion. When the nobles owe Jews money, you have an expulsion. Right? That's just because that's how they deal with it. Then, of course, they end up inviting them back, right? What about some of like the really bizarre ideas that were circulating at the time that made Jews feel distinct and unwelcome? Forced desecration of libel, blood libel, host desecration, good. What is ritual murder? Close. The Nazis?
Are they probably like still the crackers?
That was host desecration. Host is the name of the crackers. Kill the crackers. Okay, well said. A ritual murder is technically the earlier stage of blood libel. The ritual murder charge, which begins in 1144 in Norwich, England, is the idea that Jews must, for some bizarre reason, reenact the crucifixion, and so they ritually murder a child. God forbid, that's the argument. Later, they added to that the blood aspects of it, which are just so bizarre. Okay, so we've definitely got an environment where Jews are distinctly uncomfortable in Western Europe. At the same time, we're going to have this pull, this actual invitation for Jews to please come to Eastern Europe. Like one door is shutting, another door is opening at the same time, and this is going to be the basis of the great Eastern European Ashkenazic Center. Because even though, as we saw in our very first time looking at the genetic, even though the vast majority of Ashkenazim descend from the eastern regions of Poland, Lithuania, Ukraine, and Belarus, to a certain degree, they really, that's a phenomenon from the 13th to the 18th centuries in particular. They moved from Western Europe. Okay, historical trigger. Let's just think for a second about historiography before we get into this unit. You've already seen Salo Baran, right? We talked about him a few weeks ago. He's a very important 20th century historian. I think he died in 2008, something like that. He was especially known for his conception of the lachrymose vision of Jewish history, meaning that he's criticizing the tear-filled definition of Jewish history, that, oh, it's all persecution, and yet we, overcome persecution, do great things and stuff like that. So we talked about him before this, and I'm going to come back to him in just 1 second, but I want 2 other great historians who made a huge impact on the way you think about history. This man, Leopold von Ranke, was one of the first people to really try and figure out what is history, what do we mean by this discipline that we call history. Notice his years, right? He's really quite late, 19th century. That means that all those people who wrote history centuries before him were not necessarily writing history the way modern historians write it. What would possibly be different about a history written in the year 1000 than a history written in the year 2000? What's different? Maybe the whole entire science that just more use of sources, but even more basic than what sources you're reading. What would Mr. William focus on the direct fact? What do you mean by that, direct facts? What is a direct fact?
Just things that actually happen, maybe instead of creations of stories.
I am so glad that you said that. Can you repeat that?
More could they use facts instead of stories?
No, before you said that, you said exactly a quote. You were mechaving to the great von Ranke when you said things that actually happened. Remember you said that, right? He said history is, Geschichte ist, was es eigentlich gewesen war. Translation, what actually happened. What actually happened. And this was his big deal. Von Ranke said, you know what? Too much of this, all the history that's been written up until now, is not was it eigentlich gewesen war. Someone said it so classically, what actually happened. What are people writing? They're writing, like Mr. Silver suggested, stories, edification. They're writing like kind of narratives. And the purpose of these earlier histories are not to chronicle
the facts, what actually happened, but to try and make people feel a certain way, to feel patriotic, to feel religious, to feel wise. Whatever it is, they're more of an art form than a science, to be sure. And Father Ranke said we have to really think about what we're doing, because history is not supposed to be fiction. There's supposed to be a big, line in the shelf in the library. On the left is fiction, on the right is history. But in reality, until Father Ranke, a lot of history was still pretty fictionalized. Like, there was no problem with going to mythology straight into wars and princes and stuff like that. So this is a huge step forward in history. He would later be in the 20th century saying, well, I won't get to the 20th century now, but that's a really important sort of turning point in how we understand history. Is history supposed to be for something, like to inculcate certain values? Chances are when you went to study history in high school, particularly if you studied Jewish history in high school, they were trying to teach you a certain value set rather than teach you a bunch of facts. And that was, it's appropriate. That's what you want to do. You want to build up people's identity in one way or another, but it's not necessarily the kind of history that Father Ranke would be happy with. Another really important point that we're going to bring in here is this guy, Wellhausen. Wellhausen is not a friend of Yiddishkeit. I got to tell you up front. Definitely not a friend of Yiddishkeit. He is the founder of modern biblical criticism. As distinct from some precursors like Baruch Spinoza, but Wellhausen was the first to try and use history to undermine the way in which we read Tanakh. And so he had an incredibly corrosive impact on how everybody appreciates Sifrei Kodesh. So we're not going to go into his theories, but one of them is so important for us that we can't avoid putting him on the board here. And that is a very, very valuable insight that history tends to reveal more about the period in which it is written and the period which it is writing about. What could that possibly mean? History reveals more about the period in which it is written than the period which it is writing about. Please, Mr. Abel.
Yes. So the people who are writing this are generally people who are living during those times, and they are by no means the impartial witness to what is going on. So it reveals more about their personal views were on the matter than what actually is going on.
Nice take if you're talking about sources. But for example, I wrote my dissertation on the period 1917 to 1920. Contrary to my looks, I am not that old. I was not around 1917, 1920.
I'm sure you were using primary sources for your research.
So, right, but I was writing history in the 1990s. So how could what I'm doing in the 1990s be more reflected in my book on 1917 than what actually the whole book was about? Mr. Evans.
You weren't there.
I definitely wasn't there.
So you're reflecting your bias of your political reality situation of what's going on.
Very good. Now you're getting at it. Because obviously I'm using sources from 1917. I'm reading newspapers, I'm reading diaries, I'm looking at documents, I'm looking at archaeology, I'm looking at 1917 sources, but I'm writing it with a mindset of 1995. Taking all my 1995 issues, and I'm filtering everything I know historically through 1995.
What also is interesting, the way we usually view hindsight is to do clarity, but here you're ironically blinded by hindsight.
Ooh, perfect, very nice. I'm going to repeat that for the people who are on the Zoom here. Mr. Evans says we're actually blinded by hindsight. Exactly, because we're looking backwards, but our perspective is today. So we're trying to understand everything through today. It's like, for example, sometimes people will look at biographies of great individuals, and they'll see that occasionally they may say something that jars us by our common sensibilities. Like, they jar us when they say something about slavery, without necessarily being, saying, oh, and he hates that. They just admit only that, or they aver, for example, that Nashim Datham Kalos, that women are like-minded, right? And we say, oh man, he's a misogynist. Well, excuse me, there were no misogynists in the 12th century. That was like everybody thought like that. But if we view that person's attitudes as if he lived in the 21st century, then we'll make these facile character judgments with just bad history. But that's what Wellhausen's main point is that we tend to view history from the perspective of where we're living today, and we bring to that understanding of history all of our contemporary biases, and it takes a tremendous amount of intellectual work to try and break free of them. Some historians, some philosophers of history would say it's impossible to break free of them, but that's not for us to say today. Finally, Sarah Barn takes home because he says that's what's going on with the history that we're going to look at today, which has a tremendous amount of biases built in by our contemporary situation. We tend to look at what actually happened, but we only look at a narrow slice of it without looking at a broader picture of what actually happened, as I hope to demonstrate in the next 45 odd minutes. Like, for example, if you think about what's going on in Ukraine right now, and I made this this part of this lecture a couple of years ago when the war broke out in 2022. Now it's even weirder because we're in a strange moment with the U.S. and Ukraine and with Russia. But this is I like this picture particularly because a lot of the stuff we're going to talk about today deals with the conflict of Jews and Ukrainians in particular, which was like horrific and epic in the 17th century in some ways. But here we are in the 21st century, and here's a little Jewish guy flanked by these scary-looking Ukrainian guys, it's just such a jarring reminder of how much things have changed. And I believe that actually many people look at Ukrainian Jewish history very differently today because of the contemporary political climate. They would have looked at it totally differently 50 years ago, 100 years ago, even though it was the same history. Nothing changed because once the past is over, it's done with. But actually, that's not true. William Faulkner said the past is not dead, it's not even over. You still keep reliving the past, but I wax too philosophical. Let us now, with that kind of like introduction to historiography, which I think may have been more mysterious than actually clarifying, but hopefully we'll come back to these ideas as they are revealed. Let's talk about the migration pressures and so on. Here's a map that basically shows the movement of Jews from central Germany. It's a little bit, I want to put this yellow part a little bit higher as well, but this making their way in specific years to many communities in what would later become Latvia, Estonia not so much, Latvia up here, Lithuania, Poland, Belarus, Ukraine, and Russia. This is, here it's labeled just as Russia because this map is sort of reflecting the 19th century Russian Empire, but as I'm sure all of you are aware, the Russian Empire, which was succeeded by the Soviet Empire, fell apart in 1991, revealing itself to be full of much smaller important countries like Ukraine, Poland, Belarus, and so on. But we've got this significant eastward movement of Jews, pressured from the nasty things we talked about last week, but at the same time invited into Eastern European countries. So we have to figure out, why are they invited into it? Okay, let's look at it. Here is the political map of the largest country in Europe for much of the later and early modern period. It's a country known as the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. The reason why it's called a Commonwealth is because it was produced as a result of a dynastic union between the monarchies of Poland and Lithuania. And as you can see, it's massive. It stretches all the way from the Black Sea, the Baltic Sea, almost down to the Black Sea. Here, this would be the southern part of Ukraine. Here's Crimea, still a contested region of contemporary Ukraine held by Russia right now. Actually, look how it on to. This is more or less the front line of the Russian-Ukrainian war today, too. But Russia has most of this, although the Ukrainian linguistic territory goes further. And the Krim down here is part of Russia, although this part is still Ukrainian. But be close to temporary border. In favor? Close. Germany be over here. Right? Central Europe, way over here, right? But it's a big country. And more significantly, it's actually filled with several distinct ethnicities. There are Ukrainians and Belarusians who are Eastern Orthodox, right? The Christian church has an Eastern section called Orthodox. It's ruled by patriarchs. The Western, Poland in particular, is under the Catholics. There's a chunk of Ukrainians here who are also Catholics. And they're also speaking closely related Slavic language part. Ukrainian and Belarusian are both written with a Cyrillic alphabet like Russian, with a handful of letters different, both in shape and in pronunciation. Poland is all Slavic language, but written with the Roman alphabet, the one that we use for English. Lithuanian and Latvian, Estonian are a totally different language family altogether. So many different areas. You also have a certain amount of Greeks and Armenians, but the next biggest minority, of course, will become the Jews. The Jews first enter this area, as far as we can tell, from the Crimean Peninsula, where they were first there with Greek trading organizations back like around the year 0. And then you also have some Byzantine and Khazar migrations, specifically to the region around Kiev, or Kiev as they say nowadays in English. Actually, let's clarify that for a second, kind of a weird thing. When you listen on the radio, everybody says Kiev. Kiev is not a place. I don't know why they are difficult in that word. In Russian, it's pronounced Kiev or Kiev. And that's why in English, for the longest time, that's what you said, Kiev. Just like I don't know. Okay, that's the name of it. But in Ukrainian, they have a slightly different combination. The sounds are signed differently, and it is pronounced E. K-E syllables. I don't know why people say Kiev, but it's K-E. So anyways, Kiev, K-E, Kiev, the city right about here, was actually the center in the medieval period of a massive princedom. It wasn't really a kingdom, that was later regarded by Russians, Ukrainians, and Poles and Belarusians as their homeland. But in many ways, they were totally separate. And in fact, after the Mongol invasion of 1240, they were literally separate, because that was it for this Kievan thing. But we do know that there's lots of Jews active in Kiev from the year 1000 on. There's lots of archaeological evidence. There's topographical evidence, places like the Khazarian Gate and so on. And I believe we even discussed, yeah, we did, the famous Povest Ramenya, the Chronicle of Bygone Years, where Prince Volodymyr had to decide between religions. So that dates from about the year 999. So we definitely know that Jews are very active in this region from a very, very long time ago. Then you've got this massive influx that comes in from Germany. And this is really where we get the huge bulk of Jewish population. So much so that they're really involved, among other things, in the very first mints in Poland, meaning making money, literally making money. Here's a whole pile of very early Polish coins. Can you notice anything unusual about them? They have Hebrew all over them. They are like totally Hebrew. Why are the Poles minting money with Hebrew letters? Nobody else can read them anyway. Good. Polish jokes are written on them or something, right? No. Yeah, exactly. The Poles are not literate, and the only people who are really producing these things are the Jews. The Jews are the ones who know how to handle them, know what their value is, and so on. And they don't know the Latin alphabet anyway. They're printing money in Hebrew letters. Why are Jews doing this, though? Why do the king get Polish people to do this? So, yeah, but why would he want to attract them if he has Poles already in the country who can do this. Maybe I'm asking the right question. They didn't know how anyone to do it. The Jews already, by the time they say they're 1300, they've got a long track record of being extremely strong in finance. The reason that we discussed a couple of weeks ago, right? They've got a basic monopoly on money lending because of the church's law of Rothschild. They're the only people allowed to lend money. They're literate and numerate. They have extensive experience by now with producing coinage. And so the Poles were saying, you know, it's so hard to get us from this old barter economy where people things with like rabbit skins and bushels of grain. We need to like move to that more advanced money economy like they're doing in Germany and France. Let's get some Jews over here to do this for us. And the Jews are very, very happy to come in and they start working on these things. You can see lots of my little folks out in summer. This one's my favorite. It says, Maszko Karol, King Meszko, which is, you know, it's great. Karol is king in Polish. These are just amazing things. Going back to this here, a lot of them settle in particular in right bank Ukraine. I'm explaining that again momentarily. But what this term right bank means is because there is a major river that bisects Ukraine. It runs from Chernobyl, right? The Chernobyl disaster. It runs from the north down into the Black Sea. And as it goes southward, and you're facing the water's flow, the right hand is called the right, and the left side is called the Jews are deeply constrained to right bank Ukraine, primarily because of an economic institution that's especially welcoming for them. It's called the Arenda. So hang on to that word Arenda because we're going to come right back to it. Something like 40,000 Jews lived there in 1648, which is an important date because it's the outbreak of the Great Khmelnytsky Rebellion that we're going to speak about a bit. When you look at this map here, it just gives you a sense of the tremendous scope of Jewish settlement. Each one of these place names represents a place that has Jews living there by the time you get to the 17th century. Huge spread of Jews, unlike in Speyer, Worms, and Mainz, where you have a tiny little group concentrated in 3 places. Here, Jews are spread out. They have small numbers, but they tend to be village and town based. Some cities as well. Mr. Tunin.
Why do they prefer that setup as opposed to the more large people?
This looks like a good question for the Abramson will answer. Why do they prefer this setup rather than a really concentrated urban environment? Money, thank you. Right, money. That's you weren't here for the Abramson rule.
No, why money? And how does that?
Economic opportunity. You know, like
opportunity was dependence.
Yeah, exactly. As we shall see, the kinds of economic opportunity that this environment afforded was especially good for much smaller pockets of Jews rather than the massive concentrations that you would get with industrialization when factories start developing and new industries like department stores, things like that. That's really when you start seeing Jews in really big communities like Warsaw, places like that. But in these tiny little settlements, which were called shtetla in Yiddish, the word shtetl is the singular. Shtetl is a Yiddish form of the Ukrainian word mistechko, which simply means village. So shtetl is like a little village. The L at the end of the Yiddish word is diminutive, making it smaller. And so shtetla is the plural of shtetl. So they're setting up all these shtetls all over. Here is the Dnipro River, so this is all right bank over here. Okay, we're going to talk about the specific environment. The invitation of the Jews, you know, to come in and please do this stuff for us. The minting turned out to be fairly short-lived, but the Arenda, which I'm going to describe now, is much larger. This happens to be a 19th century depiction of the Jews coming to the king, and the king saying, well, how come the Jews are getting beat up like this in Europe? We've got to invite them here. You can see the Jews are like, oh, please invite us in. This guy looks rather mosaic, but it's unusual to see him without a shirt. I think that's kind of a 19th century affectation. Nevertheless, it was so good for the Jews for hundreds of years in Poland that the tradition arose that Poland, or Poland in Yiddish, was really an acronym towards O, here, Lin, we will rest. Right, like Lina. O Lin, here we will rest. Meaning, after all our wanderings through Western Europe and North Africa and the Crusades and the blood libels, finally, here, O Lin, here in Poland we will rest. That's the idea. And we talked about some of the nasty things that was pushing them over there. One of the most important things that brought them there was this thing called Magdeburg Recht. This is really important. Magdeburg is the name of a town in Germany that was one of the first to codify the rules of being a citizen of that town. I use the word citizen, but I don't mean by like equal rights. That concept really doesn't exist in any way. But if you were like an authorized resident of Magdeburg, you had certain rights that were carved up for you and your community group. And the Jews in particular had this Magdeburg Recht, which gave them, when they came into a specific town, gave them specific rights and responsibilities. We spoke about it briefly when we were talking about the early Takana Rationale. The kinds of things that Jews could insist on, for example, was that they could be given monopolies in certain industries, such as we shall see, for example, alcohol distillation and sale. They could be allowed to be the only people allowed to sell alcohol. They could be allowed to be the only people to engage in taxation, tolls, things like taking tolls, whatever industry. I know sometimes, like, if you go to get your dry cleaning done here, anywhere in North America, I think, 9 out of 10 times you're going to be dealing with Koreans. Why that is, I don't know. But like a lot of Koreans, I guess, gravitate to that industry because they do it right. If you get your hair cut in Queens, for sure it's going to be a Bukharian guy. It's like every barber in a 50-mile radius of agriculture men is a Bukharian guy. Because there's some kind of like sort of say, what am I going to do with myself? I have to make a living. So, I know, you should be a barber. My cousin is a barber. It works out well. I'll give you some tips. So there's one of those industries that was really big for Jews was alcohol production, as we shall see that more seriously. Magdeburg Recht also reinforced a lot of the takanos that the Kehillah had imposed, including the Cherem HaYeshuv. Anyone remember what the Cherem HaYeshuv was? Exactly. The Cherem HaYeshuv was literally the ban on settlement, that you can only move into town if you have permission of the Kahal. You can't come in here and open up a competing Asian restaurant. Even if your egg rolls are way better, doesn't matter. We control how many people will be engaged in whatever it is. So Magdeburg Recht was kind of like, these are pre-modern societies, don't have extensive bureaucracy. This is pre-Doge, right? Nobody is downsizing these massive bureaucracies. And so the government essentially hands over a lot of the self-governing tasks to the cities, and the cities will set these things up. Why would they want to give these kind of rights to Jews? Leftists.
If you say that profit, money and greed, so allow them to live in the way they want to, so that they can be able to.
I would say not so much number one, not so much number three. But number two, and your three answers you gave there, first one was allows Jews to live, and the third one was, allows Jews to live sort of like happily. I think those are big concerns. But make money, everyone's done. The Abramson rule, once again, right? The whole idea is that the Jews are prosperous, the king can tax them. They're not the only, he's not the only one to tax them. The local municipalities can tax them too. And so there's an open recognition that Jews are at making money through a lot of skills that are not widely shared in the population, like literacy and numeracy. And so let the Jews give them the privileges they want so they can set up shop, and then we will tax them, right? Kind of like lahavdil, why an individual community wants to open up a gambling casino, right? They might not like Like here in Queens, there's no gambling in Queens. Is there gambling by the highway or something?
Yeah, the resorts go right at JFK.
Okay, by JFK, there's like a racetrack. Yeah, so people, why would you want to have a gambling casino? You could think it's going to attract people who are maybe not so salutary. It's going to be a lot of despair and people lose their money. So why would you want to have that in your neighborhood? Money, thank you, right? Because you can tax it. It's a vice. People are willing to pay taxes on vices. That's why cigarettes are so expensive. But you don't want to put it in the center of the residential area, because then you have too much pushback. So the Jews were a little bit like that. Nobody really wanted the Jews to live there. They're not Christians, they don't believe like that, stuff like that. But you know what? It makes a lot of money. So as long as they keep to themselves, we'll be happy with them. And Magdeburg Recht was like a whole body of laws that was good for Jews. It gave them rights and protections and privileges, and it regulated the degree to which they could understand society. I'm going to skip over the statute. Yes. Oh, yeah, thank you. It was started, it's named after one town in Germany, but it was copied over and over again throughout Eastern Europe. As the Jews moved eastward, they're saying, oh, you want us to move into this town? Fine, we'd like to have some Magdeburg Rechts. And they'll say, what are Magdeburg Rechts? Oh, I'll tell you. And then they would set up the same kind of thing. That's like the classic case. So by the time you get to the 18th century, just look at the density of Jewish settlements here in what would have been the end of Polish Lithuania. It's massive, right? Really concentrated here, especially in right bank Ukraine. Okay. Now, I really got to get to the I'll talk about the Council of Lands first. Here is one of the most amazing things about this period of time, which was the early dissertation and work of the great Jewish historian Shimon Dukno, who was a phenomenal historian in Europe. He lived until 1941 when he was shot dead by the Nazis. His last words to his students who came crowding around his body as he bled out, he said to them in Yiddish, Schreib und verschreib. Write and record. And he gave a sequel to his last students, the last will. Keep recording, keep writing it down, let people know what happened. At any rate, he wrote his dissertation on the Great Council of Lands. This is what happened. You have, in all of these tiny shedlock all over, you have kahals. We talked about the kahal structure with the Beit Din and with the parnas and the covers and stuff like that. So each kahal is making its own rules, which are basically Talmudic in nature, but they're going to have some variation, local customs, things like that. But after a while, they said, you know what? There's so much stuff that we share amongst our kehilos, and that we could actually standardize ourselves if we organize ourselves into a kind of super kehila, one big kehila, one big council that would pass legislation for all kehilos in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. And so that's what they did. They set up first in what they call 4 lands, then it was later 5 lands. I'm just calling it the Council of Lands for simplicity. This was essentially a super government, which was ironically way more sophisticated, provided far more services than the actual government of Poland-Lithuania for about 200 years. This is like an incredible high point of Jewish self-government, where every single kehillah was operating under the same legal system, same kind of avenues of appeal, and allowed for tremendous expansion of the Jewish community. Mr. Lloyd, exactly. Vad Arba Arasot in Hebrew, the Council of the 4 Lands. It's really an amazing institution. I'm just curious, what kind of things do you think that they were involved in? What did they pass legislation on? Mr. Abrams? Taxes. Taxes are good, right? Like internal taxes, Jewish taxes, definitely good call. What else?
How to deal with people who are out of line. For example, somebody like usually.
Yeah, good point, Mr. Rubin. You're absolutely right. How to deal with people who refuse to recognize authority. Like, let's say you're living in Pinsk and the Beit Din sends you a seruv, you just show up to court. And you say, I'm not going to listen to the court. I'm going to move to Minsk, right? So if there's no central government, so now you live in Minsk. That's kind of like America is like that today, right? You don't like debate in Detroit, so then you move to Seattle because you can, right? And unfortunately, our Beit Din doesn't have the power to chase you to Seattle. But the Vaad al did. They could say, oh, really? You think you can escape the rules by going to Minsk? No way. If there's a harem placed on you in Minsk, you're going to be under harem in Minsk, which was like huge. Again, remember, there is no secular Jewish identity at this point. The only way you can escape the power of your Beit Din is if you become Christian. There's no, I'm just not going to kill you. That's something that happens from the 18th century and long afterwards, first in Western Europe and eventually throughout Eastern Europe as well. But it's not at all true of the council. So in other words, wherever you went, there was an incredible system to follow you around. One other area where you see it a lot, for example, is in Gitin. The guy wants to not give his wife a get, and he says, I want to punish my wife, I'm going to move to Minsk, and his wife is stuck in Minsk. Well, they can go send Gabayim to Minsk to pick him up and bring him back to Minsk and force him to give the get. That's the power of this incredible thing that stretched again through what would be today 6 countries. Yes, Mr. Rubin.
I know in Bohemia they had prisons for Jewish people who, because they're in Jewish hands than being treated in the non-Jewish prisons. Was this applicable about our Israel?
It was absolutely applicable, although flogging was more common in prison. Because prison involves a great expense, right? You've got to keep people, you got to feed them, all kinds of, but if you flog them once and it's done, and it's a physical pain, people are afraid of it, so flogging was far more common. You go through Eastern Europe, you can find like some, flogging pillars where they would actually just, where we flogged. Shlomo was flogged here, that kind of thing. Okay, one other thing you might find surprising, but I guarantee you see it every single day. It is an innovation of the Vaad Arba Aratzos. Can I give you a hint? I don't know if I can give you a hint. What do you see when you first open up a book, a Hebrew book?
Copyright?
Close to copyright, yeah. Well, what do we call it? Haskama, right? What is Haskama? And what does it certify?
I guess it's more like, it's like, in regular book, you see, like, quotes from other authors.
Like a emotional blurb. Right. Yeah, right. Yeah, good. Mr. Abrams?
Credibility.
Credibility in what sense?
Credibility in the sense of that it's
like who writes those as kind of big rabbis, right? Big rabbis say. Right. Big rabbi writes. I didn't have a chance to read this book, but everybody tells me that the author is a really nice guy, and then he signs it, right? Until he later revokes it because they found out in it, right? But that's how we use Haskamas today. But Haskamas were invented by the Vaad Arba Aratzos because of the new technology of printing. Because it used to be when you wrote a sefer, then basically once anyone had the manuscript, they could, if they wanted to, spend the time to copy it out. Big expensive for sure, but just copy it out. But once printing happened, and the price of printed books dropped significantly, and then it suddenly became a great adventure. Oh my gosh, I found this manuscript here. I can just put it into typeface, print it off, and I'll make 1 million zloty, which is worth about $12. I get, not, but people are saying, this is great. And you can also do that with someone else's printed book. So let's say, for example, you live, up here in Danzig, and you visit Krakow and you see this great book. You say, oh, this is a fantastic new book. You grab a copy, you quickly go back to Danzig, you typeset your own version of the book, you print it off, you make a lot of money before you can possibly ship his books up to Krakow. And it was a real problem because, it was upsetting authors, it was upsetting people who put a tremendous amount of money into the printing process in the beginning. So the Vaad Aratzot came out with Haskamos, which originally were just agreements that nobody else was allowed to publish this book for a certain number of years. So we're back to what Mr. Rubin said, copyright. That's essentially what Haskamos were at first. They did not say anything about the quality of the book, from kind of the author, they basically said nobody else is allowed to publish this book for 5 years, 10 years, whatever it might be. And that was how that evolved into the Haskama that we have today. Ironically, the Haskama that we have today is closer to what the Catholic Church uses, called the imprimatur, which is basically the sign that says the Catholic Church says this is okay reading, which you've probably never seen in any of the books that you read, but sometimes you can see a Catholic imprimatur. So these are the kinds of things the Rothschilds did, and they continued to fulfill this function at various levels, really up until 1844, when the Kahal was finally abolished by the Russian Empire. But very, very active, really up until the late 1700s. Okay, arguments, discussions, questions? Yes, Mr.
Yeah, we look forward to go do the work to get and then convert to Christianity.
That was a typical thing. That might be one way for them to be totally gone. And it was an ongoing problem of some significance. And it's a weird thing, you know, I think on a psychological level, it's so bizarre that you see over and over in history. Sometimes when people get divorced, amazing things, they hate each other so much that they will punish themselves to hurt their former spouse. Like saying, you know, like there's a guy in Israel who went to jail. Like in Israel, they in jail if you don't give a get. And he went to jail for like 20 years to give his wife a get. I mean, it's incredible how this thing happens. But that's true. The only way to really escape the reach of the Beit Din was to, and that worked with some, you know, effectiveness. Okay, now we got to talk about the difficult stuff, the Arenda. You ready? Okay, so here's the. Why were Jews invited so much? We talked a little bit about mentioning that's just kind of cool because we have a point. So far more significant, something which became the backbone of European Jewish economy, is a system known as the. It's a Latin word which is incorporated into the Polish language, and it basically means tax farming. How does this work? If we look at the map, let me just go back to a map for a second here. If we look at the map of Eastern Europe, for example, you have a tremendous number of noblemen called Schlachter that are, I know it sounds like Schlachter, but it's not the same word. They're living primarily in Poland. And they, through conquest, are dominating right bank Ukraine. Right? Ukraine is not an independent country until the 20th century, and at this point it is part of this Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, particularly Polish landlords own these massive farmsteads called latifundia. Again, another Latin word, but they've got all of these Ukrainians living there as peasants, or a better term in this context would be serfs, S-E-R-F. This is a version of feudalism that lasted up until the 1860s, up until 1865, and finally emancipated. Serfs are sort of like slaves, except they have a certain degree of freedom of movement. They may not leave the land that they were born into, like the immediate village area, and they're required to either pay a tax in goods, like a certain amount of their produce, or in wages, like money, cash money, which is very hard to find, or in labor, something called Rothschild, which is basically they would have to spend 1-2 days a week farming for the Lord, and the rest of the time they work for themselves. And so you imagine the ethnic divide here is really crucial. Poles are Catholic and Western facing. The Ukrainians are Orthodox and Eastern facing. They regard each other as aliens to each other, and the Ukrainians are dominated by the Poles. But the thing is, the Poles live far away, and they have these massive farms. How do they regulate those farms? How do they actually derive benefit from them? The way they do it is the Jews. They bring the Jews in as so-called arrendators, which means masters of the arenda, where they are the official tax collectors for the Poles. And it works as a kind of community system. So the Polish, let's say in Warsaw, will bring a Jewish community to his shtetl. And it's important to note here, very importantly, that these shtetla, these little villages and the surrounding farms, they are literally owned. Soil, buildings, everything owned by the noblemen. Even to a certain degree, the serfs, the people, are owned by the noblemen. But he doesn't want to go there and like be riding around in the buggy all day, making sure that the serfs are working. So what he does is he says to the Jewish community that's planted there, okay, you guys are my tax collectors. I want you to collect 10,000 zloty for me next year. I want you to collect that money for me. And the Jews say, we will accept this contract to collect 10,000 zloty for you. And the nobleman says, fine, go ahead and do it. He does not want to get involved in the nitty-gritty of how exactly they collect it. And this is not a modern bureaucracy. There's no IRS going on here. And the Jews have to go back and they have to collect that money from the peasants. Now, two things are important. The first is that who's paying the Jews? The nobleman is not paying the Jew. The Jews are paid by the amount that they collect minus the amount they have to give to the nobleman. So in other words, if they agree at the end of the year, we're going to provide 10,000 zloty, then the nobleman says, okay, that's your contract, come back to me next 1st of Elul with 10,000 zloty. The Jews go back, they've got to collect 12,000 zloty, and the 2,000 they collect is for the Jewish community. That becomes the mainstay of their economics. And the nobleman doesn't care how they do it. He doesn't really want to get involved. So they involve all kinds of tax collecting devices, such as most commonly a tax on produce, meaning you bring in 10 bushels a week, you've got to give one to the nobleman. You trap 100 rabbits in the nobleman's forest, you've got to give over 10 of them. You want to cross the bridge over the lake, the nobleman built this bridge, you've got to pay a toll. And in some extreme cases, but documented, if you want to use the nobleman's church, want to baptize your child, want to get married, you have to pay a tax to the Jew to use the church. And as you can imagine, this must have been incredibly galling to the population. We don't know how extensive the specific, tax to get the keys to the church really was, at least in terms of historical reality. But in terms of Ukrainian perception, it's massive. They have these popular folk songs that were memorized by blind guitarists called evangelisti. And they all go on and on about the cruel Jew who would charge a huge amount in order to get into the church to get married and stuff like that. And you can imagine that this would build up a tremendous amount of resentment.
So first of all, the Jews, the way we picture them with their responses, they were really impoverished, the lowest class, the lower peasants. I don't think they were the better peasants, people that took all the money and farmed with it and got the money.
Well, there you go, Mr. Tuman. That's like Sallow Baron, right? There are elements to what you're saying. First of all, we should understand that our depictions of shtetl life, we're talking about something that lasted for about 700 years. And there are definitely good times and bad times. And also we have to understand that we're looking at shtetl life, well, we've got we don't even think about the fact that we have running water, right? Whereas going to the river and getting water was a daily chore for everybody. So the overall standards was much lower than ours. So we tend to be distracted by that. But generally speaking, if you were like a Martian coming to the planet and you went to Eastern Europe in, let's say, the year 1600, and you had to choose, do I want to impersonate, do I want, invasion of the body snatchers, do I want to impersonate the Ukrainian peasant, or a Jewish tax collector, or a Polish nobleman? You'd probably choose Polish nobleman, but second choice would definitely be the Jewish tax collector. They were definitely far wealthier than the typical Ukrainian peasant.
There were also the scapegoats, the people that the Ukrainians hated. They had no interaction with the noblemen, they interacted with the Jews. they would be the prohibited, stolen money.
You are absolutely right, Mr. Truman. I mentioned the year 1600 because in 1648 this would all blow up. As you can imagine, huge peasant rebellion, all kinds of anger directed at the Catholic Polish lords and their Jewish middlemen representatives right here in Ukraine. I understand the economics behind that huge explosion of anger. And in fact, I'm not being really counterintuitive. We tend to have sort of like a vision, like the cell of Wellhausen. We have a vision that's sort of colored by Fiddler on the Roof. Anyone ever seen that movie, Fiddler on the Roof? Fiddler on the Roof presents a certain kind of image. A lot of it is true, but that's presenting, let's say, a 1905 image, which is very different from 1600s. You can't take it back to the 1600s in the same way. And it's a rosy picture. If you look, however, at a really important source, which I recommend you read if you're curious about doing research on this, Yevhen the Tshuva, very, very powerful book by Nathan of Hanover, a historian who records the peasant uprising of 1648, and he just goes to town on how evil it was and how stupid it was for the Jews to get themselves in that kind of an economic position. Anyone with eyes in their head could have seen that this is headed for disaster, that eventually things would blow up, and they did. And that's a Jew from the 17th century being, unusually self-critical about, wow, bad choices Jews made in the 17th century. Primary, absolutely. First, primary witness. Another example might be like if you look at, it's a terrible shanda. It's such a Hashem when you look at the newspaper and you see there's a financial scandal. Someone cheating the government, someone cheating Medicare, something like that. And you say to yourself, oh, please not be a Jewish name. And then you see a Stein or a Berg or somebody, But that's the same kind of thing, where unfortunately, to have this idea that everybody in the 1600s wore black hats and were Shomer Shabbos is fortunately not true. And even if we wore black hats and were Shomer Shabbos, we're sometimes on exploitative economic practices.
People were as lonely or even more than today. Like that, and why are becoming with black, but why were they at such a high level than the rest of the day?
So that's a fascinating question. It's more of a theological question, I think, than an economic or historical question. All I can say, if I don't want to step out of my lane, this is the theology department, because I'm more in the history department, but we have this idea of Yerida Hadoros, the decline of the generations. But we also have the idea of Halacha Kabasroi. Halacha follows the later generations. Right? So it's not a sira. If we are constantly lower than previous generations, then how can we follow the halacha of the later generations? We should follow the halacha of the Mishnah only. We shouldn't look at the Mishnah Brura. Right? So the answer to that is that in my humble opinion, I think I read it somewhere. Yerida Hadoros refers to their spiritual capacity, their ability to, empathize or to see the truth of something differently, but not their scientific intelligence, not their, grasp of advanced math. Those things we follow where we are today. So we can become smarter without becoming better.
You can come up with just as good solutions.
I think if you ask Rabbi Sachs, he would say, of course you can come up with just a great solution. Because he wants you guys to max out all of your ethics, So I don't know, you guys are asking outside of my lane. I don't know. Let's talk about a couple other aspects of the Orendo, which is really nasty. One of the aspects of it was propinatio. Mr. Tillman, sorry.
So, the anti-Semitism that we've been talking about during the Shana periods are really pretty warranted, we could say.
Good for not. Well, I don't like the idea of warranted or unwarranted because that implies that violence is somehow justified. I wouldn't want to justify violence under any circumstances if possible. But I would say that, it's more, let's say, rational. Right? One of the great historians of anti-Semitism is a guy named Gavin Landmeier, and he writes that one of the things that characterizes real anti-Semitism, like that crazy stuff we talked about last week, is that it is fundamentally chimerical in nature. If I had a board, I would write that down. It's a good word. chimera. Anyone know what a chimera is? Yes.
Same for 300 beasts.
Right. And why would he call anti-Semitism chimerical? So a chimera is like a made-up monster, where you like attach things one to another to make up something like, you know, it's like just bizarre, like a three-headed beast or a pink elephant or something like that. So some of that weird stuff that we saw going on in Western Europe was like, you know, Jews killing children for their blood and stuff. Wow, like what weird, totally irrational stuff. This anti-Semitism, on contrary, is more like an explosion of socioeconomic basis. I'm not saying it's justified, and certainly not focused on the individual criminals. It's an explosion that affects everyone and has horrible, horrific consequences. But you can see where it's coming. Nathan and Hanover said, you know, the Jews should have realized that the Arenda was intrinsically harmful. We should not be in this business. Now, another example of this, propinatia, very significant. You've often seen, like you see it in Fiddler on the Roof, the krechma, which is like the inn, right? The place where some tired Ukrainian peasants, here they have shown some Ukrainian peasants actually in more festive garb. This is not like right out of their image. But they're coming in and they're enjoying alcohol served by this Hasidic Jew. And there's a guy playing Klezmer violin there. What is this scene talking about? What this is referring to is the fact that one of the fastest ways to get taxes is through vices, as we said a minute ago with gambling, right? Alcohol is also a huge money maker. Why it's so hard to ban alcohol. They even have the 19th Amendment, 19th Amendment to ban alcohol. Was one that repealed one of those short-lived amendments. The only amendment I think that was ever repealed, right? Yeah. So they tried to ban it here, right? They said you can't do it. 18th Amendment. Thank you. 18th Amendment. I think the 19th was. Let's bring it back. Right. Forget about that 18th Amendment. It did not work. But alcohol. Everybody loves alcohol. That's the reality of it. People will drink alcohol, so you can tax it. It's not something where people say, well, that's too much of a tax. I'm not going to drink alcohol. People do drink. So the Jews were frequently given this thing called propinatia, which was part of the Arenda, that you Jews are the only people allowed to make alcohol, you are the only people allowed to sell it, and people have to come to your inn in order to drink it, and you can tax people on this. Just add one more layer, Mr. Abrams, and I'll get to you. One more layer is, don't forget, Jews are all still small, they're still small-time money lenders. There's the ban on Christians engaging in money lending has disappeared by now, right? It was already knocked out in the 14th, 15th century in Italy. So Christians are still lending money now, drug banks that will lend money and so on. But in this really backwards part of the post-Lithuanian Commonwealth, the only way you can borrow tiny little amounts of money for small things like, you know, spoons or whatever, is you go to the Jew and you lend money, you borrow money. And you pay a significant interest because it's the only place where you get it. It's unregulated, but the Jews are still protected by the nobleman who is like the king in Western Europe because he wants to make sure he gets his taxes. You can't abuse the Jew because you'll get in trouble with the nobleman if you do it. So propinatia is added to the money lending in a way that Ukrainian peasants, they work hard in the fields all day, they just want to come back and have a glass of tevo or a glass of kvass. They show up at the inn, they drink a few, and they say to the Jewish innkeeper or the krechma, put it on my tab. Jewish innkeeper says, no problem, here it is, 4 zloty. And at the end of the harvest season, the guy has all kinds of money because he pulled in all his wheat, and he says, okay, I want to settle my tab. And that 4 zloty has with interest become like 6 zloty. And that's not the only night he was drinking on his tab. So all of a sudden he's got like a 300 zloty bill for alcohol over the year. And he said, what is this? So this is like an especially noxious form of the Arenda that was ultimately very, very negative. Okay, Mr. Jones.
So they would tax them just for the produce and of course and then they would come at night to booze inns and then like what was that relationship? Why would they really do this? They couldn't make their own alcohol, but like these are the bad guys.
Well, there's think the question is backwards because there's no bad guys. They're trying to live their lives.
And you treat peasants.
Yeah.
These people are stealing our money. They're coming every day. They're harassing us. They're doing whatever they need.
Why
would we hang out with them? Why would we?
The Jews weren't stealing their money at all. This was just reality that, like, there are only two things which are inevitable, right? Death and taxes. Jews are not in charge of death. But the taxes, they were in charge of. And the reality is, you have to work for the nobleman. Everybody knew this money goes to the nobleman. And the Jew happens to be the tax collector. It's also collected a little drop at a time. You cross this bridge, fish in this pond, this is whatever. That was the reality of it. Nobody likes taxes, but it's rare that you have tax revolts, right? People maybe are grumbling more in late March when they have to pay their taxes, but we don't have that many like storming of the capitals. Maybe once every who knows how often, right? So hang on a second, Judge, let me get this. So they may not have always liked them, but it was not like a wartime situation. Also, let us not forget, it's so hard to teach this properly because I have to keep both of these things in mind. The Jews and Poles and Ukrainians lived together in great peace and prosperity for about 1,000 years. 1,000 years with only a few very memorable moments of violence in that time. Now, some of those moments were like incredible explosions, like 1648, and they're also accelerating when you get to the modern area. You have pogroms 1881, 1903, 1905. 1919 was horrific, and then, of course, the Holocaust. But for most of those centuries, they lived with each other. And case in point, so much of what we do in Ashkenazi Jewish culture is basically Ukrainian, Polish, Belarusian, Russian culture. You cannot sit down to a meal in Ashkenazi house without having, for example, lokshin kogo, right? What is lokshin? What Hebrew is lokshin based on? It's not Hebrew. No, it's lokshina, which is Ukrainian for noodles. Kugel is German for pudding. Or you can't have, I don't know, let me think of some other examples. Borscht, for sure. Cholent. Well, cholent's actually French. Chaud, long. Slow hot. For a long time. Low heat. But, there's so much of that we do. The rituals we do are basically things that we sort of borrowed from them. They borrow from us. Oh, here's an example of Ukrainian. Guess what they call gefilte fish, which they eat quite a bit of? Jewfish. This is good stuff. Have some of this Jewfish, right? So our cultures are so closely interrelated. Like that is one of the best scenes of Fiddler on the Roof is when they're in the Kretschma and they're kind of like all drinking together. And one Ukrainian guy walks over to Tevye to wish him a mazel tov, and he says, "Na zdorovya," to your health. And Tevye is a little bit intimidated, but then they end up starting dancing together, and it's like, wow, it's like overwhelming. And that is true. There's hostility, there's separation, but there's also a tremendous degree of cultural borrowing. Where that especially happens, gentlemen, and I don't want to go too far on this, but if you encourage me, I would probably do it. Women. The women talk to each other. Recipes are exchanged. They're picking up fashion hints. They're doing all kinds of. Women are much more the glue of societies than men in this regard. Men may have hostilities and political views and things like that, but the women will talk to each other. Okay, Mr. Ellerstein.
So you're saying that, like, the Jews were just the tax collectors and has more of a reality of life than something that people viewed as being like evil or whatever. But
they were not like Muslims who are coming to kidnap our children.
But if you look at it from even a modern perspective, you ask most Americans, what do you feel about the IRS? People are most likely to tell you, oh, I hate them. Oh, I wish they could just disappear, right? And the IRS is a body of government that has a lot more oversight than the Jews do. And they were also in control of monopolies, which people also have very strong feelings about.
Good argument.
And so,
Mr. Tillman,
your whole idea definitely seems very much on point.
So, no, but we got to think, you're saying, Mr. Anderson, you're saying so deep here, it's so beautiful, because there's a difference between what people say and what people do. Nobody likes the IRS. Nobody does. Maybe if you work for the IRS, you might like it.
What about revolts? The Boston Tea Party was over a 3% tax.
Okay, good. And when was that?
That was in 1700s.
Right. And when was the next tax revolt?
Right.
That's my point, right? You know, there are tax revolts for sure, but they're like, you know, as long as the taxes are not too awful, we'll deal with it. We'll complain, and America has an unusual kind of pressure release because we have elections. You know, you just say vote the bums out, and that makes America a little easier that way. But generally speaking, taxes are just an accepted part. Nobody likes them, but everybody agrees.
But there have been many historical revolts over taxes. Like, obviously, it's a slightly different situation, but in some socialist or communist countries that tried going socialist or communist and increased taxes exponentially, had revolts, sometimes even relatively quickly.
Yeah, I will not disagree that it does happen, but in the main, you know, people just want to live their lives. And if the pressure is not too great, they'll just make sort of a benefit cost analysis and they'll say, it's just easier for me to pay the money and then they'll leave me alone. And it's only when it's too much that you have the revolt. And this is where it's basically okay.
8% interest on every beer that you drank during winter.
Well, okay, so that's what brings us to the comment here, right? That brings us there, because it does happen. This, by the way, is a great piece of art by the fantastic Ilya Rabbi, which shows the reply to the Zaporizhian, or the reply of the Zaporizhian to the Sultan. These are basically, let's not like so you can really appreciate it. It's such a beautiful piece of art. These guys are the original Cossacks, or Kozakids in Ukraine. And what they were people who were so upset with the system that they opted out. They fled these Ukrainians for the most part. They fled the settlements, and they went as far south as they could to be out of the reach of the Schlacht, the Polish noblemen. And they essentially set up these sort of like independent cowboy settlements where they lived free according to their own rules. And they had all kinds of unusual sort of fashion statements, like this walrus mustache, this classically Cossack style, as well. Mostly streets of cave, but top not there. And this is, by the way, for the Ukrainians, these are kind of like their national heroes. Like we think in America, we tend to idealize the gunsmiths of the Wild West, the Marlboro man with the big hat riding off into the sunset on his horse, you know, that kind of thing. This is like the cowboys for the Ukrainians. Unfortunately, the national heroes for the Ukrainians are like the national enemies for the Jews. Because what would happen, what's going on in this particular scene is the Cossacks, among the things they did was they fought with the Ottoman Turks who would raid Ukrainian villages for children and take them back to be slaves. It's a really awful phenomenon in early modern history. And the Cossacks would fight with them. And at one point, the Ottoman Turks said, would you guys please stop attacking our slave raiding? And so they wrote back a very explicit note to the Ottomans. And so here they're celebrating that one guy who knows how to write is composing a letter, and all the other Cossacks are like suggesting various, you know, profanities to insert in the letter. But this is really like sort of Cossack mindset as encapsulated in Ilya Rabbi's work. They were led by this guy, Bogdan Khmelnytsky, who was one of these petty noblemen who fled to the particular part of the rapids on the southern Dnieper River, and he organized all of these kind of like bands of freebooting Cossacks, and he said, let's all organize ourselves and let's not run away from the Polish noblemen, let's run at them and let's attack and let's kick them out of our territories. And of course, this was like hugely bad for the Jews, because the Jews were the tip of the spear for the Polish economic system, right? The Poles were living far away, but the Jews were living right there in right bank Ukraine. And so when these Cossacks came and they had all this pent up anger at the Polish noblemen, who were incidentally also sort of culturally trying to dominate them, trying to get them to convert to Catholicism and leave their orthodoxy, so there was also a religious element to this too. They came sweeping into these Jewish shtetl, and the massacres were horrific. I mentioned Nathan of Hanover earlier as the chronicler of this period, and although he does criticize the Jewish involvement in the Arenda system as being really the basis of the problem, he does provide such a horrific and like emotional description of these pogroms that I'm not going to tell you the kinds of things he describes because they will scar your minds and you'll be able to forget them. If you are curious about reading this, then look up Yevon Metsula. It is a chilling, awful read. Well, this comes into the region. Oh, the region by the period is called in Hebrew Zeras Tach V'Tat. Tach and Tat refer to the 2 years 1648 to 1649. It actually extended a little bit longer, but these 2 years were the worst. Sorry?
On this job, we have
Yevakina. Yeah, Yevakina from Zeras Tach V'Tat. That's absolutely horrific. The violence perpetrated on Jews. And again, let's not forget that if you had 1,000 people working in a particular shtetl, let's say 1,000 working individuals, which would include men and women, then chances are maybe 40 of them would be directly involved in the Arenda out of 1,000, maybe 100, and the others would be involved in all kinds of other things that were supported by the Arenda, kind of like Las Vegas. Las Vegas, what's the main industry there? No, I keep coming back to this. Gambling, right? If you took gambling out of Las Vegas, what would happen to Las Vegas? It's just part of the desert. Yeah, it would literally dry up because all that water is imported, right? But most of the people in Las Vegas do not work in the casinos. They work in all kinds of ancillary industries, hotels and Ubers and restaurants and stuff like that, to support the people who come in to do the gambling in the casinos. So the casinos are the reason why Los Angeles continues to exist, but most Las Vegans are not working in the casinos. So it's the same thing with the Arenda. The Arenda was what really allowed the basis of the Jewish community, was the backbone of the economy, but the vast majority of Jews were doing all kinds of other things, silversmithing and tinsmithing and small trades. You had the occasional scholar, these are other things.
I think Vegas is actually especially good comparison because New York is now Vegas and the casinos there are only 5 Jews.
Mr. Adelson, terrible. I'm not going to repeat that on the microphone, but yeah. Okay, we talked about this. Oh, this is the translation of the Abyss of Despair. Very well.
We read it for the Sherman's class in regards to literature studies.
Oh, very good.
One of my memoirs.
It is absolutely horrific. There are English translations. Now, one of the things that is a challenge to historians is trying to figure out, we have these very emotive sources. Nathan of Hanover is perhaps the quick among equals, but there are many other sources as well described as horrible devastation. But it does not seem that the scale of devastation was as large as the historians recommend. You'll see citations. It seems like every time someone writes about this, it increases by another 100,000 victims. So yeah, 250,000 victims. But the reality is, if you remember at the beginning of this lecture, there are only probably about 40,000 Jews living in Ukraine at the time. So it's hard to imagine 250,000 people killed, but only 40,000 lived there. Chances are, it was probably somewhere in the neighborhood, depending on which historian you read, probably in the neighborhood of something like a third of the population was killed, which is a devastating number. But the total number is not at all like what a lot of the historians do. Okay. Let's take just the aftermath. We'll wrap it up. This is a 5. It's Ukrainians. I can't remember what the domination. Yeah, not big. Yeah, no, it's. Oh yes, Chas Preven, right? So 5 Preven notes, and this is on the $5 bill of Ukraine, none other than Bogdan Khmelnytsky. So again, remember when we started when we were talking about Sallow Baron and so on.
For the Ukrainians, they view Khmelnytsky, for the most part, as a great national hero. He's their George Washington, who united them and brought them all together and pushed out the Polish landlord, and also, incidentally, massacred lots of Jewish doctors. But when Jews see this picture, they see how different. They see horrible anti-Semitic. And that's both of those pictures are true. We just have to understand the lens through which they are viewed. Mr. Truman, last question.
We really have the same history with the Native Americans. So most of the
I would say the Native Americans look at Columbus and they see.
That's in the wrong 21.
So we ain't still discovered back in the Americans.
Well, we call them Americans.
No, it's hard to do comparative martyrology. I got something. This is, by the way, in Central Square Cave. They have like this very heroic statue of Khmelnytsky there as well. The earlier version of it actually, this is by the Ron says, actually had like a Jew trampled underfoot by it. But even the Tsar said, no, that's not important. That's important. So they removed the Jew from it. And okay, let's call that it.
Exclusionary pictures in Western Ashkenaz. So what's going to happen? Now we're at a transitional point in our history. We've looked quite a bit, especially the materials I put online from last week. We looked quite a bit at the environment of the Jews in Western Ashkenaz, which basically comprises England, France, and Germany. Once you get east of Germany, you're getting into Central Europe or Eastern Europe. What's going to happen is from the 13th century onward, peaking in the 17th century, you'll have a massive migration of Ashkenazi Jews from the traditional heartland of Western Europe to Eastern Europe. There in Eastern Europe, there's going to be a massive population explosion in the 19th century as a result of several factors, including things like the invention of the smallpox vaccine, the unique style of Ashkenazic living arrangements called Kest, which reduced infant mortality significantly. And there's going to be just an explosion of Ashkenazi Jews in the 1800s. And eventually, when you get to the end of the 1800s, you'll have another big population movement from Eastern Europe to America, to a lesser degree, South America, Canada, Australia, Israel, places like that. But we're now going into the period where Jews are going to be leaving the Ashkenazic heartland to Eastern Europe. That's 13th to 17th century in particular. Yes, remind me your name, please. Last name. Parente, Mr. Parente. You used to sit over here, didn't you? Yeah, that's what was hard to confuse. Okay, Mr. Parente. So, good question. The question which I will repeat because people who are watching the video sometimes ask me to repeat the question. Does the word Ashkenaz refer to a people or a country or a region? So you can have a look at the very first lecture. We went over the terminology. It is associated with I think it's a grandson of Noah in the biblical period. I think Noah, I forget his son's name. Anyways, one of the grandsons, maybe great-grandsons. And over the Middle Ages, various regions were associated with the land of that particular individual and his descendants. For reasons that we don't totally understand, this was eventually associated with the region of the Rhineland in northern Germany, and the Jews who moved to that area were known as the Jews who moved to the land of Ashkenaz, and then they were called Ashkenazi Jewry. We have no real good reason to associate specifically that region with the place Ashkenaz. It's kind of arbitrary in some terms. So now it really only refers to the people, and Ashkenazim are only Jews now, obviously, because only Jews use that terminology. Okay, have a look at the first lecture that's online and you see it. Okay, shall we go on? Okay, so now I'm looking at the reason why Jews moved from Western Europe to Eastern Europe, twofold. First, there was a push for Jews to leave that will culminate in expulsions. Really strong push that Jews felt unwelcome in Western Europe. And at the same time, not for our discussion today, but probably next week, there was an economic vacuum in Eastern Europe inviting Jews in. Literally, leaders of municipalities, of kingdoms saying, please, Jews, come here. We will give you privileges. We will give you tax breaks. We will give you specific, legislation that you will want, like the right to build a wall around your community or the right to have a monopoly on X, Y, or Z. And so that will be like a vacuum, an invitation, bringing Jews in, pushing Jews out, bringing Jews in at the same time. We're going to talk about the pushing Jews out first. Mr. Kranz. Well, you're right, Mr. Kranz. The first Jews who are allowed to be full citizens, that happens in the 18th century. So we're talking about 1790 for the Jews of Bordeaux and Bayonne in southern France. We're still here like about 400 years earlier when nobody has citizenship. There's no such thing as a citizen except maybe the king and maybe his wife. And that's basically it. Everyone else is a subject. So maybe not even his wife. Everyone is a subject of the king, right? That's feudalism. And all you can hope for is privileges that the king gives you. So we're still in that period right until you get to the 18th century. All right, let's look at one major factor in the push for Jews out. The first is something called the Crusades. This is like a scene in history. This is one of those watershed moments. You know what the term watershed means? It's a good term. I can tell you, actually, I grew up near the Arctic watershed. Anyone want to define that term? Mr. Silva? No. Watershed is the earth, like when rain falls, it either flows toward a body of water here or a body of water there, right? It depends on the elevation of a particular spot. And, like where we are right now, we're in, I guess, probably the Arctic watershed, where every drop of rain that falls here in New York will eventually flow towards the east into the Atlantic Ocean, right? Like in the beginning of Koheles. So all the rivers flow to the sea, and the sea is never filled. But if we were to move a little further west in this country, we would get to a different watershed where all the water would flow into the Mississippi River and then down into the Gulf of something, right? What do you call it? Gulf of America. There you go. So then the Gulf of America. Or further west, you'd be in a watershed where it would flow into the Pacific Ocean. I happen to grow up near the Arctic watershed, north of the Arctic watershed, where all the water that rained, all the rain that fell in where I grew up would flow into the Arctic Ocean because it flowed north. So a watershed means like up until this point, everything is going this way. After this point, it's going the other way. So if you think about that term as a historical term, the Crusades are one of those watershed moments where beforehand, people understand the world in such a way, after it's very different. Another watershed in time would be something like 9/11. That's a huge watershed for the United States history. That was just before many of you were born, but you live in the post 9/11 era, changed everything in so many ways. The Crusades are one of those moments. This is the history. This guy, Pope Urban II, 1095, he complains that the holy city of Jerusalem, which is controlled at this time by the Muslims, right? Muslims are in charge of the land of Israel at that time. They are not allowing Christian pilgrims appropriate access to the holy sites. Church of the Holy Sepulchre, various sites that Christians revere in a very significant way. And he's like really upset about it. He reaches out to Christian Orthodox, right? Don't forget, at this time, 1095, there are two basic major kinds of Christians. There are Catholics who are ruled from Rome, the Pope in Rome, and there are Orthodox who are ruled by 7 patriarchs in the Eastern world, sometimes called Greek Orthodox, sometimes called Russian or Armenian Orthodox. It's a different form of Christianity than the Catholics, but they both are Christian faiths. If you want, it's not really appropriate to use the term denominations, but they are two different, let's say, flavors of Christianity. And they have not gotten along well for the last couple of hundred years. But he says to them, wow, it's just so awful that, we're hearing about Christian pilgrims not getting in to see the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. And the entire Christian world just, resonates with that message and says, yeah, it is terrible. Pope Urban II calls for something called a crusade, based on the word cross, the crucifix, saying we should all go there, we should organize ourselves, and we should take back the land of Israel from the infidel Muslims so that Christians can safely go there to worship. Massive reaction. For a whole pile of reasons. There was a certain amount of unemployment among the knightly class, for example, and they had literally nothing to do, but this was a great excuse. They pulled it together, particularly in the regions of make their way all the way across Europe to the Holy Land, and they fight the Muslims, and they take over the land of Israel. Next 200 years, there's going to be ongoing fighting with the Muslims until finally come out, but this is the era of the Crusader kingdoms, when Christians from Western Europe established sort of holds in the land of Israel. I'm sure you visited places like Cape and all kinds of land, and where you'll see lots of Crusader fortresses and things. You'll also see Muslim fortifications against the Crusaders, like, for example, the walls around by the Muslims trying to hold off any future attack by Crusaders, and it went back and forth for a couple of years. Here you see that, and by the way, because they kept on they made their way down, they took over the territory, then they got kicked out, then they made their way down again. There are multiple crusades over several hundred years with a variety of outcomes, some successful, some not. Exactly. Isn't that surprising how that happens, Mr. Kranz? So how did Jews get involved in this? Especially up here, you can see these Stars of David represent very clever sort of symbolism. They represent Jewish communities. And at a certain point in 1096, in the summer of 1096 in particular, there was an especially dangerous phenomenon because a whole bunch of crusaders, and remember, this is like a mass movement where you have wealthy knights who are able to afford a horse and a caddy and all the weapons and the armor and stuff like that to finance a long trip across Europe. And then you have hoi polloi. You have the dark, unwashed masses who say, yeah, we want to do this too. We want to get involved in it. And they come along for the ride. And in particular, in the northern German region of Ashkenaz, there are a whole bunch of these individuals led by people like Peter the Hermit, who is kind of like a rabble-rousing individual, sort of like a popular preacher, kind of demagogue. And he essentially says to these crusaders, wait a second, why are we schlepping all the way to Jerusalem to fight infidels? I don't think he used the word schlep, but you get the idea. Why are we taking ourselves, if our whole point of this is that we're going to beat those unbelievers, meaning Muslims, why are we going all the way to Jerusalem to do it? We have unbelievers, Jews, right here, our very own backyard. And so a lot of these, especially the less professional crusaders, the less disciplined crusaders, they start making these religiously inspired pogroms that specifically targeted these tiny little Ashkenazic, civilization outposts in the northern German region. This is like one of those huge scars in Ashkenazic history that we will remember every week in the Ab HaRachamim prayer, which Ab HaRachamim, which we read on Shabbos after Kriyas Torah, specifically speaking to the horrible massacres that occurred in the summer of 1096, and then onward for the next 200 years on a smaller scale. It's going to be absolutely awful. I'll take you through some of them. Mr. Loiki. Well, the more professional, disciplined soldiers, like they've got some kind of they've got a plan. They want to go to Israel. They want the glory of attacking the Muslims. They want to bring back, pieces of the Holy Cross and things like that. They've got kind of like a bigger goal. But the lesser outfitted, and they're kind of like they don't have the same kind of resources, and they can't imagine paying for that massive journey down there. But they do want to get involved in like the violence of all it. So they say, we'll just do it right here in the Ashkenazic homeland. Mr. Parente. So I think that if you asked a crusader, he would say the goal was to reclaim the Holy Land. And maybe a side benefit would be the fact that we can show those unbelievers what they're worth. And by the way, where you see this especially clearly in the Rhineland massacres is because Jews were given the option, convert or die. Right? This is the option, well, get baptized, which will represent a victory for Christianity if these Jews become Christians, or get killed. So it has definitely a very religious root, demagogic and violent and all kinds of nasty things, but nevertheless religious at its core. Right, fighter. Okay, so he says to these crusaders, why are you slipping all the way down there? Let's do this right here. Here's another image from that time. And we have a lot of chronicles, by the way. We have source material for this written by Jews, some of really heartbreaking chronicles written by Jews, like a handful of them. And we also have Christian chronicles of the attacks on Jews as well, which largely corroborate some of the most horrific aspects of these massacres. 1096, the summer, May through June, is specifically the time when they were at their most intense, the beginning of the Crusades. There would be, as I mentioned, later Crusades that also had violence against Jews attendant upon it. You'll recall in the lecture where we looked at Ashkenazic genetics, we saw all those Jews thrown down the well. So that was as part of the Second Crusade. There's a tremendous story about Rabbeinu Tam being involved in one of these crusades as well and wounded, absolutely horrific. The three main towns, however, that are at the epicenter are called Speyer, Worms, and Mainz. They're known as the Shum communities by acronym. These are three really small but important old Ashkenazic settlements. Remember, Ashkenaz at this point only has been around for about 200 years, and there's still maybe a few thousand Jews in each one of these places, but nevertheless, they were the three that were most powerfully attacked in the beginning. The Jewish response is fascinating and says a lot, I think, to the formation, one might suggest, of Ashkenazic culture. Yes, question. Yes, definitely. That was where Rabbeinu Gershom studied, for example. So these are significant towns. They're not faraway places. They're small by our standards, but still big by periods of the century. So this is where one of the oldest techniques that Ashkenazim developed, Jews in general, but Ashkenazim in particular, for dealing with communal threats. There are two basic strategies. Well, let's say there are three basic strategies that you can possibly think of when you're confronted by a threat. What do you think those three strategies are? Pay them off. Thank you. Thank you. Fight back. What happens if you fight back? You'll probably lose. You'll be overwhelmed by the numbers, right? Because we're talking about masses of pogromists who are attacking small communities who are not, inclined militarily. There is an argument to be made, and we do see it happening in the 1900s, in the pogrom waves that swept through Russia, that you might actually scare them off by showing a little bit of backbone. But early on, the Ashkenazi Jewish communities, with very, very few exceptions, basically said fighting back is not our best option. We are going to get completely murdered, massacred if we fight back. We need to rely on other sources of authority and might to protect us. So fighting back was not something that Jews, Ashkenazi Jews in particular, started doing really until the early 20th century. We have a long, old history of military resistance that goes back to biblical times, but basically living as a minority in the diaspora, we set it aside as a strategy since the Maccabees, really. Oh, I should a little later. Since the revolts against Rome, since Bar Kokhba in the 2nd century, we basically set aside military responses. That's why, by the way, maybe we'll get to it at the end of the semester, that's why Israel represents another watershed moment in Jewish history, because this is the first time that we really organized ourselves to bring back some of that old martial tradition that we had in the ancient period. But that's not what's going to happen in the medieval period at all. The other possibilities are you run away, and yes, we have lots of flight of Jews. It's not always possible, though, you know. You're talking about your family, talking about your children. How are you going to run away with all of them? They're going to catch up with you. It may not be a very viable option. The third option is to bribe the criminals. Try to pay your way out of it. This is what one of my students once memorably said. This is the fee or flee strategy of Jewish survival. So you can remember that? Fee or flee. Either pay or run away. Those are your two basic options that Jews use. So typically, like we see, for example, in the city of Köln, in April of that year, they were able to avoid the massacres by simply going out to the Crusaders and saying, hey, whoa, you don't want to attack us. We are loyal, subjects of the king. Remember the Service Regi Kamarai, that stuff we talked about? But we appreciate your desire to liberate the Holy Land from the Muslims. Here's a big bag of gold to help you finance your military endeavor. And they were able to successfully avoid a massacre, at least in April. They also would appeal to the emperor, right? Because that's part of how Jews survived, was by being part of the tax structure that the emperor wanted to protect. But later on, it would get worse. This strategy would not survive. Going on to Speyer, May of that month, they tried to barricade themselves in, and any Jews who were outside of the synagogue were killed by the Crusaders. Remember, it's a get baptized or die kind of moment. Many of them chose to die rather than be baptized. In fact, what we will see happening in some of these chronicles, which is absolutely horrific and hard to imagine, but we see it very clearly in the chronicles, that Jews in the Crusades frequently chose suicide over baptism. This was like an incredibly dramatic moment where you'd have situations where Jews were trapped inside synagogues, and the Crusaders would say, come out and be baptized or we will set the synagogue on fire. And the Jews inside would actually take out knives and slaughter their own children before they took their own lives. And the Crusaders would set fire to a building that had no more living people in them. Absolutely horrific examples recorded not only in the Hebrew Chronicles, but also in the Christian Chronicles, saying, can you believe these Jews? I mean, amazing that they would rather kill themselves and their own children, Rahman al-Islam. They would rather kill their own children rather than submit to baptism. And gentlemen, I would hazard as something for you to think about further, this is one of those moments that define Ashkenazic history, that from the Crusades onwards, much of Ashkenazic culture would sort of like bend inwards and begin to say that, wow, the outside world is so dangerous. The outside world is so toxic. It is fundamentally and existentially threatening to us. We must protect ourselves at all costs from everything involved in the outside world. And Ashkenazi culture tends to get kind of like that inward focus that results in some interesting cultural expressions we'll see shortly. Sephardic culture, by contrast, they didn't have this same challenge of the Crusades. The Crusades did not sweep through Spain at this time. Spain is also, where Jews are mainly living. It's Muslim. It's not even under the Christians. But their big challenge would come after 1391, as we discussed last semester, that their challenge would come after 1391, where now they've been forcibly converted without their will, without a chance to even say no, and now they have to live in both the Christian world and in the Jewish world simultaneously. Sephardim develop a kind of cultural tropism where they can direct themselves to adapting to outside society while preserving a Jewish identity. Right? You see the between these two? Ashkenazim, sword in the sand, saying, if you force this on me, I will literally kill myself. Sephardim say, give me your worst, I'll find a way to cope with it, and I'll do sort of, pardon the pun, Jiu-jitsu, and find a way to keep a Jewish identity, despite the fact that I'm living outwardly as a Christian. Two different, very different survival strategies. Okay, so it was in Speyer that we have the first example of this, at least in the Jewish Chronicles, of a Jew who chooses to die rather than to submit to baptism, and this becomes kind of like a major theme of the Crusades. The Jews at this, they go to the bishop. The bishop has a big fortified castle, and they say, please protect us. The bishop says, okay, because the bishop, one of the ironic things we'll see about anti-Semitism for much of this period is that the upper church wanted to have nothing to do with this. They wanted to have nothing to do with these crazy allegations of blood libel and these, bizarre ideas that the Jews had to be massacred. It was actually contrary to the doctrine of the church fathers. Jews were to be somewhat persecuted, second-class citizens, in order to send a message to the Christian world that it's not good to be a Jew, but they were not to be killed. In fact, the opposite. They were supposed to be preserved so that later they could testify as to the validity of the second coming. So the bishop says, yeah, come on in, I'll take care of you guys. The Crusaders broke into the own castle and then massacred 800 people there. You have, more and more of these examples of mass suicide among Jews happening. In Mainz, the bishop was willing to help, but he could not do it. There are some interesting examples of when you do have a little bit of a pushback. I can't remember which town it was. Maybe it'll come up in my notes here. But one town, they actually arrested one of the worst of the rabble-rousers, and they cut off his hands, and that stopped the violence right away. But otherwise, the violence just ran over even the bishops, even the church. If they wanted to stop this movement, they could not. It's like when you wake up this kind of elemental hatred, even though it is technically disguising itself with a religious sort of veneer, it's a much more powerful impulse than any kind of religious thought at the time. Count Amico is one of these examples. He's one of the worst of the pogromists at this time. They eventually leave, and they make their all the way down to Hungary, and they're considered such a disaster that Hungarian Christians fight against the Crusaders, saying, you're not coming into our land, this is crazy, you come in here, you rape, you pillage, all in the name of the Christianity, and it's totally not okay. So that's basically the kind of situation that's going on. One last detail is kind of interesting is what happens for those Jews who accepted baptism rather than submit to be killed, or certainly then decided to commit suicide. There is a significant debate in both the Christian world and in the Jewish world. What do we do with these people? I mean, Christians, as those of you who are in the Sephardic class remember well, are sort of trapped in this ideology that once a person is baptized, even if it was done without his or her consent, they are now magically Christian. It's a sacrament. They can't take it back. So the church was kind of like, well, they're not allowed to forcibly baptize these Jews, but now that they did it, they're Christians. We have to keep them as Christians. Emperor Henry IV said, no, that's ridiculous. I'm letting them go back to their Jewish communities. And he got into trouble with the Pope over this because the Pope says, hey, who says that you're just an emperor? What right do you have to say anything about Christology? But even on the Jewish side, there were many prominent Jews of the time, largely overruled by the Rishonim that you are familiar with, Rashi being perhaps the most important of them. He died in 1104, so the Crusades, the First Crusade was part of the last, thing that he had to deal with in his life. There were significant debates. Maybe once they're baptized, especially if they volunteered to be baptized rather than be killed, maybe now they are Christians. Maybe we shouldn't accept them back. Maybe you're only allowed, it's Yahareg Val Yavor, right? You can't be allowed to You have to force yourself to give up your life for this. Nevertheless, the consensus developed over the course of about 100 years. It was not such an easy thing to do. The consensus that, yeah, we'll allow them to come back. We'll allow them to be considered Jews. We'll consider this an ones, a for situation. They were not responsible for that decision. Okay. Arguments, discussions, anything on that? It's clear as the sun at noonday. Well, when you say we, I'm not sure who exactly you mean. I don't know. I really don't know. I think that the consensus that Rishonim are that, baptism has no impact on Jewish status, based on the principle Yisrael afal pi shechata Yisraelhu. Right, a Jew, even though he sins, he's still a Jew, and you can't remove that Jewishness from him. But I am not a posek. I'm not even a rabbi, just a regular guy, so I can't tell you for sure. Master Rosh Hashiva. Okay, so what about Jerusalem? Jerusalem, of course, deals with the Crusaders. In 1099, they finally get their way there. There's a huge battle in Jerusalem, which is kind of like in the First Crusade, it was the peak of the crusading story and became like myth. You have guys like Richard the Lionheart who make their reputations in these huge battles for Jerusalem. Ultimately, Jews and Muslims in Jerusalem fight shoulder to shoulder against Christians, but they lose. There's going to be a massacre, and the Jews are sold in slavery and Gesundheit. And it is ironic. We should remember that right now, Muslims and Jews are at loggerheads primarily over politics in the Middle East. It has been like that for the last century and a half, more or less. But prior to this, there are many points in time where Jews and Muslims were actually on the same side against Christians. The Crusades is one of those examples. Also, one more thing to point out, you should bear in mind that for much of the Middle East, if we go to the 21st century, the Middle East has not let go of this history, right? Like when America invaded Iraq, Operation Desert Storm, I think it was, right? The Iraqis referred to Americans as crusaders. They're thinking of Americans as these guys. Here are Muslims minding their own business in Jerusalem. It's not even clear how much they were really interfering with Christian pilgrims, but all of a sudden they get all of Europe comes down here and they're big metal armor and there's horses and stuff like that, and they make a war with us. So they regard the West as being as an existential enemy. It's something that's happened for the last millennium, largely because of the Crusades. Mr. Parente. Yeah, so you got to take the Sephardic Jewish history class. That's you do have this period which they call, it's a little bit of an exaggeration, la convivencia, the period of coexistence. Lasts about 200 years. About give or take 950 to 1150. Yes, exclusively in Spain. Yeah, but that's it. It's an interesting period of time. Sephardic Jewish history. You think right now everybody's getting along? Yeah, I would love that to be true. I think America is an exception in history in many ways. So good argument. Okay, there's a lot to be said for that. I don't think it's quite as rosy as maybe we would like, but well, case in point, right? Okay, let's just one weird thing here. So one of the immediate cultural expressions of Jews in the post-Crusade era that had a long-lasting effect was a movement called the Hasidei Ashkenaz. The term Hasid, of course, is biblical in origin. You see it all over Tanakh. It basically means someone who goes beyond the letter of the law. But it has been used so many times in history. The followers of Yehuda Maccabee were called Hasidim. David HaMelech calls himself Hasidim. The 18th century Hasidic movement, Chad, Satmar, all those guys. But this is a different movement, just happens to use the same name.
They flourished for about 100 years right after the Crusades. Most of their writings are focused in one book, Sefer Hasidim, fascinating book on a historical level. I'm sorry? Yes, Rabbi Yehuda Chassid is one of the major authors of this, also his father. This is a fascinating book on a historical level as well, because it includes all kinds of interesting stories about things that happened in Ashkenaz at this time. It's a fascinating religious work. It's basically sort of a mixture of Musar and Halacha about how you should behave, and all kinds of like stuff that didn't make it into Halacha, but nevertheless is kind of like advice given by the followers of this Hasidic Ashkenaz. What is especially unique about it, though, what distinguishes it from a lot of other trends, and is not something that really lasted in the Ashkenazi tradition, it's very, very sharp at this time, though, is that the Hasidic Ashkenaz were really big into self-blame, self-denial, martyrdom, all kinds of like, we have to do more tshuva. It's so different from much of the the modern day Hasidus. When we talk about Chabad, for example, which is, and all the Hasidim was really much more about joy and about camaraderie and singing. No way, these Hasidic Ashkenaz were really into like self-mortification, like literally rolling in snow. Fasting was a big deal, lots and lots of fasting, and even like after death, customs like putting in your will that you want your coffin dragged along the street to your burial as a last chance to atone for any of your sins. Those kinds of things show up in the Hasidic Ashkenaz movement. It is a kind of like a cold, dark period in many ways culturally, but the Sefer Hasidim is absolutely quite fascinating, and you can look at it. It's short-lived, but certain ideas definitely do find their echoes later on in Hasidic world. I think I don't have the images. It is at this point, by the way, where the Hasidic Ashkenaz have this influence on not portraying women's faces in particular. That in the artwork that we have from the time, a lot of I have them, I think, later on in this lecture, or maybe I'll put it in one of the videos. A lot of the artwork will show women with animal heads rather than with human heads. If I know, I'll try and find it later if I didn't show it to you before. Sometimes all people, not just women, but especially women. And that also happens today too. The idea is like more, we're not sure exactly what the idea is, but most theorists say it has to do with the idea of like more tznius. It's not right to look at the faces of women, stuff like that. Okay, yes, question. The Hasidic Ashkenaz is kind of like an intellectual religious movement, and there are several prominent rabbis who were deeply involved in it and influential, and so people followed it. People thought like that's how you express your Judaism. Nowadays we express our Judaism by like having lots of sukkaniot and hamantash. And back then they would say, "Oh man, I got to go like roll in the snow a little bit. I should like stop eating for 2 days." It was just that was the style. That was wear dark clothes, no wear bright clothes. No. Well, that's I think precisely what a lot of historians would say. The Crusades maybe were seen as like a divine punishment because we were having too much levity. Yeah. Correct. So it stands to reason that they were influenced by the environment. We'll see the same kind of thing to a certain degree happening in the period of the Black Death. No way to know for sure. But I would think it did survive. I mean, we still have their writings, which indicated they were circulated. You'd have to find a way to measure that, and I don't think anyone knows. Mr. Kranz. Yeah. Chabad in particular did not like that, yeah.
Could I don't know. Could be. I'm not sure. Okay, let's go weiter. Now, the next nasty word. The whole point of today's lecture is to illustrate exclusionary pressures, right? Reasons why Jews want to leave Western Europe. Crusades, fairly focused violence associated with the crusade itself. The Jews were able to, over the course of the next couple hundred years, sort of see when these things are developing, reach out well in advance to authority figures to try and protect them. It helped quite often that, you didn't have any kind of big massacres like you did in 1096, but there were other things happening at the time as well. One of the most awful of the developments of this era was something called the blood libel, which I'm sure you have heard of, because unfortunately it is a myth that continues to this day. This is a map from the encyclopedia that shows you the places in Europe that had a blood libel with the centuries when they occurred. And you can see the numbers in circles are the 19th and 20th centuries. So there's definitely an ongoing persistence of this bizarre idea. So it started first up here in Norwich, right here in the, it's actually the earliest one is in 1144. The story goes, and this is basically repeated over and over again, that the Jews need to kill, God forbid, a Christian child. There's actually two distinct charges. The first one is called ritual murder, and later it develops into what's called the blood alilat dam in Hebrew. Ritual murder is this idea that, well, why would Jews need to kill a Christian child? Well, the reason is because, as the crazy theory goes, and for those of you who are going to be watching this in the recording, it's not true. Jews don't do this stuff. But, and the church has, by the way, said this over and over again. The popes are constantly publishing bulls saying, no, it's not true. Don't believe those crazy people who say this happens. But nevertheless, it is one of those things that is, hard to root out of the psyche once it gets in there. The charge is that Jews need to ritually murder a child in order to vicariously reenact the passion, meaning the crucifixion of the founder of Christianity. That because Jews so hate Christians, they want to do that same thing again, specifically around Passover, right? That's the season of the Passion. The term Passion refers to that whole story of the crucifixion. And so whenever it happens, unfortunately, and it does happen, young children, God forbid, are kidnapped, frequently abused, and then murdered. Such things happen, of course, Rahman al-Islam, even in our own day. So people are really upset, and they say, who did this terrible thing? And someone says, I bet it was the Jews. I heard that Jews do this. It is April after all. It must be part of their ritual murder. And the story goes out. And then what happens afterwards is sometimes there's like a mob lynching of Jews. Sometimes there will be like a bizarre sham of a trial that will result in mass hangings. And it never ends well for the Jews. The evolution of this charge or murder, which really begins in 1144, and then it just goes like crazy. Everybody just catches on to this idea. It's a little bit like an urban myth. Like, people for a while were talking about how don't go to these, countries in Central America because one day you'll wake up in a bathtub and you'll find a scar and someone has stolen your kidney. Right? You ever hear those crazy stories? You'll go to a bar, someone will put something in your drink, you wake up the next day missing a kidney. And people say, yeah, that happens. Oh, man. But even though, I don't know how often or how seldom it happens, it just sort of like takes up way more space in people's brains than it actually deserves. Historically, that's what happens to ritual murder. The blood libel just added a dimension of crazy to this that made it even more popular. The blood libel is the argument that not only do the Jews need to reenact the crucifixion, they need to drain and drink the blood of the victim. They have to actually both. Why do they need to drink the blood? Well, there's lots of different crazy reasons. By the way, I'll show you. Here's like you see a crowded map of how many places had blood libels after that first one in 1144. This is Simon of Trent from 1479, one of the most widely publicized blood libels. And you can see all of the Jews gathered around here. This is like it's part of a large broadsheet. Like one of the ways that one of the reasons why it's so popular in the 15th century is because that's when the printing press comes out, and public announcements were often made on these large sheets of what would look like newsprint, and then they would like post them on walls. Sometimes they would actually make, if you've been to Europe, you'll see they're like round pillars in public spaces, and they post these big things there. In Israel, you see in Pashkevilin, same kind of idea, like don't go to Touro College kind of messages that you'll see in some places. I shouldn't say that, but that's how this will be posted. It was not colored. This is a colorized version. It has a little level of vibrancy to it. The Jews here, and they all have names because below it would be a long text in medieval German that most people could not read, but they could see the cartoonish image. They have these little ruels here, these little badges that indicate that they are Jews. From the year 1215 on, Jews are required to wear some kind of distinguishing badge like this. And here is the unfortunate Simon, who is held in a cruciform position. There are Jews who are tormenting him with specific torments that are meant to mimic the account of the Gospels, and they're circumcising him because, after all, the founder of Christianity was also circumcised, so they have to make the victim, Christ-like in that regard. They're catching the blood in a little pan, and then later they would do various things with the blood. One of the most popular myths is that they would bake it into the matzah. And for those of you who, I'm sure all of you have eaten matzah, which is made completely out of flour and water, you know that a little bit of blood would probably make it taste better. God forbid, I didn't mean to say that. I'll have to cut that out for the video. But there's blood in matzah, obviously. There are also interesting thoughts that Jewish men are subject to menstruation, and so they lose iron every month, and they drink Christian blood in order to lose the iron. There's to say that they are infertile, and the only way that they can reproduce is if they consume this blood, or it's an aphrodisiac. And I mean, there's all kinds of absolutely. If you're curious about this really weird aspect of medieval history, I recommend you look at Joshua Trachtenberg's remarkable work written right during the Holocaust and wake people up as to how long this has been going on, called The Devil and the Jews. Powerful work. He lists, 20 different things people believe Jews did with this blood, and amazing examples of Christians actually trying to buy the blood so that they could use it for their purposes as well, when of course there is no blood to be had. But this blood libel just became such a powerful peg in the mind of medieval Europe that it haunted the Jews for hundreds of years. Here's another depiction of Beatus Simon Martyr, which basically means Saint Simon the Martyr. As I mentioned earlier, the church in most cases completely decried the whole idea of the blood libel. They said it's crazy. Jews would go to the Pope and say, please, we're getting all these calumnies applied to us, and we're getting attacked, and it's not fair, it's not true. And the church would actually, be forthcoming and say, the Jews are right, it's not true, and so on. But there were some exceptions. Simon Martyr was one of them. He was actually beatified by the church, which means he was one level short of becoming a saint. Quite often they would take the remains of the child who was killed by who knows whom, definitely not the Jews, and then be buried in the wall of a church. You can go to churches today in Europe and you can see where they have, the remains of these children who were horribly killed, but the Jews were blamed for it. Well, I don't think you'll find too many people who are willing to go along with that, but historians recognize it for what it is as best you can. Here's another one from the 18th century in Poland. They often have these kinds of horrific images of Jews. It relates to the whole idea of pedophilia and things like that. The Nazis would just, make tremendous use of this entire story in their propaganda. It is one of the horrific attacks on Jews. That there's another really good reason to start leaving Western Europe. It would follow them to Eastern Europe, but the idea was we got to get away from these crazy people. That's Miss Ferrante. So the question Ms. Ferrante asks is, there's kind of like an iconographic standard for the ugly Jew. There's a great book by Sander Gilman. So I think it's called The Jew's Body. It might be called The Jew's Nose. I'm not sure, but Sander Gilman is the author. And he argues that it comes from the late 19th century with the discovery of the Venus de Milo. It's a very famous Greek statue of a woman, and it was considered in the late 19th century when it was displayed in the Louvre as like the ideal human form. And so a lot of anti-Semitic caricaturists started saying, well, if this is the ideal with the aquiline nose and the right body proportion, then the Jew must be the opposite of that. And that's when the kind of capitalist image, the large, it's late 19th century most likely. Good argument for it. Okay, let's go to one last related charge, and this is nasty enough. Good. Now, the ritual murder morphs into the blood libel, makes Jews feel very uncomfortable during this time period, and we could say much more about this. Literally, we could teach a whole semester on the blood libel. There are crazy examples where, for example, you didn't even have to have a body. Like the Blois incident of 1171, where some guy thought he saw a Jew carrying a body, but nobody reported a missing child. Nobody found a body. Nevertheless, they attacked all the Jews, massacred them, over a blood libel. It was a crazy, crazy thing. Post-desecration, however, is kind of like the next step up in this entire crazy belief system, and it affected Jews very heavily. And unlike the blood libel, post-desecration tended to have the support of the church. The church actually the Catholic Church found it advantageous to even promote, to some degrees, the post-desecration story because it served their own agenda. I'll explain. So the term host refers to a little wafer that became part of Catholic religious practice. It was part of a ritual called communion, that when you were a Catholic in good standing and you had said your confession and done whatever penance was required, then you would enter into communion, which would involve the drinking of a little bit of wine and the consumption of this little cracker. It looks like a Ritz cracker kind of thing. You have a kiddush. This would be like a very dramatic moment. And from the 14th century on, in particular, the Catholic Church adopted a doctrine called transubstantiation, where they said that the consumption of this wafer and this wine, which is in memory of the Last Supper, actually literally becomes the body of Christ. That it's literally the body of Christ that you are consuming. I know that sounds a little weird. It sounds weird to me, but it's somebody else's religion, so that's what they believe. So, and that's like a very holy thing, to actually be consuming the body. So, through this doctrine of transubstantiation, where it's not a symbol, it's not like representative of, it's actually the thing itself, mamish. So, if it is the thing itself, then it stands to reason that Jews would want to torture it, right? If they are killing Christian children, as the argument goes, in order to reenact the Passion, certainly they're going to do it with the wafer itself, which represents Jesus literally. Right? That's the argument. So the church, whereas they thought the blood libel was really dangerous and they put it down, post-desecration actually supported the argument for transubstantiation as a doctrine, which was not an easy sell. So here's a post-desecration story that is described from the German city of Passau. It's also 14th century. And it's basically, again, written with cartoons, because most people were illiterate, even though it does have the German text above it, kind of like a, graphic novel. And the stories are almost all the same. Here is a Christian accomplice. Typically, there will be like a renegade Christian in these stories. There's also a renegade Christian in a lot of the Blood Bible stories, a renegade Christian who, helps the Jews find the child, that kind of thing. Here's a renegade Christian, goes into the church, and you can see he's looking over his shoulder as he steals the host. Right, here's the host here, these little wafers. Oops, sorry, jumps ahead. And then he goes and he takes them to the Jews. You can tell they're Jews because they have the ruel on their shirts there, their tunics. And he accepts money for, that's so irritating. He accepts money for the host. The host is then brought back to the synagogue by the Jews. They got it in a little box here. And in their synagogue, they torture the host. You can see they're stabbing it with knives. Miraculously, it bleeds. Right? It starts to bleed. That's again, demonstrating the miraculous properties of the host. You can see that the Christian artist has never actually been in a synagogue or hasn't looked carefully because he's trying to reproduce the Shnei Luchot HaBrit here in Hebrew, but he doesn't know how to write Hebrew, so he's going to write gibberish up there. And then what happens is, like the police come to the door and say, hey, what's going on in here? We hear like some screaming, right? Like the host is screaming as it were. So the Jews say, quick, get rid of the evidence. They collect it up. They throw it into the furnace, and miraculously the form of a small child appears in the flames, and doves fly out of the flames to be caught by waiting angels, right? Like all these miracles are attached to it to sort of reinforce the idea of transubstantiation. All of this stuff is narishkeit, bobomais, is not true at all. The next part, unfortunately, is typically what actually happened. There's a mob, bursts into the synagogue. They arrest all the Jews. They behead them. This is also a typical Jewish hat from the 13th century. They torture them over the flames. They set them on fire. The Christian is later taken away for other punishment. And the synagogue is rebuilt as a church. You see body parts up here from blood libel. So host desecration, also hugely popular from the 13th century onward. Goes from ritual murder to blood libel to host desecration. It just gets crazier and crazier. This is a map that shows the spread of the host desecration. This also spreads into Spain quite heavily as well. Okay. Oof, that's so exhausting and nasty. Questions? Yes, Mr. Parente. I didn't understand what your question was. Were they spread separately from what? Oh. That's good. It would be interesting to try to correlate this stuff with the witch hunts, which happens quite a bit later for the most part. I think there has been a lot of stuff written on the spread of superstition connected with mass media. Like, when it's one thing for two guys sitting in an inn telling a story, there's only a certain degree of impact you can have when it's one-to-one or one to a few. But once you start like getting broadsheets, and once you start getting like, you won't have newspapers at this time, but once you have like more technologies of dissemination, then it just goes crazy. We live in the same time. We live in the era of the internet, right? Where someone can have a super crazy idea, like QAnon, right? And within weeks, all of a sudden, QAnon is like a real thing. And people start saying, oh my gosh, is it true? Who is Q anyways? Do you guys know what I'm talking about, by the way? Is it, or what else? I'm sorry? Yes, stay away from social media. It's really unhealthy. QAnon is a bizarre sort of super crazy idea that involved the most weird ideas. Like, for example, it was back in the 2016. It was especially got huge during COVID, but it goes back to really 2016. One of the weirdest aspects of it was the idea that Democrats were actually lizards from outer space. I'm not making this up. Lizards from outer space were bent on kidnapping children and committing pedophilic acts. It got so bad that for some reason, there are people who identified a particular pizzeria in Washington, saying that this was like a QAnon belief that this pizzeria had a basement where they were doing this, and some guy brought a gun to the pizzeria and shot it up, looking for the basement. There's no basement in it, but it's just, this is blood libel. This is human psychology. Sorry, and in the back, I yeah, it did happen. There's some super crazy things that happen, and it has a lot to do with how information is shared, and we don't know what it means to share on the internet. Maybe you know better than I do because you're digital natives, but we don't know how to protect it. Mr. Rubin. Yeah, that sounds reasonable. There are some really crazy things. Okay, so we have 7 minutes left. We'll do the expulsions part. Okay, let's go. Oh, Black Death. We might not get to expulsions. We'll start. If things couldn't get worse, you have the Black Death in the middle of the 14th century. Right, the 1340s through about 1360, you have this terrible plague that reaches Europe, and nobody has natural immunities to it. The contemporary opinion is that it's based on a particular bacteria that's on a particular kind of flea that was on a particular kind of rat that made it from Asia on some of the boats landing probably in Italy or maybe in Sicily, and it just like carves a swath of death through all of Europe, with mortality rates reaching like 40-50% in some places. Horrible bleeding death with these big ulcers called buboes that would grow up in, lymph glands and things like that. And people are like, obviously freaking out. Think COVID-19, but with a lot more blood and with a lot more mortality. Yeah, mortality. Yeah, it was happening really fast. And also, people don't have any good idea about how germs spread, right? Yeah, they don't have a good idea about any kind of this contagion theory. There are a lot of interesting Jewish accounts, because remember, how would Jews be related to this in any ways? Well, they'll be playing policy. No. Okay, so unfortunately, as much as we'd like to think that, we have no basis for saying that Jews suffered less. We do have these arguments that, okay, Jews wash more because they wash their hands before bread. Again, usually without soap. I don't know how many times you guys want to dine with soap, right? So they wash bread without soap. And we would bathe more often, like once a week, right? So that's not exactly bathing so much. There's another argument that says that it's kind of crazy, but Jews didn't like dogs, right? There is some stuff in the Gemara about owning a bad dog. So Jews own cats instead. Cats chase rats. Rats run away. No rats, no fleas, no bubonic. But all of that is just supposition. In fact, more likely, Jews probably died at a higher rate because of the urban penalty. They're living in close contact with each other. When you have a contagious disease like this, you're much better off living isolated in a farm than you are living in an urban setting. We simply know if there's a Jewish death rate different from Christians during the Black Death. The reason we do know a lot about the Black Death and Jews, though, because a lot of Jews were doctors, and Jewish doctors are writing down, hey, I tried this, it worked, it didn't work, I tried that, and we have a lot of fascinating accounts. They're specifically from Jewish doctors describing the progression of the disease. How this affects Jewish history specifically, though, is that, at the time, like this is a 16th century rendition, the triumph of of death, right? These horrific kind of scenes. It's really worth looking at if you watch the videos, look at it more closely, with skeletons riding all over the place and big, like herding people into coffins like this. It was just a period of tremendous fear, and nobody knew what exactly was going on. One of the versions of explaining the Black Death that circulated, became very popular, is that Jews were poisoning the wells of Europe. And what they were doing is they made a pact with lepers, and they were taking bits of their flesh that fell off and poisoning the wells. So here's an example. This is actually from England that shows a Jew at the time. This was designed. They didn't know what Jews dressed like because Jews had already been expelled from England at the time. But he's wearing like kind of their impression of what a Jew must wear, the special hat and things like that. And he's holding this leather pouch that has, you know, the flesh of lepers in it, and he's dumping it into the well. And coming spinning out of the well is a kind of a demon that urinates back into the well and poisons it. In the background, just for good measure, is a ritual murder victim as well. And since this is in English, I'll show you a little close-up of the text. It's kind of interesting to look at. You can read here, it says in the little shoulder note, a great infection throughout all Europe by reason the water in the wells was poisoned. Right? And the allied themselves, meaning the Jews, allied themselves in consort with their diverse lepers. By whole courses and means, they made an ointment over the confection of the blood of man, being composed with certain venomous herbs, wrapped with in a little linen cloth, applying a stone to the same to make it sink to the bottom. They nightly cast in the said, and I'm not sure what that said, infection unto all the fountains and wells of the Christians. Right, pretty bizarre kind of idea circulating. All of these things together makes this is like why Jews felt not welcome anymore in Western Europe. Ritual murder, blood libel, the Black Death. This is the burning of Jews in Strasbourg in the 14th century. Lots of reasons to leave Western Europe. And again, as we shall see, God willing, on Monday when we meet again, Eastern Europe was saying, hey, please, Jews, come here. We don't have a very advanced economy. You guys are great at developing economies. Please come. We'll let you settle. We'll give you all kinds of permissions and so on. And this is the time when Jews are being forced out of Europe all over the place. This is from 1182 when Jews were first expelled from France. Largely for reasons that we talked about with the economic situation. And that this is where we're going to leave it off. Most important of those expulsions, of course, will be later in 1492 from Spain, but we're still just a little bit shy of that. Whew, okay, I managed to get through the entire lecture. Any last minute questions before we wrap up? Thank you very much for learning. All right, so where we left off, we talked about trade and commerce as one of the most important elements of the Jewish economy in the medieval era. Another extremely important element, and in fact, probably the most important element for much of medieval history, was specifically money lending. Using the nasty term is usury. Usury is more like, we don't use that word in English very much, but it's sort of like loan sharking. It's kind of like charging injurious rates of interest, and in the Middle Ages, we should note that rates of interest were typically 40 to 70% per annum. How much is like a really bad credit card today? Yeah, maybe 35%. And in the medieval ages, it could be double that easily. So money lending was extremely profitable for the money lender. Anyone else benefit from money lending besides the money lender? The king, exactly, because the source of tax income. That's why, for example, if you think about vices like, let's say, gambling or alcohol consumption or cigarette smoking, that governments love vices in the so far as they can tax them. They're bad if they get out of hand. Like if you have a gambling casino every block, it tends to bring a neighborhood down. But having a few gambling casinos where people could go and then their winnings are heavily taxed, you know, the governments love them. And that's exactly the situation with Jewish money lending. It was in some degrees a vice, and we'll see exactly why that is so in the medieval context, but it was a massive source of income for taxation, so it was not only tolerated but protected very often. Now, let's try to understand it. like, why would there be an opposition to money lending? It really boils down to the fact that the Catholic Church interpreted the Hebrew Bible in precisely the same way that Jews did. Here's the key passage, which is from Devarim. You shall not lend on interest to your brother. Interest of food or money or anything on which interest can be charged. You may charge interest to a foreigner, but not to your brother. So Jews interpret this passage to mean a Jew may not charge interest to his fellow Jew, but he may charge interest to a Christian, a Muslim, a pagan, whoever, right? That's pretty straightforward. I tried calling up Visa and MasterCard to find out if the CEO was Jewish, but they wouldn't answer my call. Now, Christians read this verse and said exactly the same thing. And they said, okay, Christians are all brothers, so Christians may not charge interest to other Christians. And that basically shuts down the economy very effectively. Because especially if you're in an agricultural economy, right? You buy your seed, that requires a huge upfront investment to buy the seed. You got to put a lot of energy into working the land. You put the seed into the soil, and then you got to wait. And all that time between buying the seed and the harvest, you have no income. So how do you make it, right? There's a big, like, natural drop in the middle of the agricultural cycle. If expensive, but every year, okay, if you're smart, like Yosef Atzadik, you set aside from that first investment, and then you've got, money to carry you through. But, people are not always so smart about how they save money for the winter. And also, all kinds of things can happen. Bad things like terrible